Sang Wan-Ning opened her eyes, only to find herself soul-transplanted into the body of a similarly named and titled daughter of the minister's residence in the Easternly Kingdom, unexpectedly unlocking a personal space as well. Her unscrupulous father, blinded by self-interest, arranged for her a neglected and uncherished child to marry into the Duke's residence, believing it would secure her a stable life. Little did he know that the Duke's family, known for their loyalty and righteousness, would be framed and accused of treason. The Duke, along with her elder and younger brothers, perished in battle, their family estate confiscated and exiled. Her husband was cruelly mutilated, rendered a mere shadow of his former self. With her elderly grandmother, her gravely ill mother, a sister-in-law heavy with child, and a young sister still in her tender years, the Duke's household crumbled overnight. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed coldly. "You wish for them to perish? Have you consulted me first?" She would strip the Duke's residence bare, leaving not a single coin for the treacherous emperor. Neither her father nor the imperial palace would escape her wrath. With her spatial healing spring, she would cure ailments, engage in commerce, and support her entire family. When her enemies plotted to annihilate her family, she would meticulously counter their schemes, ensuring they reaped the fruits of their own malicious deeds. As for her disabled husband, Sang Wan-Ning initially intended to heal him and then flee, but to her astonishment, once he recovered, he cornered her against a wall, his gaze deep and intense. "My lady, you saved my life. How about saving my heart as well?" She had meant to revel in her own beauty, yet he elevated her to the heavens. Chapter 1. Transmigration begins with a beating. Sang Wan-Ning had transmigrated. Upon her arrival, she was met with a brutal assault. "You jinx, you little wretch. I'll make you pay for pretending to be dead." Sang Wan-Ning felt a sharp, stinging pain on her face and couldn't help but furrow her brow. Hadn't she perished in a blaze of glory while protecting her laboratory from those wicked beings? Was it possible she hadn't died but had instead fallen into their clutches? Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she opened her eyes to behold a woman adorned in extravagant attire, her head crowned with exquisite hairpins, seated atop her. The woman, startled by the fierce glint in Sang Wan-Ning's eyes, felt a flicker of fear, swiftly replaced by fury. "You vile creature! You sickly wretch dare to steal Yenna's betrothal? I'll make sure you meet your end." With that, she raised her hand to strike Sang Wan-Ning. However, before her hand could land, it was seized and forcefully pushed away, sending the woman sprawling 3 meters back.
Ouch!
"You wretched creature! How dare you hit me?" Sang Wan-Ning nimbly rose, her gaze icy as she regarded the woman. She touched her cheek, fully aware without the aid of a mirror that her face was swollen, resembling that of a pig, with a multitude of scratch marks adorning it. They say one should never strike the face. This woman was indeed malicious and brutal. Yet, Sang Wan-Ning had always been one to repay grievances tenfold. The woman, scrambling to her feet, had just raised her head when Sang Wan-Ning unleashed a barrage of slaps. She dusted off her hands with satisfaction, remarking, "Ah, quite symmetrical indeed." Su Mingyue, reeling from the blows, felt her head ringing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, momentarily stunned. Once she finished with this woman, Sang Wan-Ning surveyed her surroundings, her mind swirling with confusion. Had she not been captured but rather dragged here to perform? As she pondered, a sharp pain pierced her head, and an influx of foreign memories surged over her like a tidal wave. Sang Wan-Ning frowned, compelled to accept these memories that did not belong to her. At that moment, Su Mingyue regained her composure and screeched, "You vile wretch! How dare you strike me? I will kill you!" Sang Wan-Ning, exasperated, bellowed, "Silence!" Su Mingyue, cowed by her formidable presence, fell silent, her eyes burning with hatred. This sickly wretch, so often dismissed, was said to be easily bullied. What had transformed her into someone so formidable? After what felt like an eternity, Sang Wan-Ning finally assimilated the memories. She was compelled to acknowledge a stark reality. She had indeed transmigrated. The good news was that she was alive. The bad news was that she had landed in a severely backward era. She had taken the place of a similarly named and titled daughter of the minister's residence. What transpired only in novels had now concretely manifested within her own existence. Though this noble title appeared grand, in truth, her existence was less esteemed than that of the household servants. From the original owner's memories, it was evident that she had been driven to her demise by sheer indignation. Her unscrupulous father had exploited her, sending her mother off with a poisoned cup just as she was to be married into the Duke's residence. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the Su family's preoccupation with wedding festivities to plant treasonous evidence in Su Sanling's study. A conspirator presented this evidence to the inept emperor, who, in a fit of rage, dispatched officials to investigate. Lo and behold, evidence of correspondence with foreign nations was discovered in Su Sanlang and General Su's study, along with an imperial robe hidden away in a secret chamber. The Su family, whose reputation eclipsed even that of the emperor, had always been a thorn in his side. Thus, upon obtaining the evidence, he swiftly imprisoned Su Ziyu in the royal dungeon. Even the most discerning could see the blatant injustice, yet they understood that the Su family had become too powerful, and the emperor's actions were merely a calculated suppression, leaving no one willing to initiate an investigation. Furthermore, the emperor's sons cast envious glances at the Su family, who had steadfastly refrained from engaging in factional disputes, yet they remained wary nonetheless. In their view, rather than allow this potential threat to linger, it would be better to obliterate them, competing for power based solely on merit. The original owner had believed she had escaped the clutches of the Sang family and that, given time, she could rescue her mother and find hope for the future. However, she had not anticipated the Su family's sudden misfortunes, thrusting Su Mingyue into the spotlight, who blamed her for all their troubles. Su Mingyue accused her of being a jinx, claiming she was responsible for her mother's demise and now threatened the Su family while stealing others' betrothals. The original owner, already frail and sickly, was overwhelmed with despair upon learning of her mother's death, and in a fit of anguish, she succumbed to her grief. Sang Wan-Ning's chest heaved with indignation. Sang Wenjin was truly lower than a beast. He had once been a commoner who, by sheer chance, saved the original owner's mother, Du Ruoyun. During that time, Du Ruoyun had noticed his literary talent and handsome demeanor, gradually developing feelings for him. When she learned of his aspirations for a scholarly career, she spared no expense in supporting him, ensuring he entered school. Ultimately, he did not disappoint her. A few years later, he achieved remarkable success in his examinations. He married Du Ruoyun, and for a time, they were blissfully in love. However, in the third year of their marriage, Sang Wenjin, having benefited from the substantial dowry brought by his wife, began to flourish in the political arena. As his status rose and the Du family's fortunes waned, he soon realized they could no longer provide him with the financial backing he desired, leading him to neglect Du Ruoyun. In pursuit of a more powerful ally, he wed Princess Lu Xinyue, seeking the support of the influential Rong prince. Not only that, but he elevated Lu Xinyue to the status of his primary wife, relegating Du Ruoyun to the position of a concubine. Du Ruoyun's heart lay in desolation, contemplating the finality of death, only to discover, at that moment, that she was 2 months pregnant. For the sake of the child within her, she endured countless grievances, serving without the assistance of a maid, residing in a humble side chamber, and ultimately surviving the perils of childbirth to bring forth the original owner of this body. Her dowry had been entirely usurped by Lu Xinyue. Fortunately, Du Ruoyun possessed an exquisite talent for embroidery, which allowed the two of them to rely on one another for survival until now. As she reflected on this, a sudden pang of anguish pierced Sang Wan-Ning's heart, a sensation she recognized as the original owner's sorrow. She pressed her hand tightly against her chest, silently vowing, "Rest assured, original owner, since I have taken possession of this body, I shall seek retribution for the hardships endured by you and your mother." Indeed, upon uttering these words, the pain in her heart dissipated instantaneously. Su Mingyue hesitated, desiring to further vent her pent-up rage, yet upon witnessing Sang Wan-Ning's somber countenance, she retreated in defeat. At that moment, the once joyous bridal chamber was left in solitude, with only Sang Wan-Ning remaining. Accepting her circumstances, she had always been someone who could let go easily. Given the present situation, the execution of the Xie family was unlikely, yet confiscation and exile were inescapable realities. Now, as the daughter-in-law of the Xie family, her fate was inexorably intertwined with theirs. Should she attempt to flee, those with ulterior motives might concoct unfounded accusations against the Xie family. However, exile would surely entail great suffering, and the thought of their riches falling into the hands of that foolish emperor filled her with resentment. If only she possessed a space for storage, she mused as she made her way to the room where her dowry was kept. The original owner's dowry was meager, consisting of merely 3 trunks, with 99% of the contents being trinkets of little value. She inwardly cursed Lu Xinyue and Sang Wenjin while deftly rummaging through the trunks, endeavoring to uncover something of worth. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through her hand, prompting her to withdraw it swiftly, inadvertently causing a drop of blood to fall upon an inconspicuous bracelet. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped Sang Wan-Ning, and she was forcefully drawn into an unfamiliar realm. Chapter 2. On a dark and windy night, she barely steadied herself, gazing into the surrounding expanse of white. With a blink, she chuckled softly. Have I entered a realm of immortals? At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated. You have successfully forged a pact with the space. Welcome to the spatial system. A wave of joy surged within Sang Wan-Ning. Was this the kind of space she had envisioned? As she pondered, the mist around her gradually dissipated, revealing an expansive plain that seemed to stretch infinitely. Not far to her right stood a thatched cottage, with a well situated at its entrance. Upon spotting the well, Sang Wan-Ning hurried over, parched and eager to quench her thirst. She crouched down, scooping the water and drinking heartily. The spring water was refreshingly sweet, prompting her to indulge in several more sips. Within mere moments, she became acutely aware of the remarkable transformation within her body. The fiery heat that had once plagued her cheeks vanished entirely. She touched her face, feeling no trace of swelling, and the scratches that marred her skin were gradually healing. Her body felt lighter, brimming with an inexhaustible vitality. Ecstatic, she cast her gaze once more at the well, noticing a weathered wooden sign nearby that bore the words Spirit Spring in uneven strokes. Understanding dawned on her. This spring water not only fortified the body, but also accelerated the healing of wounds. With the possession of this spirit spring alone, she could thrive in this backward era. Not to mention her unparalleled skills in medicine and poison, coupled with commendable martial prowess. Lost in thought, she was suddenly assailed by a pungent odor, thick and unmistakable. Swiftly scanning her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. Could she have stepped in something unsavory? A quick inspection of her shoes revealed no abnormalities. Puzzled by the source of the stench, she glanced at her hand, now smeared with dark, foul-smelling mud. Bringing it closer to her nose, she nearly recoiled from the noxious scent. Determined to cleanse herself, she unexpectedly found herself exiting the space, realizing that her entrance and exit were entirely governed by her will. Overwhelmed by the stench and lacking a maid to assist her, she searched the cottage and finally discovered a wooden bathtub in a back room. Not familiar with the layout of the Xia family courtyard, she grabbed a change of clothes and brought the tub into the space. The temperature within the space was consistently warm, and she eagerly filled the tub with the spirit spring water using her thoughts. With an insatiable desire to cleanse herself, she shed her garments and plunged into the tub. Bathing in spirit spring water was an indulgence beyond compare, yet fortunately, the spring water was inexhaustible. Whether it was her imagination or not, she distinctly felt her skin becoming fairer and more refined. Given the peculiar circumstances, she did not linger long in the tub before exiting the space. Anticipating the dawn when the decree for her family's exile would arrive, she hastily tied her hair into a high ponytail and stealthily made her way to the Xia family's storeroom. Uncertain of its location, she proceeded to check each room one by one, as all were destined to be emptied. The Xia family had long been loyal subjects, and with the old emperor's folly, she vowed to leave him not even a copper coin. The weather was stifling, and even with the replenishing spirit spring water, Sang Wan-Ning found herself drenched in sweat. In her previous life, she would never have succumbed to such fatigue. Alas, this frail body was a result of long-standing malnutrition. Even if she were to replenish her strength, it would take time. After half an hour, she finally arrived at the storeroom. 2 young attendants guarded the entrance, but they were sprawled on the ground, snoring soundly. With utmost stealth, Sang Wan-Ning slipped into the storeroom. It was pitch dark, and in her haste, she had forgotten to bring a lantern. Wishing for a flashlight, she was delighted to find one materialize in her hand. Her heart soared. What a treasure this space was, truly fulfilling her wishes. Illuminating the storeroom, she was pleasantly surprised by its cleanliness. Typically, a family of such standing would possess more than this. Given the Xia family's character, the only plausible explanation was that these resources were reserved for military endeavors. It was no wonder the Xia family enjoyed such a stellar reputation. They were sacrificing their very livelihood for the nation. Everything she laid her eyes upon was swiftly gathered into the space through the power of her thoughts. Exiting the storeroom, she continued her search in other courtyards. After nearly an hour of diligent scouring, she had thoroughly emptied the main residence, leaving only the sleeping quarters and kitchen untouched. Tomorrow, she would seize the opportunity to cleanse them out as well. With this thought, she quickly moved to the second courtyard, separated from the main house by merely a wall. In a flurry of activity, she managed to clear the second courtyard within the hour, leaving only the bedrooms behind. Compared to the main house, the storeroom here was at least 3 times larger, overflowing with wealth. Xia Wenchuan, the second master of the Xia family, held only a minor 6th-grade official position. Yet he possessed such immense riches. It was evident he had leveraged the influence of the main house and engaged in numerous unsavory dealings behind the scenes. Suddenly, she realized she could teleport within the boundaries of the space, arriving instantly at the Sang family estate. Gazing upon the vast courtyard, a product of her original mother's sacrifices, she felt an urge to uproot the entire place. However, fearing to alert any watchful eyes, she dismissed the thought. Utilizing her teleportation, she first ventured to the storeroom. Her original mother was a renowned merchant from Jiangnan. When Du Ruoyun married Sang Wenjin, her dowry was the talk of the town, unparalleled in its opulence. Sang Wenjin capitalized on this lavish dowry to navigate the treacherous waters of officialdom, ascending the ranks, while the dowry now lay in the grasp of the venomous Lu Xinyue. They brazenly squandered everything the Du family had provided, showing no kindness to the mother and daughter, an utter disgrace. A seething hatred radiated from Sang Wan-Ning as she swiftly incapacitated the attendant guarding the storeroom, striding boldly inside. Without hesitation, she collected every item within, even prying 2 luminous pearls from the walls. The storeroom was left utterly barren, save for the air that lingered. Next, she proceeded to her despicable father's study. Suspecting that the incriminating evidence against the Xia family was likely authored by Sang Wenjin himself. Emerging from the space, she materialized directly in the study. Too pressed for time to examine things carefully. With a sweeping motion of her hand, she gathered all the contents into the space, knowing that a cunning man like Sang Wenjin would not leave any compromising material in plain sight. Her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous painting on the wall. As she stored it away, she discovered a protruding secret compartment. Pressing it firmly, a section of the wall slowly rotated, unveiling a hidden door. With a swift leap, Sang Wan-Ning dashed inside, nearly blinding herself with the brilliance that greeted her. Chapter 3. What a dazzling trove! The dark chamber was filled with 8 chests brimming with gold ingots and countless chests overflowing with silver, alongside an abundance of priceless antiques and artworks. The walls themselves were adorned with dozens of varying luminous pearls. A rough estimation placed the total value of the gold and silver at no less than 8 or 9 million taels, perhaps even exceeding 10 million taels. In this backward era, the military expenditure for the entire Dongli kingdom was barely 2 million taels. Yet, Sang Wenjin, a mere minister, possessed the financial capability to support 4 or 5 national armies. This was decidedly suspicious. It suggested that Sang Wenjin had powerful backing. However, such matters were of no concern to her. At present, she was about to make a joyful move. With a grand gesture, the storeroom was instantly emptied, and the luminous pearls adorning the walls were pried away without hesitation. The once resplendent and gilded chamber was abruptly shrouded in darkness. She did not spare the books in the study, determined to deprive this venomous and treacherous family of even the most trivial of possessions, even if it meant using them for the most ignoble purposes. Passing by the apothecary, she collected all the medicinal herbs into her spatial realm, and then, in a blink, she transported herself to Sang Jinru's courtyard, swiftly emptying her private vault before heading to the bedroom. With a single strike, she rendered the unsuspecting Sang Jinru unconscious, scattering the foraged herbs carelessly across her face. The looting commenced, leaving no clothing, jewelry, bedding, or even the bed itself behind. Sang Jinru lay there clad only in a pink bellyband and a pair of undergarments. From the memories of the original owner, it was clear that this wretched woman had tormented her repeatedly, either mocking her or resorting to violence. The original owner and her mother were merely punching bags for Lu Xinyue and her son, enduring torment whether the mood was merry or not. Reflecting on this, Sang Wan-Ning felt that merely disfiguring her and causing a loss of wealth was too lenient a punishment. Yet, the thrill of prolonged play held a certain allure. She was confident she would return, relishing the prospect of continuing her game. Life would thus remain far from mundane. With this thought in mind, she instantaneously shifted to Lu Xinyue's courtyard, where the belongings of the original owner's mother resided in her private vault, which she proceeded to clear without hesitation. Then, she teleported into the bedroom, where Lu Xinyue lay, again clad only in a bellyband, without even undergarments, her corpulent form fully exposed, resting on Sang Wenjin's arm. Her keen senses detected the lingering scent of musk, hinting at the passionate encounter these two had shared the night before. Disgusted, she instinctively held her breath and took a few steps back. Without delay, she retrieved some medicinal powder from her spatial realm and sprinkled it over the couple, administering a couple of needles to Sang Wan-Ning. Everything in sight was swiftly collected into her space, leaving not even the bed frame behind. Even if she intended to burn it as firewood, she would not allow them any advantage. The effects of the powder were potent, and soon both their faces flushed with an unnatural hue, their breaths becoming hurried. "Enjoy your final moments of passion," Sang Wan-Ning coldly remarked as she retreated into her spatial realm, unwilling to witness the couple's intimate display. The mere thought of Lu Xinyue's rotund figure sent a shiver down her spine. How utterly revolting. In the blink of an eye, she had thoroughly looted the quarters of Sang Wan-Ning's concubines. However, she displayed a modicum of conscience by leaving them a bed and blankets. Within half an hour, the minister's residence had been completely ravaged, not even a broom left behind. Noticing that time was still on her side and the palace was not far away, Sang Wan-Ning made a swift leap to the imperial palace. If it weren't for her spatial abilities, entering the palace would have required considerable effort, but now, traversing in and out of the palace was as effortless as drinking water. The original owner had never set foot in the palace, and Sang Wan-Ning herself was unfamiliar with the layout, relying solely on her instincts to navigate. Emerging from her spatial realm, she focused her gaze and, quite fortuitously, found herself in front of the national treasury, guarded by 4 soldiers at the entrance. Sang Wan-Ning retreated into her space, moving a few steps forward before reappearing inside the treasury. The treasury gleamed with golden treasures, dazzling her eyes. This avaricious emperor was truly insatiable. The treasury overflowed with wealth. Yet he refused to utilize these riches for the welfare of the people, even neglecting to pay the soldiers adequately. As a result, the Xie family had to dip into their private coffers to make up the shortfall. Such a foolish monarch deserved to meet his demise. Sang Wan-Ning did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, but she could not bear to witness the suffering of the populace. With a grand gesture, the treasures within the treasury vanished into thin air, leaving behind an empty shell, shrouded in darkness. She wandered aimlessly through the palace, sweeping through the halls and leaving no item unclaimed, even the chamber pots made of silver, each worth nearly a decade's income for an average household. While the palace flourished, the common folk languished in hunger. With this in mind, Sang Wan-Ning resolved to empty every place she visited, ensuring that these despicable individuals received no benefit from her actions. The gold, silver, and jade she collected would eventually find its way into the hands of those in need. As she plotted her next moves, she found herself before the Dog Emperor's chamber, the Yongxin Palace. The moment she emerged from her spatial realm, she sensed the presence of numerous skilled guards surrounding the chamber, their auras indicating at least dozens. Quickly, she retreated into her space, exhaling deeply. This wretched emperor truly valued his life, surrounded by so many hidden guards. However, given the circumstances, assassinating him would only incite chaos, ultimately harming the very people she sought to aid. Instead, extracting a measure of interest was necessary. She reappeared, casting a handful of sedative powder towards the slumbering emperor, then concealed her presence to commence her search. Observing the rotund figure of the emperor, she smirked, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. As she pondered her next move, a razor appeared in her hand, and within moments, the emperor's head resembled a preserved egg. The sight nearly elicited laughter from her. She could hardly imagine the expressions of the ministers upon beholding such a sight the following day. After indulging in this moment of amusement, she began to explore the room, knowing that the palace harbored countless secret chambers, and given the emperor's greed, his private vault would surely be bountiful. After an extensive search yielded no results, she was on the brink of doubting her instincts when her gaze inadvertently fell upon the emperor's dragon bed. She hurriedly approached, examining her surroundings. Indeed, beneath the headboard lay a protruding section. She eagerly pressed it. A nearby wall slowly parted, and her eyes sparkled as she dashed inside. Just as she had anticipated, the emperor's private vault was even more opulent than the national treasury, filled with a plethora of antiques, rare paintings, and long-lost tomes. Sang Wan-Ning had no time to admire the treasures. She began her looting. In less than a minute, the vault was completely emptied. Emerging from the hidden chamber, still unsatisfied, she quickly powdered some herbs and forced them into the emperor's mouth. Given his penchant for falsely accusing loyal subjects, from this day forth, whenever he spoke, his breath would reek of excrement. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and continued her treasure hunt, raiding the imperial kitchen for delicacies, the imperial hospital for medicinal herbs, and the various palaces for jeweled hairpins and bracelets. Notably, she stripped the gilded dragon columns of the Golden Lawn Hall, leaving them bare of their golden veneer. While others merely plucked feathers from the wild geese, Sang Wan-Ning was determined to take the entire bird, leaving nothing but solitude in her wake. Chapter 4. Oh no! The Duke's residence is surrounded by soldiers. Having completed this grand heist, the sky began to lighten with the dawn. Sang Wan-Ning donned a disguise in her spatial realm and swiftly exited the imperial palace, arriving at the marketplace. Although the sky was merely brightening, many vendors had already begun their day, particularly those selling food. Noticing the early hour, she approached a nearby stall and ordered a bowl of wontons. Old man. 1 bowl of wontons, please, with extra meat. The vendor beamed, certainly. Please have a seat. Your wontons will be ready shortly. Sang Wan-Ning nodded and sat at a small wooden table while the vendor skillfully began to wrap the wontons. Observing another vendor preparing flatbreads nearby, an idea struck her. Grandma, I'll take 20 flatbreads. The flatbread vendor stared in astonishment. Young lady, are you certain you want that many? Without hesitation, Sang Wan-Ning produced 40 coins and handed them over. Make them quickly, I'm in a hurry. The flatbread vendor's eyes crinkled with delight. Of course, young lady. Just a moment, please. She had initially planned to purchase more flatbreads, but feared that drawing too much attention would be unwise. The sesame cakes were nothing particularly remarkable, yet they had a commendable shelf life, rendering them less likely to provoke envy during her travels. Before long, the wontons were ready. The proprietor placed a steaming bowl before her with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy." Having arrived here without having tasted anything, Sang Wan-Ning eagerly grasped her chopsticks and began to devour the wontons with great gusto. Satiated, she could not resist exclaiming, "Sir, your wontons are truly delicious." The wonton vendor beamed with delight, replying, "Our wontons have been sold for decades, crafted from ancestral recipes. Patrons rave about them. If you enjoy them, do come again." Sang Wan-Ning smiled as she sipped the broth, nodding in agreement. "Certainly, I will return if the opportunity arises." "How much for this bowl of wontons?" 10 won. The vendor explained cheerfully, "Originally 8 won, but you requested extra meat, hence the increase." Nodding silently, Sang Wan-Ning discreetly handed him the 10 won. At that moment, an elderly woman nearby finished baking her sesame cakes. Without a bamboo basket or a backpack to carry them, Sang Wan-Ning cleverly used her clothing to hold the few cakes, quickly seeking an unoccupied alley to store them in her space. This time, she had learned her lesson and casually retrieved a vegetable basket from her space, embarking on another leisurely stroll through the bustling streets. As daylight broke, time was slipping away. The place of exile was not only barren but also exceedingly cold. The further northwest they traveled, the colder it became, necessitating her preparations. Sang Wan-Ning headed straight to a ready-made clothing shop, where the middle-aged proprietress greeted her with a broad smile upon seeing a customer so early in the day. "Young lady, what type of clothing do you require? Just name it, and our shop will surely accommodate you." Sang Wan-Ning nodded, her eyes scanning the garments around her. She then turned to the proprietress and stated, "I would like 5 pieces of ready-made clothing in my size, and they should be thick. Additionally, 2 pieces of men's clothing and 2 pieces for boys aged 7 or 8, also thick. And please ensure that suitable trousers are included with each set, which should also be thick." The proprietress, taken aback, stared at her, having never encountered someone requesting so many garments at once in her lifetime. "Miss, are you certain you wish for so many? The prices are not insignificant," she queried. Sang Wan-Ning waved a pouch of silver coins, assuring her, "There is more than enough silver here, just be swift, for I am pressed for time." The shopkeeper, seeing the heavy pouch, broke into a radiant smile. Please wait. I shall fetch them for you right away, ensuring no delay." As the proprietress busily gathered the clothing, Sang Wan-Ning glanced at the fabric counter. Next to the fabrics, she noticed cotton shoes for sale. Given the arduous journey ahead, she recognized that although the shoes appeared visually appealing, they were far too thin for travel. Turning to the busy proprietress, she declared, "I would like 10 pairs of women's cotton shoes, size 6 and a third, 2 pairs of men's shoes in size 8, and 2 pairs for boys." The already plump shopkeeper's eyes squinted with delight as she exclaimed, "Very well, I shall get those for you right away." Hurrying into the storeroom, the proprietress soon returned, slightly out of breath, carrying the shoes. Noticing Sang Wan-Ning had no means to carry her items, she generously wrapped them in a piece of cloth. While packaging the items, she cheerfully remarked, "Our clothing and shoes are renowned in the capital for their affordability. Do come again if you need anything else." Sang Wan-Ning casually replied, "Yes, I will return. Now, could you tally the total for me?" The proprietress deftly manipulated the abacus, calculating swiftly. "You owe exactly 1 tael and 3 chien. The wrapping cloth is on the house," she said. Sang Wan-Ning paid the sum and exited the store, burdened with her substantial parcel. Finding a secluded corner, she stored the package in her space before swiftly making her way to the grain and oil shop. With a grand gesture, she ordered 20 pounds of flour, 50 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of vegetable oil, as well as 1 pound each of salt, sugar, and various dried goods. Her brisk transactions amounted to a mere 1 tael and 5 chien. The proprietor, noticing her slight frame, thoughtfully arranged for a young assistant to help carry her purchases. Sang Wan-Ning climbed onto the cart, instructing the lad to unload the goods near the alley's end. Once he departed, she promptly stored the items away. Emerging from the alley, she spotted a meat vendor not far off. In this land of exile, where resources were scarce, meat was a prized commodity. She approached and ordered a full 100 pounds of meat. The vendor, recognizing her substantial purchase, offered a slight discount, and she paid a mere 1 tael and a half for it. After storing the meat in her space, she casually bought some pastries from a nearby stall. Continuing her journey, she passed a bun vendor and, unable to resist, purchased 20 meat buns, marveling at the current prices. Each bun, brimming with meat, cost only 6 won. As she nibbled on a bun while walking, she surveyed her surroundings. Passing a general store, she acquired a complete set of pots, pans, and utensils. After gathering all her supplies, the sky brightened considerably. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby, followed by a troop of guards wielding spears. The townsfolk hurriedly stepped aside, and Sang Wan-Ning noted that their direction led toward the Xia family residence. Seeking refuge in an uninhabited corner, she teleported back to the Xia household. At that moment, the Xia family had only just awakened. They were gathered in the old matriarch's room, where breakfast had been laid out but remained untouched. Xia Sanlang had not returned from the palace, and the family members bore weary expressions, clearly having spent a sleepless night. The atmosphere was thick with tension when suddenly a servant rushed in, breathless and trembling, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, trouble has arisen. The duke's residence is surrounded by officials." Upon hearing this, Xia Yunchu raised her voice in alarm. "What? Who dares to act so boldly, openly challenging the duke's household?" As she prepared to rush out to investigate, her mother restrained her. "Chu, do not act recklessly. Your third brother has not returned, and it is best to," Lin Qingshu said, wiping away a tear. Zhen Xiaoning, pale and anxious, clutched her prominent belly in silence. In contrast to their panic, the old matriarch remained remarkably composed. She understood that with their family's prominence and the suspicions of the current ruler, such a day would inevitably come. However, she had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly, nor at such a grave cost. Collecting herself, her expression remained unflustered as she commanded, "You all come with me. Let us see what is happening." Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning returned to her bridal chamber and swiftly changed out of her coarse clothing. From her dowry trunk, she retrieved a slightly ill-fitting, pale blue dress and donned it. As for her hair, unable to master the intricate hairstyles of this era, she simply tied it back and inserted a jade hairpin. Completing her preparations, she decisively searched her wedding room, knowing that everyone must have risen by now. Following her memories from the previous night, she thoroughly examined their bedroom, ensuring nothing was left behind. The kitchen, too, was devoid of any trace of the morning meal, with every pot and utensil accounted for. After completing all these tasks, she leisurely made her way to the main hall. At that moment, the hall was teeming with people, the members of the Xia family huddled together, surrounded by soldiers. The elderly matriarch leaned on her cane, her demeanor composed. "Might I inquire, generally, what is the purpose of your intrusion into our duke's residence with such a considerable number of troops?" "The Xia family has long upheld loyalty and righteousness, never once overstepping our bounds." Li Guang responded with a mocking smile, "Old matriarch, your words do not sit well with me. Loyalty is not determined by your pronouncements. The higher authorities will have their verdict." Xia Yunchu, known for her audacity, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Generally, While my elder brother is in the palace to pay respects, you come with soldiers to our door. What is your true intention? Li Guang cast a cold glance in her direction and replied nonchalantly, you should be more concerned about your own safety. How can you have the leisure to worry about Xiaziyu? He then disregarded the crowd entirely, producing an imperial edict to read aloud. By the grace of heaven. The emperor's decree states, Duke Xiaoyun has amassed troops for his own gain, leading 100,000 soldiers to their graves, and has illicitly communicated with the northern Qi. With irrefutable evidence of his treason. His crimes warrant the annihilation of his entire lineage. However, in consideration of the Xia family's past contributions, a lenient sentence is granted, confiscation of property and exile, to be executed immediately. Thus it is decreed. This proclamation struck the hall like a thunderclap, igniting a wave of shock. Xia Yunchu's eyes widened in fury as she rushed forward, seemingly intent on seizing the edict. This cannot be true. My family has been loyal for generations. Devoted to the country and its people, how could we possibly be accused of treason? Someone must be scheming against us. Li Guang deftly sidestepped her, and his soldiers swiftly restrained her. Lin Qingshu felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting, but fortunately, her maid was quick to support her. Her complexion drained of color. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, my husband and son, devoted to the nation, have never wavered in their loyalty. How could they meet such a fate? Xin Xiaoning, pale and drained, instinctively cradled her abdomen, murmuring to herself, child, I believe your father would never abandon us, would he? The matriarch brought her cane down with a heavy thud, her figure swaying slightly, yet she stood firm. Anger and despair replaced her earlier composure. But she still retained an air of authority. Generally, my family has served the court with unwavering dedication for generations. I know my son and grandsons well. They would never commit such heinous acts. Someone is clearly plotting against us. I am a lady of noble rank, granted by the emperor himself, and I demand an audience with him. Li Guang sneered, old matriarch, I advise you to be grateful, were it not for the emperor's mercy. The crimes of your family would warrant the annihilation of your entire lineage. The matriarch's face darkened with despair. The reality was harsh, loyal subjects forced to face such ruin while their family, noble and valiant, is left shattered. The soldiers had already begun to collect valuables, and Li Guang, reveling in their distress, commanded, make sure to confiscate all their jewelry and ornaments. Search thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked. The soldiers, fierce and relentless, descended upon the various courtyards. The second branch of the Xia family was also dragged out, stripped of their adornments, left with only garments to preserve their modesty. Su Mingwei glared with resentment at the first branch. Our second branch has truly been dragged down by your misfortunes. We have not enjoyed any blessings, but rather incurred all this trouble. Had we known this would happen, we should have severed ties with you. Xia Eryi, looking disheveled, retorted impatiently, at this point, what good does it do to dwell on such matters? Before long, soldiers returned with faces that spoke volumes. Li Guang, oblivious to their unease, asked cheerfully, where are the spoils? Have you completed your search? Why do I not see anything brought forth? The soldiers stammered, reporting to the general. We have searched every courtyard, yet not a single coin could be found. What? How is that possible? Have you not searched thoroughly? Go and search again. Li Guang's face paled. For he had taken on this perilous task not only due to the long-standing enmity with the Xia family, but also with an eye on the duke's wealth. The Xia family, having contributed greatly to the founding of the nation, had amassed considerable riches over generations. The thought ignited his greed. Sang Wan-Ning observed the scene with a cold smile in her heart. The idea of seizing the wealth of the Xia family was but a fool's errand. The soldiers returned swiftly, the leading officer trembling as he reported, General, we have searched the premises thoroughly, but truly no gold, silver, or jade was found. Not even a pot, a bowl, or a broom could we locate. The soldiers searching the second branch returned with scant findings, presenting a small tray containing a few scattered hairpins and bracelets. Enraged, Li Guang shouted at the Xia family, how dare you move your valuables before the confiscation? Clearly, you were prepared for this. Speak the truth. Where have you hidden your possessions? The Xia family exchanged bewildered glances. Had they been robbed? Not a single broom remained? Chapter 6. How long has it been since the master and mistress? Despite the family's treasures being thoroughly stripped away, the members of the first branch felt no sense of loss. Instead, they were filled with an overwhelming sense of vindication. Observing the smug expressions on the faces of the first branch, Li Guang's eyes darkened with malice. Bring them forth, we will not cease until they speak. At this, the soldiers advanced menacingly. Sang Wan-Ning stepped forward, standing protectively in front of the others, her demeanor calm yet assertive. Generally, in light of the calamity that has befallen the Xia family, their wealth stripped bare, it is unseemly for you to show no sympathy. If you resort to violence, it may tarnish your reputation. Sang Wan-Ning's slight frame exuded a quiet strength, and she met Li Guang's gaze without flinching. He scoffed, "Do not play the fool. If it was not you who moved the valuables, who could it be? I advise you to be wise, otherwise, the Emperor's wrath may befall you." Li Guang invoked the Emperor's name deliberately to intimidate them into submission. The Xia family members exchanged incredulous looks at Sang Wan-Ning. Today, she seemed different. Daring to stand up for them, Sang Wan-Ning felt the weight of their gazes, but resolved to embrace her true self. She would no longer be the timid, powerless, and bullied Sang Wan-Ning. She spoke steadily, "General, if you do not believe us, send someone to investigate. Had it not been for this incident, we would remain oblivious to the theft. Moreover, with such a vast quantity of belongings, even if we wished to move them, it would take days with carts. Yesterday was my wedding day, many guests witnessed everything, and nothing was amiss. With only us women in the household, we lack the means to empty the estate. If you doubt our honesty, question the servants to clear our names." Li Guang furrowed his brows, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Xia family. And an unsettling thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that they had received a tip-off and transferred their assets in advance? Just as he was engulfed in doubt, a soldier rushed in, his expression frantic, and whispered hurriedly into Li Guang's ear. Upon hearing the news, Li Guang's pupils constricted sharply, and he immediately commanded, "Arrest the members of the Xia family and confine them to the dungeons. Without an imperial edict from the emperor, no one is permitted to visit them. The rest will follow me." Soon, the soldiers split into two groups, one escorting the Xia family members to the prison, while the other hurriedly accompanied Li Guang to the imperial palace. Along the way, the matriarch of the Xia family hesitated to speak, but seeing her struggle, Sang Wan-Ning took the initiative. "Grandmother, please feel free to speak your mind." With a long sigh, the old matriarch refrained from expressing anger at being addressed without the term of endearment. "Child, it is our Xia family that has brought you trouble. You are but a victim in this, and if you wish to avoid our suffering, I can take charge and sign a divorce decree to set you free." Sang Wan-Ning's heart jolted, and she looked up at the matriarch, whose face was etched with guilt and helplessness. The old matriarch was indeed a person of profound wisdom. Still considering her well-being at such a critical moment, she silently turned her gaze towards the other women of the Xia family. Her mother-in-law, Lin Qishu, had been in poor health since giving birth to twins, Xia Yunqiu and Xia Ziyu, requiring constant medication. Then there was Shen Xiaoning, her sister-in-law, who was 7 months pregnant and now grieving her husband's loss. It was uncertain how much longer she could endure. Presently, only her younger sister, Xia Yunqiu, and a 7 or 8-year-old nephew remained in good health. As for Xia Ziyu, her husband, what inhumane torment had he suffered in prison that night? If they relied solely on Xia Yunqiu and her nephew, Xia Suian, the entire Xia family of women would likely not survive to reach their place of exile. Out of respect for the Xia family's unwavering loyalty, she felt it her duty to protect them, and as for the matter of divorce, that could be discussed later. Looking at the matriarch, Sang Wan-Ning spoke with unwavering determination. "Grandmother, having entered the Xia family, I am a Xia by life and a Xia in death. Now that the Xia family is in distress, it is the time for us to unite and overcome this adversity together. I will not leave." The old matriarch's eyes brimmed with emotion at her words, and she gently patted Sang Wan-Ning's hand. "Child, have you considered this carefully? The road to exile is fraught with peril, and you are under no obligation to accompany us." Before she could finish, Sang Wan-Ning interrupted, "Grandmother, I have made up my mind. No matter how treacherous the path ahead may be, I will stand with you through thick and thin." The matriarch's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. "Thank you, my child." Sang Wan-Ning smiled softly, saying, "Grandmother, we are family. There is no need for such formality." At the very moment when Li Guang carried the imperial edict to the Xia family, a public announcement was made, declaring the Xia family guilty of treason, hoarding military power, and incompetently leading to the deaths of 100,000 soldiers on the battlefield. As the Xia family walked through the bustling streets of the capital, the once vibrant marketplace felt as though it had been paused in time. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the occasional shouts of the soldiers. Among the crowd, a citizen with reddened eyes exclaimed, "It must be a frame-up. The Duke has defended the borders all his life, safeguarding our easternly from foreign invasion. How could he possibly be guilty of treason? The Xia family has been wronged. We implore the Emperor to investigate thoroughly and restore justice to the Xia family." Someone in the crowd cried out, rallying the voices of the people. The Xia family was already well loved by the populace, and as one voice rose to plead their case, the crowd collectively echoed, "The Xia family has been wronged. We beseech the Emperor to investigate and restore justice." The deafening cries resonated through the skies of the capital. The Emperor, already displeased due to the recent theft within the palace and the incident of his shaved head, felt a surge of anger as he listened to the uproar. He had intended to vent his frustration, but as he looked around the empty hall, he found himself overwhelmed by rage and fainted. "Eunuch," she hurriedly shouted, "bring the physician. Quickly, fetch the physician." In the midst of this chaos, the same turmoil unfolded at the Sang residence. Early that morning, Sang Wan-Ning's personal steward had come to rouse him for court, but upon entering the Fu Rong courtyard, he found the lady's maid, Chui, and another maid, Chi Chiao, blushing and standing awkwardly at the door. Lu Yong, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing standing there? Shouldn't you be attending to the master and mistress?" Chui, her cheeks flushed, hesitated to respond. Just as Lu Yong was about to reprimand them, an unbearable sound echoed from within. Lu Yong's face turned crimson, and he mused, "What a morning for the master and mistress to indulge in such activities. The time for court is nearly upon us. How can they behave so recklessly?" Yet, he dared not intrude, fearing that he might inadvertently cause a disturbance. After all, it was merely a quarter of an hour's wait. However, as the minutes dragged on, he grew increasingly concerned. A quarter of an hour passed, and still, no sign of a halt. 2/4 of an hour went by, and Lu Yong stood in shock, astonished at the extent of the master's prowess. Finally, after 4/4 of an hour had elapsed, Lu Yong began to sense something was amiss. He turned to Chi Chiao beside him and asked, "How long has this been going on?" Chi Chiao stammered, "Since the latter half of the night until now." "It hasn't ceased." Lu Yong's expression shifted dramatically, and he commanded urgently, "This is bad. Follow me inside at once." Chui, one of the maidservants, hesitated, "Uncle Lu, would it be appropriate for us to enter like this? The mistress specifically instructed us not to disturb her and the master." Lu Yong replied impatiently, "You are foolish. Could you not sense something was off?" Chui and Chi Chiao exchanged glances, both young women bewildered, unsure of how to navigate such delicate matters. The courtyard had been cleared of all others, leaving only Lu Yong and the 2 maidservants. They hurried to the door, and without further ado, Lu Yong pushed it open. The scene inside was enough to drop their jaws in astonishment. The once exquisitely furnished inner chamber was now utterly bare. The mistress and master lay entwined on the cold floor, oblivious to their surroundings. Perhaps due to the brutality of their actions or the protracted nature of their entanglement, the mistress was now bleeding profusely. Chui and Chi Chiao gasped in horror, while Lu Yong, seasoned by years of service in the minister's residence, quickly regained his composure. He could not afford to ponder how the room's contents had vanished. He immediately ordered, "Separate the master and mistress." Chui and Chi Chiao, pale-faced, hesitantly approached to pull Sang Wan-Ning apart, but he merely glanced at them and continued his fervent activity. Lu Yong, witnessing this, called out urgently, "Quickly fetch a basin of water and summon the household physician." Chui and Chi Chiao hurriedly dashed out, each fulfilling their respective tasks. Moments later, Chui returned with a basin of water and doused the 2 naked figures. The icy water cascaded down, startling Sang Wan-Ning and Lu Xinyue into sudden awareness. Lu Xinyue, now comprehending the situation, covered her chest and shrieked, "Get out! All of you, leave this place!" The steward and Chui quickly retreated. Sang Wan-Ning, his face flushed with embarrassment, turned his gaze to the bloodied floor and his utterly disheveled wife. In that moment, her face twisted with rage, her appearance grotesque, combined with her ample figure, nearly made him retch. His complexion fluctuated between green and white as his legs trembled, nearly causing him to falter. Sang Wan-Ning spoke in a low voice, "Someone, bring me clothes." Upon hearing the cries, the steward steeled himself and delivered the garments inside. Sang Wan-Ning hastily donned the attire, his legs trembling as he exited the chamber. With a darkened expression, he addressed Chui, instructing her to attend to the lady and promptly seek a physician to examine her. Having uttered this, He strode purposefully out of the Farong garden, making his way towards the study. Not far from the Farong garden, Sang Jinru, clad in a maid's attire, rushed towards him in disarray. Spotting her father at a distance, she raised her voice. "Father, something terrible has happened. My courtyard has been thoroughly ransacked by thieves." Sang Wan-Ning, already in a state of turmoil, felt his temples throb at her exclamation. In his previous fury, he had overlooked a crucial detail. How had the possessions in the lady's chamber vanished into thin air? The shame he and his wife had endured was undoubtedly the work of those brigands. Consumed by rage, he yearned to rend the wretched thief limb from limb. He halted abruptly, impatience creeping into his voice as he retorted, "If things are lost, go fetch money from your mother's storeroom to replenish them. There's no need for such a ruckus." At this moment, perhaps due to his overwhelming anger, Sang Wan-Ning failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Sang Jinru, adept at reading her father's moods, chose not to press further, noting his displeasure without frowning. With Du Ruoyun's dowry as a safety net, the lost items could be replaced without dire consequence. Sang Wan-Ning dismissed her and continued towards the study. Suddenly, his 3 concubines burst forth, clinging to his legs and arms. Wailing, "Master, you must take charge. We know not which vile scoundrel has emptied our quarters." Sang Wan-Ning staggered, then turned sharply to the steward, commanding, "Quick! Go check if the storeroom's contents remain." Lu Yong complied, sprinting towards the storeroom. The concubines continued to cling to him, their cries echoing like a rain-soaked flower. Their usual allure replaced by dishevelment. "Master, our jewelry and silks have vanished overnight. How shall we live?" lamented Lin Qinger. Wan Yang chimed in, sobbing, "Master, my courtyard held nothing but a bed and a quilt. Even the broom for cleaning was taken. You must help me." Their commotion only heightened Sang Wan-Ning's irritation, and he forcefully shook off their grasp, roaring, "Enough. Silence yourselves. What a disgraceful display." The concubines recoiled at his outburst, falling silent in fear. Before long, Lu Yong returned, his face pale. Upon seeing the steward's demeanor, Sang Wan-Ning's heart sank. He could hardly contain his impatience, inquiring, "What news? Is anything left in the storeroom?" Lu Yong shook his head, his voice trembling, "Master, everything is gone. The storeroom is completely bare." At these words, Sang Wan-Ning felt the world darken around him, nearly collapsing. Lu Yong swiftly caught him. "Master, are you well?" Leaning against the steward, Sang Wan-Ning took a moment to steady himself, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. "Those accursed thieves shall face my wrath." The concubines, witnessing his rage, turned pale, not daring to breathe. Their gazes vacant as they pondered the implications of a completely looted estate. Would they ever return to their previous life of luxury? Tears streamed down their faces, now genuinely distressed. The steward leaned closer, whispering, "Master, we ought to investigate the study. If the treasures within the secret chamber remain, the Sang family may yet recover." Sang Wan-Ning, battling his grief and fury, allowed Lu Yong to support him towards the study. Upon arrival, he prayed silently that nothing was amiss in the secret chamber. Alas! His hopes were dashed as he entered to find the study utterly devoid of possessions. The door to the secret chamber stood ajar, and in a frenzy, he rushed inside. In the absence of illumination, he stumbled, falling down the ladder. Lu Yong hurried after him, urgently inquiring, "Master, are you unharmed?" Sang Wan-Ning offered no response, disregarding his pain as he pushed himself up, finding himself enveloped in darkness. He called out to Lu Yong, "Light a candle, quickly." Lu Yong obliged, racing outside to fetch a flame. In the pitch-black chamber, Sang Wan-Ning flailed his arms, desperate to locate the gold and silver he had stored there. Yet, after a frantic search, he found nothing but air, his heart sinking into despair. Who could have committed such a heinous theft against the entire Sang estate? Devoid of substantial financial backing, how would he maintain his standing in the capital? Most alarmingly, the secret chamber contained a significant portion of the Prince Jing's treasure. How could he face the prince now that it was all gone? Finally, Lu Yong returned with the candle and lit it, illuminating the chamber. Sang Wan-Ning surveyed the empty space in shock, his anger boiling over, and he spat blood, collapsing to the floor. Lu Yong shouted for help, "Quick, someone come. The master has fainted." Meanwhile, Lu Xinyue lay weakly on her maid Chui's bed. Upon learning of the theft from the storeroom and private vault, she felt a lump rise in her throat, succumbing to unconsciousness from the shock. Chaos reigned in the Shangshu residence, rumors swirling like a tempest. Meanwhile, the Xia family found themselves swiftly imprisoned in the criminal department's jail. The first and second branches were separated into distinct cells, where the foul stench of decaying flesh mingled with damp, moldy air, inducing nausea. The women of the Xia family, accustomed to luxury, had never endured such hardship. The moment they entered the cell, Xia Yuneo could not suppress her retching. "Mother, this place is revolting. When can we leave?" she sobbed, clutching Su Mingwei's hand. Xia Huaizhou echoed her sentiment. "Mother, I want to leave. You must find a way to rescue us." In contrast to the second branch, the first branch maintained some composure, though they struggled to adapt. Sang Wan-Ning sighed inwardly, reflecting, "Truly, the nobility of the Duke's residence is remarkable. Not only the men stand tall, but the women too are formidable." Sang Wan-Ning surveyed the surrounding cells, noting that apart from their two, the others were empty. She pondered about her husband, whom she had yet to meet, and where he might be imprisoned. Chen Xiaoning, being with child, received extra care as the family huddled together in a corner, lost in their thoughts. Su Mingwei, however, began to stir trouble, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Our second branch has been brought to ruin by your actions. You first branch have brought shame upon the Xia family by betraying the nation. Had we known this would happen, we would have severed ties with you. The firstborn's demise was a relief, but for us living, this is a true calamity." Xia Wenchuan made no effort to silence his wife's tirade, agreeing silently with her sentiments. While they could share in the joys of prosperity, sharing in hardship was an entirely different matter. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshu's face turned pale with fury, her eyes aflame with rage. She abruptly stood up, her trembling finger pointed accusingly at Su Mingwei as she shouted, "Su family. It is one thing to let others slander my husband and child as traitors, but you, as a daughter-in-law of the Xia family, are also spouting such nonsense. Now that the Xia family is in dire straits, instead of helping us through this tribulation, you're here to stir up trouble and shift blame. Do you have no conscience?" Lin Qingshu's chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening, yet she stubbornly refused to shed a tear. Su Mingwei, taken aback by Lin Qingshu's outburst, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic, but soon regained her sharp and caustic demeanor. She scoffed, "Conscience? I ought to ask what your esteemed branch has done. If it weren't for your actions, would our branch be imprisoned in this dungeon?" Xia Yunchu consoled her mother, saying, "Mother, take care of your health. Do not let yourself be angered by those unworthy of your concern." With a fierce glare directed at Su Mingwei, she continued, "Second aunt, you incessantly accuse our branch of dragging you down. My father and brothers earned their glory with their lives. You certainly benefited from that in the past, did you not? At that time, why did you not criticize our branch? Now that misfortune has befallen us, you are eager to shift the blame? With such behavior, do you still deserve to be called a daughter-in-law of the Xia family?" As Xia Yunchu spoke, her emotion swelled, her eyes slightly reddening, her fists clenched tightly. She felt both indignant for her father and brothers and enraged by the second branch's opportunism. Sang Wan-Ning looked at her sister-in-law with admiration, indeed. She was unlike the typical daughters of noble families. Su Mingwei, taken aback by these words, turned pale with anger, her face shifting between shades of green and white. Just as she was about to retort, Xia Yunxiao chimed in, "What my mother said is the truth. Your branch loves to seek the limelight. And now look where that has landed us. Our branch is suffering alongside you. As for the glory of the Xia family, isn't it natural for us to share in it as members of the family?" Xia Yunxiao, spoiled by the Su family, spoke without any restraint, focusing solely on venting her dissatisfaction, completely disregarding the occasion. Sang Wan-Ning's lips twitched. How could one speak such shamelessness so nonchalantly? But with a mother like Su Mingwei, whose intellect was clearly lacking, how exceptional could her daughter possibly be? The elderly matriarch, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a deep voice, "Enough of this bickering. Do you not realize the seriousness of our situation? The Xia family is currently facing dire straits, and instead of contemplating how to weather this storm, you choose to quarrel amongst yourselves?" She then directed her gaze towards the quietly observing Xia Wenchuan. "Wenchuan, as the head of the second branch, how can you allow your wife to utter such nonsense and sow discord?" At a time when the Xia family needed unity, he stood by idly, as if he no longer considered himself a member of the family, or perhaps he, like his wife, wished to sever ties with the first branch. The matriarch's voice, though soft, struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of those assembled. Xia Wenchuan's face turned a shade of greenish-white, and he shot a fierce glare at Su Mingwei before addressing the matriarch. "Mother, it is my failure to discipline, and I have never considered severing ties with the first branch. Now that the Xia family is in such peril, I understand that we must stand united. Yet, while Xia Wenchuan spoke these words, his thoughts diverged. Should the opportunity arise, he would indeed sever all ties with the first branch. In his view, once they distanced themselves from the Xia family, the second branch would no longer bear these accusations and could return to a life of luxury. Sang Wan-Ning's admiration for the matriarch deepened. She was, after all, the daughter of the Duke of the State, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life. And even in such dire circumstances, her words could command the room. Sang Wan-Ning's gaze inadvertently swept over her sister-in-law, noticing her pale complexion and the sweat beading on her forehead, and her heart sank. She hurriedly crouched before her, checking her pulse, relieved to find it stable. She retrieved a pill from her sleeve, saying, "Sister-in-law, you are experiencing a fright. This pill has calming effects. Please take it." Shen Xiaoning opened her mouth and swallowed the pill, her face pale and weak as she murmured, "Thank you, third sister-in-law." Sang Wan-Ning nodded slightly. "Sister-in-law, we are family. There is no need for such formality. You must pull yourself together, and still needs you." Shen Xiaoning's eyes reddened as she nodded earnestly. Indeed, she must regain her strength for Nin, and for the child yet to be born. They all depended on her. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the prison. The leading jailer swung open the door with a clang. Two jailers dragged in a man whose body was battered and bruised, tossing him into the cell. The gruesome scene startled everyone, and the Xia women hesitated to approach. However, as a healer, Sang Wan-Ning felt compelled by her profession to step forward and assess the situation. The man, barely clinging to life, bore the marks of severe torture, his face marred by welts, his hair disheveled. His tattered prison garb had turned crimson from blood, and his limbs were broken, fingernails torn away. Sang Wan-Ning gasped at the sight. What crime had this man committed to endure such torment? If she did not intervene, he would surely perish soon. She produced a pill, turned him onto his back, and attempted to open his mouth to administer it. Yet his lips were tightly sealed, and she found herself admiring his willpower. Leaning closer, she whispered, "If you wish to survive, you must take this medicine." It was uncertain whether he heard her, but his brows twitched slightly. Seeing this, Sang Wan-Ning managed to pry open his mouth and place the pill inside. It dissolved instantly, alleviating her concern about him swallowing it. After ensuring he was taken care of, she returned to her seat, her back to the others. The Xia family, aware that she was saving a life, did not intervene. Now that she was no longer shielding him, the family turned their gaze to the bloodied figure on the floor. Xia Yunshu screamed, "It's third brother. It's my third brother." She rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, trembling hands hovering uncertainly, fearing to touch him lest she cause him further pain. The members of the first branch gathered around, gazing at the nearly lifeless figure, tears flowing freely. Lin Qishu, pale and close to fainting, cried out, "Sanlang, my son. How could you be so gravely injured? Our Xia family has devoted itself to the country, yet we have met such a fate. Truly, the heavens are unjust." The elderly matriarch trembled, as if life itself had been stripped from her. She knelt on the ground, her hands weakly hanging at her sides, her murky eyes filled with sorrow and despair. None dared to touch the bloodied Xiaziyu, fearing to inflict further pain upon him. Sang Wan-Ning, astonished to discover that this wretched soul was her husband, realized she could not afford to ignore him. As the descendant of a martyr, it was her duty to save him. Regardless of personal feelings, she had to act, for she possessed unparalleled medical skills and the advantage of her spatial abilities. She was confident she could heal him. Rising, she addressed the onlookers, "Do not worry. With my presence, I will ensure Sanlang's life is preserved." Lin Qingshu grasped her hand, her face filled with gratitude. "Third sister-in-law, thank you." Sang Wan-Ning held her hand firmly, offering strength. "Mother, we are family. There is no need for such distance between us." Then, her expression turning serious, she said to her sister-in-law, "Yunshu, please help me lift your brother and move him to that wall so I can tend to him." Xia Yunshu wiped her tears and nodded. "All right, third sister-in-law, I shall do as you say." In no time, the two of them carefully lifted Xiaziyu and positioned him against the wall, as the members of the Xia family gathered around, waiting for Sang Wan-Ning's next instructions. Not wanting to attract attention, Sang Wan-Ning, noticing their close presence, quickly devised a plan. "Grandmother, I require your assistance. Sanlang is gravely injured, and I must remove his clothing to apply some medicine. Please sit around him and shield him from view." Upon hearing this, the family promptly settled down, turning their backs to Sang Wan-Ning. The elder matriarch, choking back her emotions, spoke, "Wan-Ning, we are counting on you." Sang Wan-Ning nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, grandmother. I will ensure Sanlang's safety." At that moment, none of the Xia family members questioned Sang Wan-Ning's medical expertise. Instead, they placed all their hopes in her hands. Seeing that no one was watching her, Sang Wan-Ning fed Xia Ziyu a few sips of the spiritual spring water, then soaked a cloth with it to clean his wounds. Given the warm weather, improper care could lead to inflammation and festering of the injury. She meticulously tended to his wounds, and after applying a healing powder, she realized that an hour had passed, leaving her drenched in sweat. "Grandmother, it's done. You may all take a moment to rest." Upon hearing this, the family turned their attention to Xia Ziyu and sighed in relief when they saw that his wounds had been treated. Xia Yinshu, with reddened eyes, said gratefully, "Thank you." Third sister-in-law. Sang Wan-Ning wiped the sweat from her brow and waved her hand dismissively. "Yinshu, we are family. There is no need for such formalities." Meanwhile, in the opposite cell, the second branch of the family, witnessing Xia Sanlang's torment, surprisingly refrained from making any mocking remarks. They were genuinely afraid. Fearful that the officials might take their displeasure out on them, for their frail bodies could not withstand such cruelty. As dinner time approached, two officers approached their cell. One carrying a wooden bucket and the other cradling several chipped bowls. The officers placed the bowls at the cell door, and the one with the bucket began ladling a slop that resembled pig feed into the bowls with an iron spoon, impatiently shouting, "Get over here and eat, don't dawdle." The food emitted a rancid odor that was utterly nauseating. Sang Wan-Ning's eyes turned icy as she internally cursed the tyrant emperor, lamenting how the Xia family had been reduced to such a state, deprived even of a decent meal. Although the main branch of the Xia family was not known for their sensitivity, they could not bring themselves to touch the putrid food before them. The principle that a gentleman may be killed but not humiliated held firm. As members of the Xia family, they would rather starve than consume such an edible fare. They understood that this was a deliberate act of malice against them. In the adjacent cell, Xia Yunxiao kicked the foul-smelling bowl over, exclaiming angrily, "What is this? It's not fit for human consumption. Even a dog wouldn't eat such slop. Our Xia family has served the Easternly Kingdom for generations. And this is how you repay us? Aren't you afraid of the Emperor's wrath?" Sang Wan-Ning cast a fleeting glance in their direction, thinking to herself, how foolishly oblivious Xia Yunxiao is. Even now, she still clings to her airs as a young lady. Sure enough, an officer lashed out at her with a whip, and she barely dodged, feeling the sting of the whip tear into her arm, causing her to cry out in pain. "You should be grateful to have something to eat. Don't be so picky," the officer growled menacingly. The others from the second branch recoiled in fear, while Su Mingwei rushed to embrace Xia Yunxiao, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Sir, we were wrong." The officer, seeing their cowardice, scoffed disdainfully and commanded, "Eat up, not a drop must be wasted." Chapter 10. Do not anger us, we will eat. The members of the second branch of the Xia family looked even more pallid. The slop before them was fit only for pigs, and even pigs would refuse it. They could have abstained from eating. But Xia Yunxiao's foolishness had dragged them into this predicament. Xia Wenchuan's 3 concubines, his son Xia Huaizhou, and his niece Su Yuyan glared at Xia Yunxiao with indignation. However, they knew that refusing to eat would only invite the officer's wrath. Noticing their hesitation, the officer cracked his whip against the door, bellowing, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to suffer?" Startled, the family members flinched, and Xia Wenchuan quickly yielded, "Sir, please do not be angry. We will eat, we will eat." He then turned to the others, barking, "Why aren't you moving? Do you want to be beaten?" Soon, the second branch members squatted down, holding the rancid food. But they hesitated to swallow. Seeing their reluctance, the officer brandished his whip threateningly. Concubine Feng Zhouer trembled as she stammered, "Sir, do not strike, I will eat." The officer's gaze swept over the others, who quickly lifted their bowls, forcing themselves to eat despite their nausea. As Xia Yunxiao and her mother approached the bowl, they began to retch. The officer barked coldly, "No vomiting. Eat it quickly. If anyone dares to spit it out, they'll have to eat another bowl." The mother and daughter had no choice but to suppress their disgust and consume the repugnant meal. After they finished, the officer mocked, "Is this the famed Xia family? Pathetic." Xia Yunxiao, humiliated, pointed at the opposite cell, "Sir, we have eaten, but they have not." Su Mingwei echoed her discontent, "Yes, we are all Xia family, we have eaten. They must not be left out." The officer's mockery deepened. Even at this moment, they were bickering amongst themselves. These young ladies were truly lacking in intelligence. Under the influence of power, the officers had lost their most basic sense of decency. Typically, they would grovel before the nobility. But now that these aristocrats had fallen from grace, they took pleasure in tormenting them to satiate their own shameful vanity. Xia Yunqiu, her face filled with anger, was about to explode when Sang Wan-Ning seized her arm, shaking her head. Rising calmly, she approached the cell door and discreetly retrieved a gold hairpin from her sleeve, handing it to the officer. "Sir, might we exchange this for something more palatable? We have a pregnant woman here who cannot eat such food. I beg you to show us some mercy. My father is Sang Wen-jin, a minister. Once I am released, I shall plead with him to promote you." The officer, initially considering how to exploit the situation further, hesitated at the sight of the minister's daughter before him. Although rumors suggested that Minister Sang did not favor his daughter, the bonds of blood were not easily severed. These highborn families were notoriously cunning, and if he offended her now, he could face dire consequences if she were to gain favor in the future. Having already secured a fair amount of silver, why not grant her a favor? After a moment's contemplation, he smirked. "At least you know how to be sensible. Just wait," and with that, he strode away. Had it not been for the need to conceal her abilities, she would never have lowered herself to beg such scum. Xia Yunqiu, noticing the officer's leniency towards them, exclaimed indignantly, "Why should we eat while they are spared?" Another officer remained stationed at the door, and upon hearing Xia Yunqiu's outburst, he swung his whip at her. "Shut your mouth. Who are you to give orders?" Xia Yunqiu narrowly avoided the strike, her heart ablaze with anger. Why did that wretched Xia Yunqiu escape unscathed? All the blame lay with that meddlesome Sang Wan-Ning, the source of her troubles. Sang Wan-Ning sensed the seething hatred emanating from Xia Yunqiu's gaze and inwardly cursed. Could it be that Xia Yunqiu is mentally unstable? Has she truly developed a grudge against me? Nevertheless, she dismissed this foolishness from her mind. Just as she was lost in thought, Xia Yunqiu linked her arm and whispered in her ear, "Third sister-in-law, there's no need for you to draw upon your hidden savings for food. We can endure a meal without it." Observing her affectionate sister-in-law, Sang Wan-Ning mused that her sister-in-law had come to accept her. With a gentle smile, she replied, "While we can manage a little hunger, our elder sister-in-law cannot. She is with child and must eat." She affectionately ruffled her sister-in-law's hair and continued, "Do not worry, third sister-in-law still has silver. I shall ensure no one goes hungry." The wealth of silver she possessed was ample enough to sustain the entire Easternly kingdom with ease. Upon hearing this, Shangshu eyes reddened, filled with guilt. As she thought, "I am the one dragging everyone down." Pregnant women tend to be more emotionally sensitive, and concerned that Shangshu might overthink, Sang Wan-Ning quickly reassured her, "Elder sister-in-law, please do not dwell on it. I merely used you as a shield. In truth, it is I who am hungry, having not eaten since yesterday." Lin Qingshu and the matriarch wore expressions of remorse. Lin Qingshu apologetically said, "Wan-Ning, I am so sorry for neglecting you after that incident yesterday." Sang Wan-Ning felt a pang of guilt and replied, "Mother, the matter has passed. You need not blame yourself." Shangshu understood that Wan-Ning was intentionally saying this to spare her feelings and cast a deep glance at Sang Wan-Ning. Before marrying into the family, she had indeed felt that Sang Wan-Ning was unworthy of the third master, but now she believed they were perfectly matched. Not only was she beautiful, possessing remarkable medical skills, but she also exhibited great wisdom. Noticing her sister-in-law lost in thought, Sang Wan-Ning touched her cheek and inquired, "Elder sister-in-law, do I have something on my face?" Shangshu shook her head, "You are simply so lovely that I could not help but gaze at you." Seeing her elder sister-in-law tease her, Sang Wan-Ning felt a sense of relief. It was essential for a pregnant woman to maintain a cheerful disposition, and she was acutely aware of the profound impact that the death of her brother and the upheaval within the Xia family had on her elder sister-in-law. Although her elder sister-in-law did not cry or create a scene, such stoicism often masked the greatest peril. If anything were to happen to the child in her womb, she feared her sister-in-law might not withstand it. At that moment, the errand boy who had left earlier approached them, carrying a food box. Sang Wan-Ning quickly rose and walked over, receiving the food box from him. "Once you finish with the food, return the box to me." "All right, please wait a moment." Sang Wan-Ning brought the food box to the others and opened it to reveal 6 perfectly shaped steamed buns. She distributed 1 bun to each of them, keeping 2 for herself, and promptly returned the food box to the errand boy. "Thank you, good sir." The errand boy nodded slightly before departing. Noticing that everyone was holding their buns without eating, he asked, "Why are you not eating?" Lin Qingshu smiled and replied, "My appetite has been poor. I am not hungry. I will save these buns for Nin." The matriarch echoed her sentiment. "I am also not hungry, having grown accustomed to delicacies. My stomach cannot handle such simple fare. I will save mine for Nin as well." Xia Yunchu nodded in agreement, and Nin is still growing. "Mine will also be for Nin." And Nin chimed in, "Mine is for mother. She must not go hungry while carrying my little sister." Just then, Su Mingyu's voice rang out, "Mother, elder sister-in-law, if you cannot digest your food, you can give it to Yao Yao and Huaizhou. They are growing and can digest it quickly." Sang Wan-Ning felt her lips twitch. She had encountered shamelessness before, but this was a new level. Just moments ago, Xia Yunyao had appeared ready to devour them, and now she had the audacity to ask for food? The speed of her transformation was indeed quicker than flipping a page. Xia Yunchu smirked, "Second aunt, you truly have an audacious face. Were you not just gnashing your teeth at us? Or has indulging in excrement muddled your wits?" Xia Yunyao leapt up, pointing and cursing, "Xia Yunchu, you vile woman. It is you who has sullied yourself. My mother is your elder. How dare you speak to her so?" Xia Yunchu stood up, unleashing her fury. "You are the vile one. Your entire family is lowly. How can she be considered my elder?" "Bah." Xia Yunchu's merciless retort left the second branch of the Xia family with faces alternating between shades of green and white. Su Mingyu trembled with rage, on the verge of erupting when Xia Wenchuan bellowed, "Be quiet. Are you not ashamed?" Xia Yunyao shot a venomous glare at Xia Yunchu, then stomped back to her mother's side. Xia Yunchu returned to her seat, and Sang Wan-Ning spoke up, "Grandmother, mother, younger sister, do not worry about eating. I truly still have silver. Even if you do, how much can you possibly have? There are many places along the way where silver will be necessary. You must conserve your expenditure," the matriarch advised earnestly. When they expressed disbelief, Sang Wan-Ning turned slightly and rummaged through her clothing, producing a handful of silver. "Look. I truly have silver. You can eat without worry." The others stared in astonishment at how she had so easily produced such a large sum from her attire. Their eyes widened with suspicion as they wondered how she managed to conceal so much silver. Sang Wan-Ning pretended to put the silver into her sleeve pocket and cleared her throat, saying, "These buns are still warm. Hurry and eat." No one is allowed to make excuses. The matriarch discerned that if they did not eat, this girl would not eat either. Thus, she encouraged, "Go on, eat. You must fill your bellies to have the strength." The others ceased their refusals and began to nibble on the buns. Previously, even the finest delicacies would have been scrutinized. But now, this simple bun tasted more delightful than any gourmet feast. As Sang Wan-Ning observed everyone eating, she took a bun for herself and began to chew, contemplating the journey ahead. The recent misfortune that had befallen Xia Zi was something she had never anticipated. He was now as helpless as a cripple, and they would need to prepare a cart for travel. A horse-drawn carriage would be ideal to ease the burden, but with so many eyes on the Xia family, securing even a cart would be a significant achievement. As for a carriage, she would devise a plan once they had left the capital. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by a collision. Turning her head, she met the furious and unwilling gaze of Xia Yunyao. Sang Wan-Ning jumped in surprise and stammered, "You're awake." Upon hearing her words, Xia Yunchu and the others hurriedly gathered around. With red-rimmed eyes, she said, "Third brother, you have finally awakened." Lin Qingshu, wiping her tears, added, "Third master, you have come to, you merely frightened mother to death. How would I live if something were to happen to you?" The matriarch's eyes glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion, "As long as you are awake. That is all that matters." Xia Zi wished to reassure them that he was fine and that they need not worry, but his voice had been silenced. He opened his mouth, but only muffled sounds escaped. Seeing him in this state, Lin Qingshu assumed he was in pain and anxiously asked, "Ziyu, are you unwell?" Xia Ziyu shook his head, and it was then that Sang Wan-Ning realized his voice had been stolen from him. A surge of fury coursed through her, intensifying her hatred for that vile emperor. It seemed that merely inflicting financial loss and a disfigured head was far too lenient a punishment, given the chance. She would ensure that the emperor paid with his life. Lin Qingshu, seeing her son silent, shook her head and urgently grasped Sang Wan-Ning's hand, inquiring further. "Late Ning, what has happened to Ailing? Why can he not speak?" Sang Wan-Ning glanced at Xia Ziyu, inhaling deeply before responding, "His voice has been severed by someone. He is unable to utter a word." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingshu staggered, nearly collapsing, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to support her. "Mother, you must take care of yourself." Tears streamed down Xia Yunchu's face as her voice trembled. How could they treat Xin Ge in such a cruel manner? Our Xia family has always been devoted to the nation. How can they be so heartless? The elderly matriarch's face was a portrait of grief and indignation. Her gaze hopeful as she looked at Sang Wan-Ning. "Wan-Ning, do you have any assurance regarding Ziyu's injury?" After a moment of silence, Sang Wan-Ning slowly nodded. "I can, but it will require time. This era is far too backward. Had we the advanced medical equipment from Blue Star, coupled with spiritual spring water and my own exceptional medical skills, I could restore him to vitality in less than a year. Yet, at present, I lack such equipment. And the time required may be exceedingly long." The cruel emperor's torment and humiliation of Xia Ziyu were so severe that it would have been more merciful to have killed him outright. Sang Wan-Ning's response brought a semblance of comfort to the others, and the elderly matriarch gently patted her hand, filled with trust and gratitude. "With your assurance, I feel somewhat at ease, my dear. Our Xia family is in dire straits. In the days to come, I shall rely on you more." Sang Wan-Ning shook her head slightly, her eyes resolute. "Grandmother, what are you saying? We are family, bound by life and death. I will do my utmost to heal Ziyu, and I believe our Xia family shall rise again one day." Xia Yunchu wiped her tears and clenched her fists, affirming, "Sister-in-law is right. We cannot be defeated so easily. I believe there will come a day when our Xia family will regroup." Xia Ziyu, however, harbored no such optimism. Were it not for his concern for his family, he would have preferred to end it all. In his current state, he was less than a burden, a mere encumbrance to his loved ones. Sang Wan-Ning seemed to perceive his thoughts and patted his shoulder, saying, "Trust me, I will exhaust all efforts to heal you. Please, do not succumb to despair. Think of grandmother and the others. Grandmother is advanced in years and is barely holding on. Mother has long been ill, consumed by worry. And your little sister is still young and reliant on us. Your elder sister-in-law is pregnant and needs protection, and he is currently your elder brother's only son and requires your guidance. As for me, since I have married you, you must be responsible for me. Therefore, you must regain your strength. We are family, working together, and there is no obstacle we cannot overcome." Sang Wan-Ning's gaze was sincere, her voice imbued with unassailable determination. Each word resonating in Xia Ziyu's ears like a warm current, gradually dispelling the darkness in his heart. Chapter 12. Retribution. When those people mercilessly tormented him, he remained silent, never shedding a single tear. Yet now his eyes were reddened, the corners glistening with moisture. Indeed, if he were to end his life, who would protect his family? After a considerable pause, his expression complex, he eventually nodded, a silent acknowledgement of Sang Wan-Ning's words. Seeing his response, Sang Wan-Ning's lips curved into a faint smile, her heart secretly relieved. As long as he harbored no thoughts of self-harm, the family, especially grandmother and her mother-in-law, would likely endure. Sang Wan-Ning helped him sit upright against the wall, tearing a bun into small pieces and bringing it to his lips. "Eat. Nourishment will hasten your recovery." Xia Ziyu cast a glance at her, ultimately opening his mouth. The bun was soft, but still scratched his throat painfully, and he could taste the lingering metallic tang of blood, yet he did not flinch. Before long, he had consumed an entire bun, and as a healer, Sang Wan-Ning understood that this bun was not beneficial for his throat. However, the current conditions were limited. They would have to wait until they were outside to improve his diet. As night deepened, weariness began to envelop everyone. Sang Wan-Ning scattered medicinal powder around them, ensuring that no rats dared approach. The screams from the second house were incessant, lulling the first house's occupants into a fitful slumber amidst the chaos. In the palace, within the Yongxin Hall, the cruel emperor finally awoke. The attending eunuch, Guogong hurriedly assisted him into a sitting position, nearly choking back his laughter upon seeing the emperor's gleaming bald head, pinching his own thigh to regain composure. "Your Majesty, do you feel any discomfort? Should I summon Dr. Xian?" The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No need. How long have I been unconscious?" "Your Majesty, you have been unconscious for a full half-day." The emperor nodded. "Did anything else occur during my slumber?" Guogong hesitated, unsure whether to report the truth, fearing the emperor might faint again from anger. Noticing his hesitation, the emperor's displeasure grew. "Speak. What has transpired during this time?" Guogong, she trembled at the emperor's outburst, quickly kneeling and stammering, "Your Majesty, the national treasury has been robbed. Not only that, but the palaces of the consorts have also been ransacked and stripped bare." Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes widened in shock, his fists pounding the dragon bed furiously, trembling with rage. "What? The treasury has been stolen and the harem has been plundered? What use do I have for you useless fools?" Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face contorted with fury. Guogong, she, terrified, did not dare to look up, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. The incident was sudden. The Imperial Guard is already pursuing the matter with all their might, and they will surely apprehend the thieves soon." Suddenly, the emperor seemed to remember something. Ignoring Guogong Shi's presence, he hurriedly pressed a hidden latch at the head of the bed. The door to a secret chamber creaked open, and the emperor, barefoot, staggered toward the room. Guogong Shi, watching the slowly opening door, felt a chill run down his spine. The more the emperor knew, the quicker he could meet his end. Would he be killed by the emperor? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became, and his knees buckled, causing him to fall to the ground. Moments later, a scream erupted from the secret chamber. "Ah, I will kill you." And then silence. Guogong Shi, frightened by the scream, nearly lost his wits, shouting as he stumbled toward the hidden chamber. "Someone, quickly, save the emperor." As expected, the cruel emperor had fainted again, spitting up a considerable amount of blood. Had Sang Wan-Ning been present, she would have surely celebrated this turn of events. In the jail, Sang Wan-Ning noticed that everyone had fallen asleep, and she too closed her eyes, soon entering her space. Upon entering, she heard the system announce, "Medical space upgrade complete." No sooner had the words left the system's mouth than a medical room materialized nearby. Her heart raced with excitement as she instantaneously teleported to the medical room, pushing the door open. Gazing at the contents inside, her jaw nearly dropped. It was filled with the most advanced medical equipment from Blue Star. Some instruments she had only heard of, yet this medical room was replete with everything one could desire, akin to a small hospital. Moreover, it was even better equipped than a typical hospital, and beside it was a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet, filled with various shelves for storing different herbal medicines. She casually opened several drawers to inspect them. Most boxes were empty, indicating that this herbal storage room would require her to stock it. She adored this space, even wondering if it could conjure anything she desired. Without lingering on such thoughts, she continued to explore the medical room. The operating room and maternity ward, these were her most urgent needs, and all were present. With such advanced medical equipment, the injuries sustained by Xieziu were mere trifles to her. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from the medical room, imbibed some spring water, and commenced her examination of the wealth she had amassed. The items were haphazardly strewn across the ground, which greatly discomforted her. Thus, she set about organizing them. Fortunately, she need not dirty her hands personally, otherwise, even a year of tireless labor would not suffice to restore order. In just a few breaths, the items were neatly categorized according to her wishes. Her gaze drifted to the steaming royal delicacies nearby, and she swallowed hard before exiting the space. She had experimented and discovered that this space not only maintained a constant temperature, but also preserved freshness. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged, completely alleviating her concerns about spoilage. In the minister's residence, the couple, Sang Wan-Ning and his wife, were in a state of panic, having both fainted from distress, and they had yet to regain consciousness, resulting in chaos throughout the household. Sang Jinro had initially intended to ask her mother for some silver to procure a new outfit, having heard about a beautiful new collection at the treasure pavilion that she simply had to acquire. After sleeping soundly until nightfall, she finally awoke. And upon arriving in her mother's courtyard, she overheard a pair of maidservants whispering indistinctly. This was not her first encounter with such gossip, and her thoughts were solely fixed on obtaining silver for the coveted adornments, so she did not reprimand them. As she drew closer, the murmurs became increasingly distinct. The dusk deepened, and she approached unnoticed by the two maidservants. "Have you heard? They're saying that the minister's residence has been robbed, and it's all a form of retribution." "I've heard that too, and they claim it was the late concubine Du's doing." Poor Du. She elevated the master to such heights, yet ended up as a pawn for someone else. Do you truly believe the theft is connected to concubine Du? What other explanation is there? I've heard not only was the storeroom looted, but also the courtyards of all the concubines stripped bare, not even a broom left behind. Moreover, I've heard that the Master's private treasury was raided. The minister's residence is now utterly destitute. I wonder if we'll even receive our wages this month. I might just have to look for another household. But our contracts are still in the madam's hands. How could we leave? You fool. As far as I know, the madam's private treasury and everything in her courtyard have been cleaned out, leaving nothing behind, including the contracts. Chapter 13. Infuriate you to death. Sang Jinru nearly lost her balance upon hearing this, barely managing to steady herself against a nearby rockery. A chill of dread coursed down her spine. Everything in the residence had been stolen? The minister's household was now impoverished? No, it cannot be. I am the most renowned and beautiful talented woman in the capital. I cannot allow the noble ladies of the city to mock me, she muttered to herself. With faltering steps, she made her way toward the Furong courtyard, which was eerily quiet, devoid of its usual lively atmosphere. Soon, she arrived at the door of her room, where only Chuer stood guard. Upon seeing her, Chuer greeted her respectfully. Greetings, Mississippi. Sang Jinru nodded and inquired, Is my mother inside? Yes, but the madam has fainted from shock and has yet to awaken. Chuer replied truthfully. Sang Jinru's complexion drained of color as she clenched her fists, pressing on with her questioning. Chuer, tell me honestly. Has everything in our minister's residence truly been stolen clean by thieves? Chuer looked at her with a strange expression. The household had been in an uproar for quite some time, and the young lady was still unaware. Sang Jinru genuinely did not know. Having discovered the theft early in the day and sought her father, whose troubled countenance had deterred her from asking further, she had returned to her courtyard and had not stepped out again, feeling inexplicably fatigued, even moving her personal-made pearl-esque bedding into her room, sleeping soundly until now. Chuer thought this over and respectfully replied, Yes, we do not know which scoundrel had the audacity to empty the minister's residence in such a stealthy manner. Sang Jinru felt darkness closing in around her, her vision blurring as she swayed. Chuer rushed to support her. Truly, it is all real. The Sang family has indeed become destitute. She was filled with fury and resentment. She could not bear to imagine how the noble ladies of the capital would ridicule her if they learned of this. No. She could not allow such a thing to occur. She was the legitimate daughter of the minister's household and the daughter of Princess Lu Xinyue. No one could mock her. Suddenly, she burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, Mother, wake up. Our household has suffered a calamity. You must awaken and tell me what we should do. I refuse to be the laughingstock of the capital. Everything transpired too swiftly for Chuer to intervene. Lu Xinyue, lying on the dilapidated bed, was just beginning to rouse when her daughter's outburst startled her fully awake. Upon seeing her mother awake, Sang Jinru rushed to the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. Having been raised in the pampered care of Lu Xinyue, this was the first time she had encountered such a crisis, leaving her utterly frightened and disoriented. Seeing that the madam was about to rise, Chuer hurried to assist her in sitting up. Lu Xinyue patted her hand in a comforting gesture. Do not cry, Rower. You are the daughter of both me and Princess Yu. Even if our household faces misfortune, they would not dare belittle you. Sang Jinru, through her sobs, implored, Mother, please tell me the truth. Do you have any hidden wealth outside the house? Lu Xinyue's pale face was marked by despair as she shook her head. No. I thought all the dowry of that wretched Du was under my control, so I did not take further measures. Who would have imagined that the despicable thief would clear out the entire minister's residence overnight? This was the first time Sang Jinru had seen her mother so filled with sorrow and hopelessness. Suddenly, she recalled the conversation she had overheard between the maidservants and blurted out, Mother, they say this is the doing of that wretched Du. Do you think it is possible that we have wronged her too deeply, and she has returned as a vengeful spirit to exact her retribution? Lu Xinyue shouted fiercely. Which scoundrel is spreading such foul gossip? If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, drag them out and sell them. Though Lu Xinyue spoke harshly, fear gnawed at her heart. And if one looked closely, they would see her body trembling slightly. Yet Sang Jinru persisted, Mother, I do not believe this is mere coincidence. Why did our household not suffer theft before nor after, but precisely on the day of her death? Just our storeroom alone would take several days to empty with a cart, yet everything vanished without a trace overnight. Lu Xinyue, listening to her daughter's analysis, instinctively tightened her grip on the quilt, her body shaking with increasing intensity. Nevertheless, she stubbornly insisted, impossible. If there were truly ghosts and spirits in this world, would the gates of the Yamen not be trampled by those wronged souls? Someone is deliberately scheming to ruin our minister's residence. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Suddenly, Sang Jinru had a thought. Could it be that the thief is that wretched Sang Wan-Ning? I can think of no one else but her daughter. Meanwhile, far away in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Sang Wan-Ning inexplicably sneezed, rubbing her nose before tilting her head and drifting back to sleep. As soon as her words were uttered, they were dismissed. Impossible. That little wretch is timid and fearful. She would never dare to speak to us, let alone take anything from the minister's residence. Sang Wan-Ning thought to herself, fools. Not only did I take everything, but I also took it all. I not only robbed your minister's residence, but I also plundered the palace. It is all to infuriate you to death. The mother and daughter sat within the desolate confines of the empty house, engaging in a prolonged discussion that yielded no resolution. Meanwhile, in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, Xia Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at Sang Wan-Ning, whose head tilted slightly towards him, reminiscent of a chick pecking for grains. He found himself transfixed, observing her for an extended period, grappling with inner turmoil before finally shifting his position to allow her head to rest gently upon his shoulder. He incessantly reassured himself that it was only due to her having saved his life that he permitted her this comfort. Lady Xia, possessing a light sleep, stirred upon hearing the commotion. Upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to witness her usually aloof grandson in such an intimate posture with Wan-Ning. A flicker of surprise passed through her gaze, soon followed by a profound sorrow. If only Ziyu's injuries could be healed, perhaps their bond could blossom into a beautiful tale. Yet, in his current state, he was akin to a broken man. Although Wan-Ning claimed she could restore him, human hearts are fickle, and time is the ultimate test of fidelity. One could not ascertain how long Wan-Ning could remain by Ziyu's side. She slowly closed her eyes, her mind drifting through fleeting memories of the happiness shared with her family during the patriarch's lifetime, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Sang Wan-Ning nestled deeper into Xia Ziyu's shoulder, shifting slightly and with a few smacking sounds, found a more comfortable position before succumbing to a deep slumber. Her head nearly buried in his neck, her gentle breaths brushed against his skin, causing him to stiffen momentarily, yet he could not bring himself to move, fearing he might disrupt her sweet dreams. Indeed, Wan-Ning was lost in a dream where not only did she shave the emperor's head into a bald egg, but she also did the same to her scoundrel father and his family. A radiant smile adorned her face, and upon witnessing her delightful expression, a feather-like sensation swept through Xia Ziyu's heart. Chapter 14. Why is your cheek so red? Sang Wan-Ning enjoyed a night of undisturbed sleep, whereas Xia Ziyu remained restless throughout the night. The next morning, the jailer rudely rapped at the cell door with a whip, bellowing, "Wake up, you lot. We are set to depart soon." Sang Wan-Ning, still weary, felt an overwhelming wave of irritability wash over her. Frowning slightly, she opened her eyes, filled with a fierce glare. As she regained her composure, she concealed her emotions, while Xia Ziyu observed her closely, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly, Wan-Ning realized that she was nearly sprawled across Xia Ziyu's lap and hastily scrambled to sit up. Unfortunately, her hand inadvertently pressed against a sensitive area of his anatomy. In an instant, she felt as though struck by lightning, her hand retracting as if burned, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson that spread to the roots of her ears. Stammering, she exclaimed, "I didn't mean to. Truly, I apologize." Xia Ziyu, equally taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, felt his body tense as his face oscillated between pale and flushed. Despite his usual composure, he was now flustered and awkwardly turned away, clearing his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, though the blush creeping up his ears betrayed his discomfort. Xia Yunchu rubbed her eyes and, noticing Wan-Ning's flushed cheeks, asked with concern, "Sister-in-law, why are your cheeks so red? Are you unwell?" She reached out to touch Wan-Ning's forehead. Wan-Ning quickly grasped her hand, coughing awkwardly. "I'm not sick, it's probably just the heat. I'll be fine shortly." Lincher chimed in, "Wan-Ning, if you truly feel unwell, please don't hesitate to tell us." Wan-Ning relished in this display of concern. "Mother, Yunchu, rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Do not forget I am a physician." Xia Ziyu's cheeks bore the marks of the whip, but thanks to Wan-Ning's application of medicine the previous day, the swelling had considerably subsided, and the wounds on his body had begun to scab. Wan-Ning's gaze fell upon his cracked lips, and she mused to herself, even in such a state, he bore no sign of discomfort. His fortitude is remarkable. Just then, the jailer forcefully swung the door open, impatiently urging, "Get up. Hurry out. Unless you wish to suffer the consequences." The occupants of the second household, fearful of punishment, quickly emerged from the cell, while the first household remained still. Seeing this, the jailer lashed the door with his whip, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Do I need to come in there and drag you out myself?" Xiaoziu, being a man of considerable stature at nearly 6 feet, appeared slim yet was far too heavy for the womenfolk to carry. Aware of her inability to manage such a task, Yunshu turned her gaze towards Sang Wan-Ning, though Wan-Ning appeared even more slender. Circumstances dictated that she would have to assist in supporting Ziyu. As the jailer prepared to strike again, Wan-Ning did not hesitate. She squatted down and effortlessly lifted Xiaoziu onto her back, the motion fluid and seamless, giving the impression that she bore not a man but a weightless doll. The Xia family members stood in stunned silence as Wan-Ning carried Ziyu out of the cell, turning back to ask, "Aren't you coming?" Regaining their composure, they hurriedly followed her, and Xia Yunshu stepped forward, saying, "Sister-in-law, let us put Ziyu down and support him together." Wan-Ning shook her head, "No need, I can manage alone. You take care of grandmother and the others." A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Xiaoziu. As a man of stature, relying on a woman for mobility was a blow to his pride. Yet, observing Wan-Ning's frail yet resolute form, accompanied by her slightly labored breaths, a warmth and gratitude welled within him. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Drawing in a deep breath, he subtly tightened his arm around her shoulder, hoping to alleviate her burden slightly. Soon, under the watchful eye of the jailer, the group made their way to the street, where they were handed over to the designated escort. The leader, Zhang Long, spoke in a low voice, "You have a quarter of an hour. We depart promptly in 15 minutes. Yunshu, I need to set Ziyu down. Can you assist?" Wan-Ning gasped, her breath heavy. Yunshu quickly stepped forward to help, and Ziyu was carefully lowered to sit against the wall. Wan-Ning, drenched in sweat and flushed, paid no mind to resting and addressed her companions, "Yunshu, keep an eye on them. I'll go procure some supplies." Yunshu nodded earnestly, "Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will ensure they are well cared for. Hurry back. We will await your return." Wan-Ning acknowledged her with a nod before greeting the jailer and dashing towards the market. She sought a secluded corner to slip into her spatial realm, changing her attire and refreshing herself with a few sips of spring water before heading to the cart vendor. Before long, she arrived at a stall selling carts and, after spending 5 taels of silver, purchased a reasonably spacious cart, with other necessities readily available in her spatial realm. She wasted no time. She pushed the cart into a deserted alley, entered her space, filled 4 water bags with spring water, retrieved a somewhat worn quilt, a pair of thick-soled shoes for each person, several flatbreads, and a few pieces of pastries before changing back into her prison garb. Pushing the cart back to the rendezvous point, beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, clinging to her face. Upon her return, Shangshu hurriedly approached, wiping the sweat from her brow with a tender expression. "Wan-Ning, you've worked hard." Wan-Ning shook her head, "It's not too laborious, just a bit tiring." She then produced the thick-soled shoes from the cart. "Everyone, please change into these shoes. It will ease our journey." Immediately, she retrieved a water pouch and handed it to her grandmother, saying, "Mother, please drink some water. The weather is quite hot, and we must be cautious of heat stroke." Upon hearing her words, everyone, fearing they might lag behind, eagerly grasped the water pouch and began to drink. Sang Wan-Ning wiped the sweat from her brow, crouched down, and pressed the pouch to Xiaoziyu's lips, exclaiming, "Look at your lips, they're parched and cracked, you must drink." Xiaoziyu cast a grateful glance at her, and within his eyes stirred a sentiment he himself had yet to recognize. He drank deeply from the pouch, the refreshing liquid flowing down his throat, soothing his chapped lips and quenching a deeper thirst within. After several hearty gulps, he paused, eyeing the water pouch in her hand with suspicion. Was it merely his thirst that made him feel this water was different? Sang Wan-Ning's heart skipped a beat. This man was truly perceptive. Feeling parched herself, she took a few hearty swigs from the pouch that Xiaoziyu had just used, then began to arrange the blankets on the cart for him to lie upon. Observing her unreservedly drinking from the pouch he had used, a faint blush crept onto Xiaoziyu's cheeks. Chapter 15. The ugliest woman in Kyoto is none other than he. The second branch of the Xia family watched with greedy eyes as Sang Wan-Ning returned with an array of packages. When their home was raided, they had been fast asleep in their beds, unable to hide their silver, and now they found themselves stripped of all possessions. Having spent a day in confinement amidst the heat, their throats were parched. Xia Yunyao stared longingly at the water pouch in their hands, the sensation of thirst intensifying. Finally, unable to contain herself, she dashed towards Xia Yunchu, reaching out to snatch it away. Fortunately, Xia Yunchu had learned a few self-defense moves from her brothers and nimbly sidestepped her attempt. Xia Yunyao, do you not have any shame? At your age, resorting to stealing? Xia Yunchu scolded, clutching the water pouch tightly. Frustrated at her failure, Xia Yunyao's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "We are all family. I merely wish to have a sip of water. What harm is there in that?" Sang Wan-Ning was unwilling to see such a precious resource squandered by the second branch of the Xia family. Seizing the opportunity while arranging the blankets, she produced a water pouch and declared, "If you in the second branch do not wish to perish from thirst, hurry and fill this pouch. The water we have is hard-earned, and we do not have enough to share." Xia Wenchuan, noticing the water pouch in Sang Wan-Ning's hand, hurried over to accept it, smiling awkwardly as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, third sister-in-law." As he spoke, noticing the time was still early, he greeted the attendants and rushed toward the market. Xu Yan stood beside Su Mingyu, her gaze contemplative as it fell upon Xia Ziyu, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Witnessing that the main branch had no intention of offering her water, Xia Yunyao, enraged, stomped her foot and returned to her mother's side. Sang Wan-Ning finished laying out the blankets, then bent down to lift Xia Ziyu and placed him on the cart. This unexpected act caused his face to flush once more, and upon seeing his embarrassment, Sang Wan-Ning couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking how easily this ancient man could be made shy. She then turned to her mother and grandmother, speaking earnestly, "Grandmother, mother. This journey has been arduous, and my capabilities are limited. I can only look after our family. As for the second branch, they fall outside my jurisdiction." Both the old matriarch and Lin Shi understood perfectly well the mischief of the second branch. After a moment of silence, the old matriarch declared, "Wan-Ning, from now on, you shall take charge of this family. I see you are resolute, and I trust you to bear this responsibility." Lin Shi nodded in agreement. "I too believe Wan-Ning is most suitable for this role. However, this journey shall be a toil for you." Sang Wan-Ning was momentarily taken aback. Her intention had merely been to caution them against the second branch's unscrupulousness, urging them not to be soft-hearted during their exile. She had not anticipated such trust placed in her, directly delegating the household management to her. Although it was a heavy burden, holding the authority would make her tasks all the more legitimate. Acknowledging their faith in her, Sang Wan-Ning graciously accepted. "I am deeply grateful for grandmother and mother's trust. I shall do my utmost to protect our family." The old matriarch and Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Xia Ziyu observed the scene, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. At that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered, yet, surprisingly, their expressions did not reflect glee at the family's misfortune, but rather sympathy. In their hearts, they knew the Xia family to be loyal and honorable, with General Xia safeguarding the borders, having not returned in years, dedicating his life to the defense of his country. How could such a person be accused of treason? The common folk, possessing little power to change the fate of the Xia family, could only silently bear witness to their departure as a form of solace. All court officials understood that the exile of the Xia family was a deliberate act of suppression by the emperor against the noble families of Kyoto. Even those who had previously interacted with them dared not come to bid farewell. Not only were there few who came to see them off, but even those who merely wished to observe kept their distance, fearing to attract misfortune upon their own families. As Sang Wan-Ning surveyed the crowd, she unexpectedly spotted Sang Jinro. Despite her wearing a hood, she recognized her at once. She strolled over, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "Oh, is Miss Sang here to extend her kindness to see me off? But truly, how could you come empty-handed?" "I can understand if you come empty-handed, given that I have heard the minister's residence was thoroughly robbed, leaving them so impoverished they cannot even pay their servants." Sang Jinro's face turned ashen, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the handkerchief she held, veins standing out on the back of her hand as she gritted her teeth and replied, "Do not spread your nonsense. My minister's residence is perfectly fine, and it is not for a fallen wretch like you to slander." Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk crossing her face as she replied, "Oh, is Miss Sang feeling embarrassed? I merely spoke the truth. Who in the city does not know of the Sang family's misfortunes? You, as my former sister, appearing at this juncture. I thought you had come to show your conscience and see me off. Yet, Looking at you now, it seems you are merely here to relish my misfortune. Sang Jinro had indeed come to witness the disgrace of this lowly woman and now found herself outmaneuvered. As thoughts of the fortune lost in her household flooded her mind, she instinctively connected it with Sang Wan-Ning. This audacious woman. So different from the timid one of old, had she been feigning weakness all along? Gazing at Sang Wan-Ning's increasingly charming visage, jealousy surged within her, igniting a fierce flame of resentment. How could this woman, who had only married into the Xia family 2 days prior, exhibit such a transformation? And this was while she wore prison garb, without the adornment of fine clothing. Were she to don elegant attire, she would undoubtedly dazzle to an extraordinary degree, intensifying Sang Jinro's envy. Perhaps blinded by jealousy, she lunged forward with her long nails, aiming to scratch Sang Wan-Ning's face. However, before her hand could make contact, it was firmly seized. Sang Wan-Ning's tone was icy as she declared, "Sang Jinro, do you truly believe I am still that pitiful creature you can trample upon at will?" Sang Jinro shouted in fury. "You wretched lowlife should share your mother's fate and rot in the mud forever." A chill intensified in Sang Wan-Ning's gaze as she unconsciously tightened her grip, leaving Sang Jinro's face pale with pain. "Wretch, release me at once, or you shall pay the price." "Oh, is that so? What do you intend to do to me?" With that, she exerted a tremendous force, causing Sang Jinro's hand to fracture instantly. "Ah, my hand. You wretched creature. I will surely kill you." Upon saying this, Sang Jinro, in a fit of madness, swung her left hand to strike Sang Wan-Ning. Sang Wan-Ning, with a swift and decisive motion, delivered a resounding slap, displacing Sang Jinro's hood and revealing her face, marred by festering sores. The onlookers recoiled in horror at the sight of her grotesque visage, some of the sores oozing a repugnant yellowish fluid. Ugh, that face is utterly revolting. It's making me nauseous just looking at it. Isn't it said that the eldest miss of the Sang family is the most beautiful in the capital? With such a face, she must be the ugliest instead. TSK, 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 with a countenance like that, how dare she come here and flaunt her power? She ought to take a good look at herself in a puddle. In such a ghastly state, even a beggar on the street would turn up their nose. Chapter 16. This Sang Wan-Ning is not the same as that Sang Wan-Ning. Sang Wan-Ning exerted her strength without a hint of mercy. Sang Jinro felt a ringing in her head, and as she came to her senses, the sound of mocking laughter filled her ears. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her face, only to realize her hood had fallen away. With her remaining left hand, she attempted to shield her grotesque sores, but it was in vain. At that moment, she was consumed by hatred and humiliation, wishing to rend Sang Wan-Ning into 1,000 pieces. She had sneaked out without her attendants, leaving her utterly defenseless. In a panic, she hastily picked up her hood and placed it back on her head. "You lowly wretches! How dare you humiliate me? I shall report this to my father, and he will ensure your entire clan is annihilated." Sang Wan-Ning nearly burst out laughing. Having never witnessed such absurdity, the emperor had lost so much and was venting his anger elsewhere. Sang Jinro's words were akin to delivering the Sang family right into the line of fire. One could only wonder how her father would react upon learning that his most treasured daughter had made such reckless claims in public. Feigning fear, Sang Wan-Ning mocked, "Oh dear. I am so frightened. One might think this realm belongs to your illustrious ministerial family." Realizing her blunder, Sang Jinro felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Her voice trembled as she stammered, "I did not mean it that way." "Sang Wan-Ning, do not slander me." Sang Wan-Ning responded with a cold laugh. "Everyone here heard your words quite clearly." Many in the crowd could hardly tolerate the arrogance of these noble ladies and voiced their condemnation. "Indeed, we are all witnesses. The ministerial family truly believes it is above all. Such power they wield, to dictate life and death with a mere utterance. Even the current emperor would not dare to do so. Keep your voices down. Be cautious she doesn't report you for plotting against her family." As the crowd's ridicule grew more fervent, Sang Jinro's fury boiled over. "Silence. You shall not speak. Be quiet." The situation spiraled out of control, and Sang Jinro trembled violently, regretting her decision to disobey her mother and provoke this wretched girl. In a fit of rage, she fainted. Sang Wan-Ning shook her head, bemused by the sheer foolishness of the daughter of a noble family. She then produced a prepared severance document proclaiming, "I, Sang Wan-Ning, hereby sever all ties with the ministerial family, as evidenced by this document. I hope you will all serve as witnesses." With that, she raised the document high for all to see. The crowd's reactions varied as they beheld the one-sided severance document. Some expressed sympathy, others indignation, and some simply viewed her as foolish. Sang Wan-Ning then tucked the document into Sang Jinru's collar and rejoined her own family. Xia Yunchu gazed at Sang Wan-Ning with admiration, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, you were truly magnificent just now. And how did you manage to break her hand so easily? Please teach me." Sang Wan-Ning, caught off guard by her sister-in-law's enthusiasm, coughed lightly and replied, "It's because I understand medicine and applied a bit of skill. That's how her hand was broken." She then affectionately ruffled Xia Yunchu's hair, adding, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you in the future." Xia Yunchu's eyes sparkled with delight. "All right, sister-in-law. It's a promise." Xia Xuan jumped in, eager, "Aunt, I want to learn too." Sang Wan-Ling smiled and nodded, "Very well, as long as you are willing to endure hardships. I will teach you." They both patted their chests in unison, declaring, "We can endure hardships." The old matriarch exchanged a glance with Lin Shi, both filled with admiration and relief, grateful that their family had not rejected this marriage alliance. On the cart, Xia Ziyu narrowed his eyes, skeptical of the notion that mere skill could easily break a person's hand. His wife, he noted, was clearly a formidable individual. He had never interacted with her nor seen her before. However, he had heard whispers regarding the ministerial family. Rumors suggested that his wife was a frail and timid girl. Yet, the person before him was not only robust, but also possessed astonishing strength, capable of even carrying him with ease. Moreover, she was sharp-tongued and tenacious, akin to a porcupine, ready to prick anyone who dared to challenge her. He could hardly believe she was the same person described in the rumors. Clearly, such gossip was untrustworthy. Sang Wan-Ling was indeed not the same as the one they spoke of. Noticing they had yet to depart, she took advantage of a nearby bag's cover to retrieve several buns, just enough for each person. "Everyone, please eat. We must gain strength for our journey ahead." They settled in a discreet corner, instinctively turning their backs to avoid attracting attention as they devoured the buns heartily. Sang Wan-Ling held a bun in one hand for herself while feeding one to Xia Ziyu with the other. Xia Ziyu seemed to have grown accustomed to this interaction, not feeling awkward as he eagerly took bites from her hand. However, the delightful aroma did not escape the notice of Xia Huayu. He sniffed the air and swallowed instinctively, tugging at Su Mingyue's hand. "Mother, I'm hungry. I want a bun too." Xia Yunyan chimed in, tugging at her mother's hand. "Mother, I want one as well. Think of a way." Su Mingwei, equally famished after being forced to consume foul-smelling refuse the previous day, felt her stomach growling. They had been brought here without a morsel of food, and now witnessing the first family eat buns right before their eyes without offering them any was truly excessive. She patted her children's hands and slowly approached the main family's group. Having previously experienced Sang Wan-Ling's ruthlessness, Su Mingwei donned a conciliatory smile, affectionately grasping the old matriarch's hand. "Mother, we are all family. How can you show such favoritism?" The old matriarch, finishing the last bite of her bun, cast a cool glance at her. "How am I showing favoritism?" Seeing the old matriarch feign ignorance, Su Mingyue's expression darkened, and her tone grew sharp. "Regardless, your family has brought misfortune upon us. Now that we are suffering alongside you, you have food and do not even consider our plight. Your heart seems excessively biased." The elderly matriarch withdrew her hand, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Su Mingwei, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word of anger. "Weren't you the one who threatened to sever ties with our family? What is this charade you are now performing? Furthermore, as an old woman, I no longer concern myself with affairs. The household is now under the stewardship of Wan-Ling. Should you desire something, seek her out and do not trouble me." In Chapter 17, can one truly endure this tribulation? Su Mingyue's expression stiffened, for she had not anticipated that the usually affable matriarch would now display such a hardened heart. Yet, her stomach's urgent pangs compelled her to rise and, with a sheepish demeanor, approach Sang Wan-Ling. "Sister-in-law, I acknowledge my previous wrongs. I was foolish for scolding you on your wedding night. I apologize here and hope you can show magnanimity and not hold it against me." Su Mingyue spoke with a facade of sincerity, yet inwardly she cursed Sang Wan-Ling's ancestors through the ages. Xia Ziyu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, a faint chill emanating from him. Sang Wan-Ling sensed this shift in his demeanor, her eyes widening in surprise. She couldn't help but ponder, what does this sudden chill imply? Concern for her? Or sympathy? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to respond to Su Mingwei's words. leading Su Mingwei to mistakenly believe that Sang Wan-Ning was touched by her sincerity. With a familiar intimacy, Su Mingwei grasped Sang Wan-Ning's hand, continuing with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I always knew you had a kind heart. Might you, as fellow members of the Xia family, spare us a few buns? Just one for each of us will suffice." Sang Wan-Ning frowned and withdrew her hand, snorting disdainfully, "If you wish for buns, then pay for them yourself." Su Mingyue's expression darkened, anger bubbling beneath the surface. "Sang Wan-Ning, do not overstep your bounds." "In what manner have I overstepped?" Sang Wan-Ning retorted. "I purchased my buns with my own money. Why should I be obliged to give them to you? If you insist, it is not impossible, but you must pay." Su Mingyue's lips curled into a triumphant smile, only to hear Sang Wan-Ning add, "They cost 8 coins each, and I do not offer credit." Fury coursed through Su Mingwei, trembling with indignation. If she had coins, would she be here groveling before her? This wretched woman was clearly toying with her. Observing Su Mingyue's seething rage, Sang Wan-Ning delivered another blow. "Do not wear a predatory expression. You have experienced my methods firsthand. I trust you have not forgotten so easily." Su Mingyue's wrath threatened to erupt, and she longed to see this vile woman suffer, yet she knew she was no match for her. With a venomous glare, she shot Sang Wan-Ning a piercing look before departing. Su Yuyan observed the exchange with an impassive expression, her hands instinctively clenched within her sleeves. Sang Wan-Ning, sensing the scrutiny, turned to see Su Yuyan hastily bow her head. Sang Wan-Ning was adept at reading people, despite Su Yuyan's seemingly gentle demeanor. She knew such individuals often harbored more cunning than others. As the saying goes, the most dangerous dogs do not bark. One must remain vigilant until the true intentions of others are unveiled. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd, exclaiming, "Mother, I have returned." The newcomer, clad in coarse fabric and appearing to be in their mid-30s, was lean yet radiated vitality upon seeing them. The elderly matriarch trembled at the sound, quickly turning, and upon recognizing the visitor, tears blurred her vision. Why have you come? Return at once." Xia Zhen grasped her hand, eyes reddened yet smiling. "Mother, I cannot go back. I have divorced, and I am no longer associated with the Qin family." The matriarch's tears flowed freely, her heart aching, as she raised a trembling hand to wipe her face. "It is our burden that has caused you this pain. I am so sorry." Xia Zhen shook her head. "Mother, do not blame yourself. Even if the Xia family had not faced such calamity, I would have still divorced Qin Muchuan. Let us not dwell on those unhappy matters. From now on, I only wish to be with you, so please do not think ill of your daughter." The matriarch understood that further inquiries would yield no benefit, so she refrained from pressing the matter. Nodding solemnly, she patted Xia Zhen's hand. "Very well, henceforth we shall stand united as a family." Without delay, she led Xia Zhen to Sang Wan-Ning, introducing her. "Wan-Ling, this is your aunt, Qin Zhen." Sang Wan-Ling nodded respectfully, addressing her aunt. Qin Zhen smiled and slightly inclined her head. "Wan-Ling, I apologize for not being able to attend your wedding." Sang Wan-Ling's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Aunt, you are too kind. For your noble intentions, I shall not hold it against you." The matriarch could not help but praise. "These past few days have relied entirely on this girl. Otherwise, we would have truly suffered." Qin Zhen, already pleased with Sang Wan-Ling, felt even more fondness upon hearing her mother's commendation. Inwardly, she mused, "The third son is indeed fortunate to have married such an accomplished and wise wife." Her gaze shifted to Xia Ziyu, who lay injured upon the wooden cart, trembling slightly with tears pooling at the corners of his eyes. Taking a deep breath, she fought to keep her own tears at bay. Meanwhile, in the second household of the Xia family, Xia Wenchuan returned, drenched in sweat, panting as he carried a water bag. Xia Huaizhou rushed to greet him. "Father, quickly, let me have a drink. I feel as though I might perish from thirst." Without hesitation, he snatched the water bag and drank greedily, then tossed the remaining water bag to Xia Yuxiao. She took it eagerly, gulping down the precious liquid before passing it to Su Mingwei. Su Mingwei, parched and desperate, could only manage a few sips before the water ran out. The other concubines glared at Su Mingwei and her children with fiery eyes. Su Mingwei huffed, "What are you staring at? Do you wish to devour me?" Su Yuyan observed the scene unfold, her lips cracked, her gaze flickering towards Su Mingwei. At that moment, the guards began to arrive in succession. "Everyone rise, we must depart." The guards approached with shackles and wooden yokes. The women were only required to wear hand and foot shackles, while the men bore the additional burden of heavy leg irons. Sang Wan-Ning's face twitched at the sight of the shackles. She understood that she must devise a plan to rid herself of these cumbersome restraints. Should an unforeseen incident arise during the journey, they would be the first to suffer. With that thought, she cursed the tyrannical emperor and his ancestors in her mind. The guards swiftly secured the restraints on everyone, including Xia Ziyu, who lay helpless on the cart, unable to escape his fate. Soon, under the guards' relentless prodding, the group set off on their arduous journey. The sun blazed overhead, scorching the earth, and this was indeed the hottest part of the day. Pushing the cart, Sang Wan-Ning followed behind, having scarcely exited the capital before she was drenched in sweat. It was not merely fatigue that afflicted her, but the oppressive heat. Her body, already sensitive to warmth, made her acutely aware of her discomfort. Xia Ziyu, lying on the cart, kept his gaze fixed upon his struggling family members ahead. Witnessing their determination, he was engulfed by guilt and helplessness. Had it not been for the calamity that had befallen the Xia family, would his loved ones endure such suffering? Sang Wan-Ning seemed to perceive his turmoil, breathing heavily as she offered comfort. Do not dwell on it. Trust me, I will heal you. Xia Ziyu gazed vacantly at the sky, inwardly questioning, can we truly endure this tribulation? Yet, observing Sang Wan-Ning, drenched in sweat yet unwavering, a flicker of her indomitable spirit ignited hope within him. Ultimately, he looked at Sang Wan-Ning with renewed resolve and trust gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 18. Do not be upset, you still have us. The residents of the second branch, accustomed to a life of luxury, soon found themselves lamenting their plight after only a short distance. Particularly vocal was Su Mingwei, who cursed as she walked. Those wretched first branch. How could you commit such despicable acts, forcing us to suffer alongside you? Why do you not just perish? Xia Yunqiu felt her eyes welling up with indignation, poised to confront Su Mingwei, but was restrained by her own mother. Chu, do not pay her any mind. If she has the energy to curse, let her do so. Sure enough, after a few more curses, Su Mingwei wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Upon reaching the 10-mile slope outside the city, they spotted 2 carriages waiting in the distance. As they approached, the steward hurried forward, clutching a pouch of silver to settle matters. Soon, Zhang Long, the leader, announced, everyone, take a quarter-hour rest. The second branch of the Xia family lost all semblance of decorum, plopping down onto the ground. Xia Yunyao, tears brimming, turned to her mother, lamenting. Mother, look at my feet, they are all blistered. I can hardly walk any longer, woe is me. Xia Huaizhou, panting in agreement, added, Mother, I am exhausted as well. Could you possibly arrange for a carriage? This walking is far too taxing. Su Yuyan regarded the sibling duo with an expression of disdain, thinking to herself, do they truly believe themselves to be pampered young ladies? Their current status is even beneath that of commoners. Noticing her gaze, Xia Yunyao barked, you wretched girl. What are you staring at? If you dare look at me with such contempt again, I shall gouge out your eyes. Su Yuyan flinched, her body recoiling like a frightened rabbit, her lowered eyelids shadowed with gloom. Meanwhile, the steward approached Shen Xiaoning, carrying a parcel. Shen Xiaoning was taken aback. Surprised by the arrival of Steward Liu, he was indeed a rare visitor. Liu nodded, adopting a formal demeanor. Madam, this is a message from the master for you. He also instructed me to convey that from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Shen family. Whether you live or die henceforth is of no concern to the Shen household. He placed the parcel before her, uttering those words before hastily departing. Shen Xiaoning stared at the letter upon the parcel, the bold characters of severance of kinship glaring at her. Although she had long felt estranged from the Shen family, the stark reality of the severance still brought tears to her eyes. Xia Yunqiu rushed forward to console her, sister-in-law. Do not be disheartened, you still have us. Lin, filled with compassion, added, Chuchu is right, Xiaoning, you have us. They are the ones blind to your worth. Do not let it weigh too heavily on your heart, especially with a child on the way. Xia Suian stepped forward, embracing her mother's neck, his small voice chiming, Mother, from now on, Anin will protect you. Do not cry. He raised his chubby hand to wipe her tears. Shen Xiaoning lifted her gaze, meeting the concerned expressions of those around her and the steadfast gaze of her son, warmth blooming within her heart. She inhaled deeply, forcing her tears back, mustering a smile as she ruffled her son's hair, softly saying, Anin must grow quickly to protect Mother. Anin nodded earnestly, yes. Anin will listen to Mother and grow up fast. Sang Wan-Ning regarded them with admiration, internally acknowledging that aside from the wayward second branch, The first branch upheld commendable family values, fostering many promising talents. Her gaze first fell upon Xia, then shifted to the second branch of the Xia family. Her brow slightly furrowed. There was not a semblance of resemblance between them and Xia. She even felt that they were not of the same bloodline. Lost in her thoughts, she soon noticed a servant from the other carriage approaching with a bundle. "Third Madam, Master Xia. This is something my master asked me to deliver to you. He also mentioned that he will always be present and believes we will meet again." Sang Wan-Ning looked to Xia, who nodded slightly. She then accepted the parcel, saying, "Please convey our gratitude to your master on behalf of us as a couple." At her words, Xiao's cheeks flushed. This woman spoke of their marital relationship with such ease. One might think they were deeply affectionate. Yet seeing the reddening of his cheeks made her smirk. She had said nothing particularly provocative, yet here he was, blushing like a bashful bride. Noticing that the servant had yet to urge everyone onward, Sang Wan-Ning retrieved the water pouch from the cart, encouraging everyone to hydrate quickly. Xia Yunchu's face was flushed, sweated beads glistening on her forehead, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Sang Wan-Ning. "Sister-in-law, is this some divine water? I feel an unparalleled surge of energy after drinking it." Lin nodded in agreement. "Wan-Ling, what have you added to this water? I feel remarkably refreshed." "Indeed, an old crone, managed to walk so far without tiring. I am astonished." "This is all thanks to your miraculous water." The matriarch chimed in with a smile. Sang Wan-Ling, unperturbed, replied, "I did indeed add some health-enhancing herbs to the water, but I did not anticipate such remarkable results." Shen Xiaoning appeared much improved, stroking her belly and turning her gaze to Sang Wan-Ling. "Wan-Ling, you are truly our savior. Were it not for you, we might be." Sang Wan-Ling quickly waved her hand, her face adorned with a humble smile. "Sister-in-law, do not say such things. We are family, and it is only right that we support one another. Moreover, given our current predicament, we must band together to endure these trying times." As they conversed, Zhang Long began calling for everyone to rise and continue their journey. The second branch of the Xia family had already drained their water supply, their throats parched and raw, and their feet sore from the relentless journey. Upon hearing the call, Sang Wan-Ling and the others sprang to their feet, swiftly taking the lead, leaving the second branch far behind. Noticing their lagging pace, the servant cracked his whip, shouting angrily, "Hurry up. At this rate, we won't reach a resting place before nightfall." Xia Huaizhou received a harsh lash on his right leg, letting out a pained yelp. It hurt so much. He stumbled and fell to the ground, only to be met with another lash from the servant. "Get up and keep moving." Seeing her precious son being struck, Su Mingwei rushed forward, pleading tremulously, "Sir, please do not hit him. We are moving right now." She hurried to help her son to his feet, her steps unsteady as they trudged forward, alternating between deep and shallow strides. Su Mingwei noticed how the first branch disregarded the second branch, her eyes filled with seething hatred. After walking for a considerable time, Sang Wan-Ling turned to see the second branch nearly out of sight and addressed the leading officer. "Lord Zhang, the people behind have fallen too far behind. Should we not rest here for a moment and wait for them?" Zhang Long glanced back at the direction of the second branch, slowly nodding. "Let us rest for a moment." It was late summer transitioning into early autumn, and she noted the abundance of wild vegetables and herbs along the way. Though her storage held plenty of herbs, revealing them to the group posed a challenge. Suddenly inspired, she approached Lord Zhang, saying, "Lord Zhang, I see many wild vegetables over there. May I gather some?" After a moment of silence, she added, "Rest assured, I will share half of what I gather with you." Zhang Long finally nodded. "Go ahead, but do not wander too far." Sang Wan-Ling smiled lightly. "Do not worry, my lord. I will only gather from nearby, not stray far." Chapter 19. An Unexpected Delight. As Sang Wan-Ning returned with a radiant smile, a pang of jealousy stirred within Xiaoziyu. What could possibly bring such joy to this little woman? "Third sister-in-law, what did you discuss with that official to be so happy?" Xia Yunchu could not suppress her curiosity and inquired. Sang Wan-Ning replied with a smile, "I mentioned that I wanted to gather wild vegetables over there." And the official agreed. "Would you like to join me?" Xia Yunchu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, "Yes, I want to go." Sang Suiyan also scampered over, tilting his little head and chiming in, "Third aunt, Anan wants to go too." Sang Wan-Ning affectionately ruffled his hair, her smile warm as she said, "All right, Anan can come with us." Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Shi interjected, "Wan-Ning, do you know which ones are wild vegetables?" The ladies of these noble families were accustomed to being served, utterly oblivious to the world of wild greens. Sang Wan-Ning nodded earnestly. Mother, I can distinguish the wild vegetables. When I was at the Sang family, Mother and I often went to the mountains to dig for them, so I am quite familiar. Mother, you rest here. There's water on the cart. You can help yourselves. We will return shortly. Watching their departing figures, the old matriarch sighed deeply, a hint of sympathy in her voice. That child Wan-Ning truly has a hard lot, being burdened with such a father. Shangshu nodded in agreement. Grandmother, there's no need to worry. We will cherish her. Those the Sang family deems unworthy are treasures to our Xia family, though her life has been somewhat arduous. Xia Ziyu gazed at the slender, resolute figure, feeling a heaviness in his heart, a subtle pain emerging from within that he had not realized before. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning was diligently teaching her two little companions to identify wild vegetables while deftly gathering both wild greens and herbs. There was an abundance of wild vegetables. In a short while, the trio had amassed a considerable haul. Once Sang Wan-Ning deemed it sufficient for their family, she ceased her foraging. She then found some wild grass and twisted it into a rope, tying up the wild vegetables securely. Soon, each of the three was carrying a bundle of their bountiful spoils. Sang Wan-Ning took the bundle from an inn and presented it to the official, placing the remaining ones onto the cart. Having completed these tasks, the members of the second household of the Xia family finally arrived, somewhat tardily. Initially, they had thought to rest and promptly plopped down onto the ground. Zhang Long, having rested enough, spoke in a low voice. We depart immediately. We must reach Shaohe village today. Li Kuei, already irritated by the delays caused by the second household, noticed they remained languid. He cracked his whip towards them, with Su Mingyu, seated at the edge, taking the brunt of it. Oh, my hand! Li Kuei bellowed. Get moving now. If you dawdle any longer, do not blame me for my cruelty. The members of the second household hurriedly scrambled to their feet, stumbling forward, neglecting Su Mingyu entirely. Seeing her still lingering, Li Kuei lashed his whip across her back, instantly leaving a bloody mark. Still not rising? Do you wish to suffer more? Su Mingyu seethed internally, wishing to see this official meet a dreadful fate, yet she found herself powerless, compelled to submit. Enduring the pain, she stood up and hastily proceeded, her heart heavy as she looked at her beloved children and cherished husband, who seemed indifferent to her plight. As the sun gradually set, the air cooled significantly, and the main household of the Xia family moved with lighter steps. At last, they arrived at the dilapidated temple in Shaohe village as dusk approached. Zhang Long spoke in a deep voice. We rest here for the night. Those in need of water can fetch it from behind the temple. With that, he and the accompanying brothers began to prepare a meal. Feng Yi entered carrying a burlap sack and tossed dark, coarse buns to each of them. Sang Wan-Ning glanced at the hard bun in her hand and turned to her family. Everyone, please hold off on eating for now. You've all had a long day. Let me prepare something softer for you. Saying this, Sang Wan-Ning greeted the officials with her wild vegetables and made her way to the back of the temple. Soon, she arrived at a small river behind the dilapidated temple, utterly astonished by the hidden gem before her. An idea struck her. She retrieved some spring water from her space and poured it into the river. In mere moments, a swarm of fish began to approach her. With a thought, she quickly dug a small pond in her space, collecting a substantial number of fish, at least 30 or 40. Then, she gathered some branches and speared 4 fish, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. Not wanting to take too much for fear of raising suspicions, she decided to give 2 of the fish to the official and keep the remaining 2 for her family's feast. With this plan in mind, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly cleaned the wild vegetables and the fish by the moonlight and returned to the temple. The escorting officials widened their eyes in astonishment as she returned carrying 4 large fish. Did you catch these fish? Zhang Long asked, his tone neutral. Sang Wan-Ning nodded. Yes, I did. I was washing the vegetables, and they swam right up to me. The officials silently marveled, noting how fortunate this young lady from the Xia family was. They had tried fishing too, but as time passed, the fish grew more cunning and elusive. Seeing their attention fixated on her catch, Sang Wan-Ning felt a twinge of awkwardness and spoke up. Master Zhang, may I discuss something with you? Zhang Long maintained his calm demeanor. What is it? It's just that, Master Zhang, we left in such haste today that I forgot to bring a pot. May I borrow yours? Rest assured, I want to use it for free. Our family cannot possibly consume all these fish, and with the heat, they want to keep. I will give 2 fish to the official as a token of gratitude for your care along the way, and I hope you can accommodate my request. Sang Wan-Ning spoke earnestly, her words sincere. Zhang Long raised an eyebrow, glanced at the plump fish, and eventually nodded. How about this? You cook the fish for us. And your family can have their meal prepared here, saving us the trouble of starting another fire. Sang Wan-Ning cheerfully agreed. Thank you, Master Zhang. I will go put away my things first. Leaving behind 2 fish, she quickly entered the building. The Xia family members stared wide-eyed as she walked in with 2 large fish. Anan rushed forward, his eyes fixated on the plump fish. Third aunt. Did you catch these fish? Yes, indeed. It was your third aunt who caught them. Isn't that impressive, Anan? The little one eagerly nodded in praise. Impressive. Third aunt is incredible, even more so than my third uncle. Xia Ziyu, seated nearby, twitched his mouth at the child's flattery, amused at how easily he was won over by a few fish. Yet, as he cast his gaze upon Sang Wan-Ning, it became increasingly gentle. Xia Yunchu also gathered around, showering Sang Wan-Ning with compliments. The matriarch, her expression softened, cautioned, Wan-Ning, you must not act so recklessly next time. What if you fell into the river? Sang Wan-Ning laughed lightly, reassuring her, Grandmother, don't worry, I can float. Everyone was taken aback. What noble young lady possessed such rustic skills? The old matriarch and Lin Shi were both astonished and delighted. Indeed, the Xia family had found a true treasure. Xia Ziyu's inquisitive gaze fell upon Sang Wan-Ning. This little woman was indeed full of surprises. She resembled a mysterious blind box, each revelation bringing unexpected delight. Chapter 20. Why are you so useless? Sang Wan-Ning remained unaware of Xia Ziyu's probing gaze as she set the fish aside beside the wild vegetables. Turning to Xia Yunchu, she said, Chu, make sure to keep an eye on the fish. I forgot to buy a pot. But I've already spoken to those officials to borrow one. Once I prepare their meal, we can cook ours. Just bear with it a little longer. With that, Sang Wan-Ning hastily exited the dilapidated temple. She swiftly began cooking for the servants, while Sang Wan-Ning used herbs to eliminate the fishy smell and added a pinch of salt to marinate it for a few minutes. Next, she poured a small amount of oil into the pot, retrieved some medicinal herbs and spices from her supplies, and sauteed them before adding water. With deft precision, she sliced the fish, first placing the head and bones into the boiling broth, and once it approached readiness, she added the fish fillets. Noticing some green onions nearby, she quickly chopped them up. The enticing aroma wafted through the crumbling temple, making everyone instinctively swallow hard. Su Mingwei, inhaling the delicious scent, looked at the black steamed bun in her hand and felt it suddenly tasteless. The Xia siblings also noticed the fragrance, their stomachs rumbling audibly. Xia Huaizhou murmured, Mother, I want fish too. Please talk to grandmother and ask her to give us a piece. With 2 large fish, they surely cannot finish them all. Xia Yunyao nodded in agreement. Mother, hurry. Grandmother has the softest heart. If you ask her nicely, she will surely agree. Hearing this, Su Mingwei nodded hesitantly, glancing outside to see Sang Wan-Ning still busy at work. She slowly made her way towards the old matriarch, while Xia Wenchuan looked at his wife with hopeful anticipation, wishing she could indeed secure a piece of fish for them. Xia Yunchu instinctively shielded the fish as she approached, prompting Su Mingwei to shoot her an icy glare. Soon, she stood before the old matriarch. Mother, I acknowledge my previous misdeeds and the foolish words I spoke. Please consider it a mere slip of the tongue and forgive us this once. The old matriarch, well aware of her character, maintained a stern expression and replied, Speak plainly. What is it that you desire? Su Mingyue's expression stiffened, yet she forced a smile. Mother, we are family after all. To be honest, Huaizhou and Yao Yao have suffered greatly. They too wish to enjoy some fish. Could you perhaps find it in your heart to share a piece with your 2 grandsons? In the future, our branch will certainly heed your lead. The old matriarch scoffed. That fish was caught by Wan-Ning. If you want some, go ask her. I am merely benefiting from that girl's efforts. Su Mingwei, finding the old woman impervious to reason, felt her countenance darken. Mother, must you be so unyielding? Is this how you honor the ancestors of the Xia family? Lin Shi, fearing the old matriarch's anger might lead to dire consequences, stepped protectively in front of her. Su family, what is this attitude? If it weren't for the ancestors' grace, your branch would have perished countless times over the years. How dare you question us now? Be sensible and leave before I lose my temper. Su Mingwei glared fiercely. Her fists clenched, contemplating how to tear that wretched woman's face apart, but the murderous gaze from Xia Ziyu sent a chill down her spine. Despite his current state of weakness, his innate aura of intimidation remained intact. As Su Mingwei realized she could gain no advantage, she gritted her teeth and stormed away in frustration. Xia Huaizhou, displeased with his mother's failure to procure fish, complained, "Mother, how could you be so useless? You didn't bring anything back." Reminded of the whipping she had received that day, Su Mingyue's anger flared, and she shouted, "If you want fish, go catch it from the river yourself. Others managed to do it just fine. Are you all missing limbs or something?" Xia Huaizhou was taken aback, but quickly retorted angrily, "You dare to scold me? Just wait until you're old. I won't take care for you then." Su Mingwei felt as if her heart might explode with rage. This was the son she had painstakingly raised with love and care, and just because she scolded him once, he threatened to abandon her in her old age? Xia Wenchuan interjected sternly enough. "Can't you see the situation we're in? It's just fish. I'll go catch some myself. Huaidou, come with me." He refused to believe that two grown men could be outdone by that girl. The father and son strode purposefully toward the riverbank to catch fish. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning had finished cooking the fish and transferred it to a wooden platter, garnishing it with chopped green onions. Regrettably, there were no chilies. Otherwise, a drizzle of chili oil would have made it perfect. However, with her secret sauce, the flavor would surely be delightful. The servants inhaled the delicious aroma, swallowing instinctively. Zhao Ming couldn't help but praise her, "Madam Xia. Who would have thought you possessed such culinary skills?" Sang Wan-Ning, seizing the opportunity, lamented, "Esteemed officials, as you may know, I am not favored in the Sang family. My father, the minister, shows no concern for my mother or me. To survive, we must fend for ourselves, and through repeated cooking, I have honed my skills." Indeed. Her words stirred a sense of pity among the servants, who recognized her plight of being neglected by her father and finding herself in a marriage that had led to her family's downfall. Zhang Long, witnessing this, handed her 7 steamed buns, instructing her to remember to wash the pot after she finished cooking. With that, he joined his companions, indulging heartily in the meal. Sang Wan-Ning regarded the steamed buns in her hands, realizing that through this display of vulnerability, Zhang Long was indeed a good ally, making her future endeavors smoother. Without further thought, she ignited the stove to prepare her family's meal, adjusting her cooking to suit the servants' tastes. The fish was quickly ready, and she borrowed extra wooden bowls from the servants. She poured the fish into a bowl, then washed the pot and quickly stir-fried a large bowl of wild vegetables she had collected during the day. Standing at the entrance, she called out, "Yun Chu, come help." Hearing her, Xia Yun Chu rushed out to assist, carrying the vegetables into the dilapidated temple. Upon noticing that the dishes were ready but there were no bowls or chopsticks, she dashed outside to borrow some from the servant, also sharing some of the stir-fried wild vegetables with them to taste. Sang Wan-Ning first served each of them a bowl of soup, giving each a steamed bun from the servants. "Grandmother, you should forego the steamed buns and enjoy the fish instead. Sister-in-law, you can have more of this fish soup. It's good for you and the baby." Shen Xiaoning expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. You should eat too." Sang Wan-Ning nodded and set aside a bowl of soup, carefully picking out the fish bones before placing some fish pieces into her bowl. Once she had removed all the bones, she turned to Xia Ziyu with a radiant smile. "Here, try the fish I made and tell me how it tastes." Xia Ziyu was taken aback that this little woman hadn't eaten any herself and had gone to the trouble of removing the bones just for him. Seeing him in a daze, Sang Wan-Ning reassured him, "Don't worry, I've removed all the bones." Xia Ziyu met her gaze briefly before slowly opening his mouth. Sang Wan-Ning eagerly awaited his reaction, but his expression remained impassive, revealing no emotion. Just as he began to wonder if the fish met his expectations, he nodded decisively. Chapter 21. Does this count as an indirect kiss? Sang Wan-Ning's face blossomed into a smile, her words brimming with confidence. "I knew it. The fish I personally prepared must be exceptional." Enchanted by the aroma, Xia Yun Chu mumbled, "Sister-in-law, this fish is simply divine. It's the most delicious fish I've ever tasted in my life." Xia Sui nodded fervently, "And I agree. Your fish is unbelievably delicious." With a smile adorning her face, Sang Wan-Ning said, "If you all enjoy the meal, please indulge yourselves. I shall prepare more for you in the future." Shen Xiaoning skillfully picked up a piece of fish with her chopsticks, meticulously removing the bones before offering it to Sang Wan-Ning. "Wan-Ning, open your mouth. You've been bustling about all evening and haven't had a bite to eat. Obediently, Wan-Ning opened her mouth and savored the fish, nodding slightly in approval. Contemplating that when conditions permitted, she would prepare even more delectable dishes for them. Big sister-in-law, please eat without reservation. I shall ensure Ziyu is well fed before I partake. Xia Zi longed to retort, urging her to eat first, but his voice had been rendered hoarse, leaving him almost mute. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sang Wan-Ning's eyes as she smiled, saying, "Do not overthink it. Focus on regaining your strength and trust me." Xia Ziyu's gaze flickered, suppressing the tumult of emotions within as he consumed the food she offered with great appetite. He couldn't help but marvel at how this petite woman had managed to create such a delightful dish under such rudimentary conditions. Her culinary skills surpassed even the fish he had tasted at Yipinju. Sang Wan-Ning patiently fed him 2 bowls of fish, 1 bun, and a bowl of soup. When she saw Sad Ziyu shake his head, she recognized he had eaten his fill. Without fussing over the details, she began to enjoy her meal using the same bowls and chopsticks he had used. Xia Ziyu felt his cheeks warm slightly at her nonchalance about sharing utensils. Did this count as an indirect kiss? As he pondered this, his heart raced involuntarily, his gaze drawn to the petite woman. Her delicate features and the way her mouth chewed continuously, her cheeks adorably puffed up. Noticing his gaze, Sang Wan-Ning, with her cheeks full, mumbled, "What's wrong? Are you still hungry?" With that, she picked up a piece of fish and brought it closer to his mouth. "Here, this fish is boneless, just cleaned." Xia Ziyu instinctively tilted his head back, shaking it in refusal. "Really not going to eat?" Seeing Sang Wan-Ning's insistence, he reluctantly accepted the piece of fish offered by her chopsticks. The old matriarch and Lin Shi observed the scene, exchanging knowing glances, both wearing smiles of inquiry. Lin Shi gently placed a piece of fish into Sang Wan-Ning's bowl, her tone laced with tenderness and concern. "Wan-Ning, you must eat more. You look so thin, there's hardly any flesh on your bones." Sang Wan-Ning smiled as she accepted, "Thank you, mother." She lowered her gaze, surveying herself. Realizing her mother was indeed correct, she was too slender, lacking the fullness that symbolized femininity and truly needed to nourish herself. Xia Ziyu, noticing her scrutinizing her own chest, felt his cheeks flush again. This woman was utterly shameless. Unbeknownst to her, she had merely glanced a few times at herself. Yet someone was reacting as if affronted. While the first branch of the Xia family dined heartily, the second branch was suffering, the aroma wafting into their nostrils, provoking incessant grumbles from their stomachs, and they swallowed repeatedly in hunger. Su Mingyu muttered resentfully, the first branch is quite selfish, hoarding the food without a care." Unable to withstand her hunger any longer, she set out in search of her son and husband. She couldn't believe that Sang Wan-Ning, who appeared so frail that a gust of wind could topple her, could catch fish. Surely she was no better than herself. After Su Mingyu left, Xia Yunyao approached the old matriarch, wearing a pitiful expression, her eyes fixated on the wooden basin filled with fish. "Grandmother, I am also a member of the Xia family, your granddaughter. With so much fish, you surely cannot consume it all. Could you spare a little for your granddaughter?" The old matriarch continued to eat, placing a piece of fish into her mouth before slowly responding, "Oh, so now you remember I am your grandmother? When the Xia family was flourishing, did you ever once come to greet me?" Xia Yunyao was momentarily at a loss. Indeed, when the family had been prosperous, she had never once thought to pay her respects to the old woman. Her hands clenched instinctively in her sleeves, a forced smile plastered on her face. "Grandmother, I was wrong. I was foolish and immature. I hope you can forgive me this once, considering my youthful ignorance." The old matriarch sighed, her heart softening. She pulled a steamed bun from her robe and handed it to her. "I've given you my food, now you may go." Xia Yunyao felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the dark bun away but restrained herself. She accepted the bun, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. "Grandmother, can't you spare just a bit of fish for me?" The old matriarch shot her a cold glance, saying, "If I were you, I would know when to stop. This fish was caught by Wan-Ning. She is now the head of the first branch. I am merely benefiting from her favor. If you wish to eat, you must plead with her." Xia Yunyao's gaze turned pleadingly towards Sang Wan-Ning, hoping she might show her some pity and share a portion of fish. However, Sang Wan-Ning appeared oblivious as she placed a piece of fish into Xia Yunchu's bowl, smiling brightly. "Chu, eat more. If you wish for fish in the future, your third sister-in-law will prepare it for you." Xia Yunchu nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful." Thank you, third sister-in-law. I will surely be in for a treat. With that, she turned her head provocatively towards Xia Yunyao. Xia Yunyao recognized their deliberate mockery and, to avoid further humiliation, suppressed her fury and fled. Just as the family savored their meal joyfully, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Xia Huaizhou, drenched and trembling, exclaimed, "Sir, my mother has fallen into the water. Please, I beg you, save her." Upon hearing this, Xia Yunyao dashed out as well. The old matriarch's brow furrowed with concern, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to speak. "Grandmother, do not worry. I will go check. Yunchu, come with me." The officers, enjoying their meal, were displeased at the interruption. However, should any mishap occur with the prisoners, they would face repercussions, and their monthly wages might suffer. Zhang Long, the leader, rose and turned to Zhao Meng. "You are the best swimmer among us. Come with me to check it out." Soon, Sang Wan-Ning and her group arrived by the riverbank. Under the moonlight, they could see Su Mingyu thrashing about in the water in a panic, while Xia Wenchuan stood by the river, utterly lost. Li Kuei remarked disapprovingly, "What a fool, trying to take on a task beyond her means without the proper skills." Xia Wenchuan trembled. "Sir, please, I implore you to save my wife." Su Mingyu continued to flail in the water, crying out, "Help! Someone, please save me." Seeing Su Mingyu drift further into the river, Zhang Long immediately commanded, "Zhao Meng, you are a good swimmer. Do your best to bring her back." Zhao Meng hurriedly removed his outer garments and dove into the river. Before long, he reached Su Mingyu, who clung to him desperately like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline. Chapter 22. A Catastrophe. Zhao Meng was momentarily taken aback by her sudden grip, almost pulling them both under. Struggling to regain his balance, he silently lamented his predicament. After much effort, he adjusted his position and began swimming toward the shore with Su Mingyu in tow. Once on land, Zhao Meng gasped for air and shouted, "You nearly got me killed. What a troublesome situation." Su Mingwei paid no heed to Zhao Meng's words, her incessant coughing accompanied by forceful thumps on her chest. Having quenched her thirst, she was startled when Xia Yunyao rushed to her side, expressing concern. "Mother, are you all right? You really ought to be more careful. How could you fall into the river?" Su Mingwei turned her pale face toward the statue-like Xia Wenchuan standing nearby. Noticing her gaze, Xia Wenchuan bellowed angrily, "What are you looking at? It wasn't my intention to push you into the water. It was your own lack of balance that caused you to fall." Frustrated, Su Mingwei retorted, "How dare you deny it? You clearly pushed me." Xia Wenchuan, with a sullen expression, coldly scoffed, "If you hadn't incessantly belittled me, calling me useless and a waste, would I have accidentally pushed you?" After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and departed. Su Mingwei was taken aback by the fact that her beloved husband, her confidant, would resort to such harshness over a few words of criticism, leaving her heart heavy with despair. With nowhere to vent her emotions, she noticed Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Yunchu watching her with expressions that were almost mocking. She shouted in anger, "What are you staring at? Surely, you must be delighted to see our branch in trouble." Just as Xia Yunchu was about to respond, Sang Wan-Ning pulled her back, saying, "There's no need to stoop to the level of a fool. Let us go home, choo-choo." After they left, Xia Yunyao gazed pensively at the water's surface, her expression serious as she spoke. "Mother, it would be wise not to oppose the main branch. It brings us no benefit. If you hadn't advised me to keep my distance from them, would I be in a position where I can't even catch a fish?" Su Mingwei felt a pang in her heart. "So you blame me, do you? Very well, you are all exemplary. Each of you turns against me just for the sake of a meal." Observing her mother's almost deranged demeanor, Xia Yunyao sighed, choosing not to engage further, and walked away. Su Mingwei was left alone by the riverbank, her heart filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning urged everyone to finish the fish and quickly tidied up with Xia Yuchu. They then found a corner to rest together as a family. In the capital, at the minister's residence, an eerie silence enveloped the place. As rumors spread, many servant girls and young men, emboldened by the theft of their contracts, fled the minister's household. Now, only a handful remained to serve in the vast residence. Sang Wenjin, already troubled, had not yet recovered when he heard of Sang Jinru's audacious actions, causing his vision to darken with rage, nearly fainting once more. Aware that her father would explode in fury upon learning of this, Sang Jinru stayed close to her mother. Lu Xinyue, oblivious to her daughter's blunders, believed her daughter to be dutiful, remaining at her side. With Sang Jinru present, Lu Xinyue's personal maid busied herself with other tasks, leaving the mother and daughter to converse. Suddenly, Sang Wan-Ning stormed in, sword in hand, fury radiating from him. He bellowed, "Wretched daughter, I'll see you dead. Are you trying to drag the entire Sang family into ruin?" He lunged the sword toward Sang Jinru, who, terrified, cowered behind Lu Xinyue, crying out, "Mother, save me. I don't want to die." Lu Xinyue trembled, shouting back, "Sang Wan-Ning, what madness is this?" Sang Wan-Ning laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, slamming the sword down with a resounding clang. "Am I mad? Perhaps you should ask your precious daughter what she has done." Only then did Lu Xinyue grasp the gravity of the situation. Turning to her daughter with a serious expression, she inquired, "Rower, tell me honestly. What have you done behind our backs?" Trembling, Sang Jinru stammered, "I went to see Sang Wan-Ning today. That wretched woman set a trap for me. I spoke foolishly." And my voice grew softer with each word. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyue's face hardened as she addressed Sang Wan-Ning, "Husband, is it not simply that our daughter mocked that lowly woman? Why do you resort to such threats?" Sang Wan-Ning sneered, "Am I striking your face? Your darling daughter flaunted her audacity on the streets, claiming she could decide the fates of others at will. You know better than I that the emperor's authority cannot be challenged. Recently, the palace has suffered theft, and the royal treasury has been thoroughly plundered. The emperor is furious. Yet this scourge chooses this moment to cause trouble. Tell me, does such a wretch deserve to live?" Sang Jinru collapsed to the ground, weeping, "Father, I truly didn't mean it. It was all that Sang Wan-Ning's doing." Sang Wan-Ning roared, "You are the foolish one. Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't utter such words in front of the people of the capital." Lu Xinyue, nearly collapsing, looked at her daughter with deep disappointment. "Roa, how could you be so foolish? In a situation like this, why didn't you come to us immediately? Your father and I would have found a way." Sang Wan-Ning coldly laughed. "What plan could we devise? Are you suggesting we murder all the onlookers?" He chuckled bitterly, "It's over. The Sang family is finished. Ha ha ha." Sang Wan-Ning laughed maniacally, staggering out toward the courtyard where the original owner and her mother once resided. At that moment, Sang Wan-Ning realized how egregiously he had erred. He had once been filled with sincerity and ambition. Yet, he had ultimately lost himself in the quagmire of power, forgetting his original intentions. Sang Wan-Ning sat in the dilapidated courtyard all night, and when dawn broke, a eunuch rushed in with an imperial edict. The eunuch called out sharply at the minister's residence. Sang Wan-Ning received the edict. At the sound, Sang Wan-Jing's body jolted, and he slowly rose, dragging his heavy steps toward the door. Memories flashed through his mind, filled with sorrow and regret. Lu Xinyue, in a state of panic, hurried to find her daughter, just as Sang Wan-Ning arrived, kneeling to receive the edict, proclaiming, "I." Sang Wan-Ning humbly received the edict. The eunuch unfurled the edict and cleared his throat to read, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Sang Wan-Ning, as a minister, has failed to govern his household, allowing his daughter to speak recklessly and offend the majesty of the throne, bringing shame upon me and causing turmoil in the court. Henceforth, upon investigation of the many misdeeds of the Sang family, I hereby order the entire family to be exiled, to be executed immediately. Thus it is decreed." Sang Wan-Ning trembled as he accepted the edict, his face as pale as paper. "I obey the edict," his voice cracked, laden with despair. Hearing this, Lu Xinyue's body gave way and she fainted. Chapter 23, having the audacity to act, yet not allowing others to speak? Sang Jinru trembled, shouting desperately, "Mother, please wake up." The eunuch, standing nearby, sighed deeply, unable to resist adding, "Minister Sang, with such a daughter, your household is truly unfortunate." After saying this, he said no more, gesturing for the guards to enter in an orderly fashion, beginning the search of the house. Sang Wan-Ning, holding the edict, revealed no joy as he turned his cold gaze toward Sang Jinru. "Wretch, are you satisfied with the outcome for the Sang family?" Trembling like a leaf, Sang Jinru pleaded. "Father, I know I was wrong. It was not my intention. It was all that Sang Wan-Ning's fault." Sang Wan-Ning bellowed, "Silence. What meaning is there in your words now?" Rumors of the Sang family's misfortune had already spread throughout the capital, and within mere moments, their residence was thoroughly searched. The eunuch glanced at the few remaining hairpins on the tray, silently lamenting the misfortune of the Sang family. The mansion was thoroughly robbed, and to make matters worse, due to her daughter's indiscreet remarks, they faced the dire consequences of confiscation and exile. At this moment, Sang Yanzhou, a student at Qifeng Academy, was hastily brought back by the officers. As soon as the eunuch Ji arrived and saw everyone gathered, he sharply commanded, Take them to the marketplace and hand them over to the local constables. They must be out of the city today. The officers escorted them toward the marketplace, where Lu Xinyue had already fainted. The officers found a wooden cart and carelessly tossed her onto it like a rag doll. Before long, they reached the marketplace, where the officers handed them over to the local constables and returned to report. Sang Yanzhou stepped forward, approaching his once-beloved sister, and struck her hard across the face. "You wretched creature, why don't you just die? You've ruined my bright future." Sang Jinra staggered from the blow, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Brother, how could you hit me? You always cherished me." Sang Yanzhou's eyes blazed with fury as he coldly laughed. "Indeed, I must have been blind to shower affection upon such a fool as you." Sang Jinra felt utterly wronged, her tears flowing like rain. "Brother, I told you. This is all that wretched Sang Wan-Ning is doing. If you must blame someone, let it be her, for she is the true culprit." Sang Yanzhou shouted in anger. "Isn't it your foolishness that landed you in this predicament? Had you not been so gullible, you would never have fallen into her trap." The concubines of Sang Wenjin looked at Sang Jinru with expressions that conveyed their desire to see her suffer. They had previously gritted their teeth, managing to sustain themselves through their shops. But now they had swiftly fallen from the status of affluent ladies to exiles, uncertain if their frail bodies could endure the journey to the place of exile. Yet, with Sang Wenjin and Sang Yanzhou present, despite their resentment, they dared not act out. At this moment, Lu Xinyue slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to the cacophony around her, momentarily disoriented. Soon, reality dawned upon her, and she quickly sat up, panic-stricken. "How did we end up here?" Sang Wenjin sneered at her as if she were a stranger. "How did we end up here? Surely you know all too well." Lu Xinyue leaped from the cart in a frenzy, attempting to rush outside, only to be swiftly restrained by the officers. She immediately adopted an imperious tone, shouting, "I am with Princess Yu. You worthless fools dare to stop me? Let me out, I must go to the wrong princess residence." At that moment, Lu Momo hurried through the crowd, hastily offering a silver ingot to the officer, forcing a smile as she said, "Officer, please, I beg for your leniency." The officer received the silver without a flicker of emotion, his voice grave as he replied, "You have half a TS worth of time." Lu Momo nodded repeatedly in gratitude and hurried towards Lu Xinyue. Seeing Lu Momo approach her mother's side, Lu Xinyue rushed forward, her eyes brimming with hope. "Lu Momo, you've come to save us on Mother's behalf, haven to you?" Lu Momo sighed, speaking truthfully, "Madam, this is a letter from the old madam for you." Lu Xinyue eagerly took the letter and read it hurriedly. Upon finishing, she staggered, disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Lu Momo. "Is mother really planning to abandon me?" Lu Momo, filled with helplessness, replied, "The old madam has her reasons. I hope you will not hold this against her." As she spoke, she handed Lu Xinyue a bundle, saying, "This is prepared for you by the old madam. From now on, you must rely on yourself." With that, Lu Momo turned and left with heavy steps. Lu Xinyue understood all too well that since her father's passing, the wrong princess residence had long lost its former glory. Her mother's actions were a desperate measure for the sake of the entire wrong prince's household, forcing her to abandon her. Heartbroken, she carried the bundle and slowly made her way back, standing silently at the side, resembling a marionette stripped of its strings. By now, a crowd had gathered, but this time it was different. Many young ladies from noble families had come, not to genuinely bid farewell to the Sang family, but to witness Sang Jinru's humiliation. Once, Sang Jinru had wielded her status arrogantly, never deigning to regard them, often humiliating them at will. Is this not the capital's foremost talented beauty? What brings her to a line of exiles?" One noble lady mocked, breaking the silence. "You see, our esteemed talented lady, with her eloquence, has single-handedly brought down the minister's household," another lady chimed in, stifling a laugh, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "Haha. How ridiculous. How could such a person be called a talented lady? I do say she is more of a fool. Any rational person would never behave like this." The officers removed the veil from Sang Jinru's face. Though the effects of the drugs had lessened her appearance, she still looked horrifying. At that moment, she resembled an enraged lion, her gaze filled with madness and hatred as she fixed her eyes on the young ladies who mocked her. One noble lady, unable to withstand Sang Jinru's fierce glare, exclaimed loudly, "What? Are we not speaking the truth? You have the audacity to act this way yet expect us to remain silent? Sang Jinru, ignited like a powder keg, charged at the young lady from the Wen family. Her sharp nails clawing wildly at her face as she screamed, "Wretched girl, I'll make you pay for your laughter. I'll rip your mouth apart." The Wen family lady shrieked in terror, "Help! Help!" The accompanying maidservants finally reacted, rushing forward to separate them, and chaos ensued, filled with shouts, cries, and laughter. The officers, witnessing the uproar, brandished their swords and shouted, "Everyone, halt! If you continue this ruckus, do not blame me for being merciless." Sang Jinru was forcibly restrained by the officers, yet still struggled to lunge at those who mocked her, her hair disheveled, her eyes wild, as if she had lost her sanity. "You treacherous wretches! On what grounds do you laugh at me? My current downfall is all due to that wretched Sang Wan-Ning. Should I rise again, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. Chapter 24. Eradicate the Roots. As Sang Jinru screamed in madness, Sang Wenjin stepped forward without hesitation and slapped her twice across the face. "You fool! Your actions have led to the fall of the Sang family. And now you dare to speak so brazenly? Are you eager for our demise?" Sang Jinru's vision blurred with stars, her cheeks swollen. Several red scratches marred her face from the Wen family maid's claws, blood trickling from her lips, creating a terrifying sight. "Father, I was harmed by that wretched Sang Wan-Ning. Why won't you trust me?" she pleaded, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at him. Sang Wenjin glared at her, filled with a desire to slap this fool to death. How had he not realized her foolishness earlier? The so-called capital's foremost talented lady now appeared nothing more than a joke. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room atop Yumming Pavilion, Prince Jing observed the entire scene unfold. A man beside him, clad in a splendid white robe, snapped open his folding fan and remarked, "Your Highness, one must eradicate the roots, otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Prince Jing recalled the loss of the substantial sum of silver due to Sang Wenjin's blunders, disrupting his plans, and he seethed with rage. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he downed the tea before him and coldly stated, "Find a suitable opportunity to silence Sang Wenjin forever." The man in white gently shook his fan, saying, "Your Highness, if you are to act, why not do so thoroughly?" After a moment of contemplation, Prince Jing replied, "Very well, then let it be complete annihilation." With a decisive thud, he slammed the teacup onto the table and rose, preparing to depart. Pausing momentarily, he spoke in a low voice, "Let us expel only Sang Wenjin. As for the others, allow them to continue their struggle against the Xia family." The man in white, recognizing his resolution, ceased his attempts at persuasion. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall handle the matter with utmost diligence." Meanwhile, within the Sang household, Sang Jinru found herself the target of collective disdain. Even her once doting parents and brother regarded her with cold indifference, devoid of any compassion. The local constables, anxious to avert further disturbances, hastily urged them to leave the city. In Xiahe village, Sang Wan-Ning and her companions, having rested through the night, embarked on a new journey. Unbeknownst to her, the Sang family had been subjected to confiscation and exile due to the brief conversations of the previous day. The members of the Xia family's main branch enjoyed abundant food and restful sleep, their spirits more vibrant than during their time at the estate. In stark contrast, the second branch was far less fortunate, subsisting on hard and unpalatable cornbread, still hungry. Su Mingwei, having fallen into the water, suffered through a night of fluctuating temperatures and now burned with fever. Yet the constables remained indifferent to her plight, as long as she was breathing. They insisted she continue on. She coughed softly into her hand, but her husband and children appeared oblivious to her condition. However, her niece, noticing her pallor, approached with concern. "Aunt, you look unwell. Did you catch a chill from falling into the water last night?" Su Mingwei felt a warmth in her heart, thinking, indeed, "My niece is worth the affection I have shown her." She shook her head. "It's nothing, I'll endure." The first branch was already on the move, while those from the second branch lagged behind. Li Kuei bellowed, "Are you planning to spend the new year here or what?" The crowd, glancing at the whip in his hand, hurriedly made their way outside. Su Mingwei felt dizzy and unsteady, but to avoid punishment, she mustered her strength and staggered to keep pace with the others. On the other side, Xia Yinshu observed that her grandmother and mother no longer required her support. So she began foraging for wild vegetables, approaching Sang Wan-Ning with an unfamiliar plant in hand. The mischievous and joined in, unwittingly accumulating a large collection of wild greens on the cart. Sang Wan-Ning quickly called out to them, "Choo-choo, and in, that's enough." The heat makes it difficult to preserve too many. Upon hearing this, they ceased their gathering, while the members of the second branch discreetly gathered some wild vegetables at the back, though it remained uncertain whether they were edible. The weather grew increasingly warm, and even the constables began to struggle with the exertion. Zhang Long announced, "There's a dense forest ahead, let us push through and rest there." Sang Wan-Ning assessed the forest not far off and estimated it would take at least half an hour to reach. Seeing her family drenched in sweat, she called out to Xia Yunshu, "Chu-chu, take some water to grandmother and the others." Xia Yunshu complied, running to fetch a jug of water for her grandmother and the group. Sang Wan-Ning then took another water jug from the cart and opened it for Xia Ziyu to drink. After he finished, Sang Wan-Ning took several hearty gulps from the jug herself. The group, refreshed by the water, felt invigorated, their steps lightening as they outpaced the constables. The constables exchanged glances, incredulous that a group of women and children had left them behind. Their pride wounded, they quickened their pace, but this only further exhausted the second branch, who struggled to keep up. Soon, they found themselves distanced from Sang Wan-Ning and her companions. Li Kuei, witnessing the situation, struck the ground with a loud crack of his whip, leaving a mark. "Move faster. Do you intend to spend the new year here?" Su Mingwei, unable to endure any longer, fainted, her vision blurring. Seeing her collapse, Xia Wenyuan and his sister seemed unfazed and continued onward. Li Kuei, suspecting Su Mingwei was merely feigning illness to shirk work, lashed her back with the whip. When he noticed she remained motionless, he checked for her breath, relieved to find she had merely fainted. "Xia Wenchuan, your wife has fainted. Hurry and bring her along, or I will not hesitate to use this whip." He had observed their indifference. Despite seeing Su Mingwei had collapsed, none of them had offered assistance. Xia Wenchuan, already fatigued, looked to Xia Huaizhou. "Huaizhou, your father is old and frail. I cannot carry your mother. Perhaps you." Before he could finish, Xia Huaizhou irritably interrupted, "I can't carry her either. I'm nearly dead on my feet. I refuse to do it." Li Kuei, losing his patience, barked, "Get moving. Don't force me to take matters into my own hands." Xia Wenchuan turned a fierce gaze toward his two concubines. "You too. Go and bring the lady along." Feng Jiuer protested, "Why should we? Besides, she is so heavy. How can Shanshan and I possibly carry her?" Xia Wenchuan scoffed, "Because I am the head of this family. You both should comply and bring her along, or I will not hesitate to act." Li Kuei, now at the end of his tether, cracked his whip against the ground once more. "Still not moving? Do you wish to suffer?" Reluctantly, Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan approached, struggling to lift the heavy Su Mingwei, painfully trudging forward. The two concubines silently cursed Xia Wenchuan, the selfish hypocrite, in their hearts. Chapter 25, May I make a small request? Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning and her group had reached their destination. After a brief rest, she surveyed the dense woods, her mind racing with ideas. Rising, she sought out Zhang Long. "Lord Zhang, might I explore the forest a bit? I assure you it will not delay our journey." After all, last night, her family had benefited from Sang Wan-Ning's generosity. As the saying goes, a hand received is a hand bound. Zhang Long nodded, his expression impassive. "Go ahead. But return promptly." Grateful, Sang Wan-Ning thanked him profusely, then bid farewell to her family and dashed into the woods. Initially, Anin and Chu-Chu intended to accompany her, but she halted them, knowing their presence would complicate her efforts. Utilizing her spatial abilities, she quickly ventured deep into the mountains, which bore a striking resemblance to the primordial forests of Blue Star, with trees that towered like giants. As she wandered aimlessly, she stumbled upon a ginseng plant, an ancient specimen that appeared to be over a century old. Placing her hand upon it, she transplanted the ginseng into her space. Just as she completed the transplant, she noticed a wild chicken not far ahead. Bending down, she picked up a stone and casually tossed it, striking the bird dead. She stashed the chicken into her space, stone still in hand, and continued her exploration. The forest echoed with intermittent sounds as Sang Wan-Ning moved like a stealthy hunter, collecting rabbits and wild chickens wherever she roamed. During her hunt, she also discovered 2 nests of wild chicken eggs, which she effortlessly stored in her space, anticipating a hearty meal that evening. Realizing it was time to return, she retraced her steps, having gathered an impressive haul of medicinal herbs, 3 wild chickens, 4 rabbits, and 8 wild chicken eggs. Approaching the resting place of her family, she emerged from her space, carrying 2 rabbits and a bundle of 4 chicken eggs wrapped in her clothing. The sight of her returning with the rabbits left everyone in awe. Yunchu and Anan hurriedly ran to greet her. Anan gazed up in awe and exclaimed, "Aunt San, you are truly remarkable to have caught a rabbit." Xia Yunchu could not help but praise, "Sister San, how are you so capable? I must learn from you in the future." Zhao Meng, feeling a twinge of envy, remarked, "Sister Xia, you are indeed fortunate." The few of us brothers ventured in and out, but not only did we not see any rabbits, we didn't even catch a glimpse of rabbit fur. Sang Wan-Ning, unfazed, replied with a steady heart, "I ventured a bit further. It seems I am indeed lucky." She handed a wild chicken egg and a rabbit to Xia Yuchu, then made her way towards the officials. "Master Zhang, here is a rabbit to add to your meal." Zhonglong, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, "This is something you worked hard for. You should keep it for yourselves." Sang Wan-Ning shook her head. "We have 1 rabbit and 4 wild chicken eggs, which is plenty for us. Thank you for your care on this journey. Consider this a token of my gratitude. And please do not refuse." Seeing her sincere demeanor, Zhonglong accepted the rabbit without further protest. After giving the rabbit, Sang Wan-Ning turned to leave. Zhonglong watched her retreating figure, his gaze lingering on the clanking shackles as if lost in thought. Sang Wan-Ning returned, cheerfully announcing, "It's too hot to set off just yet. How about I make roasted rabbit for everyone?" Xia Yunchu swallowed hard and smiled. "That's wonderful. Whatever Sister San decides is good." Anan danced with joy beside them. "Yay. How delightful to have roasted rabbit." Sang Wan-Ning nodded with a smile. "We'll save the wild chicken eggs for later. It's too hot now, so let us tackle the rabbit first." Without hesitation, she borrowed a small knife from Zhonglong and skillfully cleaned the rabbit in a few swift motions. Observing her deft technique, Xia Ziyu's eyes darkened, as her method of butchery resembled that of one who had slaughtered countless wild creatures. His curiosity deepened. What had this little woman experienced before? Once the rabbit was cleaned, Sang Wan-Ning sprinkled it with herbs to eliminate the gamey smell, ensuring even distribution of salt. Just then, Zhonglong approached, carrying the prepared rabbit. "Sister Xia, your cooking is exquisite. Might I request that you roast our rabbit as well?" "Whatever you need, I shall provide." Sang Wan-Ning smiled in agreement. "Certainly. Roasting 1 or 2 makes no difference, so I shall roast them both. I have everything except a bit of oil. Master Zhang, could you kindly fetch some?" Zhonglong readily consented. "Of course, I will retrieve it at once." For some reason, Zhonglong suddenly felt a chill at his neck, prompting him to touch it as he walked towards their resting area. He soon returned with the oil, just as Sang Wan-Ning began skewering the rabbit on a branch. "Thank you, Master Zhang," she said, taking the oil and setting it aside. "You should rest. I'll call for you when it's done." Zhonglong nodded slightly. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked, "Is there something else, Master Zhang?" After a moment of silence, he replied, "Sister Xia, I wish to speak with you." Xia Ziyu, sensing the coldness emanating from him, felt a flicker of unease. Zhonglong, noticing his discomfort, quickly clarified, "It's just that your cooking is delightful, and I was wondering if you could prepare meals for our brothers from now on." "Naturally. We wouldn't expect you to do so for free, as we journey through the Iron Thorn Wilderness. I can have the shackles removed from your family if you agree to help." Sang Wan-Ning, upon hearing this, did not immediately consent, but instead tentatively inquired, "Master Zhang, may I make a small request?" Zhonglong paused before responding, "As long as it's not too excessive, I can accommodate you." Sang Wan-Ning smiled brightly. "It will certainly not be excessive. You see, my sister-in-law is already over 7 months pregnant, and her belly grows larger by the day. I was wondering if, once we reach Qingang County, I might purchase a donkey cart." Zhonglong suddenly felt as though he had been outmaneuvered. This Sister Xia had been generous to them all along. Was she calculating this very moment? Noticing his silence, Sang Wan-Ning's demeanor grew somewhat despondent. "If it's truly impossible, then forget it. I wouldn't want to impose on Master Zhang." Seeing her forlorn expression, Zhonglong couldn't bring himself to refuse. He cleared his throat and said, "It's not unfeasible, but do remember not to stand out too much. Otherwise, it would be difficult for us." The moment Sang Wan-Ning received his agreement, her face lit up with joy, her smile radiant. This expression caused Zhonglong's heart to skip a beat, while Xia Ziyu observed the exchange with an intensity that could burn. Zhonglong caught sight of Xia Ziyu's predatory glare and, clearing his throat, said, "You may continue with your tasks. Just call for me when you need me. I'll fetch Zhao Meng to help remove your shackles." Sang Wan-Ning expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, Master Zhang. Chapter 26. The feeling of freedom is exhilarating. Xia Ziyu was filled with agitation, now rendered powerless. He found his wife the object of another's attention. Sang Wan-Ning remained focused on roasting the rabbit, unaware of his turmoil. Soon, Zhao Ming arrived with keys in hand, swiftly unlocking the shackles binding the members of the main household. Despite Sang Wan-Ning's herbal applications, there were still bruises around their ankles and wrists. As the shackles fell away, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, and they felt a newfound sense of freedom. Sang Wan-Ning stood and stretched languidly, exclaiming, "The sensation of liberation is truly delightful." The members of the second household watched in envy, their hearts heavy, while they continued to gnaw on stale cornbread. Having been wronged by the scheming Su family, Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan exchanged glances, nodding resolutely before approaching Sang Wan-Ning, who was busy roasting the rabbit. Upon seeing them, Xia Yunshu's demeanor soured immediately. "What do you want?" Feng Jiuer waved her hands in a hurry to explain. "Miss, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm." Sang Wan-Ning did not lift her gaze, responding, "If you have something to say, just say it." Feng Jiuer, taken aback by Sang Wan-Ning's directness, proceeded to lay out their intentions. "Third Madam, I and Shanshan wish to seek refuge with you, hoping you will take us in." Lin Shanshan, fearing rejection, quickly added, "We can assist in caring for the elderly lady and handle various chores. We can even push a cart, all we ask for is a meal." Sang Wan-Ning looked up at them. "Are you not afraid of being punished upon your return for seeking me out?" Feng Jiuer clenched her clothing tightly, determination flashing in her eyes. "I would rather face hardship in your household than suffer under their oppression in the second household. If you refuse, we will merely return to face a beating." Sang Wan-Ning's mind began to race. Even if she accepted them, they likely wouldn't pose a significant threat, merely adding a couple of mouths to feed. Considering this, she nodded slightly. "In that case, you may stay, but I will give you a 3-day trial period. If you pass, I shall accept you." The two women felt a surge of joy at her words. Feng Jiuer instinctively began to kneel, only to be stopped by Sang Wan-Ning. "No need to kneel at every turn. I prefer something more practical." Both women froze for a moment before quickly grasping the situation. Noticing the dwindling firewood, they hurriedly ventured into the woods to gather more. Su Mingwei, having awakened, watched the two concubines groveling before Sang Wan-Ning with seething rage. She muttered to herself, "Those wretches truly believe that little hussy will take them in. Once they return, I will ensure they regret it." Xia Wenchuan wore a sullen expression, his countenance darkened by the blatant humiliation of having to lower himself to plead. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he bellowed at the muttering Su clan beside him. "Were it not for your incessant meddling, would they even contemplate leaving?" Su's heart already brimming with resentment towards Xia Wenchuan. She could no longer contain herself and retorted with fury, "Xia Wenchuan, how dare you raise your voice at me? I married into your family and toiled endlessly to manage our household, sacrificing my very life to bear you these children. Yet how have you treated me these past few days? For your selfish desires, you disregard my well-being. You heartless wretch. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have wed you." Her indignation escalated and Xia Wenchuan, unable to restrain himself any longer, struck her fiercely across the face. "You vile woman, so you've finally spoken your true feelings? You regret marrying me? I regret marrying you even more. Since you hold me in such contempt, very well. I shall divorce you." As the couple engaged in a heated quarrel, Su Yuyan and Xia Yunyao sat nearby, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Eventually, the servant, unable to endure the discord any longer, approached with a whip in hand. "Silence. What are you bickering about? If you possess this much energy, you might as well save it for the journey ahead." Upon seeing the whip, both parties instinctively fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan returned, drenched in sweat, each carrying bundles of firewood. Observing their diligence, Sang Wan-Ning offered each a portion of the stored black steamed buns. "During this trial period, this is all I can provide. Should you find it unsatisfactory?" Before she could finish, Feng Jiuer hurriedly interjected, "Not at all. We are more than satisfied with this." The two accepted the buns, contentedly settling down not far away. In the team from the second branch of the Xia family, they often had to give away a large portion of their buns to Xia Eryi or Xia Huaizhou. Now, each could enjoy their very own bun without fear of theft. Noticing they were reluctant to eat, Sang Wan-Ning encouraged, "Do eat up quickly. You'll still have hard labor ahead." I shall provide you with more this evening. Heeding her words, they no longer hesitated and began to eat heartily, determined to perform well and pass the trial. As time passed, the rabbit was finally roasted to perfection, brushed with oil and adorned with Sang Wan-Ning's signature spices, releasing an irresistible aroma. Sang Wan-Ning instructed Xia Yunchu. Chu-chu, take this rabbit and the oil to the adults. Be swift in your return. Xia Yunchu hastily carried the roasted rabbit and bowl of oil to the resting area for the servants, quickly returning. Sang Wan-Ning tore off a leg of the rabbit, distributing one to each of Chu-chu and Anin, while the remaining two went to her grandmother and Lin Shi. She cast an apologetic glance at her sister-in-law and aunt. Sister-in-law and aunt, the rabbit legs are limited. Please enjoy this, as there is ample meat here. With laughter, they dismissed her concern. Wan-Ning, we are not bothered by such things. Being able to eat meat is all thanks to your efforts, Shen Xiaoning said with a bright smile. Hearing this, Xia Yunchu pressed the rabbit leg into her sister-in-law's hands. Sister-in-law, you take this rabbit leg, and I shall have this one. Saying this, she quickly snatched the piece of meat and began to eat voraciously. Oh, third sister, this roasted rabbit meat is absolutely divine. It's making me weep with joy. Where did you learn such culinary skills? I must learn from you. Sang Wan-Ning playfully fed a piece of rabbit meat to Xia Ziyu, smiling as she replied. My mother and I had to rely on ourselves in the Sang family, and over time, I acquired these skills. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Xia Yunchu beamed, eagerly responding, That's settled then. Third sister, just don't find me bothersome. Rest assured, I will teach you until you master it, she assured. Despite the rabbit appearing large, it yielded little meat post-roasting, and Sang Wan-Ning had merely tasted a morsel. The rabbit meat was evenly distributed among her family, and the Xia family observed with unspoken gratitude and emotion. Soon, everyone had their fill and began their journey anew. Unlike before, Xia Ziyu's cart was now pushed by Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan. Initially, they found it somewhat strenuous. Their curiosity piqued regarding how Sang Wan-Ning, despite her frail appearance, managed to push it alone for 2 days. Noticing their struggle, Sang Wan-Ning approached to offer guidance. After a brief instruction, they quickly adapted, allowing her to step back entirely. Her gaze then shifted to the front, where Xia Yunchu and Xia Suiyan walked. Anin, Chu-chu, are you not eager to learn a skill? Now is the time to begin your training. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunchu and Xia Suiyan brightened, hastening to her side. Three sister, please teach us. Xia Yunchu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Sang Wan-Ning smiled. Training in martial arts is akin to building a structure. If the foundation is weak, it will inevitably collapse. You must endure for half a month, and if you both succeed, I shall teach you the next steps. Is that acceptable? They both nodded earnestly. Observing their determination, she discreetly retrieved 4 sandbags from beneath the cart's cover, filling them with varying weights of sand, 1/2 kilogram for Anin, and 1 kilogram for Xia Yunchu. She bound the bags to their legs. Today is your first day. Walk 5 kilometers with these. If you truly cannot endure, you may abandon it. However, do not mention martial arts again afterward. Both understood Sang Wan-Ning's resolute nature, nodding earnestly as they echoed, Rest assured, third aunt, we will succeed. With that, they strode confidently ahead. The matriarch and Lin Shi exchanged knowing glances, refraining from comment. Had the Xia family not faced such upheaval, they might have deemed such training unnecessary. However, through this ordeal, they recognized that societal perceptions are but fleeting illusions. Only through mastery of skills can one survive adverse conditions. Under the scorching summer sun, the ground radiated heat. Xia Yunchu and Xia Suiyan's clothes soon became drenched with sweat, their legs weighed down as if filled with lead. Xia Suiyan, still young, faltered after only 2 miles, beads of sweat cascading down her cheeks, quickly falling behind the group. Gritting her teeth, Xia Yunchu occasionally glanced back at Anin, her own calves trembling. Anin, shall we take a break? Before she could finish, Xia Suiyan stubbornly shook her head, pursing her pale lips as she pressed forward, her youthful face set with determination. In the distance, the matriarch, leaning on her cane, turned her gaze towards her granddaughters. Lin Shi stood beside her, her fingers clenching a handkerchief, wavering between speaking and remaining silent. Let them try, the matriarch finally spoke, her voice hoarse yet resolute. The world is tumultuous. Possessing skills is far better than being at the mercy of others. Sang Wan-Ning walked not far ahead, observing the two as they struggled yet persevered. Her eyes glinted with approval. As moments ticked by, their legs trembled incessantly until they finally completed the 5 kilometers. Sang Wan-Ning approached with a water pouch, smiling as she said, "Congratulations. You both made it through the first day. Now remove the sandbags and drink some water. We have fallen too far behind. Let us catch up to the others." The two were so fatigued that they could scarcely utter a word, yet their flushed faces were adorned with smiles. Xia Yunchu took the water and handed it to Anin, saying, "Anin, you drink first." Without hesitation, Xia Suian embraced the water pouch and drank heartily. After she finished, Xia Yunchu took her turn. Once they had quenched their thirst, a wave of vitality surged within them, sweeping away all traces of fatigue, leaving them feeling significantly lighter than before. "Sister-in-law, after carrying a load for 5 kilometers and drinking this specially concocted water, I feel invigorated from the inside out," remarked Sang Wan-Ning with a smile. "If you can persevere, your bodies will undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. I eagerly anticipate your steadfastness," she added. Xia Yunchu patted her chest and assured, "We will certainly manage. We are members of the Xia family, and nothing is beyond our reach." With that, the trio set off to catch up with the main group, swiftly bridging the distance that had once separated them. Upon noticing their return, both the old matriarch and Lin felt a sense of relief. The matriarch's clouded eyes sparkled with satisfaction as she took out a handkerchief to wipe the foreheads of her 2 grandchildren, asking with concern, "Are you both exhausted?" They smiled and shook their heads, assuring her, "Grandmother, we are not tired." Xia Yunyao, observing this, muttered softly, "I reckon they are merely overindulged, rather than exhausting themselves. They should take a proper rest." Su also nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, I believe that wretched woman is simply looking for amusement by tormenting others." Su Yuyan, however, cast a complicated glance at Sang Wan-Ning and her companions. As Su began to grumble again, Xia Iri could no longer contain his anger, shouting, "Silence! No one considers you mute." Upon hearing this, Su immediately erupted, "Old fool, do you still harbor feelings for that wretched Lin? Let me tell you. Give up on that notion. Even if the eldest has passed, she would never look your way." Su's tirade was relentless, and Xiao Wenchuan, veins bulging in fury, struck Su with a wooden stick. A piercing scream echoed as Su was sent flying. She landed on the ground, her hair disheveled, eyes wide with rage, like a furious beast. "Xiao Wenchuan, you dare strike me? I will make you regret it." With that, she lunged forward to retaliate. Xia Yunyao and Su Yuyan merely watched with cold indifference, showing no intention of intervening. Li Kuei, witnessing the brawl, struck the ground fiercely with his whip. "Cease this at once." At the sound of his furious command, both parties flinched and immediately halted their scuffle. "Once we reach the place of exile, I shall ensure your ruin, you wretched woman," Xia Wenchuan gritted through clenched teeth before striding forward. Su's legs weakened, nearly collapsing. In this era, whether through divorce or repudiation, such a fate was an unparalleled humiliation for a woman. Now branded a criminal, if she were indeed cast aside, her life would be forfeit. Su's complexion oscillated between green and white as she suddenly turned her gaze upon Sang Wan-Ning with a look so venomous it seemed she wished to eviscerate her on the spot. "It is all this wretched woman's fault. If it weren't for her inciting those 2 little wretches, none of this would have transpired." Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow slightly, following the source of Su's ire and finding herself the target of that poisonous gaze. She calmly withdrew her gaze, musing inwardly. Has Su perhaps taken a tumble into the river and muddled her mind? I have not provoked their branch of the family. Why am I now the object of their resentment? The exiled group from the Sang family was equally tumultuous, with Sang Jinru serving as the scapegoat, the catalyst for this upheaval. The 3 concubines of Sang Wenjin united for the first time, taking turns to berate Sang Jinru throughout their journey. Su, witnessing the concubines' audacity, snapped, "You wretched women, silence. Even if Rower has erred, it is not your place to criticize." One concubine, Lu Qinger, scoffed, "Luo, do you truly believe yourself still to be the exalted princess of Hanwei? Do not forget that we are all equals now, exiled prisoners bearing sins." Another concubine, Wan Yang, chimed in, "What Lu said is true. If we are speaking of disgrace, who could surpass you, Luo? Initially, the master and Madame Du were a devoted couple. Yet you shamelessly intruded, usurping her husband and her position, seizing her dowry and driving her to her death. If you ask me, the Sang family's current plight is merely retribution." Chapter 28. Do not be tense, as it will hinder your elimination. Luo was struck where it hurt. her face turning a deep shade of purple as she picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Wan-Ning. "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me so?" Wan-Ning narrowly dodged, her hair falling loose as she taunted, "Luo, you now resemble a shrew more than anything." Since the raid on their home, Sang Wan-Ning had appeared as though his soul had been cast adrift, allowing the uproar to continue unabated. Only when he witnessed his mother being insulted did Sang Yanzhou finally speak up. "Enough. You all cease this at once. Do you think I am dead? To publicly humiliate my mother is intolerable. Should this happen again, do not expect my mercy." Before he could finish, Wan-Ning abruptly laughed, interrupting him. "Now that we are all prisoners, do you still consider yourself a dignitary? Besides, what we say is merely the truth." Luo trembled with rage, staggering forward, yet was firmly held back by Sang Jinru. "Mother, do not fall for their tricks. These wretches are being deliberate." She turned her tear-filled gaze toward the silent Sang Wan-Ning, imploring, "Father, will you not intervene?" Sang Wan-Ning raised his eyes, coldly responding, "Are they not speaking the truth?" Luo Xinyue, infuriated, broke free from Sang Jinru's grasp and staggered towards Sang Wan-Ning, fiercely tugging at his garment. "Sang Wan-Ning, what do you mean? If not for your relentless pursuit of me, how could I have lowered myself to marry you? And now you blame me? You are truly heartless." Suddenly, Sang Wan-Ning forcefully shook off Luo's hand, nearly toppling her. He looked down at her with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt. "Lower yourself? If not for your father's coercion, would I have wed you?" The crowd fell silent, taken aback by the revelation of hidden truths. Luo's face turned pale at his words. "Nonsense. You loved me dearly, that is why you were so deeply infatuated." Sang Wan-Ning scoffed at this point. "Do you truly believe I am deceiving you? Perhaps my current plight is the consequence of abandoning my wife and child." Luo, undeterred, persisted, "If you did not love me, why would you allow me to climb over that wretched Du Ruoyun, allowing me to torment her? You must indeed love me." Sang Wan-Ning did not respond, instead bursting into a laugh that echoed with desolation and resentment. The concubine Lin Feishuang seized the moment to add, "Men are inherently fickle. They come together only to fulfill their own needs. Why deceive oneself?" Luo's greatest pride had once been marrying Sang Wan-Ning, a man of both talent and beauty, whose heart and eyes were solely hers. Now, those words shattered the dignity she had worked so hard to maintain. She suddenly let out a piercing scream. "No. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me." Observing her mother's distress, Sang Jinru hurried forward to comfort her. "Mother, please calm down. Father must have been affected by the shock." Upon hearing this, Luo nodded through her tears. "Yes, you are right. The raid must have deeply unsettled him, causing him to speak thus." The farce soon drew to a close. As time passed, the Sang family finally arrived at the dilapidated temple in Ziahe village. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning and her group, having traversed a considerable distance from Qingang County without encountering any villages, were left to make do for the night in the deep mountains. The moonlight was enchanting, and Sang Wan-Ning was diligently preparing a meal for the officials. Once the dishes were ready, she quickly stir-fried some wild vegetables and made a soup with wild chicken eggs. In gratitude, Zhang Long presented her with 7 steamed buns, just enough to feed the entire Xia family. Sang Wan-Ning graciously accepted, saying, "Thank you, Lord Zhang." After the meal was prepared, she and Xia Yunchu brought the food to the resting area where the family gathered around the bonfire, enjoying their meal in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Sang Wan-Ning continued her custom of offering a steamed bun to both Feng Jiu and Lin Shanshan, but noticing their lack of appetite during the day, she gave each of them half a bowl of chicken egg soup. Both were immensely grateful and silently resolved to cling tightly to Sang Wan-Ning's sturdy support in the future. Though the food was simple, everyone felt thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, Feng Jiu and Lin Shanshan discreetly took the initiative to wash the dishes, granting Sang Wan-Ning ample time to relax, making her feel that this exchange was well worth it. As the family prepared to rest, Sang Wan-Ning noticed Xia Ziyu's flushed face, which startled her. She quickly placed her hand on his forehead, checking for fever, but found nothing unusual. "How strange, you aren't running a fever, yet your face is so red," she remarked. Xia Ziyu, feeling desperate, was not ill but rather needed to relieve himself. How could this woman not notice he hadn't gone to the toilet in 2 days? Just as Sang Wan-Ning was puzzled, Xia Ziyu could no longer contain himself and let out a fart. The others in the Xia family instantly understood, and Xia Ziyu felt utterly mortified, his cheeks and ears aflame. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled and patted his shoulder, somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, it slipped my mind. I'll take you to the toilet right away. She picked him up and headed into the woods. Xia Ziyu, blushing like a shy bride, leaned against her, feeling conflicted, as there seemed to be no one better suited to assist him than Sang Wan-Ning. Sang Wan-Ning, sensing his embarrassment, said with a playful seriousness, "It's natural for humans to have bodily functions. Besides, we are husband and wife, so there's no need to feel shy." Her words were directed at Xia Ziyu, but also served as reassurance for herself, as she felt a rush of nervousness, her palms slightly sweaty. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, casting elongated shadows of the two under the moonlight. After walking a short distance, they came upon a large rock. Sang Wan-Ning hurried to it and laid Xia Ziyu down upon it. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, I'll help you with your trousers. Xia Ziyu. His face reddened, resigned himself and closed his eyes. Seeing him do so, Sang Wan-Ning took a deep breath and reached for the tie at his waist. Fortunately, they were both clad in thin prison garments, making it relatively easy to untie. Once the tie was undone, she took another deep breath and pulled his trousers down to his knees. Xia Ziyu felt a rush of cool air and tensed up, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Sang Wan-Ning felt equally ashamed. It was the first time in 2 lifetimes that she had been in such a situation with a man. She turned her head away, cursing the dog emperor's ancestors in her mind. In the tranquil woods, the only sounds were their racing heartbeats. Resolutely, Sang Wan-Ning adjusted her hold on Xia Ziyu, mimicking the way many families assist their children. Xia Ziyu sensed the warmth of her hands and felt every muscle in his body tighten. Noticing his rigidity, Sang Wan-Ning urged, "Don't be tense. It won't help you relieve yourself." Chapter 29. What have you done to us? Xia Ziyu's face burned crimson, wishing he could vanish into the ground. But he could no longer hold back and had to liberate himself. After 2 days without relief, a pungent odor filled the air, but fortunately, Sang Wan-Ning said nothing more about it. When they returned, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the others in the Xia family, sensing the couple's embarrassment, discreetly closed their eyes. Sang Wan-Ning laid Xia Ziyu back on the cart and leaned against a tree, resting her eyes as the night deepened, unaware that a crisis was silently approaching. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Kyoto, the egg emperor sat upon his newly acquired dragon throne, gazing intently at the shadowy figure standing before him. "How have you progressed with the tasks I assigned you?" he inquired. The figure bowed and replied, "Master, I have made all the necessary arrangements. They are likely to act tonight." The emperor nodded slightly, then asked after a moment of silence, "Any leads on the theft?" The man in black shook his head. "Master, not yet. Such a large amount of valuables disappearing cannot be attributed to mere human effort. I suspect someone possesses extraordinary abilities, able to stealthily transport the goods away." The emperor's brows furrowed, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "You make a valid point. Continue investigating. Should there be any sign of movement, report back immediately. If such a capable individual or treasure truly exists, it must be acquired at any cost." Under the cover of darkness, the leaves rustled ominously in the forest. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures stealthily approached. Sang Wan-Ning, alerted by the noise, suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp with determination. She quickly looked at Xia Ziyu, who attempted to sit up, only to be restrained by her hand. Sang Wan-Ning glanced at the others in the Xia family. Xia Yunchu was closest, and she gently covered her mouth, waking her. Xia Yunchu initially thought someone intended her harm and nearly cried out, but upon closer inspection, she realized it was her third sister-in-law. Sang Wan-Ning made a shushing gesture, and Xia Yunchu nodded in understanding. Sang Wan-Ning motioned for her to awaken their grandmother and the others. Confused as to why her sister-in-law was waking them at such an hour, Xia Yunchu's heart raced with anxiety. Before she could rouse everyone, the assassins lunged at them with swords drawn. Sang Wan-Ning swiftly drew a long sword from her side, her movements like a flash, striking down one of the black-clad figures in an instant, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Hearing the sounds of conflict, the others quickly awakened, and the officials armed themselves to join the fight. The attackers, stunned by the sight of a woman who effortlessly dispatched one of their own, wore expressions of shock. The leader among them bellowed, "Finish this quickly." Sang Wan-Ning shouted to Xia Yunchu, "Don't panic, protect our grandmother and the others. I will handle things here." At the sound of her voice, Xia Yunchu steadied herself, shielding her grandmother, mother, and sisters closely behind her, gripping a half-burned fire stick. This was Sang Wan-Ning's first real test in this era, her blood surging with adrenaline. With sword in hand, she deftly evaded the repeated attacks from the assassins. Thanks to the nurturing effects of the spiritual spring water over the last 2 days, her body had regained much of its strength, making it easy to confront the black-clad assailants. Seeing her skill, the leader commanded, "Eliminate her." Xia Ziyu, hearing this, was engulfed by a wave of murderous intent. But with his tendons severed, he could only watch helplessly. As several black-clad figures charged at her with swords, Sang Wan-Ning suddenly smiled. That smile bore a hint of madness and a touch of wantonness. At this moment, Sang Wan-Ning resembled a formidable demon from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Xia Yunchu, upon witnessing this, trembled and shouted, clutching a fire stick, "Third sister-in-law, I'm here to assist you." Sang Wan-Ning returned her a smile. "Chu-chu, and be sure to observe closely and learn as much as you can." With that, she brandished her sword, her figure darting like lightning among the several cloaked figures. The long sword sliced through the moonlight, creating a fierce arc. Within mere breaths, all the assailants had perished. The leader of the cloaked men, witnessing this, bellowed, "Attack together." The others, who were entangled with the constables, heeded the command and withdrew to strike at Sang Wan-Ning. The remaining 7 or 8 cloaked figures, along with their leader, encircled Sang Wan-Ning, their curved blades shimmering with a bluish hue. A smirk played on Sang Wan-Ning's lips. Since they wished to play with poison, she would indulge them. Zhang Long, seeing this, urged his brothers to rush forward and assist, but Sang Wan-Ning halted him. "Lord Zhang, do not approach. I can handle this alone. Their blades are poisoned." The crowd gasped in horror, realizing that the leader of the cloaked men had been unmasked by her. The murderous intent in his eyes surged as he resolved to eliminate this wretched woman at all costs. Sang Wan-Ning snorted disdainfully, "You are the wretched one. Your entire family is wretched." With that, she leaped into the air, scattering the powder from her hand over the cloaked figures. Those who had jumped up felt a piercing pain in their hearts, and soon thereafter, they fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The leader of the cloaked men glared at Sang Wan-Ning, clutching his chest as he howled, "Wretched woman, what have you done to us?" Sang Wan-Ning planted her foot on his face, looking down at him. "Why is it only permissible for you to use poison against me, while I cannot retaliate?" The cloaked man was infuriated, never expecting that the sure victory they anticipated would be thwarted by this wretched woman. "Wretched woman, if you offend us, you will face dire consequences. You had better antidote us quickly and release us, or else." Sang Wan-Ning stepped on his back, clearly hearing the sound of ribs cracking. The leader let out a blood-curdling scream, spitting blood. The constables and the Xia family members looked at the violent Sang Wan-Ning with growing trepidation, particularly the second branch of the Xia family. Their fear of Sang Wan-Ning reached unprecedented heights. "You really have a foul mouth for someone who talks so big. I care not who you are. If you intend to harm my family, how could I possibly let you go?" Sang Wan-Ning spoke nonchalantly, sword in hand. She then shifted her tone, coldly demanding, "Confess who sent you to assassinate my family." The cloaked man, gritting his teeth against the pain, retorted, "Even if you kill me, we will never divulge that." Realizing escape was futile, the leader growled, "Death." The other cloaked men immediately bit down on the poison hidden in their mouths, and within moments, they all lay dead. Sang Wan-Ning, seeing this, kicked the leader's corpse away, sending it flying 10 meters, muttering, "What a stroke of bad luck." The onlookers were wide-eyed. There had to be at least 150 of them, yet Sang Wan-Ning dispatched them as if they were mere dolls. She turned around to find everyone staring at her in disbelief, their minds still processing what had transpired. She awkwardly scratched her head and smiled, "Well, it's still early, everyone. Please continue to rest." Chapter 30. Why is my husband looking at me like that? Xia Yunchu was the first to recover, discarding the fire stick and dashing forward. "Third sister-in-law, you are my idol. Those moves you just performed were incredibly impressive. I want to learn too, please teach me." Xia Yunchu pouted, tugging at Sang Wan-Ning's hand. While Anan, having also regained her composure, hurried over, hugging Sang Wan-Ning's leg. Looking up with adoring eyes, she exclaimed, "Third aunt, I want to learn too. I want to protect my family just like you." Sang Wan-Ning chuckled, ruffling their heads, and replied, "Then you both must be prepared for even greater hardships." "As long as third sister-in-law is willing to teach, we can endure anything," they chimed in unison. Sang Wan-Ning then turned serious, addressing the constables, "Lord Zhang, I apologize. It is we who have caused you trouble. Zhang Long waved his hand dismissively. Madam Xia, there is no need for apologies. Escorting you is our duty. Sang Wan-Ning, feeling a twinge of guilt as she observed the wounds on their bodies, recognized that, in truth, the constables had not wronged them on this journey. She hastened to the wooden cart, rummaging through a cloth bag until she retrieved a bottle of medicinal powder. Lord Zhang, I see your men are injured. Please take this and apply it to their wounds to expedite their recovery. Zhang Long graciously accepted. Thank you, Madam Xia. Xia Ziyu glanced at the cloth bag beside him, pondering its contents. It certainly didn't appear large enough to hold so many items. Had this little woman been stashing food or supplies in it? Could it be a treasure bag of sorts? Zhang Long returned with his brothers to their resting place, while the second branch of the Xia family regarded Sang Wan-Ning with a mix of shock and regret, especially Su Shi. Sang Wan-Ning shot them a cold glance. What are you still standing there for? Go back to your resting area. Upon hearing her words, the second branch obediently retreated without uttering a word. Once they had departed, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly turned and approached the lifeless, cloaked figures. She crouched down, hastily rummaging through their bodies, her speed astonishing. In no time, she had stripped them of their valuables. Gathering the silver and gold in her clothing, she xickly returned to her family. Xia Yunqiu, noticing her brazen act of taking the dead men's money, whispered, third sister-in-law, if the authorities find out about this, will it cause us trouble? Sang Wan-Ning replied breezily. As long as we deny it, what can they do to us? Xia Yunqiu conceded that her logic was sound. They might as well consider the silver a form of compensation. The old matriarch, observing this, cautioned softly, Wan-Ning, be careful to hide the silver well. Do not reveal it in front of outsiders. Sang Wan-Ning smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, grandmother. I will hide it in a place where no one will discover it. With that, she unabashedly placed the silver into the cloth bag next to Xia Ziyu. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. How could she say it would be hidden? Yet, they tacitly refrained from commenting, knowing Sang Wan-Ning was reliable. They all returned to their spots, resuming their rest. Xia Ziyu lay on the wooden cart, his gaze fixed intently on Sang Wan-Ning. Noticing his probing stare, she leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you need to relieve yourself again? Her voice was sweet and soft, her breath brushing against his ear, sending shivers down his spine and quickening his heart. He turned his head, coughing softly, shaking it in denial, not daring to look at her again. Sang Wan-Ning caught sight of his flushed cheeks, even his ears turning red, nearly bursting into laughter. Teasing this innocent husband was indeed amusing. Xia Ziyu, feeling her gaze upon him, decided to shut his eyes, thinking that if he were not incapacitated, who would be teasing whom? As he pondered this, a deep sense of helplessness enveloped him. Fortunately, this little woman was quite capable. Otherwise, he and his family would likely have perished in this desolate wilderness tonight. Sang Wan-Ning leaned against the great tree, her eyes slightly narrowed as she surveyed the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. In her heart, she pondered, who could have possibly sent this massacre? Was it the infamous Dog Emperor or perhaps some other prince? The Xia family had suffered such a calamity, and yet their enemies pursued total annihilation. Regardless of who had dispatched these assailants, she vowed to ensure that any who dared approach would not return. On the following day, as dawn broke, Zhang Long ordered 2 subordinates to return and report to the authorities. The number of assassins clad in black was considerable. Their group remained, unable to depart, and had to wait for the officials to arrive. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning and her family reveled in their freedom. She concocted an excuse and, utilizing her spatial abilities, ventured deep into the mountains. Upon discovering splendid medicinal herbs, she transported them into her space for cultivation and additionally hunted 5 wild chickens and 4 hares. There had been a large, solitary wild boar as well, but she chose not to pursue it. While foraging in the woods, she also gathered some mushrooms and wood ear fungus before she instantaneously returned. Upon her return, everyone was astonished by her bountiful harvest. One of the servants couldn't contain his envy and remarked, Madam Xia, what extraordinary fortune you possess. It truly elicits envy. Sang Wan-Ning had intentionally gathered extra to share, directly distributing 2 wild chickens and 1 hare among them. This is a small token of my appreciation for your care towards my family. I hope you will accept it graciously. Zhang Long, upon hearing this, stood up to decline. Madam Xia, you are far too generous. Sang Wan-Ning smiled and waved her hand dismissively. You are many in number, and, besides, if you do not partake, the heat will spoil it. Please clean the skins, and I shall prepare a meal for you shortly. With that, Sang Wan-Ning carried 3 wild chickens, 3 hares, and a cloth bag back to the main residence of the Xia family. Xia Yunqiu, seeing her return with such plentiful spoils, gleamed with excitement. Sister-in-law, you are my idol. Were I not a woman, I would surely find a way to marry you. As soon as she uttered this, she felt a chill run down her spine, catching sight of her elder brother's glacier-like expression, which bore a warning glare. She involuntarily shivered and retracted her neck. Sang Wan-Ning teased, "Are we not already family?" Xia Yunqiu nodded with a smile, "Yes, of course. Sister-in-law, I am eager to taste the wild chicken stewed with mushrooms that you make." Sang Wan-Ning instructed, "I recall that there are extra pots with the servants. Choo-choo. Please borrow one while I prepare these rabbits and chickens." Sang Wan-Ning had discovered a hidden spring just beyond the mountain, which explained how she could draw water from her space. With no excess water available, she proceeded to remove the feathers from the chickens and the skins from the rabbits with deft and practiced movements, quickly setting everything aside. At that moment, Xia Yunqiu returned with the pot, and in addition, she carried several steamed buns. "Sister-in-law, I have borrowed the pot, and this is a gift from Lord Zheng. I cannot refuse what he insisted on giving me. Please accept it, as it symbolizes reciprocity." Chapter 31. How do you wish to repay me? Sang Wan-Ning returned with Yunqiu and after fetching water from the back mountain and immediately began stewing the wild chicken. Once their meal was underway, she turned her attention to preparing the servants' food. Observing the petite woman spinning about like a top, Xia Ziyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. It was all his fault for burdening her. If only he were not incapacitated, she would have an easier time. After preparing the wild chickens for the servants, Sang Wan-Ning dashed back, deciding against using the rabbits for stew and opting instead to roast them. She quickly set about marinating the rabbits to eliminate any gamey odor, while Feng Jiao and Lin Shan gathered firewood. Meanwhile, Xia Yunqiu and invisibly foraged for wild vegetables not far away. Having gone several days without white rice, Sang Wan-Ning's desire for it was insatiable. She cheerfully explained, "This was traded from an elder while I was foraging for wild delicacies. We shall enjoy white rice for dinner tonight, just enough for our family." In this era, refined rice was exceedingly precious. Ordinary families rarely indulged even during festivals, often subsisting on brown rice and flatbreads. Fortunately, the matriarch and her family hailed from a prestigious lineage. Unaware of the true value of common staples, otherwise, she might have found herself in a precarious position. Xia Zhen smiled and remarked, "Wan-Ning, we owe you a great deal on this journey. Without you, we would have faced countless hardships." Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently, "And there is no need for such formality. We are family, and it is my duty to care for you." Leaning against the tree, Xia Ziyu gazed deeply at Sang Wan-Ning, his eyes seeming to penetrate her very soul. Among this group, she knew he was the most difficult to deceive. Sang Wan-Ning secretly felt fortunate that her seemingly useless husband was indeed in such a state. Otherwise, her little secrets would be hard to conceal. Not daring to meet his gaze, Sang Wan-Ning placed the rice on the fire and, after offering a few reminders to Feng Jiao, went to check on Anan and the others. Upon her arrival, Xia Yunqiu cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, why don't you take a break? I've noticed you've been busy, and I can handle these little tasks. I merely came to see how you were faring with your foraging. I'll rest here and watch you." After a short while, Sang Wan-Ning could no longer resist the urge to inquire, "Choo-choo, could you tell me more about your elder brother?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqiu's smile widened, and she abandoned her foraging to sit beside Sang Wan-Ning. "Sister-in-law, what would you like to know about my brother? I promise to share everything without reservation." Sang Wan-Ning could detect the girl's overenthusiasm, but chose not to clarify. "Then tell me, what kind of person is your elder brother? What does he enjoy doing in his spare time?" With her chin resting on her hand, Xia Yunqiu's eyes sparkled as she began to recount. "My brother, to outsiders, is a cold-faced king of hell, strict in military discipline, and the soldiers fear him greatly. Yet at home, he is quite thoughtful. I remember when I was a child and accidentally scraped my knee. He was more anxious than I was, personally seeking out a doctor, applying ointment, and staying by my side to tell me jokes. As for his interests, nothing pleases him more than wielding swords and spears. His study is filled with military texts, and whenever he has a moment, he studies strategies, often talking to himself in front of the sand table. My brother has expressed a desire to be a useful person, someone of value to the people of Dongli. Yet, he never anticipated the Emperor's ruthlessness, sacrificing my Xia family for his own selfish interests. Now, my brother is reduced to a state no better than that of a useless man. I know that if he were not concerned about us, he would likely have chosen to end his own life by now. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she appeared carefree on the surface, it was mostly an act. She did this in hopes of alleviating her family's burdens. Sang Wan-Ning gently wiped the tears from her face and comforted her. Chu-Chu, do not be disheartened. Trust me, I will surely heal your elder brother. Xia Yun-Chu, knowing the severity of her brother's condition, would have dismissed such words from an ordinary doctor as mere platitudes. However, hearing it from Sang Wan-Ning, she believed wholeheartedly. Sniffling, she grasped Sang Wan-Ning's hand. Sister-in-law, thank you for not abandoning us and for all you do for this family. Once we endure these difficult days, I will repay you well. Sang Wan-Ning playfully tapped her forehead. We are family, yet you still speak so formally. I might just get upset. As for repayment, how do you intend to repay me? Releasing her hand and placing her own protectively over her chest, she feigned a fierce expression. Let me make it clear, I am a married woman, so do not harbor any delusions. Xia Yunchu chuckled, sister-in-law, even if I harbored the intentions of a thief, I lack the courage of one, otherwise my brother would surely beat me to death. She then composed herself and continued, I have already made up my mind. Once our family arrives at the Ironthorn Wasteland, I shall work diligently to earn silver for you to spend. You can simply sit at home and enjoy your comfort. Very well, I shall await that day. Just don't regret it then, came the reply. Unlike the leisurely atmosphere of the exile, the imperial palace was shrouded in a stifling tension. The incompetent emperor hurled a teacup from the dragon table directly at the figure cloaked in black standing in the center of the hall, striking him squarely on the head. Weren't you supposed to ensure a flawless execution? Why are the dispatched men still absent? The black-clad man felt the cup shatter against his forehead, blood trickling down. Yet he paid no heed to wipe it away. He clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, please wait a moment. There must have been some unforeseen complication. I trust news will arrive shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a guard entered to deliver a report. The black-clad man, seeing the guard approach, looked at him with eager anticipation, and, before the emperor could speak, he inquired, What news? Is there any word? The guard knelt on one knee and reported, Commander. The men have sent word that the reason for their delay is that the entire force has been annihilated. The black-clad man waved his hand dismissively, kneeling and saying, It is my failure in duty. I implore your majesty to punish me. The emperor's face darkened like stormy waters as he slammed his fist on the dragon table. Incompetence. You are truly a bunch of useless fools. I have nurtured you for nothing. You cannot even handle this trivial matter. It is my subordinates who are to blame, however. The Xia family's forces consist of the weak and the ailing. Xia Ziyu has been rendered completely incapacitated. Who could possibly be aiding them? The emperor cast a cold glance at him. You dare question me? You must investigate this matter thoroughly. If any remnants of the Xia army remain, we shall eliminate them at all costs. The black-clad man knelt again, acknowledging, Yes, I shall attend to this immediately. Meanwhile, the team from the Sang family had merged with Sang Wan-Ning and her group. The escorting officials quickly completed their handover with Zhang Long and hurried back to report. When the Sang family members arrived, Sang Wan-Ning and her companions were enjoying their meal heartily. The moment Sang Jinru laid eyes on Sang Wan-Ning, her pent-up hatred could no longer be suppressed. Like a rabid dog, she lunged at Sang Wan-Ning, shouting, You wretched girl, I will kill you. Chapter 32. Striving to be your support. Sang Wan-Ning was savoring a piece of roasted rabbit meat when Sang Jinru's shrill scream pierced the air, nearly choking her. Before anyone could react, Sang Jinru had pounced upon Sang Wan-Ning like a wild beast, raising her hand to strike her face. However, before her hand could make contact, Sang Wan-Ning delivered a swift kick that sent her flying 3 meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was still under Sang Wan-Ning's restraint. Otherwise, that kick would have likely broken several of Sang Jinru's ribs. Lu Xinyue rushed forward, screaming in concern. Sang Jinru, her face pale with pain, continued to curse. You filthy wretch. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have fallen to this state. I should have never shown you mercy. I should have sent you to your death like that wretched Duyun. Sang Wan-Ning's previously languid demeanor turned icy, her eyes brimming with cold fury. She stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Sang Jinru's face. Sang Jinru's cheeks instantly swelled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. In disbelief, She widened her eyes, but before she could speak, Sang Wan-Ning seized her by the throat, forcefully pinning her against a tree trunk, coldly demanding, "Say that again." Sang Jinru's eyes bulged as she gasped for air, yet she stubbornly managed to utter, "You deserve to die." Before she could finish, Sang Wan-Ning's grip tightened. And with a tremendous crack, the tree behind Sang Jinru splintered in half. The old matriarch, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached, trembling as she grasped Sang Wan-Ning's arm. "Wan-Ning, calm down, do not sully your hands for the likes of her." At the old matriarch's concerned gaze, Sang Wan-Ning's fury dissipated, and she released Sang Jinru. The latter crumpled to the ground, coughing violently, yet a twisted smile lingered on her lips. "Sang Wan-Ning, you are nothing but a coward. You know we killed your mother. Yet you cannot do anything to us. Ha ha, you are a coward." Before she could finish, the old matriarch delivered a sharp slap across Sang Jinru's face. "You mad dog are not worthy of Wan-Ning's retaliation. Don't think I don't understand. You are deliberately provoking her to force her hand. If you seek liberation, you shall not find it. For someone with a heart as venomous as yours, living is the greatest torment." The old matriarch spoke emphatically, then gently patted Sang Wan-Ning's hand, offering comfort. "Although your mother is no longer with us, you still have me as your grandmother. I will love you as my own daughter. Now, let us return and continue our meal. Do not let someone unworthy affect your mood." Sang Wan-Ning took a deep breath, supporting the old matriarch as they returned to the main house of the Xia family, sitting down to resume their meal. Xia Wenjin's gaze was fixed on Sang Wan-Ning. This daughter who felt both familiar and foreign to him, he sensed a change within her. Lu Xinyue, finally grasping the situation, felt a pang of fear. How could this little wretch exude such a terrifying aura? And that sudden surge of strength, what was that? The tree trunk, thick as a bull, was cleaved with a single strike. If that had landed on her, she would be fortunate to escape with her life. Her face pale, she helped her daughter, who was slumped on the ground, back to her feet, her voice trembling. "Rower, this little wretch is no longer the same girl we could easily manipulate. You must never cross her again, you are no match for her." Sang Jinru disregarded her mother's words, unable to tolerate the thought of an ant, once beneath her heel, now standing above her. She scoffed, "Mother, I will not let this wretched girl go. Ants deserve to be trampled in the mud for all eternity." Lu Xinyue wished to reason with her further, but Sang Jinru interjected, "Mother, do not forget that we are her mother killers. Even if you choose to keep your distance now, she will never spare you us." At her words, Lu Xinyue's wavering resolve solidified. She fixed her gaze upon Sang Wan-Ning with determination. "Rower is right. There lies a life between us. If that wretched Du Ruoyun could be toyed with until her demise, so too could her daughter. When the time was ripe, she would ensure Sang Wan-Ning would meet her end." Sang Wan-Ning sensed the predatory gaze behind her but did not turn around. Sang Jinru and her mother would soon find their suffering reciprocated, and she would seize the right moment to send them on their way. The Xia family, aware of Sang Wan-Ning's distress, continuously filled her bowl with food. Xia Suian placed a large chicken leg into her bowl, saying, "Third aunt, do not be sad. Anin will strive to grow and become your support." Xia Yunchu added a piece of rabbit meat to her bowl, grinning as she declared, "Sister-in-law, from now on, I will work hard to earn money, and you just need to stay at home and be beautiful." Lin also chimed in with a smile, Wan-Ning, "Although your mother is gone, you still have me as your mother-in-law. I will treat you as my own daughter." Sang Wan-Ning gazed at the towering mountain of food before her, her eyes slightly moistening. In her previous life on Blue Star, she had been an orphan, selected for the prestigious Sang family due to her exceptional talent. What appeared to be a beautiful life was but a gilded cage. One could only survive by relentlessly climbing the ranks and crushing their adversaries beneath their feet. She had toiled in the dark, bruised and battered, with no one to care for her, never having truly experienced the warmth of familial love. At this moment, she felt the most genuine concern from her family. Suppressing the bittersweet sensation within her, she smiled and nodded, saying, "It is truly wonderful to have family like you in this lifetime." Xia Ziyu lay quietly on the cart, his gaze burning as he looked at Sang Wan-Ning. He discerned the fleeting loneliness and desolation in her eyes. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for his humble wife. What kind of experiences had shaped her to evoke such an expression from a person who was otherwise optimistic and strong? If he were not a burden, he would certainly comfort her, expressing that he could be her support, steadfast even if the sky were to fall. But alas, he felt unworthy in his current state. Unaware of his thoughts, Sang Wan-Ning's mood had improved considerably as she laughed and chatted with everyone. In her previous life, she had been caught up in endless strife and had never truly savored life. Perhaps heaven took pity on her, allowing her soul to traverse into this new world. Despite the hardships she currently faced, she found solace in the simplicity of life. Even a mundane existence could embody happiness, and she was content to continue thus. The days swiftly passed, and the constables who had gone to file a report finally returned at noon the following day, accompanied by the county magistrate. To spare Zhang Long from discomfort, the Xia family had already shackled themselves before the magistrate's arrival. The magistrate, a middle-aged man of around 40 with a rotund figure, was named Lu Dofu. He dismounted from the carriage with a swaying gait, surveying the crowd before finally focusing on Zhang Long. With a stern demeanor, he inquired, "I have heard there has been a disturbance here?" Zhang Long stepped forward respectfully, explaining, "Sir, we were escorting prisoners when a group of assailants in black suddenly attacked us last night. We fought valiantly and barely escaped with our lives, managing to slay all the assailants." Chapter 33, Am I Being Excessive? Lu Dafu's small eyes narrowed slightly as his plump fingers rubbed the jade pendant at his waist. "Where are the bodies of these assailants?" "Sir, their corpses lie over there. I kindly request you to inspect them," Zhang Long replied. Lu Dafu nodded slightly, following Zhang Long to the edge of the woods. Upon nearing, they found a row of over a dozen black-clad bodies lying on the ground. His expression turned suspicious as he looked at Zhang Long. "You claim that these assailants were slain by you and your men?" Zhang Long maintained a steady demeanor, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, sir. We fought to the death, and it was fortunate that these brigands were not particularly skilled. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unimaginable." Lu Dafu regarded him intently, observing Zhang Long's unwavering expression. Internally, he mused that these assailants were undoubtedly sent to assassinate Xiaziyu. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the cart where Xiaziyu lay. Shaking his head in silent disapproval, despite the dire situation, there were still those intent on pursuing complete annihilation. Lu Dafu did not consider himself a virtuous man. Yet he held a certain admiration for the righteousness of the Xia family's military duty. He withdrew his gaze and asked in a measured tone, "Did you discover anything unusual or any markings on these individuals?" Zhang Long replied candidly, "Sir, we have examined them thoroughly and found nothing." Lu Dafu felt a quiet relief. It was better that way, for he had no desire to wade into murky waters. He nodded slightly, stating, "Well then, I will take full responsibility for this matter. You have already delayed here for quite some time. You may depart now." Zhang Long clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "We are indebted to you, sir." With that, Zhang Long hastily escorted everyone away from the scene. He called out, "Everyone, keep up. We must reach Qingyang County today, and no one is permitted to fall behind." The group navigated the winding mountain paths and finally arrived at Qingyang County just as dusk began to settle. The constables led them directly to the relay station, where they removed their shackles and proceeded to seek accommodations. Before departing, Zhang Long reminded everyone that those without silver for lodging should make do with the firewood room or stable, while those with money could find the innkeeper to secure a room. As Zhang Long walked away, he turned back and gently addressed Sang Wan-Ning, "Thank you, third madam. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with dinner tonight. My brothers and I will dine at the inn." Sang Wan-Ning acknowledged him. But just as she was about to inquire about the lodging fees, the innkeeper called out from the steps, "At our relay station, we offer 3 tiers of rooms, deluxe, standard and superior, priced at 15, 50, and 1 tael of silver respectively. If anyone wishes to stay, please let me know." Without hesitation, Sang Wan-Ning stepped forward. "I would like 3 superior rooms and 1 standard room." The innkeeper, taken aback, could hardly believe his ears and asked, "Are you certain you want 3 superior rooms and 1 standard room?" Sang Wan-Ning nodded, producing 3 taels and 50 went to hand to the innkeeper. He grinned widely as he accepted the money. "Very well, esteemed guest. Please follow me, and I will arrange your accommodations." Just as Sang Wan-Ning was about to step forward, she was halted by Xia Yunchu's grip on her hand. "Sister-in-law, won't this be too extravagant? We will need our silver for many things along the way. Perhaps we should stick to the dormitory." Sang Wan-Ning patted her hand and winked, assuring her, "Do not worry, I still have silver. I will ensure none of you go hungry." She then turned to address Lin and the others, "Grandmother, you can rest easy. I still have money. So follow me to the inn." Upon hearing this, The others hesitated no longer and followed her at a leisurely pace, except for Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan, who remained motionless. Seeing them still standing there, Sang Wan-Ning frowned. What's the matter? Are you planning to stay in the stable? Third madam, this is quite extravagant. Shanshan and I can manage with the dormitory, Feng Jiuer replied. I have already paid for the rooms. If you choose not to stay, they will remain empty. Do not refuse. Hurry up and follow me so we can rest well for tomorrow's journey. Seeing Sang Wan-Ning's resolute attitude, Feng Jiuer and Lin Shanshan exchanged glances before finally following suit. Su Shi's eyes burned with jealousy. Those two unrefined women were currying favor with Sang Wan-Ning, now presuming to overshadow her. Unable to contain her anger, she shouted, You two shameless creatures, have you forgotten your place? Our mistress is still here. And you dare to seek lodging? Even if you wish to stay, it should be us who are entitled to it. You should only be fit to remain in the stables. Xia Yuning believed her mother made a valid point. After all, these concubines were merely servants, and it was only right for them to endure while the mistresses enjoyed the benefits. She could not help but chime in, Mother is right, since the rooms are ready. We should occupy them. You concubines ought to recognize your status. With that, Xia Yuning linked arms with Su Shi, striding boldly toward the inn, only to be stopped by Sang Wan-Ning. With a cold huff, she retorted, You two truly have some audacity. I booked these rooms. I can give them to whomever I wish, and you are unworthy. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuning's expression shifted, and she sharply exclaimed, Sang Wan-Ning, do not overstep. Sang Wan-Ning, towering half a head above her, looked down coolly and replied, Am I being excessive? If you wish to stay at the inn, you should pay for it yourself. Su Shi's eyes flashed with hatred, but she forced a smile as she spoke. Wan-Ning, there is a saying that one pen cannot write the character Xia. We are all family. Now that you have silver, you must not disregard the second branch. I have reflected deeply these past few days. I was blinded before. But I promise I will no longer oppose you. Xia Wenchuan chimed in, Wan-Ning, your second aunt acknowledges her mistakes. With so few of us left in the Xia family, we should unite. Please allow us to stay. Sang Wan-Ning lowered her gaze, a cold smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the hypocritical expressions of the second branch. What you think in your hearts, do not assume I am unaware. If we were truly a family, you would not have taken advantage of my misfortunes in the Grand Hall. As I have said before, if you wish for a roof over your heads, you must pay for it yourselves. With that, Sang Wan-Ning, disinterested in further discourse with these people, turned to leave but was called back. Sang Jinro, with a high-pitched voice, exclaimed, Sang Wan-Ning, we are family. You reap the benefits yet neglect us, allowing those lowly wretches to reside here. How dare they presume to deserve such hospitality? Sang Wan-Ning nearly laughed in disbelief. These rabid dogs were relentless. She turned to face the Sang family, her gaze icy, and pronounced each word deliberately. I have long severed ties with the Sang family. The Sang Wan-Ning of old is dead. Do not attempt to intertwine your fates with mine again. Sang Jinro scoffed. Severing ties is not something you can merely declare, no matter what you say. The blood of the Sang family still flows through your veins. As long as you take care of us from this day forth, we can overlook your past transgressions out of familial regard. Lu Shi nodded in agreement. Jinro speaks wisely. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, we shall treat you as family. After a long day of travel, we are weary. Please arrange for us to have 2 rooms. Chapter 34. What can you do to me? Sang Wan-Ning regarded the greedy and overbearing expressions of the Sang family and found it utterly ludicrous. She mocked. Your audacity is thicker than the walls of the city. How do you dare to speak such shameless words with such conviction? Do you truly believe I am still the pliable Sang Wan-Ning you could mold as you pleased? Today, I am in a generous mood and shall not stoop to your level. In the future, it would be wise for you to steer clear of me. Should you provoke me again, I cannot guarantee I will refrain from retaliating. With those words, Sang Wan-Ning entered the inn, leaving Sang Jinro glaring, still wishing to retort. However, Xia Yunchu interjected, hands on her hips, her demeanor commanding. Do you think you can continue to bully my sister-in-law? Have you forgotten we are the Xia family? If you dare to harass her again, we will not let this slide. Sang Jinro was momentarily taken aback by Xia Yunchu's imposing presence and retorted, Humph, the Xia family? You are nothing but a pack of strays now. And Xia Ziyu has become a useless wretch. How dare you flaunt your authority before us? Inside the room, upon hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly approached Sang Jinro and delivered a sharp slap across her face. A cry of pain erupted as two of Sang Jinro's front teeth were knocked out, blood spilling from her mouth. She clutched her face, glaring at Sang Wan-Ning. "You shameless wretch. How dare you strike me? I will kill you." Sang Wan-Ning retorted with another resounding slap. Lu Shi, witnessing her precious daughter being assaulted, felt a surge of anger and moved to intervene. Sang Wan-Ning, however, swiftly retaliated with 2 slaps to Lu Shi as well, declaring, "I have tolerated you for long enough." Then, she leaned in close to Lu Shi's ear and whispered menacingly, "If you are tired of living, I would not mind sending you on your way." Lu Shi's face turned pale, her body trembling. You threaten me?" "Indeed, I threaten you. What can you do about it?" Sang Wan-Ning coldly replied, shifting her focus back to Sang Jinro. She leaned in closer, whispering, "Sang Jinro, you would do well to keep your tail tucked between your legs and refrain from provoking me again. Perhaps I might consider allowing you to live a few more days. Should you insist on courting death, I shall gladly oblige." She then raised her voice, addressing both the Sang and Xia families. "From this day forth, if anyone dares to speak ill of my husband, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Inside the room, Xia Ziyu absorbed every word Sang Wan-Ning spoke in his defense, and the previously gloomy cloud over his heart dissipated, a faint smile gracing his lips. The farce concluded swiftly as Sang Wan-Ning returned to the main hall, where she picked up Xia Ziyu and carried him effortlessly up to the 3rd floor. Xia Ziyu seemed to have grown accustomed to Sang Wan-Ning's affectionate gestures. This time, he did not blush, though his heart raced. The onlookers in the inn were astonished to see such a petite girl effortlessly lifting a tall man, their eyes widening in disbelief. Many wondered about their identities, given they wore prison garb yet still occupied a room. There were 3 rooms in total. Naturally, Sang Wan-Ning shared one with Xia Ziyu, while the elder sister and Xia Yunqiu occupied another, leaving the grandmother and Lin Shi to share the last. The inn did not provide meals, so Sang Wan-Ning placed Xia Ziyu on the bed and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she approached the innkeeper, saying, "Innkeeper, I would like to borrow your pot to prepare some warm food for my family." The innkeeper, recognizing her, smiled and replied, "There is a pot in the back of the kitchen. Feel free to use it, but do remember to wash it afterwards." Sang Wan-Ning responded cheerfully, "Do not worry. I assure you it will be returned spotless." With that, she proceeded to the back of the kitchen, where indeed a large pot awaited her. Her eyes sparkled at the sight. Cooking in such a vessel would yield delightful aromas. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, she discreetly retrieved a fish. For wild chicken eggs, a generous handful of wild greens, and a wild chicken from her space. Before long, she had a fire blazing. At which point Xia Yunqiu arrived. "Sister-in-law, why didn't you call me to help with the cooking? I could assist you." Sang Wan-Ning thought to herself, "If I had called you, how could I bring out the good things? I figured you must be tired after a long day of travel, so I wanted you to rest a bit longer. Besides, it's just us. Preparing a meal is quite simple." Xia Yunqiu pouted, indignantly declaring, "Sister-in-law, do not forget. We are the same age, and I am even a few months older than you. How can you always treat me like a child?" Sang Wan-Ning, possessing the spirit of a 28-year-old, unconsciously regarded the 18-year-old Xia Yunqiu as a child. Seeing her fuming, Sang Wan-Ning chuckled softly, "All right, I concede. From now on, I will call you to help. Since you are here, you can help me stoke the fire." Xia Yunqiu's face brightened instantly as she settled down to tend to the flames, finally noticing the wild chicken and fish on the stove. Her eyes widened in excitement as she asked, "Sister-in-law, where did you get this fish and wild chicken? It seems we are in for a treat tonight." With a calm demeanor, Sang Wan-Ning replied, "Just as I came downstairs, I was fortunate enough to encounter a hunter selling this fish, wild chicken, and eggs at the entrance. I purchased everything." "Sister-in-law, that must have cost a pretty penny." "Not too much. Have you forgotten the considerable sum we acquired from those assassins?" "It would be a shame not to spend it," Sang Wan-Ning said, glancing around and lowering her voice. Xia Yunqiu found her reasoning sound and ceased her inquiries. During their exile, Sang Wan-Ning had imparted many survival skills to them, and what once was a challenge, like building a fire, had become a trivial task. Sang Wan-Ning cleaned the large pot, filled it with water, and deftly prepared the fish. Once the fish was cleaned and the water boiled, she placed the wild chicken in a bucket, poured boiling water over it, and began to pluck its feathers. In no time, she had the wild chicken prepared. Spending a bit of silver, she acquired some spicy sauce and chili from the kitchen staff, crafting a red braised chicken dish. The fish was prepared as a spicy fish dish, and she quickly sought at a plate of greens, then purchased several bowls of rice from the inn. Sang Wan-Ning, along with Xia Yunshu, brought the prepared dishes directly to the room of their grandmother and the others, saving everyone the trouble of making multiple trips. Sang Wan-Ning also carried Xia Ziyu to the room, placing him in a chair. As everyone gazed upon the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, their mouths watered instinctively. Inan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Yay, this is wonderful. We get to eat fish again." The old matriarch surveyed the bountiful spread of fish and meat and remarked, "Waning, I really only need a little to eat. There's no need to go to such expense. Our family relies on you, so don't tire yourself out." Sang Wan-Ning deftly picked up some fish with her chopsticks and placed it in her grandmother's bowl, smiling as she reassured her, "Grandmother, please don't worry. I have enough funds. I am well aware of our situation. Now let us dig in." Unlike before, when she would feed Xia Ziyu first before eating herself, perhaps today she was simply too hungry. The two shared a bowl, savoring each bite with great delight. Chapter 35, Husband, there's no need to be so nervous. The old matriarch and Lin Shi observed the scene, their faces adorned with smiles. At first, Xia Ziyu felt somewhat uneasy. But as he regarded the calm demeanor of the petite woman beside him, he realized that as a man, he could not be outdone. By the end of the meal, everyone was thoroughly satisfied, and Xia Ziyu found himself unusually stuffed. Once the meal concluded, the old matriarch urged them to rest, while the young waiter cleared the table. Seeing her grandmother's insistence, Sang Wan-Ning had no choice but to carry Xia Ziyu back to their room. She gently placed him on the bed and called for the young waiter to prepare water for his bath. Xia Ziyu glanced at the bathtub in the room, his mind racing with the thought that this woman was not considering bathing here while he was still present. Sensing his thoughts, Sang Wan-Ning approached him with a radiant smile, saying, "Husband, allow me to assist you with your bath." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu's cheeks flushed crimson, shaking his head vigorously as he instinctively inched further into the bed. Yet, Sang Wan-Ning was relentless, playfully teasing him with increasing boldness. "Husband, there's no need to feel shy. Let us not forget we are married. Besides, I have seen and touched every part of you, haven't I?" Xia Ziyu felt his ears burning with embarrassment, even the tips flushed with a rosy hue. This woman truly had no sense of modesty. If he were able-bodied, who would be teasing whom? Noticing his bashful expression, Sang Wan-Ning's mischievous spirit flared. While he remained lost in thought, she reached out to loosen his garments. When her cool fingertips brushed against his heated skin, he stiffened abruptly, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Perceiving his reaction, Sang Wan-Ning nearly burst into laughter, saying, "Husband, there's no need to be so tense. I won't do anything to you." Xia Ziyu pressed his lips tightly together, his body rigid. Sang Wan-Ning, deliberately taking her time, continued to unfasten his clothing until she leaned in to softly blow a breath against his ear, teasingly asking, "Or do you wish for me to do something to you?" Xia Ziyu's throat involuntarily bobbed, feeling parched and flustered. This little woman was truly taking advantage of his condition, behaving without restraint. He quickly turned his head, only to be met with her playful, cunning smile. Seeing that her aim was achieved, Sang Wan-Ning decided to cease her teasing. "All right, I won't joke with you anymore. After your bath, I'll apply medicine to your wounds. We must avoid any risk of infection." As she spoke, she began to remove his inner garments. Upon seeing the gruesome scars on his back, her playful demeanor was replaced with heartfelt concern. The jagged scars were a deep red, some still fresh with scabs, remnants of the torment he endured in prison before the raid. Gazing at the scars, Sang Wan-Ning felt that merely punishing the tyrant for his possessions was far too lenient. He deserved a far harsher fate. Her fingers gently traced the edges of the wounds, her voice softening. "Do these injuries still hurt?" Xia Ziyu, observing her pained expression, softened his gaze and slightly shook his head. Sang Wan-Ning recognized his dishonesty, but chose not to press further. She would ensure he received prompt treatment. Especially the two prominent lash marks across his face, the tyrant's cruelty knew no bounds, as he had even added substances to hinder healing. It was not enough to cripple him, he sought to mar his appearance as well. Fortunately, she was adept in both medicine and poison. Such trivial toxins would not prove challenging for her. Bringing her thoughts back, she turned her attention to removing his trousers. Xia Ziyu suddenly felt a chill envelop him, his body tensing while his ears burned again. Sang Wan-Ning lifted him effortlessly and placed him in the warm bath. The heated water enveloped his chest, and he turned away, unable to face her. Sang Wan-Ning's heart raced slightly, though she concealed it well. Dipping a cloth in the water, she gently wiped the bloodied scabs on his back, enriched with restorative magical spring water, which would aid in his recovery. Her delicate fingers glided over his back, sending delightful shivers through him, creating ripples of sensation within. Noticing his tautness, Sang Wan-Ning gently urged, "Relax, I've added a special medicinal concoction to the water. Just let yourself soak comfortably." Xia Ziyu emitted a low groan, uncertain whether it was due to the water's warmth or the unusual sensation when her fingers brushed against his lower back. He shifted slightly, and upon witnessing this, Sang Wan-Ning suddenly leaned in and playfully nibbled on his reddened earlobe. "If you keep moving, don't blame me for taking advantage." Xia Ziyu's heart raced like a drum, his mind momentarily blank, his body frozen as if under a spell. He vowed within himself that when the day came he could stand again, he would reclaim his dignity. After this playful torment, Xia Ziyu finally relaxed, having been fully exposed. He no longer minded being seen in that state. After a quarter of an hour, Sang Wan-Ning lifted him from the bath and laid him back on the bed, taking a cloth to dry his body. At that moment, Xia Ziyu lay completely bare, longing to pull the blanket over himself, but alas, he was unable to do so. Sang Wan-Ning had transformed into a bold woman, relishing the view of his physique. It was undeniable that he possessed a perfect body, devoid of any excess flesh, boasting a set of chiseled abs and strong arms radiating masculine allure. Sang Wan-Ning felt a surge of heat within her, when suddenly she noticed something flowing from her nose. Upon touching it, she realized she had a nosebleed and hastily covered it with a cloth. With a hint of embarrassment, she explained, "The weather is simply too hot. I'm getting overheated." Xia Ziyu, witnessing her poor acting skills, immediately felt his own embarrassment dissipate, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to gaze at her with deep affection. Sang Wan-Ning found herself lost in the depths of his tender gaze, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. The bleeding quickly ceased, and while Xia Ziyu was distracted, she discreetly retrieved a pair of shorts from her space, turning her head to put them on him. However, in a twist of fate, she unintentionally brushed against a sensitive area. Sang Wan-Ning was mortified, insisting it was unintentional, her mind blank as she remained frozen in place. Xia Ziyu inhaled sharply, cursing under his breath at this audacious little woman who wouldn't release her grip. With a flushed face, Sang Wan-Ning attempted to maintain her composure, turning to him with an awkward smile. I assure you, I didn't mean to. Do you believe me?" Xia Ziyu felt parched, a wave of heat surging through him. Fortunately, his patience was remarkable, and he quickly shifted his body to evade her hand. Sang Wan-Ning, realizing the situation, swiftly retracted her hand, and once they both regained their composure, she hurriedly dressed him in the shorts. He pulled over a nearby blanket to cover her and, slightly flustered, stammered, "I will go ask the waiter to pour some water." With that, his face flushed. He quickly opened the door and dashed outside, just as he collided with Xia Yunqiu. Xia Yunqiu was about to scold the careless person for their clumsiness when she noticed the rosy hue on his cheeks, akin to a boiled shrimp, sparking her curiosity. "Third sister-in-law, why is your face so red?" Chapter 36, Until when will my husband pretend to sleep? Sang Wan-Ning hesitated before replying, "The weather is just too hot. I stepped out for some fresh air. Why haven't you rested yet?" Xia Yunqiu, feeling a bit shy, leaned closer and whispered, "I ate too much tonight and felt uncomfortable. So I thought I'd come out for a breather for a while." Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently and fished out a pill from her sleeve, offering it to her. "Take this, it will help you feel much better." Xia Yunqiu accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. She then beamed, holding Sang Wan-Ning's hand. "Third sister-in-law, you are the best to me. I'm growing more and more impressed with you. How is it that a woman, younger than I, can be so capable? My third brother marrying you must mean our family's ancestors are smiling down on us." Sang Wan-Ning chuckled softly, "I'm not as wonderful as you say. And what of being a woman? We can hold up half the sky, just as much as men." Had these words been overheard by others, they would surely deem them outrageous, for in this era, women were often confined to the inner chambers, devoted solely to serving their husbands and raising children. Xia Yunqiu had once shared this narrow view, yet Sang Wan-Ning's words struck her like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within her heart. With a fervent gaze, she looked at Sang Wan-Ning and declared, "You are right, third sister-in-law. We women are independent beings. We should not live solely in dependence on men. Life is fleeting, and I shall henceforth live for myself. The recent upheaval and exile of the Xia family was a calamity for many, yet it also signified a rebirth. Sang Wan-Ning regarded her with admiration. Chu, it is splendid that you think this way. If you wish to learn, I will impart all that I know to you. Xia Yunchu expressed her gratitude. I am truly fortunate to have such a versatile third sister-in-law. Sang Wan-Ning pinched Xia Yunchu's cheek, urging her, Chu, it's getting late. You should return to rest. We have to set off early tomorrow. Xia Yunchu obediently nodded. All right, I'll go to sleep now. You should rest early too. After Xia Yunchu left, Sang Wan-Ning summoned the waiter to drain the bathwater before instructing him to refill the tub. Only then did she return to her room. Upon entering, she found Xia Ziyu seemingly asleep, but she knew that given his vigilance, he was certainly not truly asleep. Regardless of whether he was feigning slumber or not, his eyes were closed, which sufficed. The main room had no inner chamber, so bathing had to be done within. Fortunately, a large screen stood in the room. She maneuvered it into position to shield herself from Xia Ziyu's gaze. Had she not been worried about him catching on, she would have returned to her space for a bath long ago. Sang Wan-Ning shed her soiled prison garb and luxuriated in the bath. Meanwhile, Xia Ziyu had not truly fallen asleep. He merely feigned it, listening to the sound of splashing water, which involuntarily conjured images of the petite woman's delicate face, her fair neck, and the shyness and boldness she exhibited when wiping his body earlier. His throat involuntarily tightened. Xia Ziyu forced himself to pull back his thoughts. Yet the faint sounds of water were enchanting, persistently teasing at his heartstrings. He opened his eyes and turned his head toward the screen, where Sang Wan-Ning was just rising from the bath. The hazy light cast her enchanting silhouette against the screen, causing his breath to hitch and his throat to constrict. He hastily averted his gaze, but the image of her beauty was indelibly etched in his mind. Hearing the rustle of fabric from behind the screen, he quickly shut his eyes. Sang Wan-Ning took a towel to dry her hair before walking slowly toward the bed. Each of her steps felt as if they were treading upon the very edges of Xia Ziyu's heart, leaving only the sound of his pounding heartbeat in the stillness of the room. Sang Wan-Ning observed how Xia Ziyu occupied most of the bed and couldn't he help but speak up, husband, I know you're not asleep. Stop pretending. Xia Ziyu remained motionless, stubbornly keeping his eyes closed. Seeing this, Sang Wan-Ning's lips curved into a mischievous smile. As she neared the bed, she suddenly leaned down to his face. Her warm breath brushed against his reddened ear tips. Until when will my husband continue to feign sleep? Xia Ziyu had no choice but to open his eyes, his gaze filled with reproach. At that moment, Sang Wan-Ning, clad in a white nightgown, her hair damp and glistening, was illuminated by the dim light, creating a soft halo around her, rendering her even more captivating. Water droplets from her hair trickled down her neck and disappeared into the neckline of her garment, drawing Xia Ziyu's gaze irresistibly toward that sheen, tightening his throat further. He turned his head away, unable to look at her any longer. Unaware of his thoughts, Sang Wan-Ning seized the opportunity while he was turned away to retrieve a pill from her space. Husband, turn back to me. Xia Ziyu assumed Sang Wan-Ning intended to tease him again and stubbornly refused to turn. With a playful spirit ignited, Sang Wan-Ning decided to fully indulge in his shyness. A playful smirk graced her lips as she swallowed the pill, turned his face toward her, and kissed him. Xia Ziyu felt the softness of her lips and his mind went blank, his heart racing wildly. Soon, he regained his senses and instinctively tried to resist. But his limbs felt heavy, only allowing a muffled grunt to escape him. Sang Wan-Ning, witnessing his struggle, felt her inner desire for conquest intensify. She pressed herself onto Xia Ziyu, her hands holding his head firmly in place, rendering him motionless, leaving him to endure her whims. Seeing him cease his resistance, she gently pried his lips apart with her tongue, transferring the pill into his mouth. Xia Ziyu's heart raced uncontrollably, his ears burning with heat, his body taut with tension. As Sang Wan-Ning withdrew her lips, she sensed the rigidity of his form. Instead of retreating, she grasped the back of his neck, deepening the kiss. Wet strands of hair fell upon their entwined faces, with droplets cascading onto Xia Ziyu's chest, igniting a shiver within him. For Sang Wan-Ning, this was her first kiss in both her lives, devoid of any technique. Only when she was certain the pill had been swallowed did she release him, panting slightly as she gazed at him. The sudden absence of softness left Xia Ziyu feeling a tinge of regret, He pondered whether, had he not swallowed the pill, she would have continued kissing him indefinitely. Unaware of his thoughts, Sang Wan-Ning felt her eyes redden as she looked at Xia Ziyu's slightly swollen lips, gently caressing them. Husband. Who would have thought your temper was quite foul, yet your lips are remarkably soft. I quite like them. Sang Wan-Ning resolved to take advantage of Xia Ziyu's current vulnerability, fearing that should she treat him well, such opportunities would soon vanish. Upon hearing her words, Xia Ziyu felt a flicker of delight in his heart. His previously wavering resolve now solidified. This petite woman was not only their family savior, but now shared an intimate bond with him. If the day came when he could recover, he would certainly treat her well. Sang Wan-Ning remained oblivious, thinking she was merely teasing him, while Xia Ziyu was already contemplating how to be responsible for her. Chapter 37, Not Sleeping? Let us engage in some delightful exercise. Xia Ziyu remained lost in his thoughts, while Sang Wan-Ning gently nudged him further into the bed, subsequently reclining beside him. Since her arrival in this realm, she had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep, and weariness now enveloped her. She caught a glimpse of Xia Ziyu gazing intently at her, and with great effort, she playfully blinked her watery eyes. Is it that my husband does not wish to sleep? Perhaps we could partake in some amusing activities together? At her words, Xia Ziyu's cheeks flushed crimson, taken aback by her unabashedness, and he promptly turned his head away. Sang Wan-Ning let out a light laugh, her fair, delicate hand caressing Xia Ziyu's reddened cheek. My dear husband, could it be that you have misinterpreted my intentions? Look at how your face resembles that of a boiled shrimp. Noticing Xia Ziyu's silence, Sang Wan-Ning turned onto her back, and before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Xia Ziyu listened to her steady breathing, finally turning to gaze tenderly at the person so near him. Observing her slightly pouting lips in sleep, with a few strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks, he felt as though his heart was filled to the brim with warmth. He shifted his position, his eyes greedily tracing her contours, relishing the rare opportunity to admire her in such tranquility. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the once peacefully slumbering figure began to stir uneasily, her legs draping carelessly over his. She turned to face him, kicking the blanket aside in the process. Her fair and tender arms lay across his abdomen, prompting a subtle smile to grace Xia Ziyu's lips. He had not anticipated that this little woman would be so restless in her sleep. Throughout that night, Xia Ziyu scarcely closed his eyes. Sang Wan-Ning, meanwhile, reveled in a contented slumber, awakening to find herself embraced by Xia Ziyu, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. She was aware of her own tendency to be unrestrained in sleep, surely having sought comfort in another's arms. With a rosy face, she turned to sit up. A gentle smile graced her lips. Good morning, dear husband. Did you sleep well last night? Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed the dark circles under Xia Ziyu's eyes, and a wave of embarrassment washed over her as she scratched her head. My apologies, I am often restless in my sleep. Did I disturb your rest? Xia Ziyu shook his head, yet Sang Wan-Ning recognized the falsehood in his denial. As she swung her legs off the bed to dress, she remarked, Perhaps we should reserve 2 rooms at the inn next time, so as not to disrupt your sleep. At her words, a glimmer of melancholy flickered in Xia Ziyu's eyes. After all, she was his wife, and how could they sleep apart? Unaware of his unease, Sang Wan-Ning hastily donned her clothes, casually tied her hair up, and quickly attended to Xia Ziyu's morning routine. Having completed her tasks, she opened the door and stepped outside, only to find her grandmother and Lady Lin conversing in the corridor. Upon seeing her, the two hurried over. Grandmother, mother. It is still early, why not rest a while longer? The elderly matron waved her hand dismissively. I am too old to sleep soundly. Why are you up so early? Sang Wan-Ning did not conceal her thoughts. Grandmother, my sister-in-law's belly is growing larger, making movement cumbersome. I was considering purchasing a donkey cart. The old lady's eyes sparkled with approval at her words. Wan-Ning, you are indeed thoughtful. However, are we permitted to buy a donkey cart? And do we have the funds for it? Before she could finish speaking, Sang Wan-Ning interjected, Grandmother, rest assured, I have the money for the donkey cart. And I have already discussed this with the magistrate. By the way, I must leave shortly. With no one to tend to Ziyu, could you keep an eye on him? I will have breakfast sent up. With that, Sang Wan-Ning hurried down the stairs. Lady Lin watched her retreating figure and assisted the elderly matron into Xia Ziyu's room. At that moment, Xia Ziyu was tidily arranged, sitting against the headboard. The old lady and Lady Lin quickly approached him, the latter's eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ziyu, do you feel any discomfort? Ziyu shook his head in response, prompting the old lady to sigh. Ziyu, do not dwell on such thoughts. Wan-Ning is truly a blessing to our family. Under her care, your injuries will surely mend. You must remain strong. Ziyu's gaze flickered slightly. To spare his grandmother and mother from worry, he wore a smile and nodded. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning, upon descending the stairs, encountered Zhang Long and Zhao Ming. With a calm demeanor, she addressed Zhang Long, Sir Zhang, regarding our previous discussion about purchasing the donkey cart. Is it still valid? Zhang Long nodded slightly. Of course. Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently. Thank you, Sir Zhang. I shall go procure the donkey cart immediately. I promise to return swiftly and not delay anyone's journey. Observing her eagerness, Zhang Long spoke up. In fact, Zhao Ming and I also need to make some purchases. Why not accompany us? The location of the donkey cart seller is somewhat remote, and I fear you might get lost, which could hinder our plans. Sang Wan-Ning expressed her gratitude repeatedly. I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen. Zhao Ming looked at Zhang Long in astonishment. Having been brothers for years, he could easily discern his comrade's feelings. As Sang Wan-Ning contemplated the many items she needed to procure, she turned to Zhang Long. Sir Zhang, I have several items to buy, and I fear I may not be able to carry them all. Might I fetch a cart while you both wait here for a moment? Zhang Long nodded in agreement. Certainly. Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning went off to find a cart, while Zhao Ming casually placed a hand on Zhang Long's shoulder, glancing around. In a lowered voice, he asked, Brother Long, tell me honestly, have you taken a liking to Lady Xie? Zhang Long's expression shifted immediately. Nonsense. How could that be? Zhao Ming chuckled and shook his head. Brother Long, we have been through thick and thin together. You may fool others, but not me. Zhang Long chose not to elaborate further, instead speaking in a hushed tone. Let us not speak of this matter. We must protect her reputation. Zhao Ming patted his shoulder earnestly. Brother Long, she is already a married woman. Though her husband is currently incapacitated, he is still Xia Ziyu, a member of the esteemed Xia family, known for their loyalty and valor. No matter how you feel, you must not pursue her. Before Zhao Ming could finish, he was interrupted. Rest assured, I am aware of my place, and I understand that I am unworthy of her. Zhao Ming was puzzled. Had his brother become infatuated? Though they were mere low-ranking officials, they were still ordinary men with aspirations. How could he feel unworthy of a mere convict? In his view, aside from her slight beauty and exceptional martial skills, Lady Xie did not possess anything extraordinary. Wait, no wonder Brother Long had developed feelings for her, upon closer inspection. Lady Xie truly was remarkable. However, regardless of her beauty or abilities, she was not someone he could aspire to. Despite Xia Ziyu's current state, he still exuded an undeniable air of nobility and pride. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Ming nodded. Brother Long, with your caliber, you need not worry about finding a suitable wife. As long as you understand this, you must temper your actions and not draw attention to yourself. Zhang Long's expression turned serious as he nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that Zhao Ming only had his best interests at heart. Chapter 38. Will you come with me? Sang Wan-Ning, pushing the cart, exited the inn alongside the officers, making her way onto the street. Zhang Long led the way to the donkey cart seller. The seller, an elderly man with graying hair, greeted them with a broad smile, showing great respect upon recognizing the officials. Gentlemen, are you here to purchase a horse or a donkey? We have both available, and I assure you will be satisfied. Zhang Long, maintaining a stern expression, replied, We are not buying, she is. The old man was taken aback. Having never witnessed an official personally escorting a convict to purchase a donkey, he refrained from making any assumptions. Esteemed guest, might I inquire whether you desire a donkey or a horse? Sang Wan-Ning nodded slightly, her gaze immediately drawn to a magnificent steed among the horses, its coat a lustrous black with a tuft of white fur adorning its forehead. Zhang Long, noticing the spark of excitement in her eyes as she fixated on the horse, cleared his throat. Brought back to her senses, Sang Wan-Ning tentatively asked, Lord Zhang, given your esteemed nature, would you permit me to purchase a horse? Zhang Long initially intended to acquiesce instantly, yet hesitated, concerned about appearing too casual, thus donning a facade of reluctance. Observing his failure to refuse outright, Sang Wan-Ning pressed on, Lord Zhang, our journey to the place of exile is quite extensive. If you allow me to procure a horse, I shall assist with the meals along the way and share half of the game I catch. She continued, you are aware of my modest medical skills. Should any of you suffer from minor ailments during our travels, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, if you would. Zhonglong contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. Very well, but do bear in mind that the horse carriage must not be ostentatious. Sang Wan-Ning's face lit up with a smile as she nodded earnestly. Thank you, Lord Zhang. I assure you, I will not cause you any inconvenience. Zhao Meng, observing the exchange, could not help but grimace, recognizing his brother's evident infatuation. Yet he chose to remain silent. Sang Wan-Ning pointed to the horse she had chosen and said to the old man, I would like that horse. The old man hesitated, replying, esteemed guest, that horse has a fiery temperament, even we have found it challenging to tame it. Perhaps you might consider another? Sang Wan-Ning shook her head resolutely. Her tone firm, I want that one. The old man, looking troubled, continued, to be frank, esteemed guest, this horse is indeed difficult to approach. It would be best if you reconsidered. Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow at the obstinate horse. Old man, if I were to tame this horse myself, what price would you offer? The old man, taken aback by her determination, realized he could not let such a business opportunity slip away. With a smile, he said, This horse cost us 12 taels of silver. Considering your earnest desire, I shall sell it to you at a loss for 10 taels. 8 taels. Will you sell it for that? Sang Wan-Ning promptly countered. The old man's cheeks twitched, esteemed guest, the price I offered is already at a loss. Your offer is simply. His words were abruptly interrupted. Old man, this horse has been unsold for quite some time, and training it will incur additional costs, with no guarantee of success. Furthermore, it requires sustenance, and this is a marketplace, not a sanctuary for retired horses. The longer it remains here, the greater your losses. By purchasing this horse for 8 taels, you may seem to incur a short-term loss, but in the long run, it is indeed a profitable decision for you. The old man was momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in her argument. The horse had indeed been in the stable for over half a year, and although several had expressed interest, all returned due to its fierce nature, costing them considerable silver. Moreover, the horse's feed represented a significant expense. After calculating the details, he sighed deeply. If you are genuinely intent, then I shall sell it to you for 8 taels. However, let me make it clear, should any mishap occur while you are taming this horse, we shall bear no responsibility. Furthermore, we cannot accept returns as it is already being sold at a loss. Agreed. If you doubt my sincerity, we can draft a written agreement. The old man waved his hand dismissively. No need, esteemed guest, your straightforwardness and the presence of Lord Zhang as a witness suffice. A written agreement is unnecessary. Zhonglong and Zhao Meng were still reeling from her audacity in negotiating when Sang Wan-Ning quickly produced 8 taels of silver and handed them to the old man. With a lightness in her step, she proceeded towards the stable. Zhonglong, finally regaining his composure, hurried to intercept her. Lady Xia, the terms of the sale have been made clear. That horse is fierce. Would it not be wiser to select another? His voice was laced with concern. Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently. Lord Zhang, fret not. I have studied under a horse trainer for a time and shall manage without issue. With that, she bypassed him and approached the spirited horse. Zhang Long intended to voice another caution, but Zhao Meng restrained him. Brother Long, be mindful. There are many eyes upon you. Moreover, Lady Xia has always been resolute. She will not act recklessly. Reluctantly, Zhang Long stepped back, his gaze fixed on Sang Wan-Ning, ready to spring into action should any danger arise. As Sang Wan-Ning approached the horse, it began to whinny and kick up its heels. Remaining composed, she dampened her hands with spring water, the scent soothing the horse, which gradually calmed, lowering its head to seek her affection. Seeing this, Sang Wan-Ning took a few steps closer, placing her hand on the horse's head, gently stroking it. With no sign of resistance from the horse, she whispered into its ear. If you come with me, I promise you shall never go thirsty again. Will you accompany me? The horse seemed to comprehend her words, nodding in agreement. Zhang Long and the old man, watching in astonishment, exchanged incredulous glances. The old man mused silently. Could it be that this horse has an affinity for beauty? Otherwise, why would it calm so readily? Zhang Long's lips curled in a subtle smile. Indeed, Lady Xia was extraordinary. Sang Wan-Ning, beaming, led the horse out. Inquiring of the old man, do you sell matching carriages here? Yes, they're over there. Feel free to choose. Sang Wan-Ning nodded and turned to Zhang Long, saying, Lord Zhang, you still have items to purchase. Please go ahead. I will procure the carriage and gather some supplies before returning. Zhang Long scrutinized the cart nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. Lady Xia, do you truly intend to manage the cart and the horse alone? Is that feasible? Sang Wan-Ning paused, realizing she had forgotten the cart she had pushed over. She chuckled awkwardly. Lord Zhang, why not this? You are bound to buy several items as well. The cart would serve you well. Zhang Long could not suppress his concern. Are you sure you won't need our assistance? Sang Wan-Ning waved her hand dismissively. I truly do not wish to impose further on your time. You have your own matters to attend to. I assure you I will arrive on time. With that, she took the horse's reins and headed off to select a carriage, disregarding their potential objections. Zhao Meng, observing his brother's lingering gaze on Lady Xia, patted his shoulder. Brother Long, she has moved on. Why do you still watch? You have truly fallen. Zhang Long finally averted his gaze and, pushing the cart, departed. Sang Wan-Ning selected a spacious carriage, devoid of ornate decorations, simple yet elegant. It cost her 5 taels of silver. Once she had the carriage set up, she expertly drove it towards the end of the alley. Casting a glance to ensure no one was watching, she entered her spatial realm with both horse and cart. As the horse bolted towards the spring for a drink, she swiftly pulled it back. Sang Wan-Ning casually found a wooden basin in her space, filled it with water using her thoughts, and addressed the horse. Drink up, but from now on, you mustn't drink directly from the well water, otherwise I shall no longer allow you to quench your thirst. The horse seemed to comprehend her words, nodding in agreement before turning to drink from the basin. Sang Wan-Ning observed its remarkable intelligence, feeling once more that she had stumbled upon a treasure. She gently caressed its head and pondered for a moment, then declared, Let me bestow a name upon you. From this day forth, you shall be known as Little Flower. Do you like it? The horse paused, seemingly unimpressed, and chose to ignore her. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled lightly. Are you truly dismissing it? It's a lovely name, perfectly suited to your temperament. The horse seemed to protest. But I am a stallion, why then should I be given such a dainty name? Sang Wan-Ning playfully threatened, resistance is futile. I am your master. And you must heed my words. Otherwise, you shall find yourself deprived of water in the future. Upon hearing this, Little Flower eagerly nudged her affectionately. Sang Wan-Ning smiled as she stroked its forehead. That's more like it. Now, take your time drinking. I shall go tend to my belongings. With that, she turned her gaze towards the mountain of items accumulating in her space. Whatever caught her eye would materialize before her with a mere thought. The horse-drawn carriage was too rigid, and she was unsure from whose home the quilts came. Nonetheless, she retrieved 4 mattresses and a moderately thick blanket for covering. Pots, bowls, and utensils were essential, as they had borrowed from the laborers along the way, so she made sure to arrange them. Furthermore, she gathered sets of clean clothes for each person, not knowing from whom she had acquired them, but they were a fitting size. As for the delicacies prepared by the palace chef, she feared that taking too many buns might draw undue attention. So she casually wrapped 2 clean cloths around them and set them aside. The winter garments were of no immediate use, and seeing that there was little left to take, she finally led the horse-drawn carriage out of her space. Passing by a candy vendor, she decided to procure some sweets. At another stall selling buns, she bought a few to express her gratitude to the chief laborer. To ensure a more comfortable journey ahead, it was crucial to maintain a good relationship with him, especially since he had been relatively amiable thus far. As she was about to head home, she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Long and his companions. Sang Wan-Ning greeted them with a smile. Lord Zhang, Lord Zhao, what a coincidence. You have yet to return as well. Zhang Long, his expression calm, nodded slightly. Have you finished your shopping? Yes, I was just planning to head back. Have you completed your errands? Indeed, let us return together. Suddenly recalling the buns she had just purchased, Sang Wan-Ning turned to retrieve them from the carriage and handed them to Zhang Long. Lord Zhang, these buns are a small token of my appreciation for your guidance. Zhang Long declined. This was merely a trifling matter. You need not be so courteous. Noticing his refusal, Sang Wan-Ning passed the oil paper bundle to Zhao Meng. You may take them without worry. I have plenty. With that, she turned and drove the carriage ahead. Zhang Long cast a cold glance at Zhao Meng, who, feeling the need to clarify, explained, Brother Long, these were thrust into my hands by the third lady. I did not take them willingly. Zhang Long sighed. Let us hurry and catch up. Soon, Sang Wan-Ning and her companions arrived back at the relay station, where the laborers and a group of exiled prisoners awaited at the entrance. As she approached with the horse-drawn carriage, The onlookers couldn't help but murmur in surprise. Although the laborers found the spectacle somewhat abrupt, their leader remained silent, and they had no inclination to inquire further. The members of the Xia family's second branch and the Sang family glared with envy. Upon seeing her return, Xia Yunchu and Anan rushed forward. Third sister-in-law. Why did you go shopping without me? Xia Yunchu demanded, feigning annoyance. Sang Wan-Ning smiled and explained, I rose early and noticed your room was quiet, so I thought it best to let you rest a bit longer. We shall pass through many towns in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities. Anan, eyes sparkling, gazed at the carriage and asked, Auntie, is this our carriage? Sang Wan-Ning chuckled as she ruffled his hair and nodded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Zhonglong organized his men to unload their items from the cart and place them onto their own. Once the cart was empty, Sang Wan-Ning instructed Chu-Chu to assist her in transferring the contents of the carriage onto the cart. Chu-Chu, lend me a hand. From now on, Ziyu and my sister-in-law will ride in the carriage, while this cart will hold our everyday necessities. Lin Shi and Xiajin endeavored to help but were halted by Sang Wan-Ning, who then called Lin Shanshan and Feng Jioer over for assistance. Standing aside, Sang Jinro, disheveled and seething with jealousy, addressed the laborers, Sirs, we are here in exile, not enjoying a life of luxury. The Xia family is utterly arrogant to have purchased a carriage. You should confiscate their carriage, otherwise it is wholly unfair to us. Zhonglong, well aware of their envious disposition, scoffed disdainfully. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. If you had the means, you could have purchased one for yourselves. I would not criticize you. If you cannot afford it, keep quiet. Taken aback, Sang Jinro glared at the laborers, infuriated that they presumed themselves superior. Zhao Ming, feeling the intensity of her stare, bristled with anger. Dare you glare at us? Do you have a death wish? He unsheathed his whip from his waist, brandishing it menacingly. Sang Jinro, realizing the gravity of her situation, instinctively backed away. Sir, you must have misunderstood. How could I dare glare at you? Zhao Ming, seeing her immediate submission, snorted and returned to his tasks. Sang Jinro's gaze fixated enviously on the industrious Sang Wan-Ning, and suddenly, a malicious idea struck her. She hastened towards the gathering crowd and shouted, Come, everyone, see for yourselves. We are all exiled prisoners. Yet this one enjoys the privilege of a carriage while we must walk and eat dust. Is there no justice in this world? Chapter 40. Scoundrel, deserving of a beating. Sang Jinro's voice rang loud, attracting the attention of passers-by. Zhonglong, noticing the commotion, sternly admonished, Cease your nonsense at once, be quiet. Or I shall not hesitate to show you no mercy. Sang Jinro retorted sharply, Sir, could it be that you have engaged in some underhanded dealings with this wretched woman? Otherwise, why would you show such favoritism? Regardless of the era, there are always those who revel in gossip and scandal, and soon enough, a crowd began to gather. Zhonglong's face turned ashen, ready to act. But Sang Wan-Ning was swifter. With 2 resounding slaps, she declared, Sang Jinro, I have tolerated your foul words. But to falsely accuse an official and tarnish his reputation is unforgivable. How can you be so vile? Sang Jinro clutched her swollen cheeks, shrieking in pain. You wretched girl, how dare you strike me? But before she could finish her sentence, another slap met her face. Sang Wan-Ning, disdainfully wiping her hands with a handkerchief, leaned closer to whisper coldly in her ear, Should your mouth continue to spew such filth, I would not hesitate to ensure you remain forever silent. Staggering back, Sang Jinro scoffed, Very well, you think you can silence me? I shall not oblige you. She raised her voice once more. It is this woman who finds her husband a cripple and, in her desperation, resorts to selling her charms to entrap the official. Xia Yunyao, already irked by Sang Wan-Ning, stepped forward to echo her sentiments. It is indeed a disgraceful display of shamelessness. The moral fabric of society is undeniably deteriorating. The onlookers, upon hearing these words, gazed at Sang Wan-Ning with expressions rife with disdain and contempt. Xia Yunchu, witnessing the scene, charged forth like a firecracker, forcefully pinning Xia Yunyao to the ground, delivering slaps to her face without restraint. I shall not allow you to slander my third sister-in-law. Just watch as I make you pay dearly for this. Upon seeing her precious daughter being assaulted, Su Shi was poised to intervene. Yet her steps were halted by Lin Shi. What do you think you are doing? Do you not see that my daughter is on the verge of being beaten to death by yours? Su Shi's tone was laced with reproach. Lin Shi let out a cold snort, who told her to have such a foul mouth. A wretch like her deserves to be beaten senseless. Su Shi wished to retort, but the imposing presence of Lin Shi diminished her resolve. Her gaze shifted towards the old matriarch, her voice filled with a plea, "Mother, we are family after all." Yuniao simply spoke without thinking, "Please, persuade Xia Yunqiu to cease her actions." The old matriarch responded with a disdainful huff, "The Xia family has no such grandson." Su Shi's face turned pale upon hearing this, her voice involuntarily rising in pitch. "What do you mean by that, mother?" The old matriarch, her murky eyes glancing at Xia Wenchuan, declared loudly, "Did not your branch wish to sever ties with our Xia family? Today, I shall take it upon myself to fulfill that desire." She then stepped forward, addressing the gathered crowd with authority. "Today, the main and secondary branches of the Xia family shall henceforth sever all relations, henceforth remaining unconnected. I ask you all to bear witness to this declaration." As the old matriarch's words hung in the air, Xia Wenchuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he stepped forward to protest, "Mother, how can you?" His words were cut off by the old matriarch's sharp interruption. "Silence. Is this not what you all desired? Reflect upon your own hearts. Have you treated me as your mother all these years? You have dined on the Xia family's bounty, basked in the glory earned by the main branch's sacrifices, and I shall not even mention the sordid deeds you engaged in privately. I hope you will conduct yourselves wisely moving forward." Su Shi, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "Severing ties? Mother, to bring this up at such a time is rather ungracious, is it not? Your branch has committed acts of treason that have sullied our ancestral name, dragging our secondary branch into the fray. And now you dare to speak of severing ties? Where were you before this?" The onlookers began to comprehend that these individuals were indeed from the Duke's household of the Xia family. The gossip surrounding the family's treason, driven by General Xia's obstinacy leading to the annihilation of 100,000 troops, had recently spread like wildfire. Yet, contrary to expectations, the crowd harbored not visceral hatred towards the Xia family. Rather, there was a prevailing sense of pity and lamentation. Everyone knew that General Xia and his two beloved sons had perished on the battlefield, leaving only a host of the elderly, the weak, and the infirm behind. The Xia family, a century-old lineage, had been one of the emperor's most trusted families. To witness their downfall was indeed heart-wrenching. Sang Wan-Ning, observing the murmuring crowd, cast a cold gaze at Su Shi. "As a daughter-in-law of the Xia family, how can you so brazenly declare that the Xia family has committed treason? Were you an eyewitness to these claims?" Su Shi, momentarily taken aback, stubbornly retorted, "The emperor has publicly announced this decree. How could it possibly be false?" Sang Wan-Ning's gaze sharpened, locking onto Su Shi's. "A decree? That is merely a ruse employed by treacherous individuals to deceive the sovereign. The Xia family has served as generals for generations, with countless sons of the Xia family laying down their lives for the country. My grandfather, at the age of 60, still dons armor to defend the borders, while my father devoted his life to the nation, sacrificing even the entirety of his hard-earned wealth for military supplies, all for the sake of safeguarding our borders. Over the years, the military funds donated by the Xia family could have rebuilt half of the imperial city. I ask you, how could such loyal and righteous individuals ever commit acts of treason?" Sang Wan-Ning's voice, cool and resolute, reverberated through the streets, striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. Sang Jinru interjected with a scoff, "This is merely your one-sided account, as a daughter-in-law of the Xia family. Of course you would defend them." Before Sang Wan-Ning could respond, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward unsteadily. "This is not a one-sided account. Both of my sons perished on the battlefield, and every month I receive compensation from General Xia. It has never ceased. I had thought this was compensation from the authorities, only to realize that General Xia has been personally providing for us. How could such a valiant and righteous man ever betray the country?" Another woman, her eyes red-rimmed, stood up. "My husband also died on the battlefield. Were it not for the compensation from General Xia, I and my children would not have survived." More and more individuals began to rise, their voices growing louder, all seeking justice for the Xia family. This uproar caught the attention of the county magistrate of Qingang County. When Rinxiang, he hurriedly arrived with a group of officers, standing tall on horseback, and called out, "Who is leading this disturbance?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Zhang Long stepped forward, respectfully cupping his fists in "Greetings, Lord One. I am an officer escorting exiled prisoners. No one is leading a disturbance here. These prisoners are merely bickering amongst themselves, and the crowd has gathered to watch the spectacle. As it is getting late, I must continue my journey and shall not trouble you further. However, Sang Jinru disregarded this and rushed forward, kneeling before Lord Wan. "My lord, you must hear the grievances of this humble girl." She then pointed at Sang Wan-Ning. "My lord, it is she who incites the people to commit acts of rebellion. And she speaks recklessly, slandering the emperor's wisdom. Such a treasonous individual deserves immediate execution. Otherwise, if these words reach the emperor's ears, you shall be held accountable." When Rinxiang narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Sang Wan-Ning, "Are you the one leading this disturbance?" Chapter 41. Pray tell, what crime have I committed? Sang Wan-Ning stood tall and unyielding, her back straight. "I do not claim to be a criminal. I merely stand against the distortion of truth and the slandering of the Xia family's loyalty. The Xia family has been loyal for generations, donating military funds and providing for the bereaved families of soldiers. The townsfolk present can attest to this. If you wish to speak of treason, I ask you, what crime have I committed?" An elderly man stepped forward, leaning on his cane, his voice trembling yet resolute. "My lord, I am willing to stake my life as a guarantee that General Xia harbors no treasonous intent. Were it not for the support of the Xia family over the years, I would have long been buried in some desolate place." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in agreement, cries of injustice resonating, and the officers exchanged uncertain glances. When Rinxiang's expression fluctuated, his gaze shifting between Sang Wan-Ning's composed demeanor and Sang Jinru's barely concealed satisfaction, and he suddenly understood the situation more clearly. He let out a cold laugh, pointing at Sang Jinru. "I must inquire, you who claim others slander the emperor, do you possess any evidence? To make baseless accusations against others, what crime does that entail? This wretched woman truly believes him to be a fool? A mere criminal attempting to manipulate him?" Although he was just a low-ranking official, he was not entirely oblivious to the events surrounding the Xia family. In his view, the Xia family's downfall was merely a case of their own achievements overshadowing the sovereign. For years, the military exploits of the Xia family had far surpassed that of the current emperor. As a county magistrate, he merely sought to safeguard his own territory. Everything else was of no concern to him. Sang Jinru, witnessing this, widened her eyes in disbelief and shouted, "My lord, as the ruler of this place, how can you allow these ants to dictate terms?" No sooner had she spoken than the steward beside the magistrate delivered a resounding slap to her face. "How dare you lecture the lord? What right do you, a mere criminal, have to question him?" Lord Wan let out a cold snort and addressed Zhang Long, saying, "This offender truly deserves a lesson. You ought to manage them properly. The hour grows late. It would be wise for you to depart the city early." Despite Lord Wan's relatively courteous tone, one must not underestimate the lingering influence of the Xia family in the hearts of the common folk. Even in their current state of decline, the current members of the Xia family, frail and vulnerable, would certainly suffer dire consequences should he choose to confront them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long clasped his fists respectfully and replied, "I apologize for troubling you, my lord. I shall take them away at once." Sang Jinru was about to voice her thoughts when Sang Wan-Ning abruptly pulled her behind the inn. With a forceful shove, she threw her to the ground and leaned down to firmly grip her chin. Sang Jinru gritted her teeth and spat, "Sang Wan-Ning, release me. Am I not speaking the truth? Don't think I'll let you off the hook. I warn you, as long as I draw breath, our enmity will be unending." To this, Sang Wan-Ning merely replied with a dismissive, "How tiresome," before pinching her mouth shut and forcing a pill into it. "Sang Jinru, do you think I truly hesitate to take action against you? It would be too merciful to let you die, once you have atoned for your sins. I shall personally see you on your way." Sang Jinru, seeing the murderous intent in her eyes, instinctively recoiled. Yet, it wasn't long before she regained her composure. She opened her mouth to speak, only to be horrified to find herself unable to utter a sound, resorting to glaring at Sang Wan-Ning instead. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed. "Dare you glare at me? Do you wish to lose your eyes as well?" Filled with a burning desire to devour this wretched girl, Sang Jinru could only grind her teeth in frustration, vowing that as long as she lived, Sang Wan-Ning would pay dearly for this affront. Noticing that others were still waiting, Sang Wan-Ning dragged Sang Jinru out with an expressionless demeanor. The onlookers, astonished, beheld this seemingly frail girl effortlessly hauling the much larger Sang Jinru as though she were a mere chick. Sang Wan-Ning tossed Sang Jinru to the ground like a discarded rag, dusting off her hands as she declared, "We can set off now, let us go." Zhang Long nodded in acknowledgement and commanded, "Depart." Leading the way was the eldest branch of the Xia family, with Lin Shanshan and Feng Jier pushing the cart. Xia Ziyu reclined comfortably in the soft carriage, accompanied by Anin and his sister-in-law. Sang Wan-Ning took the reins of the carriage, initially intending for her grandmother to ride alongside her, but ultimately respected her refusal. Meanwhile, Sang Jinru lay sprawled on the ground, unresponsive. Li Kuei, noticing her stillness, waved his hand and struck her with a whip. "What are you dawdling for? Get up and let us move." The lash left a bloody mark across Sang Jinru's back, and though she opened her mouth, only silent whimpers escaped her lips. Seeing her daughter being struck in silence startled Lu Shi, who rushed over to help her up. After taking a few steps, upon observing Sang Jinru's continued silence, Lu Shi could not contain her concern. You were perfectly fine just now. Why are you suddenly mute?" Sang Jinru could only manage incoherent sounds. Lu Shi gasped. Have you become mute?" Tears streamed down Sang Jinru's face as she cast a venomous glare at the carriage ahead. Filled with dread, Lu Shi inquired, "Are you saying that Sang Wan-Ning wretched girl did this to you?" Sang Jinru nodded emphatically, and Lu Shi's fear deepened. What sorcery could that vile girl have employed to render her daughter mute in such a short time? Witnessing this, Xia Yunyu felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Silently pondering, isn't Sang Wan-Ning rumored to be a sickly weakling? Yet, it appears the girl not only possessed remarkable strength, but also exhibited extraordinary martial prowess. She even began to question whether this girl was truly the same Sang Wan-Ning. However, the face identical to Sang Wan-Ning's could not be a mere fabrication. Confounded, her gaze shifted towards the exiled members of the Sang family. If she truly wished to undermine the eldest branch, it seemed imperative to forge an alliance with the Sang family. Their party swiftly exited Qingang County and continued onward. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of Kyoto, a collective wave of nausea washed over the ministers as they endured the court's dismissal. These officials were puzzled by the sudden theft from the palace, which left the emperor bald overnight and his breath foul. The physicians in the imperial hospital labored day and night, yet could not arrive at a solution for the emperor's malodorous affliction. The ministers suffered alongside the numerous consorts, who lamented their plight but dared not disturb the emperor. Haunted by the recent demise of the belovedly beauty, she had been the most favored among the new ladies of the court, despite her low rank, and had often looked down upon the higher-ranking consorts. Yet, it was during an intimate encounter that the emperor's foul breath caused her to vomit, leading to her immediate execution in a fit of rage. Ever since the emperor contracted this malady, the consorts ceased their vying for favor, retreating into their chambers in fear of suffering the same fate and tarnishing their families' reputations. The atmosphere within the palace was one of pervasive unease. On this day, the dispatched shadow guards finally returned with news. Chapter 42, an operation to root out the problem. The emperor's subordinates conducted an investigation, uncovering that those sent out had met their demise by poison-induced suicide. Some were discovered to have been under house arrest before their deaths. Furthermore, the fatal wounds indicated that they had all perished at the hands of a single individual. The subordinates speculated that a peerless master must be among them. Or perhaps they had the support of a formidable ally. The Shadow Guard recounted the findings in detail. Upon hearing this, the emperor's forehead creased with tension. "Are you certain?" The Shadow Guard nodded solemnly. "I have investigated thoroughly. There can be no mistake." After a moment of contemplation, the emperor slowly replied, "Disseminate this information to my sons. It is time they learned to alleviate my burdens." "Yes, I shall relay your command at once," the Shadow Guard declared, vanishing in an instant. With his brush, the emperor inscribed a character for thanks on the dragon table, then drew a long line through it. After the Shadow Guard departed, he instructed his subordinates to swiftly convey this news to several of the princes. At the Jing Wangfu, upon receiving the news, the Jing prince stealthily made his way to the Shao family. The Shao family was the maternal home of the current empress and the dowager empress. Although the sons of the Shao family held seemingly insignificant positions in the court, their clandestine influence was pervasive, even causing the emperor to tread carefully. Under the cover of night, the Jing prince arrived at the residence of the Shao family's head, who was also the younger brother of the current dowager empress, Shao Yuanshan, and had been waiting in a secret chamber for some time. "Your Highness, your arrival in the dead of night must be of grave importance," Shao Yuanshan inquired, stroking his beard. In the dimly lit chamber, aside from the Jing prince and the head of the Shao family, there was also Shao Heng. Though a son born out of wedlock, Shao Heng possessed exceptional talent and capability, making him the head of the family's next successor. He was always kept close by. The Jing prince nodded and directly conveyed the gathered intelligence. His brow furrowed, he asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter, uncle?" After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Xiao family turned to Xiao Hung. "What is your insight, Hanger?" Xiao Hung nodded slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. As the saying goes, to cut grass without uprooting the roots allows it to sprout anew. The Xia family's reputation in Dongli is well known, as I'm certain you are aware. In contemporary reflection, Xia Ziyu appears akin to a mere shell of a man, yet in this vast world, myriad talents abound. Should he be afforded the opportunity to rise once more, it would likely prove exceedingly troublesome. Grandfather, Hanger opines, to avert further complications. It might be prudent to eradicate him. Only in death will he pose no threat to the prince's grand ambitions. The head of the Xiao family regarded her with admiration, nodding in agreement. Your Highness, Hung Er's sentiment echoes that of the elder statesman. We must not succumb to maternal compassion and allow a tiger to return to the mountain. Upon hearing this, Prince Jing pondered momentarily before nodding resolutely. Very well. I shall proceed as you have advised. Prince Yu, sharing a similar mindset, promptly visited the Prime Minister's residence under the cover of night upon receiving the news. The Prime Minister's thoughts mirrored those of Xiao Hang, compelling Prince Yu to return to his own residence and initiate a decisive eradication strategy. Meanwhile, upon learning of this development, Prince Du chose to remain inactive, fully aware that if he had received the news, both Prince Yu and Prince Jing would surely be informed as well. The two were known for their impulsive nature, thus he opted to remain in the shadows, waiting to seize the advantage. On the other hand, Sang Wan-Ning and her companions remained blissfully unaware of the insidious plot unfolding against the Xia family. They journeyed through arduous conditions, with just a day's travel left to reach Yuzhou. That evening, they too found shelter in the depths of the mountains. Sang Wan-Ning busied herself in the kitchen, alternating between serving the laborers and her own family, until at last, the meal was ready. The members of the Xia family gathered around the fire, bowls in hand, savoring their food. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled after days of travel, the spirit of the first branch of the Xia family was markedly brighter than during their previous life of luxury. They had all gained a notable roundness, particularly in and Chu, whose transformations were strikingly apparent. Xia Ziyu's whip wounds had nearly healed, and his voice was gradually returning. It would not be long before he regained his full strength. As for the tendons in his hands and feet, once they reached Yuzhou, she would begin the necessary surgical procedures. With the aid of the spiritual spring water and her exceptional medical skills, he would be restored completely within 6 months. Everything was progressing favorably, and during their meal, Xia Ziyu and Sang Wan-Ning shared a pair of chopsticks, their relationship gradually warming. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a cacophony of clashing swords echoed from the nearby woods, heightening everyone's vigilance. Sang Wan-Ning set down her utensils and stood up, only to see Zhang Long and Zhao Ming hastening towards them. Without hesitation, Sang Wan-Ning declared, "Lord Zhang, you guard this area. I shall investigate." Zhang Long grasped her hand. "Third Miss Xia, allow me to lead the way instead." Xia Ziyu's expression darkened instantly at the sight of Zhang Long holding Sang Wan-Ning's hand. She broke free from his grip, her tone calm. "I am more capable than you. It is most fitting that I go. Lord Zhang, I entrust my family to you." Zhang Long was taken aback, realizing his folly. 10 of him would not match her prowess. He nodded slightly, solemnly stating, "Rest assured, we shall protect your family. Do take care." Sang Wan-Ning acknowledged him with a nod, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished into the night. Xia Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and Zhang Long sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him. A chill ran down his spine as he turned to regard Xia Ziyu, whose eyes radiated a lethal glare. Panic surged within Zhang Long, compelling him to avert his gaze, fear enveloping his heart. Drawing a deep breath, he gripped his sword and stood to the side, his back turned to the Xia family, his eyes fixed on the direction of the clashing swords, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning held her breath, stealthily approaching the scene of the skirmish. Concealed behind a large rock, she peered at the unfolding confrontation. Illuminated by moonlight, she discerned that 8 cloaked assailants were besieging a pair of master and servant. The latter appeared cornered, and the leader of the black-clad men sneered, "Brothers, let us strike with vigor and send them to meet the King of Hell." Their assault intensified at his command, and despite his grievous injuries, the servant resolutely shielded his master. "Master, I shall fight to the death to carve a path for you. You must seize the moment to escape. The leader of the black-clad men scoffed, escape? Today, even if you sprout wings, you cannot flee. Surrender now, and we shall grant you a swift end. The white-clad man coldly inquired, was it Wanyan Zhaoyi who sent you to kill me? The leader chuckled lightly, deep down, you already know the answer, don't you? We are merely mercenaries executing a contract. The white-clad man, barely holding on, sought a glimmer of hope. What has he promised you? If you spare us, I will offer you double. The leader's expression darkened. What my master can provide, you cannot. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can buy time. In this desolate place, even if you delay until death, no one will come to your aid. Sang Wan-Ning's mind raced as she recalled fragments of information about the Jin dynasty from the original owner's memories. The Wan surname was unique to the royal family of the Jin dynasty. If her conjecture was correct, this defiant white-clad man, who was fighting desperately for a chance at survival, must be of royal blood. Their exchange suggested that the assassins were also from the royal lineage. Such was the nature of royalty, willing to turn against one another in their insatiable quest for supreme power, even to the point of fratricide. She shook her head, unable to suppress a sigh. At that moment, the leader of the black-clad men, upon hearing her, lunged at Sang Wan-Ning with lightning speed, sword drawn. The swiftness of his strike caught her off guard, and before she could react, he was upon her. Instinctively, she turned her head to evade. But the nearby boulder was cleaved at its corner by the force of his strike. Damn! Sang Wan-Ning muttered under her breath as she agilely retreated to the side. The black-clad man's bloodthirsty gaze fixated on her, his voice devoid of warmth. Who are you? Why are you here? Chapter 43, Whose seeking death is yet to be determined. Sang Wan-Ning retorted with a scoff. What business is it of yours who I am? As for why I'm here, I shan't divulge that to you. The black-clad man's murderous intent intensified. You truly seek death. With that, he lunged at her with his long sword. Seeing this, Sang Wan-Ning extended her hand, and a sword materialized out of thin air, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This opponent appeared formidable, and she finally had the opportunity to warm up. The black-clad assassin thrust his sword directly at her heart. She swiftly raised her sword to parry, the clash reverberating through the air. With a forceful push, she sprang back, her form as graceful as a willow in the wind. The black-clad man's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the sword she had summoned. Then, a glint of greed flickered in his bloodthirsty gaze. Speak honestly, do you possess some treasure? Sang Wan-Ning coldly replied, if you wish to claim my treasure, come and take it yourself. The black-clad man, thoroughly enraged, bellowed, wretched girl. You truly seek death. You are the wretched one, your entire family is wretched. Who seeks death is yet to be determined. Sang Wan-Ning's expression darkened. She abhorred being called a wretch. With that, she swung her sword with lightning speed, the blade gleaming like a silver dragon emerging from the depths, aimed straight for the black-clad man's face. He raised his sword to block, but the clash produced a sharp sound, sparks flying. Utilizing the recoil from their weapons' collision, Sang Wan-Ning executed a graceful 360-degree spin in the air, her sword tip aiming for the black-clad man's vital underarm. The man clad in black, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, retreated several paces, his disdainful gaze shifting to one of scrutiny. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and spoke in a low, grave tone, Who might you be? I advise you to mind your own business. Do you not understand that opposing the royal family of the Great Jin can only lead to one inevitable fate, death? Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Indeed I am threatening you. What do you think? A mere woman like you can contend with the royal family of the Great Jin? Sang Wan-Ning let out a cold laugh. How fortunate for me, for threats are what I fear the least. She paused, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her lips. Moreover, if I were to eliminate you all, how could they trace it back to me? The man's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, you possess some skill. But to think you could single-handedly eradicate us is a futile delusion. Oh, is that so? Then let us see whether it is I who is delusional or if you are simply overestimating yourselves. Before her words had fully dissipated into the air, Sang Wan-Ning, wielding her long sword, advanced towards the man like a wraith, attacking from an exceptionally tricky angle. The man's pupils dilated in shock as he shouted in alarm, his sword forming a silver curtain to barely deflect her onslaught. But before he could catch his breath, Sang Wan-Ning was upon him once more, leaping into the air and aiming her sword directly at his throat. The man ducked urgently, the blade grazing the edge of Sang Wan-Ning's garment, and countered with a swift strike aimed at her lower body. Sang Wan-Ning nimbly leaped, executing a deft flip midair, her toes expertly landing on the spine of his sword, using the momentum to propel herself towards a nearby tree. As she touched down, she swiftly drew a soft whip from her waist, flicking her wrist to send it lunging like a serpent towards the man's face. The man's pupils contracted in alarm, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the whip coiled around his blade unexpectedly. With a powerful tug, Sang Wan-Ning destabilized him, causing him to stagger forward. Seizing the opportunity, she pivoted, her long sword having transformed into a dagger, piercing towards the man's chest. He hastily relinquished his sword, sidestepping the lethal thrust, only to be met with the harsh lash of Sang Wan-Ning's whip across his back, eliciting a muffled grunt as he stumbled against a nearby rock. The man was filled with dread, his voice trembling. Who are you? This woman was truly enigmatic, able to conjure weapons seemingly from thin air. Could she possibly be some immortal? Yet he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing her tattered prison garb, a clear indication of her status as an exile. Sang Wan-Ning smirked slightly. What I am is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that you are about to meet your end. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, clutching his chest as his words spilled forth in a rush. My lady, if you spare us, I will grant you anything you desire. Was it not you who insisted on taking my life? Have you now come to fear me? Alas, it is too late. Before he could react, Sang Wan-Ning produced 2 poison needles, her delicate hand sweeping through the air as the needles struck unerringly towards his forehead and throat. The man had no time to utter a sound before he collapsed, lifeless. The remaining black-clad assailants, witnessing their leader being dispatched in a single blow by this woman, were overtaken by terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them roared in fury, "Kill this wench and avenge our leader." A throng of black-clad men surged forward, encircling Sang Wan-Ning. Wan-Ning called out urgently, "My lady, be cautious." A smile played on Sang Wan-Ning's lips as she waved her hands, sending the poison needles flying toward the advancing attackers. Each man fell to the ground with muffled gasps, blood spilling from their lips as they succumbed. Sang Wan-Ning clapped her hands in satisfaction, muttering to herself, the results of this experiment are rather commendable. Without a care for the fallen, she began to rummage through the pockets of the black-clad men, swiftly collecting their valuables. She weighed the silver in her hand, nodding in approval. Wan-Ning and his subordinate watched in astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, Wan-Ning approached, limping slightly, and respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, my lady, for saving my life. May I inquire your esteemed name? I promise to repay your kindness in the future." Sang Wan-Ning cast a disinterested glance at him, her tone icy. "I trust you are a wise man. I hope you keep today's events confined to your own mind, or else." Wan-Ning, taking her words to heart, raised 3 fingers to the heavens and vowed, "Fear not, my lady. I, Wan-Ning, swear upon the heavens that I will never reveal your secret. Should I break this oath, may I suffer a terrible fate." At his words, his subordinate, Luing, understanding the cue, imitated his master and swore a similar oath. Sang Wan-Ning was not one to place faith in oaths, but seeing their earnest expressions, she gave a slight nod. "Very well, I hope you can uphold your promise." With that, she turned to leave, only to be called back by Wan-Ning. "My lady, please do not depart so hastily." Sang Wan-Ning, frowning slightly, turned back coldly. "What else do you want?" Wan-Ning, disregarding her evident displeasure, produced 500 taels of silver notes from his pocket and offered them to her. "My lady, this is all I have on me. It is yours." Sang Wan-Ning's lips twitched, her expression incredulous. Did she appear to be in dire need of money? Indeed, as a fugitive, she looked rather disheveled, making it easy for others to misinterpret her situation. Her habit of scavenging was merely a remnant of her past life on Blue Star, and she coughed lightly before taking a 100-tael note from his hand. "This is sufficient. You may keep the rest." With that, she turned to leave once more. But after a few steps, she returned, thrusting a small vial into Wan-Ning's hands. "This will aid in your recovery." Having said that, she departed in a whirlwind of motion. Wan-Ning grasped the porcelain vial tightly, and as realization dawned, he called out, "My lady, I do not yet know your name. How shall I find you in the future?" Chapter 44, Together in Despair. My husband is truly handsome. But the only response he received was the rustling of leaves in the wind. He gazed down at the vial in his hand, and after a lengthy pause, he poured 2 pills into his palm. Without hesitation, he consumed one. Seeing this, Lu Ying exclaimed urgently, "My lord, you cannot carelessly ingest anything given by a stranger. Though that lady saved your life, you should still be cautious." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Silence. "I trust that my benefactor has no ill intentions." He then handed the remaining pill to Lu Ying. "Hurry and take it. We must leave this place swiftly." Lu Ying accepted it without hesitation, and the two soon made their escape. Meanwhile, the Xia family wore expressions of worry as they gazed in the direction Sang Wan-Ning had departed, noting her prolonged absence, which cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Xia Ziyu felt a surge of anxiety, silently imploring, "Why hasn't she returned yet? If only I were not so incapacitated, I could remain by her side," but the overwhelming sense of helplessness loomed over him once more. "Is that my third sister returning?" Xia Yunchu suddenly broke the heavy silence, rising to greet Sang Wan-Ning. Upon reaching her, she scanned her sister-in-law for any signs of harm, relieved to see none. With a smile, she linked her arm with Sang Wan-Ning's. "Third sister, I'm so glad you're safe. Let us hurry back. Grandmother and the others are quite worried about you." Zhang Long, upon seeing her return, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Meng and discreetly withdrew. As Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Yunchu walked hand in hand to the fire pit and sat down, the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon her return. With a radiant smile, Sang Wan-Ning apologized, "I am truly sorry for causing everyone to worry." The elderly matriarch gazed at her with affection, saying, "Wan-Ning, you must not be so headstrong in the future. Your safety is of utmost importance." Warmth filled Sang Wan-Ning's heart as she nodded earnestly. "Grandmother is right. I shall no longer meddle in affairs that do not concern me." She then surveyed the group, suggesting, "Everyone, let us take a rest. It is getting late." As usual, the carriage was reserved for Anan and her child to sleep, while the others found various spots to rest. Sang Wan-Ning brought Xia Ziyu to lean against a large rock, and she settled down beside him, keeping a distance from the Xia family. Upon her return, she noticed something was amiss with her husband's demeanor today. She gently turned his face towards her, compelling him to meet her gaze. "Husband, what troubles you today? You seem rather unhappy." Xia Ziyu found himself captivated by the starlight in her eyes, feeling a touch of discomfort as he averted his gaze. However, Sang Wan-Ning was resolute, refusing to let him withdraw. "Husband, I understand what you are thinking, but please trust me. I assure you, within 6 months, I will have you brimming with vitality." Her sincere and determined expression seemed to warm Xia Ziyu's heart, causing his brow to soften unconsciously. Noticing his momentary daze, Sang Wan-Ning smirked slightly and discreetly popped a pill into her mouth. She then cupped his face with her hands and kissed him. Xia Ziyu's mind went blank, his heart racing like a drum, and his cheeks flushed as he thought about how bold she was, especially with his grandmother still present. He attempted to push her away with his elbow, but Sang Wan-Ning seemed to read his thoughts. In a soft murmur, she reassured him, "Focus, grandmother will not notice." Xia Ziyu's body stiffened for a moment, but he soon succumbed to the moment with Sang Wan-Ning. After a long while, she finally released him, and he felt an emptiness where her warmth had been. Sang Wan-Ning's cheeks were flushed, her breath slightly hurried, as her fingers brushed over Xia Ziyu's slightly swollen lips. She leaned in closer, their faces mere inches apart, allowing her to see the fine hairs on his face clearly. "Husband, do you feel any better?" The blush on Xia Ziyu's face lingered, and he averted his gaze, momentarily unable to meet her eyes. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled softly. "Husband, are you feeling shy?" She playfully took his hand, pouting, "Come now, do tell me, do you feel any better?" In his heart, Xia Ziyu thought, "This little woman is indeed enchanting. Who could possibly resist her?" He nodded slightly, his face still aflame. Observing his reaction, Sang Wan-Ning's smile grew even brighter, and she couldn't help but pinch his cheek playfully. "Husband, has anyone ever told you how adorable you are?" Xia Ziyu was taken aback. Adorable? He was infamous for being a formidable figure, and others feared him, not finding him endearing. Besides, he was a grown man. Soon, Sang Wan-Ning regained her serious demeanor, asking, "Husband, how does your throat feel? Perhaps you could attempt to speak." At her words, Xia Ziyu's eyes dimmed. Restoring his voice was not something that could be achieved easily. Truthfully, he had lost all hope. Yet, seeing the expectant look in her eyes, he didn't want to disappoint her. Gathering his courage, he opened his mouth, producing a hoarse sound. "Wan-Wan." The voice was so raspy that the words were nearly indecipherable, yet it filled Sang Wan-Ning with emotion. Instinctively, She embraced Xiaziyu, burying her face in his chest. Husband, did you hear that? You can speak again. I believe it won't be long before your voice returns fully. Xiaziyu froze. It had been ages since he last heard his own voice. The excruciating pain from the poison in the prison that had scorched his throat still felt fresh in his memory. Now he truly could speak. He instinctively swallowed hard, struggling to say, Wan, thank you. Sang Wan-Ning lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her eyes shining brilliantly. Husband, there is no need for such formality. Let us not forget we are husband and wife. By the way, what I just gave you is my specially made clear voice pill, designed to repair damaged vocal cords. Following that, I will administer acupuncture, combined with the pill, and soon you will return to normal. Her gaze then shifted to his hands and feet. Husband. Once we reach Yuzhou, I will perform surgery on you. Xiaziyu looked at her with suspicion, uncertain of what surgery entailed. Sang Wan-Ning, sensing his confusion, explained in her own way, surgery means I will perform a procedure to reconnect the tendons in your hands and feet. It may be somewhat painful, are you afraid? She was deliberately testing his reaction. Had it been earlier, he might have doubted her words, but in just half a month, his voice had begun to recover. And he could now speak. Xiaziyu gazed at her with hope, nodding earnestly. As long as it meant returning to normalcy, he would not fear a mere physical pain. He opened his mouth slowly, saying, I am not afraid. Sang Wan-Ning smiled at his response, then raised her hand to trace the sharp contours of his face. At that moment, the scars on Xiaziyu's face were merely faint marks, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. It must be said, her husband was indeed to her taste. His eyebrows were thick as ink, and his phoenix-like eyes were slightly upturned, glimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight. But the kiss they had just shared had tinged the corners of his eyes with a blush. His straight nose and thin lips bore a hint of swelling. Yet they radiated an innate pride. However, the slight upward curve of his lips softened his otherwise stern features. Sang Wan-Ning gazed at him, captivated by his beauty, and almost unconsciously exclaimed, Husband, you are truly handsome. Chapter 45. You have 3 breaths to reveal the mastermind behind this. Xiaziyu was flustered by her candid praise, turning his face away and clearing his throat, yet he could not conceal the smile that tugged at the corners of his lips. Witnessing his unease only deepened the amusement in Sang Wan-Ning's eyes. As the night deepened, she nestled comfortably in Xiaziyu's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. The moonlight crept up the treetops, casting a silvery glow upon the woman in his arms. Xiaziyu tightened his hold, gazing at her serene, sleeping face, feeling as though something within him had been filled. She resembled a beam of light, illuminating and warming his life. In his heart, he silently vowed that if he could indeed stand again, no matter what she desired or the life she wished to lead, he would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. Sang Wan-Ning enjoyed a restful night, only awakening when she heard voices around her. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she greeted Xiaziyu with a smile, Husband, good morning. Having grown accustomed to his presence, she felt secure in her sleep. Habit truly is a formidable thing. The thought of their eventual parting filled her with dread, and she couldn't help but feel reluctant. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze dimmed. Noticing the fleeting melancholy in her eyes, Xiaziyu felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Why was this little woman always so sentimental? Reflecting on the information he had gathered prior, he found himself beginning to understand. With that thought in mind, he gently lifted his arm, using his soft hand to caress her cheek. Sang Wan-Ning, noticing his gesture, also touched her own cheek and asked, Husband, is there something on my face? Xiaziyu shook his head, a soft smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Sang Wan-Ning rose and tidied up casually. Seizing the moment when others were distracted, she retrieved some flatbreads from her spatial pouch and handed one to each person. The laborers called out loudly, urging everyone to set off promptly. After ensuring Xiaziyu was comfortably settled, she lifted him onto the carriage. Xiaziyu, reluctant to recline during the day, sat beside Sang Wan-Ning as they drove together. The carriage progressed at a leisurely pace, with Sang Wan-Ning guiding the horses while they shared the delicious flatbreads. Following the incident in Qingang County, the Xia family's second branch had maintained a relatively low profile and dared not provoke Sang Wan-Ning further. After enjoying their flatbreads, Enin and Xia Yunchu diligently strapped sandbags to their legs and began their weighted march, with their respective weights set at 2 and 4 kilograms. After more than half a month of training, coupled with the nourishment from Sang Wan-Ning as spiritual spring water, both had made significant progress. Despite the increased weight, they moved with remarkable agility, quickly leaving their companions in the dust. The laborers had grown accustomed to this and would not question their absence, even if they were long out of sight. In the past, the two would have calculated the distance and waited for the others, but today, they were nowhere to be seen for quite some time. Lin Shi, feeling anxious, approached Sang Wan-Ning. Wan-Ning and In and Chu have yet to return. I'm quite unsettled. Do you think something might have happened to them? Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow, attempting to reassure her mother. Do not fret, I shall go and check at once. She leaped from the carriage, exchanged a few words with the laborers, and hurried ahead. Upon reaching a bend in the road, she entered her spatial pouch. In an instant, she found herself on a main road, where she spotted an In and Chu bound and hanging from a tree. The two were ensnared like chrysalises, their mouths firmly gagged. Rage surged through Sang Wan-Ning at the sight, her gaze locking onto the burly men wielding knives as though she were staring at corpses. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly descended to the base of the tree, and with a flick of her wrist, her dagger flew forth, severing the ropes and allowing the two to fall safely into her arms. The blade sliced through their bindings with ease. Meanwhile, the 8 men had closed in with their knives drawn. The leader, sporting a scruffy beard, leered with a lewd grin. Not bad, little lady. But you are but one against many. Do you intend to protect these 2 children? Chu struggled to rise, but lost her balance due to the sandbags, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to firmly push her back down. With a cold snort, Sang Wan-Ning retorted, dealing with scum like you requires no more than myself. Another scarred man eyed her with avarice. Little lady, you stand no chance against us. If you are willing to serve us well, perhaps we might spare them. Xia Yunchu's eyes blazed with fury. You toad, how dare you covet my sister-in-law? You must be tired of living. Infuriated, the scarred man hissed, do not be too hasty. You are yet unmarried. Our leader would surely take a liking to you. Before he could finish, Sang Wan-Ning bent to pick up a stone and hurled it with force, striking the scarred man squarely in the mouth. He barely had time to scream before he collapsed, unconscious. The bearded leader, witnessing this, bellowed, brothers, seize this wench. In no time, the remaining 6 men surrounded her in a fan formation. Sang Wan-Ning swiftly produced a poisoned silver needle from her spatial pouch and, with a flick of her fingertip, sent the needles hurtling towards their faces like shooting stars. 2 of the burly men, caught off guard, screamed as the needles pierced their eye sockets, rolling on the ground in agony. The bearded leader felt a surge of fear wash over him, his body trembling slightly. He instinctively tightened his grip on his large knife, gritting his teeth as he spat. Wench, how dare you harm my brothers? He commanded, kill her. Hearing the word wench, an icy chill enveloped Sang Wan-Ning. Before they could act, she brandished her dagger, moving like lightning as she swiftly slashed the throats of 3 men. In an instant, her dagger was poised at the bearded leader's neck. What did you call me just now? The leader swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Yet he still mustered a fierce glare. Kill me, and you shall not leave alive. His words were abruptly cut off as Sang Wan-Ning twisted her wrist, the dagger drawing a thin line of blood across his throat, warm droplets splattering onto her hand. I will give you 3 breaths to reveal the mastermind behind this. Her voice was as frigid as ice. Feeling the sharp pain at his throat, the leader was instantly paralyzed with fear. The stench of urine filled the air, causing Sang Wan-Ning to take a step back in disgust. Speak quickly, who is the mastermind? Should you utter a single lie? The leader, trembling, knelt before her. Heroine, I will tell you everything. We are from the Black Wind stronghold, living by robbery. We had no choice but to resort to this path. He crawled towards Sang Wan-Ning, bowing deeply before her. Heroine, I have revealed all I know. I beseech you to spare my life. Sang Wan-Ning cast him a cold glance. How long has the Black Wind stronghold existed? 3 years, the bearded leader replied hastily. Sang Wan-Ning's brow furrowed in contemplation, a sense of unease creeping into her thoughts. How could the local authorities remain oblivious while these bandits grew so brazen? If her conjectures were correct, these bandits must be colluding with the local officials, which had emboldened their reckless behavior. With narrowed eyes, she pressed, where is your stronghold located? How many men do you have? The leader hesitated, then responded quickly. Our stronghold lies just beyond this back mountain, with over 180 members. Having obtained the information she sought, Sang Wan-Ning waved her hand. and the bearded man collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his eyes staring blankly. After completing her task, she suddenly remembered Anin and Chu-Chu were still present. She cleared her throat awkwardly. I hope I did not frighten you. Anin and Chu-Chu gazed at her with wide eyes, speaking in unison, not at all. Xia Yunchu stepped forward, linking her arm with Sang Wan-Ning's sister-in-law. I want to be strong like you. After all this training, when will you teach us martial arts? She was unwilling to sit idly by, nor did she want to wait for her family to rescue her during every danger. Sang Wan-Ning gently brushed the dust from her face. Martial arts require a gradual approach. One must not be impatient for results. Focus on your practice. Hearing this, both Anin and Chu-Chu felt a twinge of disappointment, yet they acknowledged the wisdom in Sang Wan-Ning's words. As the saying goes, a weak foundation causes the earth to quake. After exchanging glances, they smiled in understanding. Sang Wan-Ning discreetly returned her dagger to her spatial pouch and instructed, you two should search the bodies for valuables. We will reach Yuzhou in half a day, and we can use this money for a grand shopping spree. Anin and Chu-Chu, upon hearing this, eagerly set to work, rifling through the bodies. Had this been before, they would have been terrified at the sight of so many corpses. But after witnessing the devastation of the Xia family and the life and death struggles along the way, their minds and perspectives had grown immensely strong. Xia Yunchu extracted a bronze token engraved with a tiger's head from the embrace of the scarred man, her fingertips tracing the intricate dark patterns along its edge. Her gaze filled with perplexity. Third sister, this object does not appear to be the typical possession of a mere bandit. Wan-Ning took the token, scrutinizing it carefully. The faint, ominous characters on its reverse side prompted her to discreetly conceal the token within her sleeve. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance, signaling the swift approach of a cavalry unit. Observing this, Sang Wan-Ning hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Anin and Chu-Chu behind her. Once the cavalry halted, their commanding officer dismounted, frowning at the corpses strewn around. Who is responsible for this carnage? Sang Wan-Ning, her mind racing, quickly ran towards him. Sir, your arrival is fortuitous. These vile bandits kidnapped my sister-in-law, niece, and me, intending to commit unspeakable acts against my sister and me. Just when we thought we were doomed to humiliation, a formidable masked figure appeared from nowhere and rescued us. But before we could express our gratitude, he vanished. The commanding officer's expression darkened, his piercing gaze fixed on her. Are you certain of your words? Sang Wan-Ning's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tremulously replied, Sir, may your discernment be keen. If there is a hint of falsehood in my words, I willingly accept punishment. As she spoke, she loosened her collar to reveal a bruise on her neck and lifted Xia Yunchu's sleeve to display the red marks left by ropes. The officer's demeanor softened slightly, though he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Did this masked figure have any distinguishing features? Sang Wan-Ning lowered her head in contemplation, catching a glimpse of Xia Yunchu's clenched fists. She discreetly nudged her with her toe, signaling her to remain calm, then choked out, the man wore a black scarf, revealing only his slender, upturned eyes, and wielded a dagger. The officer studied the lifeless bodies on the ground, each having succumbed to a single fatal blow. He then cast a glance at the three pale and frail women, his suspicions alleviating somewhat. At that moment, a soldier reported, Commander, this man still breathes. Hearing this, Xia Yunchu and Anin felt as if their strength had been drained. Sang Wan-Ning offered them a reassuring glance, and their frantic hearts gradually settled. The officer glanced at the hulking man whose face was a bloody mess, an inexplicable twinge of discomfort stirring within him. Bring him back. We shall interrogate him once he regains consciousness. Sang Wan-Ning, grateful, stepped forward to express her thanks. Sir, these abhorrent bandits are truly despicable. You must ensure a thorough interrogation upon your return. While she spoke, she surreptitiously sprinkled a powder from her hand onto the battered man. The officer, his expression grave, retorted. Silence. By your attire, you appear to be exiles. What are you doing here? Are you attempting to flee? Sang Wan-Ning hastily shook her head. No, sir. We had informed the constable and ventured out in search of water. Who could have foreseen our ill fate in encountering bandits? As her words fell, she chanced upon Zhang Long and his party approaching them. Pointing towards them, she declared, Sir, that is our exile convoy. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with them. Zhang Long, upon noticing the presence of officials, instinctively quickened his pace until they stood before Sang Wan-Ning and the others. She immediately spoke. Lord Zhang, we only sought water. yet we nearly lost our lives to the mountain bandits. Zhang Long, grasping her implication, coldly remarked. Seeing as you took so long to return, I thought you had fled. Truly, you are inept at such simple tasks. He then respectfully addressed the commanding officer, esteemed sir. These women are the families of our exile group. Their quest for water led them into danger. We pledge our lives that they harbor no intent to escape. Presenting the exile documents from his pocket, he offered them to the officer. The officer accepted the documents, his gaze lingering on the name Xia family. A cryptic smile curving his lips. So you're of the Xia family. However, the Black Wind Bandit stronghold is notoriously treacherous. It seems you ladies have been fortunate to escape their clutches. His gaze suddenly shifted to Xia Yunchu, whose neck bore fresh marks from the hemp rope, a puzzling injury. For the Black Wind Bandits were known to leave no survivors. Sang Wan-Ning's heart raced, but she quickly rushed to Xia Yunchu's side, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sir, you must not be unaware that the bandit leader, upon seeing my sister's beauty, intended. She paused, choking back her sobs before continuing. If not for the timely intervention of that masked hero, we would surely have just then. The scarred man, being held by soldiers, emitted a muffled groan. Black blood oozing from his mouth. Commander, this man has succumbed to poison. What is happening? The officer whirled around, his blade aimed at Sang Wan-Ning. Did you do something to him? Chapter 47. A deceptively sinister femme fatale. Feigning weakness, Sang Wan-Ning collapsed onto the ground, her voice trembling violently. Sir, please see clearly. He was already colorless and purple before our arrival. As mere women, how could we possibly poison him? Perhaps he reaped the consequences of his own malevolence? Xiaziyu, witnessing the officer's blade poised at the delicate woman's throat, felt an icy resolve settle in his eyes, his teeth gritting together. Zhang Long, sensing the tension, quickly interjected with a smile, Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. Look at her frail demeanor. The officer's gaze flickered over Sang Wan-Ning's face. Yet he did not lower his weapon. At this moment, Sang Jinra darted forward, gesticulating wildly before the commander, her voice a cacophony of incoherent sounds. Zhang Long, alarmed, seized her and pulled her back. Take this madwoman away. The officer, observing Sang Jinru's unwavering gaze fixed on Sang Wan-Ning, commanded, Hold on. Zhang Long, attempting to intervene, respectfully stated, Commander, this woman has lost her mind. I shall escort her away to prevent her from causing you harm. The officer snorted coldly. I said to hold on. Are you deaf? With no other recourse, Zhang Long acquiesced, while Sang Jinru suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, rushing to Xia Yinyao and pulling her towards the officer. Sang Wan-Ning gestured frantically, urging Xia Yinyao to speak the truth. Xia Yinyao had bowed, clenched her fists tightly. The officer's cold voice pierced the air. Speak plainly. Do you know anything? The Xia family and Zhang Long held their breath, anxieties mounting. Xia Yunchu, on the verge of collapse, was steadied by Sang Wan-Ning, who gently patted her hand. Sang Wan-Ning's expression remained serene, her gaze unwavering as she regarded Xia Yunyao. When the officer saw her silence, he suddenly drew his blade, striking it forcefully against the tree beside Xia Yunyao, cleaving it in two. Speak now, or I shall not be merciful. Xia Yunyao trembled violently, her nails digging into her palm, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. At that moment, Su Shi stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Sang Wan-Ning. Sir, this Sang Wan-Ning is far from the fragile creature she appears to be. She is not only skilled in combat, but also adept at poisoning, as we have witnessed firsthand. I implore you, do not put my daughter in jeopardy. Su Shi hurriedly divulged everything she knew. Lin Shi, incensed, rushed forward, delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face, her eyes blazing with fury. I warned you to hold your tongue. Su Shi retorted, am I not speaking the truth? She then turned to the commanding officer, My lord, what I say is indeed true. This wretched woman has undoubtedly employed some underhanded means to secure the protection of these constables. Look at their carts and horses. This is no treatment befitting exiles. I beseech you to uphold justice. The general narrowed his eyes, following the gaze of the Su family towards the cart brimming with goods. Beside it, Xia Ziyu's gaze pierced through the air like that of a hawk, revealing an unmasked intensity of murderous intent. His expression hardened, and he swiftly approached the carriage, emitting a cold snort. You are Xia Ziyu? Reduced to a mere shadow of your former self, yet you dare to glare at me? Do you wish to part with your eyes? A smirk crept across Xia Ziyu's lips, accompanied by a hoarse chuckle. You're nothing but a dog guarding the door for others. Do you truly think yourself worthy of conversing with me? Before his words could settle, the general, consumed by rage, retaliated with a swift draw of his sword, thrusting it menacingly towards Xiaoziu's face. Sang Wan-Ning's pupils constricted suddenly as she lunged forward to shield the carriage, the whip's end grazing past her ear and leaving a gash on her cheek. In an instant, she pivoted gracefully, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. She radiated a chilling aura, a stark contrast to her previously delicate demeanor. Su's voice chimed in immediately, "My lord, see? I told you the truth. This wretch is utterly audacious. You ought to imprison her and subject her to severe torment." Su's venomous words flowed ceaselessly. But Sang Wan-Ning's expression hardened as she subtly struck her mute acupoint with a silver needle. The general's eyes widened in shock. He was a renowned officer of the Qian Guard in Yuyo, and to be humiliated by a mere woman was a profound disgrace. Struggling to rise, his sword clattered as it was drawn, pointing directly at Sang Wan-Ning. What a concealed venomous woman. To dare assault an officer. Today I shall have your blood spilled on the ground. He commanded, "Seize this wretch." Sang Jinru silently echoed the sentiment, inwardly urging, "Kill this wench." The Su mother and daughter shared her sentiment, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager for Sang Wan-Ning to meet her demise on the spot. Zhang Long made a move to advance, only to be restrained by Zhao Ming. "Brother Long, do not forget your status," Zhao admonished, causing Zhang Long to falter, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his weapon. Xia, Yunchu, and Anan rushed to stand protectively before Sang Wan-Ning. The elderly matriarch and Lin also stepped forward, placing themselves behind Sang Wan-Ning. The matriarch fixed the general with a frosty glare, declaring, "You are but a lowly officer. When my Xia family's sons gallivant, you were still sucking at your mother's breast. If you dare harm even one of my family today, I shall ensure that you pay for it with your life." She leaned on her cane, her hand trembling slightly, yet she stood resolute, her gaze exuding an unyielding authority. The general, however, was blinded by fury, sneering, "You think this old hag can threaten me? Let us see who can protect you today." Hardly had he finished speaking when soldiers behind him began to encircle, brandishing their long spears. Xia, Yunchu, and Anan turned pale but stood their ground. Sang Wan-Ning stepped forward, shielding everyone behind her. "What do you intend to do?" The general grinned savagely, thrusting his sword forward towards Sang Wan-Ning's throat. "What do I intend? To send every last one of your family to hell." Sang Wan-Ning stood tall, showing no inclination to evade, as the blade neared her throat. Yet, she deftly pinched the blade between her fingers, rendering it immobile despite the general's desperate exertion. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. "Is that all you've got?" Before he could respond, she flicked her fingers, causing the sword to vibrate violently. The general's grip shattered, and the sword broke into two, clattering to the ground. The onlooking soldiers gasped in shock, while the Su mother and daughter recoiled in terror, and Sang Jinru's eyes widened in disbelief, emitting a sound of astonishment. Xiaoziu, once anxious, felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over him as he witnessed the small woman effortlessly dominate the scene. His gaze shifted to Wan-Ning, now tinged with a flicker of fervor and curiosity. Initially, he had contemplated gathering his strength to confront these foes if she dared to strike, but now it was clear she could manage everything herself without his intervention. "Kill them. Seize her." The general, clutching his wounded hand, howled in desperation. Chapter 48. Then let us silence you forever. Sang Wan-Ning let out a cold laugh, her toes barely touching the ground as she soared into the air, a black whip mysteriously appearing in her hand. The whip's tip, like a serpent, coiled around the general's neck, yanking him forward. She towered above him, observing his reddened face, and enunciated each word with precision. "Are you truly certain that your paltry number can kill me?" The Qian guards, witnessing their leader captured, hesitated to advance. Sang Wan-Ning, with an unfazed wave of her hand, sent the general crashing to the ground, her foot firmly planted on his face. Fury etched across the general's features as he struggled to rise, but no matter how he strained, he could not muster the strength. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Wretch! My superior will not let this slide." Sang Wan-Ning, unfazed, increased the pressure of her foot, her tone icy. "You're on the brink of death yet still dare to threaten me? If I have the audacity to strike, it is because I do not regard your so-called superior." The general writhed beneath her, his features contorted in agony, garbled curses escaping his throat. Suddenly, she leaned down, gripping his chin, her voice frosty. Is your superior colluding with bandits? Why have you targeted my family since your arrival? Speak plainly, who instigated you? The general's eyes bulged, his neck veins straining as he stubbornly remained silent, refusing to divulge anything. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed, her fingers suddenly exerting force, snapping two of his fingers with a sickening crack. As he howled in pain, she produced a porcelain vial from her sleeve and forced a greenish pill into his mouth. This is heart-eating poison. If you do not confess the truth within half an hour, you will die a gruesome death. Wiping her hands clean, she surveyed the pale-faced Xianyo guards. If you wish to survive, it is in your best interest to speak now. Before her words concluded, a soldier staggered forward, exclaiming, I will speak. It is, however, his declaration was abruptly cut short as the general, regaining his footing, drove a knife into the soldier's abdomen. Enduring the pain, the soldier locked eyes with Sang Wan-Ning, declaring, even in death, we shall not reveal anything. If we do not return soon, our superior will surely know of our misfortune, and none of you shall escape. Sang Wan-Ning, noting the soldier's tenacity, retorted mockingly, who claims we intend to flee? Even if he does not come for me, I will seek him out myself. Finding no further information forthcoming, Sang Wan-Ning decisively slit the soldier's throat with her dagger. The gathered soldiers gasped in horror, and one, emboldened, dared to speak. You have killed our leader. Our superior will not spare you. Sang Wan-Ning's gaze swept over them coldly. Are you not leaving? Go back and tell your superior to bring forth whatever means he has. As her words faded, the soldiers hastily retreated towards Yuo City. Once they departed, the elderly matriarch's expression turned grave. Wan-Ning, you acted too impulsively. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful you are, bare fists cannot overcome many hands. Lin echoed her sentiment, grasping Sang Wan-Ning's hand gently, whispering, Wan-Ning, flee while you still can. Those people cannot truly harm us. Sang Wan-Ning gazed at the swirling dust along the official road, her fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the blood-stained dagger, before suddenly letting out a light laugh. Can a strong dragon suppress a local snake? But what if this local snake is, in fact, a malignant tumor entrenched in its territory? The old matriarch's expression froze in surprise. Wan-Ning, are you suggesting? Sang Wan-Ning nodded slightly, stating, Grandmother, you are indeed perceptive. The reason these mountain bandits are so rampant is likely due to a tacit agreement between the authorities and these outlaws, turning a blind eye to their deeds. Moreover, upon learning we are of the Xia family, they have subjected us to all manner of harassment, undoubtedly at the behest of someone with ulterior motives, intent on our demise. Rather than passively enduring their blows, we ought to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch instinctively clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white with the strain, as if no amount of force could dispel the chill within her heart. She looked at Sang Wan-Ning's resolute visage, yet a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. Why? Despite our dire circumstances, do they still not relent? Now, we are exiles, devoid of soldiers or power, and Sanlang has become what he is. What do we possess to resist them? Lin Shi stood silently by, wiping away her tears, her trembling hands clutching the old matriarch's. Sang Wan-Ning hurried to reassure her, Grandmother. Mother, fret not, for I am here. I vow to protect our family. The old matriarch opened her mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately uttered nothing. It is futile. It has come to this. At worst, we shall face death, and now is not the time to utter words that may dampen everyone's spirits. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Long approached, his eyes brimming with concern. Madam Xia, if you slay this man, be assured that the officials will not let it rest. Sang Wan-Ning nodded slightly in response. They will not spare us regardless. I apologize for dragging you into this. Zhang Long hastily waved his hand. Madam Xia, do not speak such words. We have journeyed together from the capital. Had it not been for your protection, we would have been annihilated by that group of black-clad men. Sang Wan-Ning shook her head. You two are entangled in our troubles. Safeguarding you is my duty. Lord Zhang, they are after our family. So you and your brother should remain uninvolved. Zhang Long wished to assert that he could protect her, but upon considering her abilities, he believed that merely not becoming a burden to her was the best he could do. He nodded slightly, a hint of regret in his voice indeed. My strength is limited, and I cannot be of much help. However, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Sang Wan-Ning responded with a faint acknowledgement, and then slowly walked towards Sang Jinru and the Su mother-daughter trio, her voice as cold as frost. Since your foul mouths relish spreading slander, perhaps they should be silenced forever. Hearing this, Sue's face blanched, yet she summoned the courage to retort, Sang Wan-Ning. Do not forget that I am your elder. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed mockingly. Elder? What makes you an elder? Our main branch has long since severed ties with your branch. Did you not just now rely on your connections, wishing for my demise? Where is your bravado now? Su Yinxiao's face turned pale as she feigned calmness, stating, Sang Wan-Ning. You will soon arrive at the prefectural office. If you dare harm us, I will ensure the magistrate will seek justice for us. Sang Wan-Ning cast a cold glance at them, and had it not been for her desire to avoid implicating Zheng Long and the others, she would have unhesitatingly tormented these people. She refused to waste further words with them, pulling out 2 pills, roughly prying open their mouths and forcing the pills inside. With such foul mouths, you shall remain forever mute. Within moments, the Su mother-daughter duo were rendered voiceless, their mouths agape in a futile attempt to curse Sang Wan-Ning. Unable to produce a sound, Sang Wan-Ning clapped her hands and turned to find Sang Jinru, who had unknowingly shrunk behind Lu Shi. Lu Shi trembled uncontrollably as Sang Wan-Ning approached them. Sang Wan-Ning, what do you intend to do? Chapter 49. Why are you so malicious and cruel? Sang Wan-Ning regarded Lu Shi's terrified expression, a cold smile creeping across her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. What do I wish? That is a question for your dear daughter. Sang Jinru's face drained of color, her trembling body retreating further, shaking her head like a rattle, making incoherent sounds. Seeing Sang Wan-Ning about to harm her daughter, Lu Shi hurriedly reached out to stop her. Sang Wan-Ning, Rower is still your sister. Moreover, you have suffered no harm yourself. For the sake of your shared Sang family blood, spare her this once. She has already suffered enough at your hands. Sang Wan-Ning let out a chilling laugh. I have harmed her? Have you no shame? When have you not provoked me first? Must it only be permissible for you to harm me, while I am forbidden from striking back? The fate you now face is of your own making. With that, she forcefully shoved Lu Shi aside, swiftly striking with her dagger, severing the tendons in Sang Jinru's hand. Sang Jinru writhed on the ground in agony, emitting pitiful whimpers. Sang Wenjin stood silently, staring dumbfounded at this familiar yet strange daughter, as through her visage he seemed to glimpse the once beloved Yuner. Sang Yanzhou's forehead pulsed with veins as he lunged forward, roaring, Sang Wan-Ning. How can you be so malicious and cruel? My mother has already apologized. Why will you not spare Rower? Although Sang Yanzhou harbored resentment towards Sang Jinru for her foolishness, she had once been his cherished sister. He could strike her in anger, but others could not. Sang Wan-Ning smirked mockingly, in terms of malice. Who can surpass your beloved sister and mother? I once endured a living hell in the Sang household, while your mother and sister tormented my mother and me. Why did you not stand up then to call them out for their cruelty? One should not be so hypocritical. Furthermore, if apologies were effective, why would we even need the authorities? Why did you toil away at Qifeng Academy? A mere sorry could resurrect my mother? Each word from Sang Wan-Ning was like a pearl, leaving Sang Yanzhou's face flushed, yet he could find no retort. He trembled, pointing a finger at Sang Wan-Ning, finally forcing out, yet you should not resort to such ruthless means. Ruthless? Sang Wan-Ning suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter laced with bone-chilling coldness. She abruptly rolled up her right sleeve, revealing the ghastly burn scars on her collarbone, then lifted her left sleeve, displaying the intertwined whip marks that glinted dark red in the sunlight. These were the scars left from the torment inflicted upon her by Sang Jinru when she falsely accused her of stealing her hairpin 6 months prior. Despite the healing properties of the spiritual spring water, they had not been eradicated, requiring her to concoct a specialized scar removal ointment. Did your mother and sister ever consider their actions ruthless? My mother was driven to a state of severe illness, ultimately sent away with a cup of poisoned wine by their hands. Did you find that to be cruel? You usurped my mother's wealth while your family lived lavishly, indifferent to our plight. Have you ever felt a shred of guilt? Sang Yanzhou stood frozen, his gaze sweeping over those shocking scars, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Memories that had once been hazy suddenly crystallized. He recalled more than once witnessing his mother and sister bully her and her mother. Yet at that time, he not only did nothing to stop it, but also harbored disdain for them. In this moment, he finally understood that they had been the true usurpers, and their present misfortune was indeed poetic justice. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, was genuinely terrified, trembling as though she were a leaf in the wind. Sang Wan-Ning, I am sorry, it is our fault. The deceased cannot return, but we will strive to make amends for you in the future. You think an apology can settle this? Sang Wan-Ning stepped closer, the glint of the dagger pressing against Lu Shi's throat. Before her passing, my mother confided in me. expressing that her sole regret was placing her trust in those wolves in sheep's clothing. The matriarch, feeling a chill creeping up her neck, trembled involuntarily and collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, she suddenly lunged forward, grasping onto Sang Wan-Ning's legs, her wails piercing and shrill. I am sorry. It is all our fault. Roa knows nothing. She is still so young. If you seek vengeance, let it be directed at me. Sang Wan-Ning gazed down at the woman who once wielded power over her, a sudden smile breaking forth. Seek vengeance upon you? She bent down, seizing the woman's hair, forcing her face against the curled form of Sang Jinru. For years, you have tormented my mother, proclaiming she was deserving of her demise, claiming she brought misfortune upon her parents and her daughter. When I was confined in the woodshed for 3 days and nights, you deemed it a necessary discipline. Now, you feign concern for your daughter? Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Sang Wan-Ning's eyes, the matriarch hastily raised her voice, pleading, My lord, please. Implore her to spare us. Sang Wenjin slowly approached Sang Wan-Ning, his appearance disheveled, resembling a man aged by 20 years, his former vigor extinguished. After a long pause, he finally spoke, Ninger, regardless of the circumstances, they are still your nominal mother and sister. Please, show them mercy this time. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed, Sang Wenjin. What right do you have to speak? I have yet to settle the score with you, and you dare to advocate for them? Sang Wenjin staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance, as Sang Wan-Ning's gaze pierced him like a poisoned arrow. Sang Wenjin, you are no better than a beast. Were it not for my mother, would you have basked in such glory? Yet you have disregarded the woman who stood by you through thick and thin. And when you felt she could no longer aid you, you cast her aside, marrying this vile woman who has tormented me and my mother. You stood idly by as my mother was poisoned. You turned a blind eye when I was locked away. Now you pretend to be a compassionate father? With a flick of her wrist, her dagger grazed the matriarch's ear, a single strand of hair falling. If you truly valued blood ties, why did you not protect my mother and me all these years? This sentiment echoed Sang Wan-Ning's own thoughts, questioning how a tiger could ever harm its cub. From the memories of the original owner, she had learned from her mother that they once shared love, but everything changed after marriage. Watching Sang Wan-Ning in her frenzied state, the members of the Xia family felt their hearts ache. Xia Yunchu, wiping away tears, stepped forward to grasp Sang Wan-Ning's hand. Sister-in-law, you are not alone. You still have us. Save for the physically impaired Xia Ziyu, the rest of the family silently gathered around Sang Wan-Ning. The matriarch, with a warm gaze, remarked, Wan-Ning, some fools mistake fish eyes for pearls. Their blindness should not deter us from showing love. Lin also nodded in agreement, her eyes fiercely glaring at the Sang family. From now on, should any blind fool dare to bully my precious daughter-in-law again, I shall be the first to object. And unclenched her little fists, raising her head with a determined voice, 3 and I will grow strong and learn martial arts. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, I will make them regret it. Surrounded by her family, Sang Wan-Ning felt her turbulent heart calm, her mood lifting significantly. She turned to the Sang family members with cold eyes. Until your sins are atoned for, do not even think about seeking death. Hearing this, Sang Jinru and the matriarch breathed a sigh of relief, while their hatred towards Sang Wan-Ning intensified. Chapter 50, Can you speak now? After a brief respite, the group soon continued their journey towards Yuo City. Sang Wan-Ning assisted Anin and her sister-in-law into the carriage before nimbly mounting her horse. Xia Ziyu spoke up, his voice hoarse, Wan-Ning, thank you, and I appreciate your efforts. He wished to offer her a promise, but felt unworthy at that moment. Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently, husband. No need for formality, let us not forget we are married. The matriarch, Lin, Xia Yunchu, and Xia Zhen all turned abruptly, their breaths quickening as they gazed at Xia Ziyu. Lin's eyes glistened with tears as she hurried to the carriage. They had been so focused on Wan-Ning and the officials that they had not noticed Xia Ziyu could speak. With a trembling voice, she asked, Ziyu, can you truly speak now? Xia Ziyu nodded slightly, avoiding his mother's moist gaze, directing his attention to the astonished crowd, and spoke with difficulty, Mother, I am sorry for worrying you. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin rushed to the side of the carriage, tears streaming down her face. You can speak. Truly you can speak. Heaven has opened its eyes. The matriarch hastily approached, her clouded eyes filled with delight. Ziyu, is it true? You can speak? Xia Ziyu's expression remained neutral, his tone flat. Grandmother, I am sorry for causing you concern. Overcome with joy, she patted his hand with her frail fingers. Wonderful, wonderful. This is all thanks to Wan-Ning. Thank you, Wan-Ning. The matriarch's words brimmed with gratitude. Sang Wan-Ning smiled brightly. Grandmother, we are family. Moreover, it is only right that I care for my husband, would you not agree? The matriarch nodded in agreement, though she understood that the Xia family owed much to this child. Once they weathered this harsh period, she would devise ways to repay her kindness. Xia Yunshu had already been reduced to tears, taking a deep breath, her eyes red but managing a smile. Third brother. Xia Ziyu acknowledged her with a cool tone, having always been reserved, unable to grow close to anyone. Surrounded by family, he felt a touch awkward and murmured, "Let us go, the hour is late. We can discuss matters once we are inside the city." The Sang and Xia families stood in shock at the scene, particularly Su Yuyan, whose gaze was fixed upon Xia Ziyu, fists clenched in instinctive tension. Xia Ziyu frowned slightly, his sharp gaze meeting hers, prompting Su Yuyan to immediately avert her eyes, lowering her head. This interaction did not escape Sang Wan-Ning's notice. Su Yuyan had been like a ghost throughout the journey, neither speaking nor causing trouble, clearly hiding her depths. Sang Wan-Ning diverted her gaze and softly called, "Xiaohua, let us depart." Xiaohua snorted in response, moving at a leisurely pace. Xia Ziyu couldn't help but smirk. It was undeniable that this little woman had a keen eye, having selected a Mongolian horse for only 8 taels of silver. Though appearing small, this breed possessed remarkable endurance and an untamed spirit, yet remained fiercely loyal to its master. He could not resist offering a warning. "Wan-Ning, that horse is a stallion." Sang Wan-Ning nodded. "Yes, I am aware. Do you not think the name Xiaohua is somewhat at odds with its temperament?" The horse, trotting ahead, nodded in agreement, silently wishing its name could be changed. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled playfully. "I think the name is delightful and full of vitality, do you not? Moreover, it perfectly encapsulates its essence. It is a name I pondered long and hard over. Why do you find it unappealing?" Sang Wan-Ning's gaze was penetrating, and Xia Ziyu found himself swallowing the retort that had risen to his lips. He cleared his throat. "It's not that it is unpleasant, it's just a bit." Sang Wan-Ning tilted her head closer. "Just what?" Xia Ziyu, feeling cornered, finally replied, "It's just a bit unique." Sang Wan-Ning beamed with pride. "Of course. It is a name I devised with great thought. How could it not be unique?" The horse, exasperated, shook its head and snorted, picking up its pace as if to vent its dissatisfaction with its name. The carriage swiftly traversed past the Lin matriarch and her companions, witnessing the couple's light-hearted banter, which lifted their spirits considerably. Finally, as dusk began to descend, they arrived at the city gate, only to find it had been closed early that day. It was evident that this was a deliberate act against them. Zhang Long, with heartfelt persistence, had discussed the matter multiple times, yet the soldiers guarding the gate remained unmoved. Sang Wan-Ning, feeling somewhat guilty, attempted to dismount and expressed her apologies. "My apologies, Lord Zhang, for causing you hardship as well." Lord Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no consequence. At worst, we shall endure a night outside the city and enter tomorrow." Although he understood the situation and bore it with equanimity, his subordinates were less than pleased, especially Li Kuei and Wang Xiao, who muttered complaints under their breath but ultimately refrained from voicing their displeasure due to Sang Wan-Ning's authoritative presence. This scene did not escape the attentive gaze of Sang Jinro, whose eyes gleamed with the possibility of turning the discontented guards against Sang Wan-Ning for her own gain. Unbeknownst to Sang Wan-Ning, they found refuge in a dilapidated temple beside the city gate. Aware of her responsibilities towards the group, she generously treated the weary guards to a sumptuous meal from her own purse. The members of the Xia family always relished the meals prepared by Sang Wan-Ning. That night, with the shelter of the temple, Sister Anin shared the space with everyone to sleep closely together. The carriage was reserved for Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu. She had initially planned to enter the city that night to perform the surgical procedure on him, but the meddling official had thwarted her intentions. As she lay supine, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling of the carriage, Xia Ziyu sensed her unease and quickly sat up. "Wan, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired urgently. "No, I'm perfectly fine," Sang Wan-Ning replied nonchalantly. Xia Ziyu's eyes, glimmering in the darkness, remained fixed on her. Wan, I am your husband. If something troubles you, please speak freely. Do not bottle it up, for it would pain me greatly." At his words, Sang Wan-Ning let out a soft chuckle. "Who would have thought, my husband, that you, normally so serious, have acquired a sense of humor?" She sat up, Exhaling a deep sigh, I had intended to stay at an inn in the city for your surgery today, but that wretched official has complicated matters. Observing her pouting demeanor, Xia Ziyu's eyes were filled with tenderness. Wan, how do you plan to deal with that wretched official? It's a pity I cannot assist you at present, otherwise I would. Sang Wan-Ning, noticing his descent into despair, grasped his hand firmly. My dear husband. Why do you succumb to such despondency again? Look, your voice is nearly restored. Do you not believe I can heal your hands and feet? Chapter 51. After all this practice, still unable to breathe properly? Xia Ziyu hastily defended himself. It's not that I doubt you. It's just that I feel guilty relying solely on you. The truth was, he felt more than just guilt. It was a profound disappointment. As he was once a spirited man, now relegated to standing behind a woman. Sang Wan-Ning was not only adept in medicine, but had also acquired some understanding of psychology. She was acutely aware of the magnitude of this setback for Xia Ziyu. As a soldier, he would rather face death on the battlefield than endure such a humiliating existence. If he were less resilient, he might have already lost the will to live. That he had managed to cope thus far was commendable. Sang Wan-Ning tightly embraced his waist, resting her cheek against his chest. My dear, my struggles are but temporary. If you truly feel remorse, then after I perform the surgery, recover swiftly and protect me in return, shall we? Xia Ziyu rested his chin atop her head, his voice hoarse yet tender. Very well. At her words, Sang Wan-Ning smiled mischievously. Now that feels like my husband. With that, she entwined her arms around his neck and kissed him. Xia Ziyu, now accustomed to this dynamic, instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, deepening the kiss. Previously, Sang Wan-Ning had always taken the initiative, but now Xia Ziyu's fervent and passionate kiss enveloped her completely. As a woman, one must concede certain things to men, such as the art of kissing. Just over half a month ago, he had been a naive and innocent youth. Yet now he seemed intent on melding Sang Wan-Ning into his very being. Dazed from the kiss, Sang Wan-Ning felt breathless until Xia Ziyu finally released her. He breathed heavily, a smirk of indulgence gracing his lips. Wan, after practicing with me for so long, you still cannot manage your breathing? It appears I must instruct my wife more thoroughly. Sang Wan-Ning's cheeks flushed crimson, grateful for the darkness of the carriage that concealed her embarrassment. Determined to appear strong, she feigned defiance. Who says I cannot? I merely did not perform well. Yet Xia Ziyu could see her clearly in the night. Perceiving his amusement, she, driven by her competitive spirit, wrapped her arms around his neck once more, attempting to kiss him again. However, Xia Ziyu turned his head away. And before she could scold him, he gently said, Wan, let us continue when I am well, shall we? Before his words could fully settle, a sudden thud echoed from outside as if a heavy object had fallen. Startled, Sang Wan-Ning jumped, but Xia Ziyu tightened his hold around her, his gaze alert as he peered out the window. Do not panic, he murmured in a low voice, imbued with an icy resolve, as if he had transformed back into the decisive general of the battlefield. Moments later, the sound of stealthy footsteps approached, the number of individuals suggesting they were not alone. Sang Wan-Ning discreetly retrieved a dagger from her belongings. The intruders clearly had not anticipated finding anyone inside the carriage, as they bypassed it and headed towards the dilapidated temple. Sang Wan-Ning nodded slightly and swiftly exited the carriage, her figure darting towards the group of cloaked figures. With a cold gaze, she addressed them. Speak. Were you sent by that wretched Sun Yong? The leader of the black-clad men let out a chilling laugh from beneath his mask. If you wish to know the answer, descend to hell and ask the king of hell. No sooner had he finished speaking than his soft sword lunged towards Sang Wan-Ning's throat like a venomous serpent, while a dozen others drew their weapons, encircling her. Sang Wan-Ning sidestepped the blade, her dagger shimmering in the moonlight as it carved a silver arc. She swiftly positioned herself to the side, her eyes narrowing. Indeed, they were ruthless, for their swords were laced with deadly poison. When it came to the art of poison, she would claim the title of the foremost expert, and since they wished to engage in such games, she would oblige them. With a calm demeanor, she concealed her dagger and summoned a gleaming long sword. The black-clad men stared in astonishment at the weapon that had seemingly materialized from thin air, doubting their own vision. Seizing the moment of their distraction, she unleashed her sword, which had been soaked in 7 different lethal poisons, aptly named the heart-eating sword. This sword not only sealed the fate of its victims, but also left the vegetation in its wake blackened as though scorched. Retreat! The leader of the black-clad men shouted. his reflexes sharp as he sensed danger. But Sang Wan-Ning would not grant him that mercy. She propelled herself into the air, aiming her sword directly at his wrist. The black-clad man hastily raised his sword to defend himself, only to hear a sharp crack as his soft sword was cleaved in two. How is this possible? He gasped in disbelief, staring at the broken weapon in his hand. Sang Wan-Ning smirked coldly. My sword specializes in slaying the wicked. Before her words could fully dissipate, she flicked her wrist, and a long whip materialized, ensnaring 3 of the fleeing men. Just as they attempted to struggle free, she delivered a swift slash and they collapsed, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. 15 cloaked figures had arrived this time, their skills proving inferior to those of the previous group. The inhabitants of the dilapidated temple had long been roused from their slumber, with the members of the Sang and Xia families cowering in terror within the corners, trembling into silence. Upon hearing the sounds of combat, Xia Yunshu and her companions rushed outside the temple. Xia Yunshu yearned to lend her assistance, yet found herself helplessly anxious, her palms slick with perspiration. The elderly matriarch Lin and the others shared her sentiments, their hearts racing as they witnessed the frail figure of Sang Wan-Ning surrounded by the towering black-clad adversaries. Zhang Long, noticing the precarious situation, urged his men forward to confront the foe. Yet, Sang Wan-Ning shouted, "Stay back. Their swords are laced with deadly poison. You are no match for them." The leader of the black-clad men was taken aback by the fierce determination of this seemingly delicate maiden. How could she discern the presence of poison after only a few exchanges? A tremor of apprehension coursed through him. Their poison was among the most insidious of the poison sect, and this young woman had seen through it with ease. This knowledge suggested not only her formidable martial prowess, but also her exceptional skill in the art of poisoning, causing his heart to flutter with unease. Seizing the opportunity as he faltered, Sang Wan-Ning lunged forward, driving her sword into his chest with a swift horizontal slash. The black-clad man was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against a tree before collapsing to the ground. With a disdainful snort, Sang Wan-Ning declared, "To challenge me while distracted? Who do you think will perish? You or I?" The man attempted to utter a retort, but his mouth opened and closed in vain, his gaze fixated on Sang Wan-Ning as he breathed his last. The remaining 11 black-clad figures, now filled with horror, abandoned their earlier bravado, retreating with their swords pointed towards Sang Wan-Ning. A voice among them called out, "Withdraw. Quickly." In an instant, they scattered, each fleeing in different directions. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed, "Did you think you could come and go as you please, as if this were an inn?" With a swift motion of her crossed arms, her poison needles flew with uncanny precision, striking down the escaping figures one by one. The air was filled with dull thuds as the black-clad men fell like sacks of sand, lifeless in an instant. The sole survivor turned back, his eyes wide with terror, his back drenched in cold sweat. Just as he prepared to flee, Sang Wan-Ning brandished another needle, sending it flying with great force. The man, unable to emit a cry of despair, crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Sang Wan-Ning dusted off her hands and turned her gaze towards those gathered at the temple entrance. Xia Yunshu was the first to rush forward, inspecting her intently. "Sister-in-law, how wonderful it is that you are unharmed. You were absolutely magnificent just now. I aspire to be a valiant heroine like you." Lin and the elder matriarch soon joined them, and none refuted Xia Yunshu's exuberant praise. After such an ordeal, all notions of decorum and propriety were cast aside. The ability to protect oneself was the only reality that mattered. They all understood that without Wan-Ning, their fates could have been dire. The elder matriarch grasped Sang Wan-Ning's bloodied hand tightly, her voice filled with relief. "My dear child, I am so grateful you are safe." Sang Wan-Ning responded with a gentle smile, "Grandmother, I am quite capable. With their meager skills, they cannot hope to take our lives." Seeing the concern etched in their eyes warmed her heart. Noticing that the night was still young, she urged them, "Go back and rest. We have a formidable battle to face tomorrow, and they will not return tonight." Soon, everyone returned to the dilapidated temple to recuperate, heeding Sang Wan-Ning's counsel, knowing they needed their strength for the challenges ahead. Lacking martial skills themselves, their only aim was to support Wan-Ning without becoming a burden. Sang Wan-Ning took some water from her pouch to cleanse the blood from her hands before climbing into the carriage. Upon entering, she sensed Xia Ziyu's scrutinizing gaze upon her. Her heart skipped a beat. Had he discovered her secret? After all, Xia Ziyu was a renowned young general, and her tricks could hardly escape his keen perception. Yet, as he did not question her, she refrained from revealing anything, for she felt too intimidated to speak. Despite her dual mastery in martial arts and poison, she knew that even she was not immune to failure. If he learned of her abilities, would he view her as a monster or a cold-blooded killer? Though she was aware that her secrets were secure, having activated this space through a drop of her blood, the bracelet that had once accompanied her had vanished, leaving only a plum blossom-shaped mark on her left ring finger. Clearing her throat, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Husband, why do you look at me so?" After a moment of silence, Xiaoziu softly replied, "Wan-Ning, do you have anything to tell me?" Sang Wan-Ning continued to play coy husband. "I am uncertain of what you are referring to." For an instant, a shadow of melancholy crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. "It is nothing. I await the day you trust me enough to confide in me. Until then, I shall not pry." Realizing his forthrightness suggested he was already aware of her ability to produce items out of thin air, Sang Wan-Ning remained silent, grappling internally with her thoughts. Over the course of their time together, she had come to see Xiaoziu as a trustworthy ally. Given that her secret was already exposed, it might be beneficial for him to know he could help her maintain the faade. Taking a deep breath, she admitted, "Husband, it is not that I distrust you. Rather, I simply do not know how to articulate my thoughts." Xiaoziu drew her into his embrace, his voice tender as he reassured her. "If you are unsure of how to express yourself, then there is no need to force it. Just be yourself." Nestled in his arms, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her anxiety began to dissipate. She tilted her head to meet his gaze, saying, "Husband, I wish to share with you my greatest secret." With that, she concentrated, and together, they entered her hidden space. The surroundings transformed from darkness to a realm bathed in sunlight, warm and inviting. Xiaoziu squinted momentarily, adjusting to the brightness. Sang Wan-Ning, feeling a twinge of nervousness, welcomed him, "Husband, welcome to my personal space." As he acclimated, his eyes roamed the area until they landed on the mountains of gold and silver treasures before him, causing his brow to furrow in astonishment. Yet, his surprise was fleeting, his expression quickly returned to calm. Observing his composure, Sang Wan-Ning silently admired him, truly. The renowned young general was unflappable even in the face of overwhelming wealth. "Wan-Ning, you say this is your personal space?" he inquired. She nodded vigorously, "Yes. I came into possession of it through a fortuitous turn of events. It is no wonder you can produce items from that pouch of yours. I had suspected it might be a legendary storage bag." Xiaoziu mused. Sang Wan-Ning's curiosity piqued. She asked, "When did you first notice my little tricks?" Xiaoziu pulled her closer, explaining, "Not long after we left the capital, I became aware of it. At that time, I had begun to suspect that your pouch was indeed enchanted, capable of endlessly yielding items." Sang Wan-Ning's eyes widened in surprise, her voice rising. "You realized so early on? How exhausting it has been for me to maintain this charade." Relieved that he was now in on her secret, she continued, "From now on, you shall assist me in keeping up appearances." With a serious expression, she added, "Husband, I beg you, do not disclose the existence of my personal space." Xiaoziu nodded emphatically, "Rest assured, I shall never divulge this." After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to recall something, and with a hint of urgency, he inquired, "Wan-On, this space, it won't harm your body, will it?" Sang Wan-Ning shook her head. "So far, I have not discovered any detrimental effects." Upon hearing this, Xiaoziu felt a slight relief wash over him. Sang Wan-Ning then rose from his embrace, bending down to lift him effortlessly, and with a mere thought, she transported them both to the medical room. Xiaoziu gazed at the transparent glass containers filled with shimmering azure liquids, as well as the uniquely shaped instruments glinting with a metallic sheen, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Sang Wan-Ning gently placed him on a small cot in the operating room and explained, "My dear husband, these are medical instruments. The fusion surgery I mentioned will take place here. Unfortunately, our plans have been disrupted. Today, I shall give you a tour. Once the matters in Yuo are resolved, I will proceed with your surgery." Xiaoziu nodded. "I will leave everything in your capable hands, Wan-Wan." Observing his obedient demeanor, Sang Wan-Ning rewarded him with a soft kiss on his cheek. "This is a reward for you, my husband." She then glanced at the clock in the space, noting the hands pointed at 3 o'clock, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Darling, are you tired? If you're not, I can take you to do something meaningful." Chapter 53. Fear not, I am not a villain. Xiaoziu's cheeks flushed. "Wan-Wan, once I am able to stand, may we consummate our marriage then?" "I am currently." He barely finished his sentence when Sang Wan-Ning burst into laughter. My dear husband, you mustn't overthink it. When I mentioned doing something meaningful, I meant to eradicate the mountain bandits. Surely, our valiant husband is not so eager for intimacy? She smiled mischievously, resembling a cunning fox. Xia Ziyu felt his ears burn crimson, turning his head away as he cleared his throat. Yes, I was indeed presumptuous. Seeing his innocent reaction, Sang Wan-Ning had initially intended to tease him further, but realized there were more pressing matters at hand. She composed herself and stated, "Let us go, my husband. We shall clear out that bandit den." Xia Ziyu frowned. Wan, the Black Wind stronghold is quite a distance from here. Even on horseback, it will take us 2 to 3 hours. Without waiting for an explanation, Sang Wan-Ning summoned a wheelchair with her thoughts and seated Xia Ziyu in it. They swiftly traversed through the space, and due to unfamiliar terrain, it took them the better part of a tea break to locate the Black Wind stronghold. Sang Wan-Ning pushed Xia Ziyu out of the space and stopped in a corner not far from the stronghold's entrance. Xia Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wan, I never imagined your space had such remarkable uses. Sang Wan-Ning, with a touch of pride, nodded. Indeed, my space is invincible. Her gaze shifted toward the entrance adorned with the Wolf Clan totem, beneath which the words Black Wind Stronghold loomed ominously. As she caressed the long sword in her hand, a cold smile graced her lips. In the night, the torches atop the watchtower flickered, and the patrolling bandits reveled in their cups, oblivious to the impending danger. My husband, it is time for us to act. After speaking, the two once again entered the space, and when they reappeared, they found themselves inside the stronghold. The stronghold was extensive and brightly lit, with red lanterns festooned everywhere, signaling a celebration. The bandits, seemingly intoxicated, lay scattered on the ground, swaying in a stupor. Sang Wan-Ning pushed Xia Ziyu forward as if they were in their own home, leisurely strolling until they reached the entrance of a cave. Several guards were stationed there, but they were all too inebriated to notice. Sang Wan-Ning's instincts told her that treasures lay hidden within. She swiftly pushed Xia Ziyu into the space and soon emerged inside the cave. The darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. She retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the surroundings, revealing stone walls and a narrow path leading further into the abyss. The sound of the wheelchair rolling echoed within the cavern. And after traversing nearly 300 meters without discovering anything, doubts began to creep in. Just as she questioned her instincts, a rustling sound echoed from ahead. Sang Wan-Ning instantly became vigilant, halting her movement and directing the flashlight towards the source of the noise. Before her were 2 cells, one on the left and one on the right. The women were barely clothed, while the men bore bloodied, pale faces marred by bruises. Upon hearing the commotion, they trembled, cowering in the corners. Sang Wan-Ning's heart surged with fury at the sight of their degradation and suffering. She rushed forward, swinging her long sword with a deft motion, severing the rusted iron lock. One of the women, fearing further torment, shook uncontrollably and prostrated herself on the ground, begging, "Please, spare me, I beg you." Sang Wan-Ning quickly helped her to her feet. "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain. I am here to rescue you." The others, hearing her gentle voice, lifted their gazes towards her. The woman looked at Sang Wan-Ning with tear-filled eyes, still trembling with fear. "Is it true? Are you really here to save us?" Sang Wan-Ning nodded earnestly. "Yes, trust me. I will ensure your escape." Her words seemed to possess a magical quality, soothing their troubled hearts and instilling belief without question. Without further ado, she swiftly rendered the prisoners unconscious with a wave of her hand and transported them to the space. Originally, she intended to merely take a few resources and leave, but she reconsidered. Allowing these beasts to remain would only invite misfortune. Only by eradicating them could ordinary folk hope for a peaceful existence. Xia Ziyu sensed her wrath and spoke gently. Wan, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you." Sang Wan-Ning suppressed her anger. "There is no need to leave any of them alive. I shall eliminate them all tonight." In no time, they entered the space once more and emerged into an empty courtyard. Inside, the sound of women weeping mingled with a man's coarse, impatient voice. "All you do is cry. Now that you belong to me, you will enjoy a life of luxury. Isn't that better than marrying that pauper? Do not be ungrateful." The woman, upon hearing this, cried even harder, prompting the man to lose his patience. He struck her across the face. "You wretched creature, I have shown you kindness. If you continue to cry, I will have someone kill your beloved." Hearing this, the woman cursed through her tears. "You commit such heinous acts. Do you not fear retribution?" "Huh, retribution? I have done as I please for years, and yet no retribution has befallen me, the man scoffed. Sang Wan-Ning, incensed, stepped forward and kicked open the door. Who dares to ruin my plans? The burly man turned, and upon seeing Sang Wan-Ning's exquisite and ethereal visage, his eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed as he surveyed her with a predatory gaze, licking his lips. Little lady, you must be the new arrival. Come here and let me take good care of you. Outside, Xia Ziyu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent upon hearing those words. Sang Wan-Ning's expression hardened. In the blink of an eye, she was upon the man, gripping his neck with fierce intensity. Her voice dripped with venomous ice. You despicable creature. Is it you who has imprisoned these people in this cave? The man's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled in vain to break free, his efforts only serving to intensify her grip. Desperate, he attempted to twist her arm with all his might. Sang Wan-Ning, perceiving his intentions, seized his collar and slammed him forcefully against a nearby table. The table was instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the lecherous man coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with sheer terror. Who are you? Do you even know who I am? He stammered. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed. I care not who you are today. Your wretched life is forfeit. Grasping his chest in pain, the man struggled to rise, bellowing in anger. Such audacity. This is my territory. And you think you alone can take my life? You are gravely mistaken. He then shouted, Bring me help. Seize this wretched woman. Outside, the drowsy, inebriated bandits were jolted awake by their leader's roar. They quickly armed themselves with large machetes and surrounded the courtyard entrance. The sight of Xia Ziyu, seated in a wheelchair yet radiating an imposing aura, made the bandits tighten their grips on their weapons. Xia Ziyu's cold voice pierced the air. Are you certain you wish to court death? The leader of the bandits felt a jolt of alarm at his words, casting a wary glance at Sang Wan-Ning. No wonder you are so brazen. It seems you have an ally. Sang Wan-Ning regarded him with disdain, as though he were merely a corpse. I need not my husband to deal with a worthless fool like you. In an instant, a long whip, crimson and adorned with sharp hooks, appeared in her grasp. The leader's pupils dilated as he saw the whip threateningly approach his face, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Sang Wan-Ning swiftly closed the distance, landing a kick to his chest, sending him flying once more. He crashed through a wooden window, landing heavily on a stone table outside, which splintered like a spider's web. Spitting blood, the leader struggled to rise, only to discover several ribs were broken, each breath sending piercing pain through him. With desperation, he shouted. His eyes filled with fear and resentment. Bring me help. Kill this wretched woman. More than 20 bandits surged forward, brandishing their machetes. Sang Wan-Ning let out a cold laugh, and with a flick of her wrist, the crimson whip lashed out like a striking serpent. The hook at its end sliced through the throat of one bandit, blood splattering as she used the momentum to leap into the air and unleash 3 more lashes, each leaving a trail of blood on the faces of 3 other bandits, who screamed in agony. Xia Ziyu, secure in his wheelchair and shielded by Sang Wan-Ning, observed the chaos with the keen eyes of a hawk. Wan-Ning, there are hidden arrows on the east side, he warned sharply. Sang Wan-Ning pivoted and swung her whip, which acted as a wall of fire, deflecting the incoming arrows. Her gaze turned fierce as she produced a poison needle, and with a swift gesture, those atop the loft fell to the ground in an instant. The leader clutched his heart, witnessing his comrades drop one by one, and fear gripped him even tighter. He attempted to retreat unnoticed, but as he turned, he heard Sang Wan-Ning's icy command, Stop. Instinctively, he tried to flee, but her whip ensnared him, yanking him back to the ground with a force that threatened to shatter his bones. The realization struck him. This seemingly frail woman possessed an astonishing strength. Desperate for his life, he scrambled to his knees, pleading earnestly, Heroine, I was wrong. I did not recognize your worth. If you spare my life, I will grant you anything you desire. Sang Wan-Ning sheathed her whip, her voice cold as she inquired, Where is the storeroom? The bandit responded hastily, If you spare me, I will give you all the treasures in my lair. He thought to himself that if he survived, he could later seek vengeance on this wretched woman. Sang Wan-Ning smirked. Should you propose any more conditions, I will not hesitate to send you to meet the king of hell sooner than you expect. The bandit trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered, It's at the western cliff. There's a secret door. I will take you there. He struggled to rise, his legs quaking with fear, nearly collapsing again. Sang Wan-Ning pushed Xia Ziyu along behind the trembling bandit, and after a 15-minute walk, they arrived before the cliff. The bandit shakily pried open a protruding stone, and with a click, a hidden door in the rock slowly creaked open. Inside, flickering candlelight illuminated a trove of gold, silver, and jewels piled high, along with silks, jade artifacts, and several jars of strong liquor stacked in the corner. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed. Recognizing this den of thieves for what it was, and with a swift kick, she thrust the bandit into the storeroom. With a deft flick of her wrist, a silver needle pierced his brow, and he collapsed, lifeless. She stepped forward, sweeping her hand, and in an instant, the mountain of treasures vanished into her spatial storage. The bandit's stronghold had been reduced to a hollow shell, with bodies scattered and some fleeing in terror. Sang Wan-Ning overturned the unfinished liquor bottles and tossed a nearby torch. Flames erupted, quickly engulfing the black-wind stronghold in a raging inferno. Having completed her task, she clapped her hands in satisfaction. Husband, let us depart. They entered the spatial realm, where the unconscious remained undisturbed. Xia Ziyu, surveying the scene, could not restrain his curiosity. Wan-Ning, what do you plan to do with these people? Sang Wan-Ning pondered for a moment before replying, I will find a safe place to release them, leaving them some money. Their survival will depend on their own fortune. Xia Ziyu nodded in agreement, but his gaze inadvertently caught a familiar silhouette. Sensing his sudden tension, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly inquired, Husband, have you discovered something? Wan-Ning, push me closer. That figure resembles my elder brother, Xia Ziyu explained eagerly. Sang Wan-Ning obliged, pushing him forward. The man lay on the ground, disheveled and clad in tattered garments stained with dried blood, his breath faint. Xia Ziyu leaned in for a closer look and found several gruesome wounds marring the man's features. Despite his disheveled state, the resemblance to Xia Ziyu was undeniable. Elder brother. Wan-Ning, it truly is him. Sang Wan-Ning quickly retrieved a pill, administering it to him and safeguarding his vital signs. It became clear why they had been unable to locate his brother. He had been captured by these bandits. A tempest of rage surged within Xia Ziyu. Sang Wan-Ning placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Husband, the fact that your brother lives is the greatest comfort. As for those who harmed him, we shall deal with them once he awakens. At her words, the chill that had enveloped Xia Ziyu began to dissipate. Is my brother gravely injured? Sang Wan-Ning responded honestly, yes, it is quite serious, but with my advanced medical facility, he will recover. However, for now, he will likely remain unconscious in the spatial realm. Xia Ziyu looked at Sang Wan-Ning with gratitude, and she seemed to read his thoughts. Swiftly, she covered his mouth. No need for words of thanks, husband. Just ensure you make it up to me once you recover. Feeling the warmth of her touch on his lips, a gentle smile bloomed in his eyes. He then pecked her soft palm. Sang Wan-Ning, startled by the sensation, instinctively withdrew her hand. Xia Ziyu chuckled softly, my dear. I thought you were always so bold. Sang Wan-Ning was taken aback. How could the stoic, aloof war general have learned to jest with her so quickly? Ignoring him, she stepped out of the spatial realm, finding herself at the edge of a small village. She returned to the space, expelling everyone but her elder brother. Noticing that they were scantily clad, she provided each of them with a garment to cover their modesty. Furthermore, she discreetly slipped 10 taels of silver into each of their hands. This was the extent of her capabilities. Having completed her tasks, she entered the space once more, taking her elder brother to the medical room to tend to his wounds. As time elapsed, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Sang Wan-Ning had successfully bandaged her brother's wounds and administered a restorative potion. At that moment, a voice called out from outside the space. Xia Yunqi was shouting. Chapter 55, Is my wife feeling jealous? Third brother, third sister-in-law, are you awake? Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning led Xia Ziyu out of the space and back to the carriage. She yawned and replied, yes, we're getting up now. Soon. She leaped down from the carriage, cradling Xia Ziyu in her arms. Xia Yunqi observed the dark circles under their eyes and could not resist teasing them. Third brother. Third sister-in-law, did you two go thieving last night? Just look at those shadows beneath your eyes. Sang Wan-Ning thought to herself, wasn't it akin to thieving? The Black Wind stronghold has been thoroughly plundered. However, she maintained her composure and cleared her throat, stating, after those bandits left, neither your third brother nor I could sleep. So we chatted throughout the night. Xia Yunqi, noting her sister-in-law's calm demeanor, harbored no suspicions. However, she was puzzled as to how third brother, typically taciturn, managed to engage in conversation with the icy Sang Wan-Ning for an entire night. Her inquisitive gaze then fell upon her third brother, her lips curling into an ant-like smile. It seemed that the long-standing iron tree of third brother had finally blossomed. Yet, with a woman as exceptional as Sang Wan-Ning, who could resist being moved? Sang Wan-Ning, perceiving the curious glint in her eyes, knew that the girl was overthinking. She cleared her throat and inquired, "Have grandmother and the others risen?" Xia Yunchu snapped back to reality and nodded earnestly. "Yes, they're all up and waiting for you." Sang Wan-Ning replied with a slight nod. "Then I'll tidy up with your third brother, and we shall set off. We can have breakfast in the city." Xia Yunchu agreed. "All right, you two clean up first. I'll inform mother and the others." Su Yuyan emerged from the dilapidated temple and observed the closeness between the two. The way Xia Ziyu gazed at Sang Wan-Ning was filled with tenderness. A pang of jealousy struck her heart, and her expression darkened considerably. Sang Wan-Ning sensed that malicious gaze. Furrowing her brow, she turned and met Su Yuyan's gaze with piercing intensity. Su Yuyan quickly composed herself, sporting a gentle smile as she politely nodded at Sang Wan-Ning. Sang Wan-Ning could not help but scoff inwardly. It was indeed a pity that Su Yuyan did not pursue acting. She calmly withdrew her gaze, wringing out a cloth and roughly applying it to Xia Ziyu's face. Xia Ziyu, feeling aggrieved, complained, "My dear, you're almost rubbing my face raw." Sang Wan-Ning huffed in annoyance, muttering, "What is the point of having such a face that invites trouble? Just attracting rotten peach blossoms." Xia Ziyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. His voice laced with mischief. "Is my dear wife feeling jealous?" He leaned back against a nearby stone, his gaze filled with anticipation. Sang Wan-Ning's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she remained defiant, retorting, "Who's jealous? I despise jealousy the most." With that, she resumed her gentle ministrations, carefully wiping Xia Ziyu's face. Once they had tidied themselves, Sang Wan-Ning carried him towards the carriage. Xia Ziyu nestled against her, chuckling, "In my heart, there is no one more beautiful than you, my dear." Hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning's lips curled upwards, her spirits lifted. Just then, Lord Zhang's voice rang out, "Everyone, move quickly. We must enter the city at once." Elder sister-in-law and Anin had already boarded the carriage as Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu settled in. Shortly thereafter, their party commenced their journey. The dilapidated temple where they had stayed was only a few miles from the city gate. Meanwhile, at the state and county offices, in Sun Yong's residence, he lay asleep with his concubine when the door was suddenly pounded upon. "My lord, there's trouble, a great calamity." Sun Yong, displeased, wrapped his concubine tightly in the bedding and swiftly turned to sit up. "Get in here and speak." Qian Shirya hurriedly entered, his head bowed as he reported, "My lord, the Black Wind stronghold has been obliterated overnight. Brothers have perished, and many are wounded. The chief hasn't been heard from, and it seems his fate is grim." Sun Yong stood up abruptly, panic etched across his face. "What? Destroyed overnight? Do we know who did this?" Qian Shirya, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, trembled as he replied, "I've sent someone to investigate the Black Wind stronghold. We should have results shortly." Sun Yong nodded slightly, his agitation growing as he questioned, "What about the people we dispatched last night? Why haven't we received any news?" Only then did Qian Shirya remember, "They have yet to return, my lord." Sun Yong kicked Qian Shirya to the ground in frustration. "Incompetent fool. If this matter isn't handled well, we're both finished. Why haven't you sent someone to investigate immediately?" Qian Shirya scrambled to his feet. I'll go right away." However, before he could exit, a servant rushed in with news. "My lord, the Xia family has arrived at the city gate. Should we let them in?" A heavy silence fell in the room as Lu Yong, after a long pause, coldly replied, "These people are truly fortunate. If that is the case, let them enter the city." He hastily donned his robe and rushed out. Qian Shirya could not resist asking cautiously, "My lord, should we still send someone to investigate?" "Investigate what? Didn't you hear the subordinate mention they've arrived at the city gate? They're indeed fortunate. Despite sending so many people, we couldn't eliminate them. Surely, they have hidden experts among them." As Sun Yong spoke, Qian Yukai trailed closely behind. "My lord, what shall we do now? We've already startled the snake. It won't be easy to strike again." Sun Yong halted, a fierce glint in his eyes. "No, they must die." Qian Yukai shivered at his master's ruthless demeanor. "Then what should we do next? They will likely stay at the inn for a day or two. Arrange for it. If necessary, let them all perish in flames." Upon hearing this, Qian Yukai's eyes lit up. "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. I'll make arrangements at once." Meanwhile, at the city gate, Sang Wan-Ning and her party successfully entered the city. They once again settled at the inn, where Sang Wan-Ning requested 3 upper rooms and 1 ordinary room. Ever since the last incident involving the Luo mother and daughter and Sang Jinru, they had become considerably subdued. Regardless of how well they ate and slept, they dared not utter a word, much to the comfort of the Xia family's main household. Once settled, Sang Wan-Ning instructed the innkeeper to prepare breakfast, which was quite simple: meat buns, porridge, and pickles. After they finished eating, Sang Wan-Ning addressed everyone. "We will remain here today. I plan to go out shopping shortly. Grandmother, would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" The elderly matron cast her gaze down upon the white prison attire she wore, shaking her head gently. "It is best if you young ones go," she remarked, "for I am but an old grandmother, weary of the hustle and bustle." At once, Sang Wan-Ning discerned her grandmother's sentiments. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xia Ziyu, they concocted a casual excuse to retreat to their own quarters. Shortly thereafter, she entered her grandmother's room, cradling a bundle in her arms. Chapter 56. As long as my wife is happy. Grandmother, mother. Here are the garments I previously purchased for you. Please have a look to see if they fit, she said, placing the bundle upon the table and unveiling 2 sets of clothing. The elderly matron and Lin Shi both gazed in astonishment, the former's face breaking into a joyous smile. "Wan-Ning, how thoughtful of you," she exclaimed. Grandmother, this is merely what a granddaughter-in-law ought to do. Once you are dressed, let us all take a stroll together," Sang Wan-Ning suggested cheerfully. Although the matron wished to decline, she found herself unable to voice her refusal under the hopeful gaze of Sang Wan-Ning. "Very well, then. Today, I shall accompany you young ones on your outing." With their approval, Sang Wan-Ning's smile blossomed even brighter. "Grandmother, mother, please change into your clothes. I shall deliver the garments to my sisters-in-law." And Chu, already brimming with anticipation, quickly changed and awaited in the corridor. Sang Wan-Ning, having taken the lead, was already in the grand hall below with Xia Ziyu, waiting for the rest of the family. Before long, the entire family descended, and Lin Shi approached, her face aglow with a smile as she took Sang Wan-Ning's hand. "Wan-Ning, you have truly gone to great lengths. That wheelchair for Ziyu must have cost a fair amount, did it not?" Sang Wan-Ning scratched her head nonchalantly, her heart steady as she replied. "It was merely a stroke of luck. I was pondering how to take my husband out when a carpenter happened to pass by. I purchased it for just 2 taels of silver, making outings more convenient for Ziyu." The elderly matron's eyes flickered momentarily at the sight of the wheelchair. Yet she ultimately remained silent. Soon, their group set forth from the inn, a lively procession heading towards the bustling marketplace. Su Yuyan and Sang Jinru watched the harmonious family depart with envious glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Though clad in coarse cloth, the family's innate nobility often drew the attention of passers-by. Particularly, Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu stood out, he, an embodiment of stoic elegance, and she, possessing an ethereal charm that captivated all who beheld them. Disregarding the stares of onlookers, the family meandered through the market, the cacophony of vendors' calls mingling with the sweet fragrances wafting from the sugar painting stalls. And Chu's eyes danced over the vividly crafted sugar figurines. Yet they refrained from requesting Sang Wan-Ning to buy them. Noticing their longing, Sang Wan-Ning called out, "Good sir, I would like 3 sugar figurines, please." The elderly vendor beamed. "Of course, esteemed customer, choose as you wish. If you desire a new design, just let me know, though it may take a moment." Sang Wan-Ning turned to An Chu, "Each of you choose one." An timidly pointed at a dragon-shaped sugar figurine. Her voice soft as a kitten's, "I want this one." Chu selected a phoenix poised for flight, her eyes sparkling like stars. Sang Wan-Ning herself chose a twin lotus flower, and after settling the payment with the old vendor, she turned to Xia Ziyu, bringing the sugar figurine to his lips. "My husband, do try this." Though Xia Ziyu had no fondness for sweets, he gazed at the translucent sugar figure, his throat moving slightly. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed Sang Wan-Ning had already broken off a small piece and offered it to him. The warmth of her fingertips brushed against his cool lips, and the sweet aroma enveloped him. He hastily bit down on the sugar, a faint blush creeping onto his ears. Observing the tender exchange between the young couple, the elderly matron and Lin Shi shared knowing smiles, their expressions laden with significance. Lin Shanshan and Feng Zhouer trailed behind, while Sang Wan-Ning took her time, buying numerous items that were piled onto a cart pushed by the 2 girls. Many of the items she purchased were but symbolic, ensuring that when she later retrieved them, no one would suspect her motives. Before long, Sang Wan-Ning and her husband drifted away from the group. As they passed a grain shop, she waved her hand and bought 100 jin of rice, flour, and oil. Thinking of the vast expanse of land in her space, a bright idea struck her, and she purchased various seeds, wheat, rice, corn, anything that was available in this era. Upon exiting with her grain and oil, she spotted a vendor selling sweet potato seedlings and potatoes, though none seemed interested. Sang Wan-Ning's eyes sparkled. She had missed potatoes dearly. Assuming she might never eat them again in this life, she crouched down, feigning ignorance. "Good sir, what are these? How much do they cost?" The vendor, looking forlorn, scratched his head and patiently explained. These peculiar items were brought back from the South Seas by a friend. The one on the left is a sweet potato seedling, and the one on the right is a potato. If planted, they yield a good harvest, but folks are wary and hesitant to buy. If you wish to purchase, I will let them go for 10 won each. Sang Wan-Ning's heart soared with joy, though she maintained a furrowed brow, pretending to deliberate. Is it truly as good as you say? Selling them for such a low price? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you? Can these truly be used as food? The vendor nodded vigorously, pulling out a crumpled old paper depicting a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Madam, look here. This is the method from the South Seas. It is easy to cultivate and yields abundantly. Sang Wan-Ning cast a fleeting glance at the drawing before returning her gaze elsewhere. She was intrigued that someone could procure such items from the South Seas. Until now, she had only thought this land comprised of Dongli, Beiqi, Dejin, and Nanyuan. Little did she expect it to share a similar trajectory with Blue Star. She wondered how different the Southern Ocean culture here might be from that of Blue Star. Seeing her indecision, the vendor quickly produced the only dragon fruit seedling from his basket. Madam, if you buy this, I will give you this fruit as well. Sang Wan-Ning's eyes lit up at the sight of the dragon fruit seedling, and she agreed readily. Very well, I will take them all. I shall not take advantage of you. Here are 15 won in total. The vendor profusely thanked her. Thank you, madam. I will wrap them up for you right away. Nearby, a woman selling vegetable seedlings, noticing Sang Wan-Ning's decisiveness, approached with her basket. Madam, would you like to buy some vegetable seedlings? These were all dug up by me before dawn. I assure you they will thrive. Sang Wan-Ning recalled that soon the weather would grow colder, and the prospect of foraging for wild vegetables would soon become a luxury. It seemed prudent to cultivate some vegetables in her space. She spent another 10 when purchasing the few vegetable seedlings the woman had in her basket. Fortunately, only she and Xia Ziyu were present. If the elderly matron and others had been there, it would have been difficult to maintain her ruse. Discreetly, she stored the items in her space, soaking them in spring water for nourishment. Only then did Sang Wan-Ning push Xia Ziyu away, who remained perplexed by his wife's peculiar purchases of seemingly wilting seedlings, though he refrained from voicing his questions. Firstly, he felt it was not his place to comment since she was the one spending the money. Secondly, as it had cost so little, whether she was deceived or not, his primary concern was her happiness. Unbeknownst to him, Sang Wan-Ning was unaware of his thoughts, as her generous husband served as a shield for her. She indulged in extravagant purchases of pastries, fruits, buns, pancakes, clothing, and utensils, anything that caught her eye. They bought in a flurry. Just as they emerged from the bun shop, they unexpectedly encountered their grandmother and others. Although Sang Wan-Ning had generously bestowed upon her grandmother a substantial sum of over 100 taels of silver, they had scarcely spent any of it. Sang Wan-Ning was acutely aware of their apprehensions regarding the sufficiency of the funds. However, the wealth contained within the spatial realm was inexhaustible, far beyond what they could ever hope to expend in several lifetimes. As noon approached, Sang Wan-Ning spotted a renowned establishment, Yupinju, nearby. She had yet to dine out in this era, and today, she was determined to treat everyone to a sumptuous meal. Surely you must be hungry? Come, let me take you to indulge in some delightful fare. Chapter 57. Audaciously, you dare to lay hands on my people? As the group made their way, some tried to dissuade her, but Sang Wan-Ning pushed ahead with Xia Ziyu, leading the way. Soon, they entered Yupinju, where the attendant greeted them with a broad smile. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Sang Wan-Ning replied nonchalantly, requesting a large private room. Very well, please follow me. The private room was located on the 3rd floor. Noticing Xia Ziyu's difficulty in walking, the attendant cheerfully offered, Our private room is on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to find someone to assist you upstairs? No need, just keep our wheelchair safe, Sang Wan-Ning responded before bending down to lift Xia Ziyu effortlessly into her arms. Seeing the attendant momentarily stunned, she frowned and urged, Lead the way. The attendant quickly regained his composure and hurried ahead, guiding them through the bustling peak dining hour. All eyes were drawn to Sang Wan-Ning, and some patrons were so astonished by the sight that they dropped their chopsticks onto the table. Whispers began to circulate. Truly astonishing. It is the first time I have witnessed such a seemingly delicate young woman wielding such strength, one diner remarked. Have you noticed? Though they appear ordinary, their bearing exudes an aura far from that of common folk, another replied. The one with impaired mobility is fortunate indeed, despite his condition. He is accompanied by such a stunning young lady. How enviable. The murmurs surged like a tide, but Sang Wan-Ning remained unfazed, her expression serene, not even casting a glance in their direction. Before long, they arrived at the third-floor private room, and once everyone was seated, the attendant stood by with a gilded menu, his gaze flitting among the group. Years of experience with patrons had allowed him to discern that the quiet, ethereal young lady was the one in charge. With a smile, he approached and respectfully presented the menu to Sang Wan-Ning. Esteemed guest, our dishes are all listed here. Please have a look. Sang Wan-Ning accepted the menu and casually perused it. One of the signature dishes and some light, nourishing soups. After making her selections, she returned the menu to the attendant. He promptly took it back, responding, certainly, please allow me a moment to arrange this. Once the attendant exited and closed the door behind him, Xia Yunchu, feeling a bit uneasy, spoke up. Third sister-in-law, Yupinju is quite expensive. Do you have enough silver? Sang Wan-Ning, as if performing a magic trick, casually produced several 100-tael banknotes from her sleeve. Yunchu, do you think this is sufficient? If not, I have more. Xia Yunchu gazed at the banknotes in her hand, which amounted to at least 500 or 600 taels, and her eyes widened in disbelief. That is more than enough. In that case, I shall eat to my heart's content. Feel free to indulge until you are satisfied, Sang Wan-Ning encouraged. The old lady and Lin exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing not to speak. Wan-Ning had her own secrets. As long as she treated them sincerely, that was sufficient. Who she was mattered little. Before long, steaming dishes of exquisite delicacies began to arrive one after another. Sang Wan-Ning raised her cup of tea in place of wine and proclaimed, amidst the mountains and rivers, when all seems lost, a glimmer of hope appears. To the future, I believe that we shall surely rise from adversity to prosperity. Cheers. Emotions surged within the group, and their eyes glistened with unshed tears as they raised their cups and drained them in unison. This was Sang Wan-Ning's first dining experience in this era. The flavors were satisfactory, though they paled in comparison to her own culinary creations. The others savored their meal with evident satisfaction, while Lin Shanshan and Feng Jiu joined them at the table. Both young women felt their eyes welling with tears, their resolve strengthening to stand by her side, no matter what challenges lay ahead. After this meal, everyone cherished the food deeply, finishing every dish without leaving a trace. Even the broth was entirely consumed. They truly embodied the spirit of the Clean Plate campaign. Sated and content, they opened the door to the private room, ready to descend, only to be blocked by a haughty maidservant. Without acknowledging anyone else, she fixed her gaze directly on Xiaziyu. Young master, our young lady requests your presence. We hope you will honor her invitation. Before Xiaziyu could respond, Sang Wan-Ning's eyes turned as cold as frost. And who is your young lady? Such audacity. My husband is already married, not a mere plaything for anyone's whims. The maid's expression shifted instantly, her voice sharp. What an audacious claim. My young lady is the legitimate daughter of the governor of Yuzhou. Who are you to make such comparisons? With that, the maid raised her hand, intending to strike Sang Wan-Ning. Yet, before her hand could touch Sang Wan-Ning's cheek, it was kicked aside and she crashed heavily to the ground. Luing Xue from the opposite room could no longer remain seated and stormed out with a frosty expression. How dare you? You even touch my people? Do you know who I am? Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Sang Wan-Ning smirked mockingly. Oh, I know well, you are the governor's legitimate daughter. Although Luing Xue noted Sang Wan-Ning's coarse clothing, her skin was as fair as snow, and her beauty was striking. Even if she wished to deny it, she had to admit that Sang Wan-Ning was the most beautiful woman she had ever encountered. This only fueled her jealousy, especially since the man she coveted was Sang Wan-Ning's husband. Accustomed to her domineering ways in Yuzhou, she had never failed to obtain what she desired. With an air of arrogance, she declared, knowing who I am, you still dare to disrespect me? Do you realize the repercussions of offending me? Sang Wan-Ning feigned indifference. And what are the repercussions of offending you? Luing Xue, incensed by Sang Wan-Ning's nonchalance, blurted out, my father is the governor. To be frank, I have my eyes on your husband. Be wise and hand him over to me, or else you and your family shall suffer. Xia Yunchu, enraged at these words, burst forth like a firecracker. Pointing a finger at Lu Yingxue, she exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? You may think you're pretty, but you're not. It's important to have self-awareness. Take a good look at yourself before you dare to covet my third brother. At such a young age, you already relish in stealing someone else's partner. If you cannot endure solitude, simply take a left turn when you step outside. The men there are yours for the choosing." Lu Yingxue's face flushed crimson as she screeched, "Someone seize this insolent wretch." Before she could finish her sentence, a dozen or so constables charged up the stairs, each wielding their swords with predatory intent. Sang Wan-Ning's smile abruptly turned frosty, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. "Yuchu, fetch a chair." Understanding that her sister-in-law was about to unleash her might, Xia Yunchu quickly turned and brought over a chair. Sang Wan-Ning gently seated Xia Ziyu upon it, then turned to face Lu Yingxue, her gaze as icy as frost. Lu Yingxue felt an inexplicable chill at Sang Wan-Ning's fierce glare, but she quickly steeled herself. After all, she was the governor's daughter, the local sovereign. Who would dare bully her? With gritted teeth, she commanded, "Come, seize this audacious wretch." Chapter 58. To call you foolish is to elevate you. Armed with sharp swords, the assailants surged forward, yet Sang Wan-Ning remained indifferent to their advances. With a composed demeanor, she extracted a handful of medicinal powder from her spatial pouch and waved it towards the constables. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lu Yingxue, witnessing this, turned pale, her voice trembling. "Who are you? If you dare to harm me, my father will surely avenge us." Sang Wan-Ning advanced with unwavering determination, letting out a cold snort. "You dare to threaten me when death is looming? Alas, I am most impervious to threats." Lu Yingxue retreated, her face ashen, and discreetly signaled her maid, Baozhu, with a glance. Understanding the cue, Baozhu swiftly produced a dagger from her bosom, her gaze fierce as she aimed it at Sang Wan-Ning. The members of the Xia family felt their hearts leap to their throats, with Xia Yunchu's voice trembling in anxiety. "Third sister, be careful." As a practitioner of martial arts, Sang Wan-Ning was well aware of the maid's skills in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, attempting to ambush her was rather naive. She sidestepped effortlessly, seizing Baozhu's neck with lightning speed. The maid, realizing her predicament, lunged the dagger towards Sang Wan-Ning's chest. But Sang Wan-Ning was quicker. She twisted Baozhu's hand, driving the dagger into the maid's own chest. Blood gushed forth as Baozhu's eyes widened in disbelief at the weapon embedded in her heart. A gurgling sound escaped her throat before she collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Lu Yingxue, witnessing the death of her longtime companion, let out a piercing scream, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. You've killed." Her voice quivered with a mixture of fear and hatred. Sang Wan-Ning bent down to retrieve the dagger, methodically wiping the blood from its blade. When she lifted her gaze to Lu Yingxue, her eyes were as cold as poison. Suddenly, she drove the dagger forcefully into the wooden beam beside Lu Yingxue's ear, splinters flying, causing Lu Yingxue to tremble in terror. "Today, you dared to covet my husband and threaten my family. You should have anticipated the consequences." With that, she firmly clasped Lu Yingxue's chin, pried her mouth open, and deftly placed a pill inside, then released her grip. "What have you made me ingest?" Lu Yingxue stammered, her tone deceptively gentle yet laced with malice. "Nothing of good repute, merely a poison that will rend your insides to shreds," Sang Wan-Ning replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingxue's complexion grew even more ashen as she desperately attempted to extract the poison. Sang Wan-Ning's voice turned icy. "It's futile. The poison dissolves instantly. Even if you were to slice open your abdomen, you wouldn't be able to retrieve it." At that moment, Lu Yingxue was genuinely terrified, suppressing the urge to kill Sang Wan-Ning. A smile more grotesque than tears forced its way onto her face. "Sister, this is all a misunderstanding. My earlier actions were merely to test the depth of your bond with your husband. It appears your relationship is indeed as solid as a rock. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and spare me." Feigning sincerity, Lu Yingxue leaned closer to Sang Wan-Ning, pretending to take her arm. Sang Wan-Ning stepped back, creating distance between them, her voice cold. "Miss Lu, do I appear foolish to you?" Lu Yingxue's smile froze on her face, swiftly contorting into a frown. "What do you intend? What must I do to receive the antidote?" Sang Wan-Ning regarded her with a mirthless smile. "Want the antidote? Then you must adopt a more humble demeanor. Lu Yingxue's eyes blazed with fury, yearning to pounce upon and mar the face of this wretched woman, yet she restrained herself. She clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them. With a thud, she knelt before Sang Wan-Ning, her eyes brimming with contrition. "Miss, I am sorry. I was wrong to covet what does not belong to me. You seem like a kind-hearted person. Surely you will forgive me, won't you?" Lu Yingxue's eyes sparkled with hope that Sang Wan-Ning would pardon her and provide the antidote. She secretly vowed that once she reclaimed it, she would inform her father and bring men to imprison this family, especially the one who had humiliated her. She would make sure to torment her thoroughly. Sang Wan-Ning observed the flicker of hatred in Lu Yingxue's eyes and let out a cold snort. "Do not attempt to ingratiate yourself. My mother bore only one daughter. As for your desire for the antidote, very well, accompany me to the inn to retrieve it personally." Lu Yingxue sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "What? You didn't bring the antidote with you?" Xia Yunqiu stepped forward. "What is the matter? Do you have an objection? If you wish to live, you will obediently follow my sister-in-law." Lu Yingxue nearly broke under the pressure, yet for the sake of her life, she forced a smile. "I have no objections. I simply wish to know where you reside. We should not delay. Let us depart at once." "Not so fast. We have yet to settle the bill for our meal. Since you are pleading for the antidote, you shall cover the cost of the meal as well." Though Sang Wan-Ning's words sounded courteous, her tone brooked no refusal. Lu Yingxue felt a surge of indignation to eliminate Sang Wan-Ning immediately, but with her life in the latter's grip, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "Indeed. That is only fair. It is my due responsibility." Quickly, the group descended the stairs, with Lu Yingxue heading straight for the innkeeper. "Manager Lu, place the bill for their private room on my account. Have someone fetch my father." With that, Sang Wan-Ning and her entourage exited the Pinju without delay. The patrons of the restaurant murmured in speculation about the origins of this group. The precious jewel of the governor was treating them with such courtesy. It seemed their relationship ran deep. Unbeknownst to Sang Wan-Ning, the thoughts of the onlookers were irrelevant as they made their way directly back to the inn. Once inside, Sang Wan-Ning brutally kicked Lu Yingxue in the calf. Caught off guard, Lu Yingxue crumpled to the ground with a thud. In agony, she grimaced, unable to contain her fury any longer. "Wretched woman, hand over the antidote, or my father will not spare you." Sang Wan-Ning retorted with a cold scoff. "If I were you, I would refrain from being so defiant at this moment. Besides, I never ingested any poison. You were simply too foolish." Lu Yingxue's vision darkened in rage. "You dare deceive me, you." Before she could finish, Xia Yunqiu delivered a sharp slap to her face, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. What a relief it is to hit someone. Quickly composing herself, she declared with a steely voice, "To say you are foolish is to flatter you. If you dare speak disrespectfully to my sister-in-law again, I will break your mouth." Sang Wan-Ning regarded Xia Yunqiu with admiration, noting how the girl was starting to embody her own tenacity. Lu Yingxue glared fiercely at Xia Yunqiu, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Sang Wan-Ning looked down upon her with disdain. "What do you intend? That is for you to inquire of your father. Send someone back to relay a message, stating that you are in my custody and he must come to rescue you." Lu Yingxue's expression faltered. Was this woman targeting her father? Had she inadvertently invited trouble upon herself? Yet, the urgency of her survival eclipsed all else. Without hesitation, she acquiesced, "Fine, I agree. I will send someone to convey the message." Chapter 59. My lord, a great calamity has befallen us. Sang Wan-Ning exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Yunqiu, who nodded slightly before exiting. Moments later, a young attendant arrived, ink and brush in hand. "Miss Lu, please write quickly. We need to summon your father post-haste," he urged. Lu Yingxue remained oblivious to the underlying motives of the woman before her, unaware of the grievances that lay between them and her father. However, in a desperate bid for survival, she resolutely picked up her pen and penned a letter. The missive was swiftly composed, and with apprehension that her father might doubt its authenticity, she entrusted the letter to the innkeeper. In addition, she removed her frequently worn hairpin and handed it over as well. Meanwhile, the innkeeper hurriedly made his way to the county office, only to be intercepted by the constables at the entrance. "What do you think you're doing? This is no place for you to wander freely." The innkeeper, in a flurry, raised the letter and hairpin in his hand. "Officer, I have urgent matters to attend to. This is a letter from the young lady, and I must deliver it personally to the magistrate. You surely recognize this hairpin. It belongs to her." The constable, eyeing the hairpin with suspicion, drew closer and noticed the intricate patterns etched into it that signified the Lu residence. His expression shifted, and he hastily stepped aside, urging, "The magistrate is inside. I will take you to him." The constable swiftly guided the innkeeper into the county office, leading him to the chamber where Lu Yong was currently seething with rage, his vision blurring as he vented his anger. "Useless fools. Not a single clue has been uncovered. What good are you to me?" Qian Shirya trembled on the ground, bearing the brunt of Lu Yong's fury. "My lord, the men have investigated thoroughly, but there are no leads." He attempted to defend himself, lamenting that the thief was exceedingly cunning, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, even if there were clues, they would have been reduced to ashes. How could we investigate further? "The treasures of Heifengjai have been completely looted." Qian Shirya nodded nervously. "Yes, my lord, the old blacksmith also perished in the storeroom. However, my subordinates have checked meticulously, and there are no signs of disturbance nearby. It is as if the treasures vanished into thin air." Lu Yong, being avaricious, could hardly contain his ire, wishing he could drag the old blacksmith out and whip his corpse. "Had I known there was such a vast fortune at stake, I would have honored it all myself." In a fit of rage, he knocked over the inkstone on his desk, the dark ink spilling across the blue bricks like a creeping shadow. Qian Shirya hastily sidestepped, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Just as he was about to argue, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway. "My lord, grave news." The constable, pulling the innkeeper, barged into the room. Lu Yong, already in a foul mood, bellowed, "What calamity has befallen us now? Have you thrown decorum to the winds?" The constable's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt, stammering, "My lord, it was not my intention. It is merely that the situation is too dire." Lu Yong, impatient, interrupted. "Spare me your excuses. Speak plainly." "The young lady has been kidnapped, and someone has sent a letter and token." Lu Yong's head snapped up, and he strode forward, his crimson eyes fixated on the familiar hairpin. He snatched the letter, his fingers trembling with intensity as he read his daughter's scrawled, chaotic handwriting, "Father, save me." At the West City relay station. After finishing the letter, he crumpled it into a tight ball and hurled it to the ground. "Such audacity! To dare lay hands on my daughter in my own territory. Prepare the horses." Lu Yong seized his official robe, but as he turned, he caught sight of Qian Shirya still kneeling and roared, "What are you dawdling for? Gather 20 constables and follow me to rescue her." At the relay station, Sang Wan-Ning was leisurely sipping tea with Xie Ziyu, while Lu Yingxue stood aside like a maid, not even offered a seat. Accustomed to being pampered, she had never encountered anyone bold enough to treat her so. Hatred simmered in her eyes as she plotted to show her father her formidable nature upon his arrival. Sang Wan-Ning fed Xie Ziyu a sip of tea without lifting her gaze. Her voice was frigid. "If you wish to keep your eyes, you might consider donating them." Lu Yingxue scoffed, "My father will be here soon. I advise you to apologize to me promptly. Otherwise, once he arrives, it will be too late." Sang Wan-Ning smirked mockingly. "To call you foolish would be an understatement. Do you truly believe I would fear your father?" Just as her words fell, a commotion of galloping hooves erupted outside. Lu Yingxue's eyes brightened, and she struggled to rush towards the door, only to be yanked back by Sang Wan-Ning as though she were a mere chick. "Let go of me. My father is here." "You're all doomed," she screeched. Sang Wan-Ning leisurely set down her teacup, retrieving a red silk handkerchief from her sleeve to delicately wipe the tea stains from Xie Ziyu's lips, appearing utterly indifferent to the chaos outside. It was only when the door was violently flung open that Lu Yong, accompanied by his constables, stormed in with an imposing presence. She finally raised her head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. "So, it is you who have dared to kidnap my daughter? Such audacity!" Lu Yong glared at Sang Wan-Ning, his voice thunderous. Before she could respond, Lu Yingxue shrieked, "Father, this wretched girl is the one who kidnapped me. You must have her arrested and tortured." However, before she could finish, Sang Wan-Ning delivered a sharp slap to her mouth. With a cry of agony, Lu Yingxue's lips bled, 2 of her front teeth knocked out. Sang Wan-Ning calmly wiped her hands. "You keep prattling on. Do you really think I won't dare to strike you? Speak another word, and I shall remove your tongue." Lu Yong's eyes bulged with rage. "Wretched girl. You dare harm my daughter? Bring them to me." As soon as he finished, over 20 constables brandished their weapons and advanced into the cramped room, surrounding Sang Wan-Ning and her companions. Unfazed, Sang Wan-Ning seized Lu Yingxue by the arm, pressing a sharp dagger against her neck. Feeling the cold steel, Lu Yingxue's face drained of color, her body trembling as she cast a pleading glance at Lu Yong. "Father, save me. I don't want to die." Lu Yong's temples throbbed, his fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with torment. Observing this, Xianxia quickly leaned in, whispering, "My lord, do not act impulsively. The young lady's life is at stake. We must stabilize the situation first." Lu Yong inhaled deeply, suppressing his boiling rage, and gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" A cold smile crept across Sang Wan-Ning's lips, her gaze as frosty as winter's breath. "First, let your men withdraw, and then we shall discuss matters." Lu Yong's eyes radiated murderous intent. "What if I refuse to order them back?" Sang Wan-Ning chuckled coldly. "If the magistrate refuses to negotiate, I shall send your precious daughter to hell first." With that, she tightened her grip, the blade piercing Lu Yingshue's skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Lu Yingxue let out a wail, tears streaming down her face. "Father, you must agree to her demands. I don't want to die." Lu Yong's forehead pulsed with veins, his glare at Sang Wan-Ning nearly igniting flames. In that tense standoff, he suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, retreat." The constables exchanged glances, yet dared not disobey, reluctantly sheathing their weapons and stepping back. Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow, clearly satisfied. Magistrate Lu truly dotes on his beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Xianxia silently thought to himself, could he not dote on her? The magistrate has but this one precious child. Lu Yong, ignoring her taunt, shouted angrily, "They have retreated. Now release my daughter." Chapter 60, I see you are simply envious of me. Sang Wan-Ning replied with a smile that was neither genuine nor sincere. "Very well." With that, she released Lu Yingxue, but just as the latter thought she was saved, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly pinched her mouth open and forced a pill down her throat. "Cough, cough. What have you made me swallow?" Lu Yingxue gasped, retching. "What else could it be but poison?" Sang Wan-Ning replied flippantly. Lu Yingxue quickly backed away, retreating behind Lu Yong, snorting disdainfully. "You want to fool me again? Father, this wretched girl has humiliated me beyond measure. She must die." Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Xia Ziyu and declared, "Father, I have taken a liking to this man. Allow me to have some fun with him." Lu Yong patted her hand in a comforting manner, saying, "Do not worry. My dear daughter, your father shall take charge." He then called out sharply, "Bring them to me." Almost immediately, the constables burst through the door, surrounding Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu once more. Sang Wan-Ning let out a cold laugh. "Lord Lu, are you truly determined to apprehend me?" No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yingxue abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Upon seeing his daughter in such a state, Lu Yong's pupils dilated and his voice trembled. "Have you truly poisoned my daughter?" Sang Wan-Ning replied unhurriedly, "I mentioned it was poison, yet you chose not to believe me." Lu Yong's eyes burned with fury as he struggled to contain his rage. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Sang Wan-Ning glanced around, and Lu Yong signaled for his men to withdraw. The constables exchanged uneasy glances, but complied and stepped back. "Bring forth the antidote, or there will be no further discussion," Lu Yong declared, genuinely concerned for his only daughter's life. Sang Wan-Ning retrieved a pill from her sleeve and tossed it over. This antidote would suppress the poison within her body. Lu Yong yearned to dismantle this insolent girl piece by piece, yet preserving his daughter's life took precedence. He picked up the pill and administered it to Lu Yingxue. Within mere moments, her complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. Sipping her tea, Sang Wan-Ning slowly inquired, "Lord Lu, I trust you are aware of our identities. I am quite curious to know who has instigated you to drive the Xia family to their doom." Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. "Is this not a question you already know the answer to? Who else could it be but the one above?" Sang Wan-Ning's delicate, fair fingers rhythmically tapped the table. "Aside from the Dog Emperor, there must be other princes involved. Am I correct, Lord Lu?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Yong's eyes, and he cast a wary glance around before forcing a cold laugh. "Sang Wan-Ning, you possess an audacity to refer to His Majesty in such a manner. Should these words reach the outside world, both you and Xia Ziyu will face dire consequences." Unfazed, Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow in retort, "Lord Lu, your daughter's life is still in my hands. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated by such threats?" Pausing, she traced her fingertip along the rim of her cup, her gaze piercing Lu Yong like a blade. "Moreover, if you were not harboring guilt, why would you react with such fervor? What benefits has that prince promised you to willingly act as his pawn and betray the loyal? Do you not fear retribution from heaven for your relentless pursuit of annihilation?" Lu Yong's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Retribution? In this chaotic world, power is the only truth. As the saying goes, if one does not act for oneself, one is doomed. I am merely climbing the ranks as the situation demands. A flicker of madness danced in his eyes. You think I desire to be your enemy? It is merely the circumstances that compel me. Sang Wan-Ning regarded him with a knowing smile. So, you willingly choose to be a mere piece on someone else's chessboard? But have you considered, once your task is accomplished, that prince will truly spare you? You understand the meaning of when the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked, do you not? Lu Yong visibly trembled, clearly struck by her words. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Do not think you can sow discord among us. My actions are my own, and I need not heed your counsel. If your intention is to compel me to reveal my backer, I shall not hesitate to inform you, besides the emperor. Several other princes have sent their men to come after you. There is no escape. Having said this, he fixed a piercing gaze on Sang Wan-Ning. I have divulged all you wish to know. Now, hand over the antidote. However, Sang Wan-Ning had no intention of extracting any useful information from Lu Yong. The reputation of the Xia family was well established. As long as they remained alive, those conspirators would never feel secure. She tossed the antidote back to him, a smirk playing on her lips. Lord Lu, your affection for your daughter is truly evident. Yet, it is curious that you possess such commendable looks, while your daughter appears to have inherited none of your charm. Lu Yong's expression faltered, his face contorting with displeasure. Madam Xia, what do you mean by that? Nothing more than the literal interpretation, she replied. Lu Inxue hurried forward, snatched the pill from the ground, and swallowed it. She swiftly regained her arrogant and haughty demeanor, now keeping a considerable distance from Sang Wan-Ning, hiding behind Lu Yong. Sang Wan-Ning, do not attempt to sow discord. Are you implying I am not my father's daughter? I see you are merely envious of my father's affection for me. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled lightly. Envy you? What qualities do you possess that warrant my envy? However, you did speak a truth. I trust Lord Lu will comprehend it. With that, she withdrew her gaze and coldly stated, the matters at hand have been settled, Lord Lu. You may take your leave. Lu Yong snorted in disdain and hurriedly exited. Lu Inxue trailed behind, exclaiming, Father, what is wrong? Wait for your daughter. Yet Lu Yong appeared oblivious, showing no intention of waiting for Lu Inxue as he mounted his carriage and departed. Qian Shiya was left behind, pondering over Sang Wan-Ning's earlier words, which implied that the young lady might not be the Lord's biological daughter. He scrutinized Lu Inxue intently, and the implications were staggering. Lu Inxue, already irked by her father's abandonment, became increasingly displeased with Qian Shiya's scrutinizing gaze. What are you staring at? Be careful or I shall gouge your eyes out. Qian Shiya hastily averted his gaze, though tumultuous thoughts swirled within him. Lu Inxue, noticing his wooden demeanor, angrily shouted, Why are you still standing there? Go prepare the carriage. Do you wish for me to walk back? Qian Shiya lowered his eyes and replied, Yes, I will send someone to prepare it immediately. As he turned, a mocking gleam flickered in his eyes. If Lu Inxue were indeed not the Lord's child, he would relish watching her flaunt her power. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning was met with Xia Ziyu's unwavering gaze. Wan-Ning, are you truly letting them off so easily? Sang Wan-Ning, her chin resting on her palm, regarded the handsome man beside her. What do you think, my husband? Xia Ziyu's lips curled slightly as he inquired, What are your intentions, Wan-Ning? Sang Wan-Ning responded nonchalantly, naturally. We shall adhere to our usual practices. However, as it is still early, let us allow them to engage in a bit of strife first. Seeing her self-assured demeanor, Xia Ziyu was captivated by her unique charm, his eyes filled with tenderness. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, Wan-Ning, how did you discern the doubts surrounding Lu Inxue's identity? Sang Wan-Ning traced the edge of her teacup with her fingertip, casually replying, Dear husband, do not forget. I am a physician. Merely observing her bone structure reveals the truth. She then playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, wearing a smile that begged for praise. Am I not impressive? My husband? Xia Ziyu's throat moved as he spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, my Wan-Ning is most impressive. Once they confirmed that everyone had departed, the elder ladies hurried in, having been alarmed by the commotion caused by Lu Yong's cries for violence. Upon entering and seeing the two leisurely sipping tea, they finally relaxed. Sang Wan-Ning, observing the concern etched on their faces, felt a pang of emotion. I apologize for worrying everyone. After a brief pause, she continued, Grandmother, Mother. Ziyu's tendons can no longer be delayed. I must perform the surgical procedure on him immediately. During this period, I kindly ask you to keep watch outside and ensure that no one disturbs us. Before her words could fully resonate, the matriarch, with reddened eyes, stepped forward. her trembling hand clasping tightly around Sang Wan-Ning's. Wan-Ning, are you saying that Ziyu's limbs can undergo surgery? Sang Wan-Ning nodded affirmatively. Grandmother, rest assured. After the operation, I am confident that my husband will stand again. This surgery is of utmost importance, and I sincerely appreciate everyone's efforts. Lin Shi wiped away her tears. Her voice choked with emotion. Wan-Ning, you can rely on us. We will guard this place and prevent any intrusions. Seeing that everyone was still lingering, Xia Yunshu urged them, time waits for no one, let us hasten outside to maintain our vigil. Soon, they all exited, diligently securing the doors and windows. The matriarch and Lin Shi even insisted that Yunshu fetch chairs, positioning themselves like sentinels on either side of the entrance. Inside, once they departed, Sang Wan-Ning ushered Xia Ziyu into the space. Within this realm, Xia Nanhang remained in a deep slumber, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to transfer him to another room to clear the operating area for Xia Ziyu's procedure. Gently, she placed Xia Ziyu on the operating table, which bore the faint scent of antiseptic. Noticing Xia Ziyu's gaze fixed on her white coat and stethoscope, she turned and inquired, "Are you nervous?" He shook his head. "Not at all. I have unwavering faith in you, Wan. His words of unconditional trust delighted Sang Wan-Ning, prompting her to plan a quick kiss on his cheek. "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." A smile tugged at the corners of Xia Ziyu's lips. This little woman was truly easy to please. Sang Wan-Ning composed her expression and explained, "This is the anesthetic. You will feel nothing during the surgery. We shall meet again shortly." With that, she administered the anesthetic into his veins, and Xia Ziyu's eyes gradually fluttered shut. The cold white light from the surgical lamp illuminated the meticulously arranged instruments on the table, casting a chilling gleam upon the scalpels and tweezers. She swiftly donned a surgical mask and gloves, methodically disinfecting the wound with iodine. The severed tendons lay coiled like withered vines within flesh. Holding the micro-tweezers with unwavering focus, she was grateful that Xia Ziyu had consistently consumed the spiritual spring water from this realm, which accelerated muscle vitality. Otherwise, the complexity of the operation would have been exponentially greater. As time ticked by, a cacophony erupted from outside just as the surgery reached its critical juncture. Sang Wan-Ning hesitated momentarily, but soon immersed herself fully in the procedure, her hands moving with increasing speed. Outside, Luing Shui, instead of returning home, stormed directly to the government office, accompanied by over 30 constables, intent on seeking vengeance against Sang Wan-Ning. Xia Yunshu, with a steely countenance, positioned herself before the crowd, her gaze piercing. "Luing Shui, what brings you here again?" Luing Shui, disheveled and with a swollen mouth, scanned the Xia family with a menacing glare. "What do you think I am here for?" "I have come to settle scores. Call that wretched Sang Wan-Ning out to face her demise, otherwise I cannot promise what I might do." Her tone dripped with menace, her eyes wild with fury. Xia Yunshu retorted coldly, "Do you think bringing such rabble will compel my sister-in-law to yield? I advise you to leave with your entourage before she unleashes her wrath." Otherwise, Luing Shui's expression darkened, but it quickly morphed into a sinister smile. "With so many of you gathered at her door, something must have gone awry. Now that the wretched woman cannot protect you, let us see how brazen you remain." The matriarch, leaning on her cane, stepped forward, her murky eyes glinting with fierce resolve. "Luing Shui, even your father would show respect in my presence. What are you then?" Luing Shui scoffed, "Old hag. Do you think you can make grand claims without consequences? Do you dare to wish to ally with my father?" Xia Yunshu's eyes blazed with fury. "Luing Shui, if you dare utter another word, I shall tear your tongue from your mouth." The thought of that wretched woman having slapped her previously ignited Luing Shui's desire for revenge. A cruel smile crept across her lips as she commanded, "Seize that wretched woman and take her away for some vigorous punishment." Lin Shi stepped forward, resolutely shielding Xia Yunshu, her gaze sharp. "I dare anyone to try." Luing Shui's eyes were alight with madness. "Seize them all." Soon, the constables surged forward, surrounding them. Xia Yunshu, intending to capture the leader first, found herself restrained as she attempted to break free. In the ensuing chaos, Shangshu was pushed to the ground. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen, draining the color from her face and causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. Lu Shi, witnessing this, desperately scrambled to Shanshuning's side. Alarmed by her pallor and evident distress, Lin Shi's voice trembled. "Xiaoning, are you all right?" Shangshu, pale and shaking her head, reassured, "Mother, I am fine. I just need a moment." Seeing her sister-in-law down, Xia Yunchu struggled fiercely and delivered a kick to Lu Yingshue's abdomen. Lu Yingxue nearly toppled over, clutching her stomach as she advanced, her eyes filled with fury as she yanked Xia Yunchu's hair and retaliated with a slap. "Wretched girl, how dare you kick me?" Nearby, Enin, witnessing the injustice, rushed forward and bit Lu Yingshue's thigh with all her might. Lu Yingxue yelped in pain, gasping as she felt the child's bite. Enraged, she kicked out violently, sending Enin sprawling several meters away, her face paling but remaining silent. Xia Yunchu, witnessing this, shouted fiercely, "Lu Yingxue, if you have the guts, come at me. What honor is there in bullying a child?" Lu Yingxue smirked coldly. "Do not fret, none of you shall escape today. Since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige you. This wretched girl will be your entertainment. Do ensure you serve her well." The constable's eyes gleamed with eagerness as they moved to apprehend Xia Yunchu. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel sliced through the air, and the two constables holding Xia Yunchu were swiftly dispatched, their throats severed in an instant. Sang Wan-Ning had appeared at the doorway, her white coat stained with blood, her eyes cold as ice. "You dare lay a hand on my people?" Her voice was laced with frost. Chapter 62. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of fetal distress. Lu Yingxue recoiled a step, startled by the chilling aura emanating from Sang Wan-Ning. Yet, she persisted, defiantly raising her chin. "Wretched woman, you finally show yourself. What can you do alone against me?" Her eyes blazed with fury, and she bellowed, "Seize her. Kill this wretched woman." Before anyone could react, Sang Wan-Ning moved like lightning, appearing before a constable and effortlessly snapping his neck. Seizing a sword, she transformed into an avenging specter. With a swift pivot, she sprang into action, her blade dancing like a silver serpent. In the blink of an eye, 5 constables lay slain, their throats pierced. Warm blood splattered across her pristine coat, blooming like exquisite red plums. "Who else?" Her voice was frost-laden, her bloodied sword resting across her chest. The constables, horrified by the gruesome scene, recoiled in terror, while Lu Yingshue's face drained of color, yet she still screamed, "All of you attack. Kill her, and I shall reward you handsomely." Thus, emboldened by the promise of reward, brave souls would surely rise. The constables gritted their teeth and resolutely advanced once more, swords drawn, encircling Sang Wan-Ning. With a disdainful snort, she uttered not a word, her blade a mere blur in her deft hands. The constables could scarcely perceive her movements, each falling lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. In mere moments, all of Lu Yingshue's subordinates lay slain. Lu Yingxue, surveying the carnage around her, felt her heart lurch in terror. She feigned an attempt to flee. However, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly appeared before her, the blade poised menacingly at her throat. Her voice was as frigid as ice. "Those who have wronged me think they can simply walk away?" Lu Yingshue's legs buckled, collapsing onto the ground, the edge of the blade drawing a crimson line across her neck. Trembling, she dared to meet Sang Wan-Ning's icy gaze, feeling as though her breath itself was being constricted. After a prolonged silence, she stammered, "Why you dare to kill me? My father is the governor. Should anything happen to me, he will not let you off easily." Before she could finish, Sang Wan-Ning, without a flicker of emotion, severed one of her ears with her sword. Blood splattered across Lu Yingshue's pallid cheek, the previously hushed corridor now echoing with her blood-curdling screams. Clutching her ear, she writhed in agony on the ground. The doors of the other rooms in the inn remained tightly shut, the heart-rending cries sending shivers down the spines of those within. The commotion was so great that even the innkeeper dared not show his face, undoubtedly having received prior warning from Lu Yingxue. Sang Wan-Ning discarded her sword aside and approached to check on Xiaoning's pulse. After ensuring her well-being, a heavy sigh of relief escaped her lips, thankfully. The child within her sister-in-law was unharmed. Had anything happened, she would have carried that guilt for a lifetime. Lin Shi, her face pale, anxiously inquired, "Wan-Ning, how's your sister-in-law?" Sang Wan-Ning retrieved a medicinal pill and hastily administered it to Xiaoning, who accepted it without hesitation. Only after this did she slowly speak. "Fortunately, it was merely a scare. With a couple of days of rest, she will be fine." Hearing this, the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, and Sang Wan-Ning cast an apologetic glance at them. "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you all." The matriarch, fearing for her self-reproach, stepped forward to console her. "There is no need for you to feel guilty, Wan-Ning. You have done exceedingly well. Just as Sang Wan-Ning was about to respond, she suddenly heard a series of beeping sounds emanating from the space around her. Her heart raced. Without a moment to ponder, she turned to Xia Yunchu. Chu, bind Lu Yingshui immediately and keep a close watch on her. She then turned to Lin Shi, saying, Mother, please assist your sister-in-law into the room to rest. After giving these instructions, she slammed the door shut behind her and stepped into the space. On the operating table, Xia Ziyu's brow was furrowed, the heart rate monitor fluctuating wildly. She quickly approached to reassure him. Ziyu, I have taken care of everything outside. You can rest easy. With that, she retrieved a silver needle and deftly inserted it into his bi-wee point. Soon, Xia Ziyu's breathing steadied, and his pulse returned to normal. Sang Wan-Ning injected him with a healing potion to aid in his recovery. She then checked on her elder brother's wounds in another room, relieved to find that his condition had improved significantly. With another 2 or 3 days of treatment, he should be able to leave. Exiting the space and closing the door behind her, she made her way to her sister-in-law's room. Having taken the medicine provided by Sang Wan-Ning, Shangshu's complexion had markedly improved. Upon seeing her, Lin Shi hurriedly asked, Wan-Ning, has something happened to Ziyu? Sang Wan-Ning shook her head, reassuring her. No, mother, you needn't worry. Ziyu's surgery was a complete success. Is what you say truly the case? Lin Shi's voice quivered with uncertainty. It cannot be more truthful, however, for him to fully stand again will take time. Lin Shi burst into tears of joy, as long as he can stand. That is all that matters. A bit of time is inconsequential. Xia Yunchu approached with a smile. Third sister-in-law, you truly are our family's blessing. Without you, we might not have made it this far. Sang Wan-Ning lightly tapped her on the head. You do have a sweet tongue. Noticing the swollen mark on Xia Yunchu's cheek, Sang Wan-Ning inquired with concern. Does it hurt? Xia Yunchu smiled and shook her head. It doesn't hurt. Third sister-in-law, it just looks worse than it is. As soon as she finished speaking, Sang Wan-Ning reached out to touch it. Ouch! Xia Yunchu gasped in pain. You say it doesn't hurt, yet you need to endure it in front of me, Sang Wan-Ning remarked, retrieving a bottle of ointment from her sleeve and handing it to Xia Yunchu. Take this and apply it twice a day. Xia Yunchu nodded in acceptance then, with a serious expression, said, Third sister-in-law, I have confined her in the woodshed. Jiao Er and Shan Shan are keeping watch. What do you plan to do with her? Upon hearing this, a flicker of menace crossed Sang Wan-Ning's eyes. Let me go see for myself. She lifted her leg to leave, but was stopped by the matriarch. Wan-Ning, so many constables have died, and Lu Yingshui is the only daughter of the governor. If you kill her, her father will surely seek revenge. The old woman's brow was furrowed, her words filled with concern. Sang Wan-Ning gently patted her hand. Grandmother, please do not worry. I would never act recklessly. If my suspicions are correct, Lu Yong must have discovered by now that Lu Yingshui is not his flesh and blood. Lu Yong has doted on this only daughter for years. Should he learn that the daughter he has cherished for over a decade belongs to another, he will undoubtedly take her back and subject her to severe torment. Just as she contemplated this, Lin Shan Shan hurriedly burst through the door. Madam, Lord Lu has sent someone, demanding to take Lu Yingshui away. Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow and turned to descend the stairs to the back courtyard. The second branch of the Xia family and the Sang family resided in the woodshed. Upon seeing Sang Wan-Ning approach, Lu Yingshui erupted in triumphant laughter. Sang Wan-Ning, I told you my father would not abandon me. You cannot kill me. Sang Wan-Ning wore a faint smile, replying, Who said I intended to kill you? Go back and enjoy yourself. Lu Yingshui, bewildered, was about to inquire further when 2 expressionless constables stepped forward, roughly dragging her outside. She struggled, shouting in protest, outrageous. How dare you treat this young lady with such disrespect? Yet the constables remained unperturbed. Seeing this, Lu Yingshui became frantic, her voice escalating. You deaf imbeciles. Release me at once, or I shall report to my father, and you will regret it. One of the guards coldly replied, Miss, save your breath. You will have plenty of time to scream later. Chapter 63. Infinite Glory, ultimately becoming a farce. The guard, unable to endure her shrill voice any longer, sought to silence her. However, after searching his person, he found nothing to gag her with. An idea struck him as he glanced down at his feet. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed his right shoe, tore off his sock, and fashioned it into a makeshift gag. Without a second thought, he shoved it into Lu Yingshui's mouth. The foul odor nearly overwhelmed her, and she felt as though she might perish on the spot. Her eyes blazed with fury as muffled sounds escaped her lips. Her stomach churned violently, but with her mouth obstructed, she found herself unable to vomit. One of the guards who had accompanied them instinctively covered his nose and mouth. "I say, Wang Wu, how long has it been since you washed your feet? That smell is truly unbearable." Wang Wu scratched his head awkwardly. "It hasn't been too long, maybe just 5 days. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingshue's stomach turned even more violently. The constables would certainly not show her any compassion. Previously, she had been a lofty young lady whom no one dared to offend. Now, the authorities had confirmed that she was merely a bastard child. They had always been adept at flattering the powerful while trampling the powerless, and it was clear that they would no longer extend her any kindness. Before long, Lu Yingxue finally returned to the Lu family residence. Her mother, Lu Ruyan, had already been beaten to the brink of death by her illicit lover. Left discarded in the courtyard, the foul socks that had been stuffed into Lu Yingshue's mouth were finally removed. Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to feel disgust. Her gaze fell upon her mother, bloodied and seemingly lifeless upon the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, she stumbled towards Lu Yong, reaching out to grasp his arm affectionately as she once did. "Father, what grave mistake has mother committed to warrant such treatment after so many years of marriage?" Lu Yong's eyes blazed with fury as he recoiled in revulsion, slapping her across the face. "You wretched girl, I am not your father." Lu Yingxue trembled violently, disregarding the pain on her cheek as she again grasped his hand, her voice quaking. "Father, you must be lying, mustn't you?" With a derisive snort, he shook her off. "That harlot has confessed. How could it be a fabrication?" He was nearly driven to madness. His beloved daughter of over a decade was revealed to be the offspring of the steward. That wretched woman truly deserved her fate. How could he, a dignitary of the state, be so thoroughly manipulated by her? Lu Yingxue staggered backward, her back colliding heavily with the edge of a table. The pain was nearly unbearable, yet the agony of her flesh paled in comparison to the torment within her heart. "No, it cannot be true," she murmured, her eyes brimming with despair and disbelief. The one thing she had prided herself on was being her father's daughter. To learn that she was not his child meant that her once privileged life would slip away. In a panic, she turned and ran toward the barely conscious Lu Rian on the ground. She shook her mother desperately, crying out, "Mother, wake up. Please tell father it's all a lie, isn't it?" Originally unconscious, Lu Rian was jolted awake by her daughter's frantic shaking. With great effort, she opened her eyes to see her daughter's tear-streaked, disheveled face. Struggling, she raised a bloodied hand to touch her daughter's face, but it fell weakly to the ground. Lu Yingxue, her cheeks stained with tears, cradled Lu Rian in her arms. "Mother, father must be deceiving me. I have always been his precious daughter. Please tell him I am his daughter." With difficulty, Lu Rian forced out the words, "Swear. It is I who have wronged you. Do not blame your mother." Upon hearing this, Lu Yingxue violently threw Lu Rian down, her eyes filled with fury, her nails digging into her own flesh. "So it is all true? Why did you do this? Why bear me at all? Lu Rian, you are truly despicable." Suddenly, she erupted into a frenzied laughter, her mirth tinged with sorrow, echoing harshly in the silent courtyard. Driven to anger, Lu Rian coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was the daughter she had fought to bring into the world, now damning her as a harlot? She had her reasons for her actions, trembling as she sought to explain. Yet Lu Yingxue bent down, fiercely grasping her mother's hair, lifting her face. "Do you know how proud I was to be your father's daughter? Everyone said I was the daughter of the governor. I believed I was born into privilege. And now you tell me it was all a lie?" Her voice grew increasingly shrill, nearly hysterical. "Now I am nothing but a joke. And all of this is your doing. You truly deserve to die." With that, she tightened her grip around Lu Rian's neck. In a frenzied state, her eyes bloodshot and filled with malice, she kept repeating, "You deserve to die. You deserve to die." Lu Rian, already battered and barely clinging to life, stood no chance against her daughter's wrath. In mere moments, Lu Yingxue had suffocated her mother to death. It was likely that in her final moments, Lu Rian could never have imagined that she would perish at the hands of her own daughter. What wrong had she committed? She had only wished for a child to secure her place within the household. Lu Yong stood by, a cold observer of the scene, suddenly proclaiming, "Throw them all out. The dead should be discarded in the mass grave, lest they offend my eyes." Several attendants rushed forward, But Lu Yingxue suddenly broke free of their grasp and lunged at Lu Yong, clinging desperately to his leg, tears streaming down her face. Father, you have cherished me for so many years. Can you truly bear to sever our bond? In my eyes, you are merely coveting the position of the governor's daughter. Lu Yong scoffed, kicking her away. Before I change my mind, leave at once, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lu Yingxue fell to the ground, her forehead striking the stone floor heavily, blood trickling down her cheek, enhancing her already grotesque appearance. She looked up at Lu Yong's iron-like face, a glimmer of ferocity in her eyes. Suddenly, she sprang up with remarkable speed, snatching a weapon from a nearby constable and thrusting it towards Lu Yong. The act was so abrupt that no one anticipated her aggression. Lu Yong, quick-witted, sidestepped, yet his chest was still grazed. Dare to openly attempt to assassinate me? You truly seek death, he bellowed. Given our years together, I had intended to spare you. Since you insist on courting demise, I shall oblige. The attendants, terrified, rushed to restrain Lu Yingxue. Wincing in pain, Lu Yong retrieved the fallen sword, his eyes filled with fury as he thrust it towards Lu Yingxue's chest. As she stared at the blade descending upon her, a sense of bitterness enveloped her. Her life had seemed so illustrious, yet it culminated in this absurdity. In her unwillingness, she slowly closed her eyes, and Lu Yong cast the sword aside with a clatter. He let out a cold snort, commanding, "Dispose of the bodies in the mass grave." The physician rushed in, carrying his medical kit to attend to Lu Yong's wounds. At that moment, a young servant hurried over, holding a letter. "Sir, there is someone outside who insists that I deliver this letter to you." Lu Yong's brow furrowed. Another letter? Annoyed, he took it and quickly unfolded the paper, finding it devoid of text, save for a phoenix insignia. His pupils dilated in shock as he disregarded his chest pain and hurried towards the entrance. Chapter 64. Something Feels Amiss. Before long, Lu Yong arrived at the entrance, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. There, standing at the gate, was a man clad in a black robe, wielding a sword, his face obscured by a straw hat, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, the aura he exuded suggested a person of significant standing and formidable skill. With a smile gracing his lips, he greeted, "Sir, you have arrived. Please come inside." The man in black cast a casual glance at Lu Yong before stepping ahead. Meanwhile, at the inn, Xia Ziyu had awakened, and Sang Wan-Ning rushed to inquire, "Husband, do you feel unwell?" Xia Ziyu paused for a moment, realizing it was her before shaking his head. "No, just a bit of heaviness in my head." Sang Wan-Ning sighed in relief. "That is a normal reaction to the anesthesia. Rest a while, and you will feel better. Grandmother and the others are quite worried about you. Let me take you outside." Xia Ziyu nodded in agreement. "Then I shall trouble you, my dear." With a smile gracing her eyes, Sang Wan-Ning led him out of the spatial realm, gently placing him on the bed before stepping outside to summon her grandmother and the others. Except for Xin Xiaoning, the members of the Xia family had all arrived. Lin Shi's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice choked with emotion as she asked, "Ziyu, do you feel any discomfort?" Xia Ziyu replied with an expression of calmness, "Mother, I am perfectly well. Please do not worry." The old matriarch, however, said little, casting a grateful glance towards Sang Wan-Ning. "My dear, you have worked hard. As long as my husband recovers, it will all be worth it." They did not linger for long before departing, and Sang Wan-Ning, indeed weary, specifically instructed them not to call for her once they finished their meal. Everyone assumed that Sang Wan-Ning was fatigued from performing surgery on Ziyu and expressed their understanding. Once they left, Sang Wan-Ning lay down beside Xia Ziyu, fully clothed. "My dear husband, I feel a bit drowsy. Let me rest for a moment." With that, she closed her eyes and, within mere breaths, drifted into a deep slumber. Xia Ziyu turned to gaze at her serene face, a gentle smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. In the Lu residence, Lu Yong brought the visitor directly to the study. The newcomer removed his hat, revealing a striking visage with sword-like brows and starry eyes, marked by a sinister scar across his forehead that lent him an air of severity. Lu Yong, upon beholding such a face, felt a lump in his throat. He poured a cup of tea for the man and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask why you have come in person, sir?" The man did not take the offered tea but spoke in a low voice, "I am a messenger from Prince Jing. I have heard that the Black Wind stronghold has been destroyed without a trace." Lu Yong felt a chill run down his spine at these words. "Sir, I too have sent people to investigate. It is indeed perplexing, as even the treasures have vanished without a clue from the scene. It is evident that this is far beyond what mere human strength could achieve. The man frowned slightly, then continued to question. Why have you not yet acted against the Xie family? The prince is growing impatient. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Yong stammered in explanation, sir. It is not that I have refrained from taking action, but every assassin I dispatched has met with utter failure. However, rest assured. Tonight they shall find no place to be buried. The man responded coldly, let us hope you speak true. Should you fail, the consequences are yours to bear. Lu Yong nearly trembled in fear but summoned the courage to ask, Sir, the third daughter of the Xie family is quite a formidable opponent. To ensure the success of this endeavor, I hope you might lend me your support. The man's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Yong, are you jesting? That waste of a woman, Sang Wan-Ning, could hardly stir up much trouble. The affairs of the Sang family were well known in the capital. And as a subordinate of Prince Jing, he was well aware that Sang Wan-Ning was merely a frail figure, incapable of posing any real threat. In his view, Lu Yong was merely trying to eliminate the Xie family while seeking a personal advantage. Nevertheless, if it served to rid Prince Jing of a significant concern, assisting him wouldn't be too much of a burden. Lu Yong clapped his hands, and a servant entered, bearing a beautifully crafted wooden box. After placing it down, the servant quickly withdrew. Lu Yong pushed the box towards the man. Sir, this is a small token of my respect. I hope you can assist me. Upon opening the box, the man's eyes gleamed as he beheld the silver notes within, at least several tens of thousands of taels. Clearing his throat, he stated, all for the sake of the prince, I shall lend my aid. Lu Yong smirked inwardly, recognizing the irony in the man's willingness to accept a bribe while pretending to be honorable. However, in light of future prospects, this paltry sum was hardly of concern. Unaware of Lu Yong's true sentiments, the man closed the box and placed it before himself, his gaze piercing as he inquired, what plan do you have to ensure they meet their end tonight? Lu Yong quietly detailed his strategy. The man was taken aback by Lu Yong's ruthless approach towards a family of the old and the infirm. Regardless, those individuals were destined to perish. He only needed to fulfill the princess' orders. The man nodded slightly, then proceed as you have suggested. I shall send my people to assist you. Lu Yong's eyes lit up with excitement, and he expressed his gratitude. Seeing that it was still early, he ordered a lavish feast to be prepared, personally attending to the man's needs. Meanwhile, at the inn, the members of the Xie family had retired early after their meal. Sang Wan-Ning slept soundly until the early hours, while Xia Ziyu had not closed his eyes. Upon noticing her awakening, he gently spoke, Wan-Ning, you're awake? Would you not like to rest a while longer? It's still early. Sang Wan-Ning sat up, stretching lazily before turning to him. My husband, you haven't rested? Xia Ziyu, feeling a bit guilty, nodded and explained, perhaps I slept too much while you were performing the surgery. I simply couldn't fall asleep. Sang Wan-Ning had no intention of pursuing his thoughts. Instead, she led Xia Ziyu into the spatial realm, as she was genuinely hungry. The dishes prepared by the palace chefs still emitted steam, and Sang Wan-Ning found a table. Selecting a few dishes at random, she and Xia Ziyu began to eat. After their meal, the clock in the space indicated it was 12:30. Noticing her gaze fixed on the timepiece, Xia Ziyu understood that Wan-Ning was about to embark on something significant. Wan-Ning, when do you plan to set off? I wish to accompany you. Soon. Rest assured. I will not leave you behind. With that, Sang Wan-Ning transported them to the entrance of the Lu residence in mere breaths. A swift motion later, they found themselves in the courtyard. Observing the eerie silence of the Lu residence, a sense of foreboding crept into Sang Wan-Ning's heart. Xia Ziyu, too, sensed something amiss. Wan-Ning, I feel that something is not quite right here. Sang Wan-Ning nodded in agreement. I've noticed it as well. It's too quiet. Where are all the maids and servants? Both furrowed their brows in concern. Unable to comprehend the situation, Sang Wan-Ning decided to dismiss her worries. With no one around, it actually affords us some convenience. Let us quickly move our things back. Resolute in her decision, Sang Wan-Ning set to work, leaving Xia Ziyu in the spatial realm. Inside the space, treasures continued to accumulate, followed by beds, bookshelves, and kitchenware. Xia Ziyu watched in astonishment as Sang Wan-Ning cleared everything away. Wan-Ning, you certainly are thorough. You've left no broom behind. Moments later, Sang Wan-Ning returned to the spatial realm, her heart brimming with joy. Seeing her cheerful demeanor lifted Xia Ziyu's spirits as well. In a matter of breaths, they returned to the inn. However, the moment they exited the spatial realm, a piercing sound filled the air. Chapter 65. I truly underestimated you. Fiery arrows rained down upon the inn. Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu exchanged glances, their cold gazes mirroring one another as they turned towards the window. My husband. I will send you into the space first. Leave the rest to me. Xia Ziyu, recognizing his limitations, nodded in agreement. Wan-Ning, you must be careful. Sang Wan-Ning acknowledged him with a nod, waving her hand to transport Xia Ziyu into the spatial realm. As the gentle breeze swept through, the inn was engulfed in flames. Cries of distress echoing throughout. Yet, despite the inferno, Sang Wan-Ning felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest, for her grandmother and sister-in-law's rooms remained eerily silent. Her sister-in-law's room was the closest to theirs, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to kick open the door. To her horror, she found her aunt, Enin, and Chu-Chu lying still with their eyes tightly shut. Despite the oppressive smoke filling the room, a faint, sweet scent of narcotic haze lingered in the air. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Sang Wan-Ning's gaze sharpened, realizing the lengths to which these individuals would go to drive them to their demise. Without further contemplation, she promptly ushered the three into the spatial realm. Following this, she swiftly moved to her grandmother's quarters, and after ensuring everyone was safely transported, she hastily exited the room. Peering down the corridor, she noticed Lin Shanshan and Zheng Long along with their companions had successfully reached the entrance. It was then that she slipped into the spatial realm. Xia Ziyu, upon her arrival, felt a quiet relief wash over him, still oblivious to the fact that the fainting of his grandmother and others was orchestrated by nefarious hands. Sang Wan-Ning did not conceal the truth. She recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing her, a palpable aura of vengeance enveloped him. Sang Wan-Ning comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, "My dear husband, I entrust the safety of my grandmother to you while I step out to stretch my limbs." Xia Ziyu wished to accompany her but thought better of it, deciding to cling to his petite wife once his legs regained their strength. Sang Wan-Ning's figure flickered as she exited the post station. She closed her eyes to attune herself to the surroundings and, in the blink of an eye, found herself at the opposite tavern. At that moment, Lu Yong and the scarred man stood by the window, gazing at the inferno consuming the landscape outside. Lu Yong, with a beaming smile, expressed, "Thank you, my lord, for your invaluable assistance." The scarred man, brimming with pride, replied, "No need for such formality, Lu Darren, after all. We serve the same prince." Lu Yong, unable to suppress his disdain, mused silently, just a mere dog under the princess' command. Were it not for his desire to ensure absolute success, he wouldn't be so subservient to such an inconsequential figure, though he kept his facade intact. Unbeknownst to them, Sang Wan-Ning had appeared behind the two, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Indeed, it is you vermin lurking in the shadows who are causing trouble." The scarred man, muscles taut, spun around abruptly, hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his dagger, eyes brimming with suspicion. "Who are you? When did you enter our chamber?" Lu Yong's expression shifted dramatically as he stammered, "Sang Wan-Ning, what are you doing here?" Sang Wan-Ning crossed her arms, a chilling smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura that sent shivers down their spines. "Why, if I am not here, where else should I appear?" The scarred man's eyes narrowed as he drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at her. "I underestimated you. You have not perished. Since you choose to tread the path of hell, I shall fulfill your wish." With that, he lunged at Sang Wan-Ning, but she deftly conjured a long sword, parrying his attack with a clash that sent sparks flying. As he attempted to overpower her with brute force, she anticipated his move, sidestepping gracefully and targeting his wrist with a serpent-like strike. The scarred man hastily defended himself, only to find Sang Wan-Ning had concealed her sword, unleashing a flurry of poison needles from her palm. With a startled gaze, he yanked Lu Yong, who was cowering beside him, to shield himself. The needles pierced Lu Yong's back, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, followed by violent convulsions. The commotion drew the attention of hidden assailants lurking nearby. Witnessing Lu Yong's demise, the scarred man discarded him with contempt, his icy glare fixed on Sang Wan-Ning. As he noticed the sword that had vanished from her grasp, a dawning realization struck him. "You were behind the thefts in the capital, weren't you?" His tone was laced with certainty. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled coldly. "What do you think?" The scarred man, who had initially intended to kill her, swiftly recalibrated his strategy, recognizing the potential treasures she possessed. Capturing her alive to present to the prince could guarantee him wealth and status beyond imagination. A greedy smile crept across his lips as he commanded the encroaching black-clad figures. Seize her, but ensure she remains alive. As his command echoed, the assailants surrounded Sang Wan-Ning, surging toward her. With a swift leap, Sang Wan-Ning executed a spinning kick, sending the black-clad men crashing through windows and furniture. The scarred man cursed under his breath, useless fools. His gaze hardened as he once again charged at her from behind. Sang Wan-Ning snorted derisively, "You dare attempt another ambush?" In an instant, a crimson whip adorned with barbs appeared in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the whip ensnared the scarred man's sword, and with a powerful tug, it shattered into two pieces. She then leaped, delivering a punishing kick to his chest, sending him crashing through the door and into the street. As he struggled to rise, he found himself utterly powerless, his eyes wide with rage as he glared at Sang Wan-Ning. "You vile creature, did you poison me?" Sang Wan-Ning stepped closer, placing her foot upon his face. "You brutish men dared to assault a fragile woman like me, and yet I say nothing. What is wrong with administering a little poison?" "Fragile woman?" he thought, recognizing her as a fierce warrior rather than a delicate flower. Realizing escape was futile, he shouted to his subordinates, "Flee. Inform the prince of this." At his command, the black-clad figures exchanged glances, then scattered in all directions in a desperate bid for freedom. Sang Wan-Ning, with a swift kick, crushed the scarred man's skull, unleashing a barrage of poison needles that felled the fleeing assailants before they could utter a single cry. With her task complete, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and vanished into the spatial realm. Xia Ziyu, relieved at her return, inquired, "Wan, you have finally come back. Did you enjoy yourself?" Sang Wan-Ning smiled lightly. It was rather mundane. Their abilities were quite lacking. Suddenly recalling something, she grasped his hand. "Husband, your martial prowess must be exceptional, yes?" Xia Ziyu hesitated before responding honestly, "It's decent." "Why do you ask, my dear?" Sang Wan-Ning had yet to encounter a true master since her arrival and was curious who would prevail in a contest between her and Xia Ziyu. Suppressing her thoughts, she smiled and remarked, "Oh, nothing. Your skills must be remarkable. Otherwise, how could you be known as the war god, the young general? I wish to discuss something with you. Once you have recovered, would you be willing to teach me the art of lightness?" Chapter 66, Jealousy, Deceit, and Falling into the Trap. Sang Wan-Ning found a secluded corner to relocate her grandmother and the others. Holding a vial of medicine, she waved it under their noses. Before long, they began to awaken. Xia Yunshu sat up, rubbing his heavy head, surveying his surroundings with confusion. "Third sister, weren't we at the post station? How did we end up on the ground?" "You were drugged. The thieves intended to burn us alive. Thankfully, my husband was astute and detected the danger immediately." A chill ran down everyone's spine at her words. Lin Shi helped the elderly matriarch to her feet, her eyes filled with dread. "It seems as long as we live, they will not relent." Sang Wan-Ning remained non-committal. "Those who attempted to assassinate us will surely return, but do not worry, with my husband and I here, we will ensure your safety." Once everyone had steeled themselves, Sang Wan-Ning led them swiftly to the entrance of the post station. The scene before them was one of chaos, with flames licking the sky, the inferno growing ever more fierce. Yet, amidst the pandemonium, not a single soul had come forth to extinguish the fire. As Zhang Long observed the gathering of everyone, he noted the conspicuous absence of the members from the Xia family's main branch. Several times he attempted to rush inside to locate them, yet he was steadfastly restrained by Li Hu. Meanwhile, the second branch of the Xia family and the mother-daughter duo from the Sang family wore expressions of relief, while Sang Wenjin appeared utterly dejected. Gazing blankly at the sea of flames, he perhaps felt an ache in his heart at this moment. Sang Wan-Ning, standing a short distance away, keenly absorbed the expressions of those around her. "Oh, what brings everyone here?" she inquired, her voice distinctly recognizable. Zhang Long, filled with joy, hurried over, exclaiming, "Madam Xia, it is truly wonderful to see that you are unharmed." Sang Wan-Ning replied earnestly, "Thank you, Lord Zhang, for your concern. We are all well. What about you? Are you all right?" Xia Ziyu cast a penetrating gaze at Zhang Long, causing the latter to feel an uncomfortable shiver run down his spine as he scratched his head nervously. "We are all fine. The moment the fire began to spread, we managed to escape." Sensing the coldness emanating from her husband, Sang Wan-Ning felt perplexed. Why was he suddenly in a foul mood? She gently placed her hand on his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Seeing her unscathed, Lu Shi exclaimed sharply, Sang Wan-Ning, how is it that you survived? Before Sang Wan-Ning could respond, Xia Yunchu stepped forward, her voice icy. How dare you speak like that? Do you wish for our demise? Lu Shi stammered. I merely spoke without thinking. You are indeed fortunate to have emerged unscathed from such a fierce blaze. Sang Jinro clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, drawing forth droplets of blood. In her heart, she silently raged. Why was that wretched woman still alive? She had once been the daughter-in-law of the Xia family. Yet now, the Xia family treated this scoundrel with such affection. She could not bear it. Sang Wan-Ning caught a glimpse of Sang Jinro's contorted, furious visage and let out a cold snort before averting her gaze. At that moment, the sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn, prompting Sang Wan-Ning to turn away. Lord Zhang, we should leave the city early today. A change in weather is imminent. Zhang Long, furrowing his brow at her words, nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall depart as soon as the city gates open. After taking a few steps, he turned back with concern, asking, Madam Xia, your cart and horse perished in the flames. Do you need to procure some supplies? No need. Sang Wan-Ning responded, our cart and provisions were not consumed by the fire. I have secured them in a safe location. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Xia Ziyu felt an overwhelming urge to give Zhang Long a sound thrashing. He longed to rise swiftly. How could a mere errand boy dare to covet his beloved? Sang Wan-Ning, sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, bent down, her voice laced with concern. Husband, are you unwell? At her inquiry, Xia Ziyu's gaze darkened. And he coughed lightly. Perhaps it is due to being too close to the fire. I feel a bit short of breath. Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow, immediately grasping his wrist to take his pulse, which felt normal. Aside from your breathlessness, do you feel discomfort elsewhere? Xia Ziyu, his gaze evasive, sheepishly replied. It's merely the breathlessness. Wan, please move me further away, and I believe I shall feel better. Nearby, Xia Yunchu's lips twitched in disbelief. Her brother was not ill, but rather consumed by jealousy. Poor Sang Wan-Ning, so wise in other matters, was utterly oblivious to her husband's feigned ailment. Yet, the fact that her brother felt jealousy over another woman was a first for Sang Yunchu. She mused to herself that if this continued, it would not be long before the arrival of her niece or nephew. Standing there, she chuckled to herself, and as Sang Wan-Ning walked past her, she curiously asked, Chu, what has you in such high spirits? Xia Ziyu shot her a glare, prompting Xia Yunchu to quickly shake her head. It's nothing, sister-in-law. Please take brother to a safe place. Sang Wan-Ning, recognizing her reluctance to divulge, chose not to press further. After all, every girl has her little secrets. Meanwhile, Li Hu placed a hand on Zhang Long's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Brother Long, your impulsiveness today could have consequences. I suspect the others have caught wind of it. And that third young master from the Xia family, the way he looked at you earlier, it was as if he wished to see you dead. Take my advice, let it go. There are plenty of flowers in the world, why fixate on Madame Xia? Zhang Long remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Some individuals, once they have captured the heart, find it difficult to entertain others. Love, it seems, is born from an unknown source, yet it runs deep. Perhaps simply being by her side is enough. Sang Jinro witnessed the exchange, her anger and jealousy nearly causing her to grind her teeth to dust. That wretched Sang Wan-Ning was truly leveraging her beguiling beauty to attract attention. She had suspected Zhang Long's excessive concern for that scoundrel was not without ulterior motives. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Sang Jinro's gaze shifted to Li Kue. Meanwhile, Sang Wan-Ning guided Xia Ziyu into a secluded alley, deftly retrieving the cart and horse from her spatial storage. Husband, do you feel any better now? Yes, I feel much improved, he replied. Sang Wan-Ning eyed him suspiciously, internally questioning how he could recover so quickly. Yet, she never entertained the notion that Xia Ziyu would deceive her. He simply was not the type to lie. As dawn broke, Sang Wan-Ning carefully assisted Xia Ziyu onto the horse cart, while she herself pulled the cart to locate Yunchu and the others. Upon finding them, Lin Shanshan and Feng Jiao promptly took the cart from her. With utmost care, Sang Wan-Ning helped her sister-in-law onto the horse cart and took her pulse again, feeling a lingering unease. She then offered her sister-in-law some spiritual spring water and calming medicine. Meanwhile, Zhang Long and his companions hastily gathered essential supplies, and he called out, "Let us set off." Before long, their group exited the city. Fortunately, they had departed early, as shortly after their exit, the guards from the Prince of Yu arrived, promptly sealing the city gates. They had intended to trap them within, but little did they know, their quarry had already escaped. The leader, clad in a black cloak and adorned with a skull mask, bellowed after them. Chapter 67. When you've seen enough, come down and meet your demise. Due to Wan-Ning experiencing a miscarriage, their progress naturally slowed. Soon, they found themselves pursued by the Prince of Yu's men, who kept their distance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Sang Wan-Ning and Xiaziyu, both formidable fighters, had noticed the pursuers from the very beginning. Their pace had halved compared to before, prompting Li Kuei to grumble, "At this rate, when will we arrive? Anyone who doesn't know might think we are escorting exiles, rather than enjoying a leisurely journey." His voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the stillness of the narrow path. And everyone heard him distinctly. Zhang Long coldly admonished, "If you have nothing to say, keep silent." Li Kuei felt aggrieved, but, recognizing Zhang Long's superior rank, begrudgingly fell silent. His gaze turned to the main branch of the Xia family, filled with unquenchable hatred. Sang Jinro, witnessing the scene, smirked subtly. After a long day of travel, they finally reached the Misty Mountains by 6 in the evening. True to its name, the mountain was shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a heavenly realm. This mountain was often veiled in fog, accessible only from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. At other times, it was enveloped in an impenetrable haze, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Zhang Long proclaimed loudly, "Let us rest here for the night. All of you must not wander too far." Li Kuei retorted with a mocking tone, "Were it not for someone's pretentious delay, would we be compelled to spend the night in this desolate wilderness?" Zhang Long shot him a cold glance. "Aren't you going to help move the supplies?" Li Kuei clenched his fists, begrudgingly making his way to the cart to carry the goods. After several such encounters, Sang Wan-Ning no longer felt the need to appease these lackeys. Yet, she still felt obligated to honor her promise of cooking for them. Sang Wan-Ning perfunctorily prepared a meal for them before returning to her own group. Xiaozhen possessed an innate talent for cooking, and during these days, she patiently observed Sang Wan-Ning as she prepared food, quickly mastering her culinary skills. Upon Sang Wan-Ning's return, the meal commenced. Autumn had set in, and amidst the foggy mountains, a chill lingered in the air. Xiaozhen had prepared a stew of wild chicken in an iron pot, with corn cakes nestled along the edges. The temperature was just right for enjoying such a hearty dish. Before long, everyone gathered around the pot, sharing laughter and merriment as they began to eat. Xia Yunchu, cheeks puffed with food, couldn't help but praise, "Aunt, your cooking skills have truly improved. You rival even third sister-in-law." Xiaozhen, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, replied, "Chu-chu. Do not flatter me. My culinary prowess pales in comparison to Wan-Ning's." Sang Wan-Ning took a bite of the flavorfully stewed chicken and shook her head. "Aunt, you are far too modest. You are the most talented cook I have ever encountered." This statement held a kernel of truth. Her culinary skills were indeed enhanced by her spatial abilities and her prior training in Blue Star to satisfy her own palate. Yet Xiaozhen had only observed a few times and was able to replicate the dishes effortlessly. It is worth noting that prior to this, she had lived a life of luxury, never lifting a finger to cook. Seeing that Sang Wan-Ning appreciated her cooking, Xiaozhen smiled and remarked, "The primary credit lies with you as my teacher. If you all enjoy my food, I shall take on the responsibility of cooking from now on." Just as the group was relishing their meal, a cold wind swept through, followed by faint rustling sounds emerging from the fog. Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow and exchanged a glance with Xiaziyu. Sensing that the other had not made a move, they continued to feign nonchalance while eating. Even after finishing their meal, the ominous presence remained unchallenged. Having traveled all day, the area was shrouded in mist, enveloped in darkness. The group tidied up casually before either lying down or leaning against one another to rest their eyes. Sang Jinru had been vigilantly observing the movements of the lackeys. Finally, she seized her opportunity as Li Kuei stepped into the woods for a moment of privacy. Seeing this, Sang Jinru swiftly followed him. Li Kuei, feeling quite comfortable in the woods, was startled by the sudden rustling behind him, causing his bladder to betray him. Grasping his sword, he called out, "Who goes there?" Sang Jinru, upon hearing him, rushed forward, grasping his hand and gesturing wildly, her mouth producing incoherent sounds. Realizing it was merely her playing tricks, and fueled by his earlier reprimand from Zhang Long, Li Kuei's frustration found an outlet. His face twisted into a menacing expression as he seized Sang Jinru by the neck. You wretched girl, even you come to annoy me? Sang Jinru's face turned purple as she struggled to breathe, her left hand desperately beating against Li Kuei's grip, emitting muffled whimpers of distress. After a lengthy moment, Li Kuei finally threw her to the ground. Sang Jinru seethed with resentment, wishing she could eliminate him, but knowing she needed to utilize him for her plans. Gasping for air, she reached for Li Kuei's hand. At this moment, Li Kuei remained oblivious to her intentions, and in irritation, he pushed her away, disdainfully exclaiming, "What do you want, you filthy mute?" Sang Jinru, under the dim moonlight, pointed towards the direction where Sang Wan-Ning and the others were situated. Li Kuei, misunderstanding her intent, grew impatient and attempted to walk away, but she clung to him fiercely. In a swift motion, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. With this gesture, clarity dawned on Li Kuei, his cold gaze ignited with fervor. He glanced back at Sang Wan-Ning's group, then at the alluring Sang Jinru before him, his mind racing. "Are you asking me to assist you against the Xia family?" Sang Jinru nodded, her eyes betraying an unquenchable hatred. Li Kuei grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "If you want my help, what shall you offer in return?" Were Sang Jinru capable of speech, she would not so readily submit to him, but lacking funds, she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, she wrapped her arms around Li Kuei's waist. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he pinned Sang Jinru against a tree, his rough hands roaming freely over her body. With a mocking laugh, he said, "Little beauty, if you serve me well, I shall gladly lend you my strength against the Xia family." Sang Jinru suppressed her revulsion, her nails digging deep into her palm as she allowed Li Kuei to tear at her clothing. His eyes were filled with madness. He was acutely aware that Sang Jinru was renowned in the capital as both a talented scholar and a beauty. To have her beneath him ignited his primal desires. Soon, the once tranquil forest was filled with the scandalous sounds of moans and gasps. Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu, with their keen hearing, felt their faces flush as they wished fervently to be deafened, for the sounds were undeniably enchanting. The tension was not limited to them. The black-clad men dispatched by Prince Yu were hidden among the trees, their dry throats parched as they watched the scandal unfold. Had they not feared alarming the pair, they would have struck them down in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Li Kuei and Sang Jinru emerged from the woods, one after the other. The night returned to its eerie silence, yet the black-clad figures remained unsatisfied, when suddenly a cool voice broke the stillness. "Have you had your fill? If so, come down and meet your demise." As the words fell, Sang Wan-Ning lashed out with her whip. The sharp crack echoed through the night as a black-clad figure let out a piercing scream, shattering the silence. The others, who had not been asleep, sat upright at the sound. Xia Ziyu, seated in his wheelchair, cast a cold stare towards the source of the commotion. Xia Yunqiu, having scanned the area for Sang Wan-Ning without success, anxiously inquired, "Third brother, where is my sister-in-law?" "She is engaged in battle with the assassins over there. Take care of grandmother and the others. Do not let them worry. Wan-Ning will be fine." While she spoke reassuringly, it was a lie to say she was not worried. They were untrained and could only offer moral support, fervently praying in silence for Wan-Ning's safety. Zhang Long left 2 lackeys to guard the group before leading the others to assist Sang Wan-Ning. By the time they arrived, she was wielding her whip like a blade, weaving relentlessly through the throng of black-clad men. Each strike resulted in a pain scream as another foe fell. Zhang Long's concern for her well-being was unwarranted, as she handled the situation with ease, as if cutting through vegetables. Upon seeing them, Sang Wan-Ning raised her whip and called out, "Lord Zhang, you may observe from the sidelines. Allow me to enjoy myself a while longer." The leader of the black-clad men, upon hearing those words, felt an overwhelming rage surge within him. Could it be that they, a formidable group, were merely her training partners? How could they possibly endure such indignity? They were assassins, not some trifling sparring partners. Regardless of the cost, the leader, adorned with a skull mask, bellowed in fury, "We shall kill this wretched woman." No sooner had his voice faded than over a dozen black-clad men swiftly formed a battle formation, imbued with subtle techniques for a combined assault. Surrounded in their midst, Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the display. However, for someone hailing from the Blue Star, well-versed in military strategy and even having delved into ancient formations, this arrangement, though laced with lethal intent, paled in comparison to her experience. With a deft flick of her wrist, she sent her long whip spiraling, ensnaring the ankle of the nearest black-clad man. With a sudden tug, he stumbled forward, and with a swift kick, he was sent hurtling back, screaming. The whip lashed out again, sending several more black-clad men flying through the air, their cries echoing. Coldly, Sang Wan-Ning regarded the leader. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, feel free to unleash them. A flicker of fear crossed the leader's eyes as he solemnly inquired, "Who are you? We have no grievances with you. Why do you attack us? Do you not know who I am? Were you not sent to assassinate the members of the Xia family?" Sang Wan-Ning replied, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. The black-clad man narrowed his eyes. "To be honest, we indeed came to collect the heads of the Xia family. If you are willing to withdraw, our lord will reward you handsomely." At this moment, the black-clad man mistakenly believed that Sang Wan-Ning was merely a hired killer protecting the Xia family. Those who tread the path of bloodshed did so for wealth and fame. Though she was a woman, her martial prowess was formidable. If she could be swayed, the lord would surely commend her. Sang Wan-Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile as she casually coiled the whip in her palm. "Your rewards are of no interest to me." Before she could finish her sentence, the whip shot forth like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for the black-clad man's throat. He hastily raised his sword to block. But with a resounding crack, his blade shattered under the force of her whip. "You!" The black-clad man's pupils constricted as he realized that this woman was no ordinary martial artist. He retreated a few steps, fumbling in his pocket for a signal flare, intending to fire it into the sky. Sang Wan-Ning, quick as lightning, launched a poisoned dart that struck him, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. "You vile creature! How dare you resort to trickery and poison?" The black-clad man roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The other assassins, witnessing her use of poison, instinctively took several steps back, swords raised in caution against her. Sang Wan-Ning advanced deliberately, looking down upon him. "I am despicable? Who could be more despicable than you? A multitude attempting to harm the elderly and infirm of the Xia family? Furthermore, a band of robust men attacking a solitary woman? I have yet to accuse you of bullying the weak." She then fixed her gaze sharply upon him, her voice icy. "Now, confess which dog of a prince sent you. Cooperate, and I may grant you a swift end." The black-clad man scoffed. "You think I would speak? Only death could pry my lips open." Sang Wan-Ning had no illusions about extracting information from him. There were only a handful who wished for their demise. Unbeknownst to her, a sharp dagger had appeared in her hand. "Since you are so eager for death, allow me to oblige," she declared, unhesitatingly slicing his throat. Blood splattered onto her garments, a vivid crimson stain. The remaining black-clad men, witnessing this, recoiled in fear, instinctively retreating a few paces. Sang Wan-Ning flicked the dagger to rid it of blood and surveyed the remaining foes. "Come at me all at once." The group of black-clad men, realizing their dire predicament, exchanged glances and charged at her once more. Sang Wan-Ning, unwilling to waste further time, sought a swift resolution. The long whip vanished from her grasp, replaced by a gleaming sword. Like a flash of lightning, she moved, each swing of her blade resulting in a black-clad man collapsing to the ground. In mere moments, the assassins sent to kill them were all dispatched. Unperturbed, Sang Wan-Ning began to loot their bodies, leaving Zhang Long, Li Hu, and the others in a state of stunned disbelief. Once she finished her search, she noticed their astonished expressions and could not resist saying, "Lord Zhang, all is well now. You may return and rest easy." With that, she strode away confidently, while the Xia family members, still on edge, craned their necks toward the forest. Upon spotting her figure, Xia Yunqiu rushed forward. Noticing the blood on her, he anxiously asked, "Third sister-in-law, you are covered in blood. Have you been injured?" The others, hearing the word injured, quickly approached her. "Wan-Ning, where are you hurt?" The old matriarch, having walked some distance, inquired with concern. Sang Wan-Ning quickly approached and supported the old matriarch. Feeling the warmth from the concerned gazes around her, she smiled gently. "Grandmother, I am perfectly fine. How could someone as capable as I be injured? The blood on me belongs to those ruffians." The group surrounded her, examining her closely, and only after confirming her safety did they breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing her declaration of being uninjured, Xia Ziyu felt a knot in his chest loosen as well. The old matriarch, reassured by her well-being, led the group back to rest. When Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu camped outdoors, they kept a respectful distance from the rest of the Xia family. Noticing the slight worry etched on the man's face, Sang Wan-Ning approached and nestled into his embrace. Pressing her cheek against his chest, she found solace in the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Xia Ziyu held her tightly, resting his chin atop her head, his voice low and soothing. "My dear, you have worked hard." Sang Wan-Ning, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "And how does my husband intend to reward me?" Xia Ziyu, captivated by her glistening eyes and rosy lips, leaned down without a second thought, sealing their unspoken affection with a kiss. The following day dawned bright and clear. Sang Wan-Ning retrieved the meat buns she had stored from the previous night, each still steaming with warmth. Unable to explain their origin, she opted to steam them over the fire. The mist-shrouded Yunwu mountain was still cloaked in fog, and seeing that time was ample, Sang Wan-Ning prepared a pot of porridge. Before long, the porridge was ready, and everyone began to awaken. As Chu-Chu and Anin stirred, they were instantly drawn to the enticing aroma of the buns. Without combing their hair or washing their faces, they rushed over. Anin sniffed the air and gulped. "Third aunt, you woke up too early. The buns are all ready." Sang Wan-Ning, observing their eager gazes fixed on the buns, playfully teased, "Look at how you're drooling. Hurry and wash up." While everyone was busy, Sang Wan-Ning quietly retrieved a plate of pickles from her space. Xia Ziyu watched, amusement dancing in his eyes, as his wife appeared as if she were a thief, sneaking provisions from her space. Setting up a folding wooden table, she arranged the buns, porridge, and pickles before them. By this time, everyone was ready, and the enticing spread ignited their appetites. Lin Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing her daughter-in-law was incredibly thoughtful. Sensing Lin Shi was about to express her gratitude, Sang Wan-Ning bent down, placing a bowl of porridge in her hands. "Mother, I know what you wish to say. If you wish to thank me, just cherish me more in the future." Lin Shi's eyes glistened with warmth. Surely the Xia family was blessed to have such an exceptional daughter-in-law. The atmosphere in the main residence of the Xia family was one of tranquility, while the members of the Sang family and the second branch of the Xia family were filled with indignation, their eyes ablaze with anger at the enticing aroma of the buns wafting from the Xia household. Since Li Kuei engaged in an intimate encounter with Sang Jinru the previous day, the fire within him seemed somewhat subdued. The prospect of enjoying free meat in the future lightened his spirit, prompting him to approach the line of the Sang family, clutching a white steamed bun. The moment the crowd saw the errand runner approach, they held their breath, their gazes wary and alert. Li Kuei's eyes settled on Sang Jinru. To be frank, she could hardly be deemed beautiful at present. Her face was marred by pockmarks, and she had lost 2 of her front teeth, which made her appearance rather comical. Yet, the thought of indulging in a moment of pleasure with her was enticing enough for Li Kuei to toss the bun in her direction. Sang Jinru was taken aback. It had been ages since she had tasted a white steamed bun. For someone who once belonged to a prestigious family, she wouldn't have even glanced at such a delicacy. But now, the mere chance to eat a white bun had become a luxury. Trembling, she picked up the dirted bun, remnants of last night's struggles with Li Kuei still clinging to her nails. She raised her gaze to Li Kuei, her parched lips moving silently. Li Kuei furrowed his brow and walked away without a word, prompting Li Hu to smirk. The gossiping Zhang Long leaned in and whispered, "Li Kuei must be indulging in meat again." Zhang Long continued munching on his own bun, not bothering to look up. One is willing to engage while the other is willing to endure. As long as no egregious acts are committed, let him be. We shall feign ignorance. Finally, the mists began to dissipate, and the rising sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, adorning the mountains with a luminous sheen. As Sang Wan-Ning finished tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, she noticed Li Kuei arriving before them with a long whip in hand. With a sharp crack, the whip struck the ground. "Everyone, move swiftly. We set off." Sang Wan-Ning's expression hardened, yet she refrained from saying anything further, hastily gathering her belongings and preparing the horse-drawn carriage for departure. Beyond the misty mountains lay Baiyun town. Throughout the day, Li Kuei trailed closely behind the main branch of the Xia family. Whenever they slowed their pace, he would express his impatience with a stream of curses. Despite Zhang Long's repeated warnings proving ineffective, Sang Wan-Ning, wishing to spare him further difficulty, encouraged a quicker pace among the group. After all, now that her sister-in-law's health had improved under her care, there were no significant concerns. As early autumn approached, many plants began to turn yellow and wither, and crossing over the misty mountains revealed a stark desolation. Along the way, they occasionally encountered frail and haggard individuals making their way in the opposite direction. Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow at the sight, while Xia Ziyu released a heavy sigh. The emperor was incompetent, his harsh policies more ferocious than a tiger. The burdensome taxes across the land left the common folk starving and displaced. Most of these individuals appeared to be refugees fleeing famine. Just as these thoughts settled, a cacophony of cries emerged nearby. A woman clutching a child collapsed by the roadside. A small boy, appearing to be of similar age to Anin, stood nearby, gaunt and pale. "Mother, please wake up. Don't leave Zhuangzhuang behind." The boy wiped his tears and grasped Li Kuei's arm. "Uncle, please, I beg you, save my mother." With that, he knelt down, banging his head against the ground 3 times in desperation. Li Kuei shot the boy a disdainful glance and scoffed, "Get out of the way. Don't hinder my path." With a swift kick, he sent the boy sprawling to the ground. The boy quickly rolled to the side and sprang back up. "Uncle, you are a good person. Please save my mother." Before he could finish, Li Kuei seized him by the collar, his face darkening. "I told you. Don't block the road." He made a move as if he would toss the child aside. Sang Wan-Ning's anger ignited at the sight. In a flash, she stepped forward, shielding the boy behind her. Her gaze fixed coldly on Li Kuei, her almond-shaped eyes wide with fury. "How dare you flaunt your authority? The distressed and dying deserve compassion. Your refusal to help is one thing, but why must you inflict harm?" She knelt to check the woman, feeling for her pulse and examining her pupils, which were dilated and faint. Rummaging through her sleeve, she produced a self-made life-saving pill and carefully administered it to the unconscious woman. Li Kuei's face turned ashen at her reprimand, fury rising within him as he raised his whip, preparing to strike Sang Wan-Ning. In a swift motion, she grasped the whip. "Li Kuei, do not forget your place." Sang Wan-Ning's frigid demeanor pierced him like ice. "My identity is not for you to dictate. I warn you. If you wish to keep your dignity, you would do well to behave, lest I take matters into my own hands." Li Kuei's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare threaten me? Don't think that just because Zhonglong is protecting you, you can do as you please. If I were to act freely, do you think you would still have the opportunity to stand here and converse with me?" Seeing the murderous intent in her gaze sent a shiver down his spine. How could he forget that this woman was formidable? Even 10 of him would be no match for her. Realizing his precarious position, he cleared his throat and retracted his whip. "If you wish to save her, do so, but do not delay our journey." Sang Wan-Ning ignored him, turning her focus back to the woman. The woman had fainted from hunger. After administering some healing water, she would soon regain consciousness. Then, Sang Wan-Ning's gaze fell upon the child in the woman's arms, who appeared pale and lifeless. She attempted to take the child for examination, but the unconscious mother's grip on her child remained firm. Reluctantly, Sang Wan-Ning reached out to check the child's pulse, but there was none. Just then, the woman stirred. Noticing Sang Wan-Ning's hand approaching her child, she tightened her hold and instinctively recoiled, her voice laced with suspicion. "Who are you?" Before Sang Wan-Ning could respond, the small boy rushed forward, tears in his eyes, clinging to his mother's neck. "Mother, you scared Zhuangzhuang to death. I couldn't wake you no matter how hard I tried. Zhuangzhuang thought you didn't want him anymore." The woman's eyes brimmed with tears as she embraced her child. "Silly child, your mother would never abandon you unless she were dead." Wiping his tears, Zhuangzhuang smiled through his sobs. "Mother, you just fainted. This kind fairy sister saved you." The woman's expression turned to one of profound gratitude, and she instinctively moved to kneel and bow her head in thanks, but Sang Wan-Ning stopped her. "There is no need for such formality." Then, frowning, she inquired, "May I see the child you are holding?" Hastily, the woman handed over the child, who Sang Wan-Ning received with utmost care. She called out to Chu-Chu, "Bring my medicine kit." In no time, Xia Yunchu presented the kit, and Sang Wan-Ning quickly retrieved a stethoscope to examine the child. Thankfully, she detected a faint heartbeat, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. "It seems the child hasn't fed in quite some time." The woman, her eyes reddened, replied, "To be honest, we haven't eaten in a long while. Our provisions ran out 3 days ago. Without food, I couldn't produce milk, and my child has been left to starve." Sang Wan-Ning felt a pang of sympathy. The child appeared to be no more than 2 months old. "What of your husband?" At the mention of her husband, the woman broke down in tears. "On our journey to escape the famine, we encountered bandits who not only stole our meager supplies, but also killed my husband." Sang Wan-Ning's heart ached for the woman. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words of comfort. From her medicine kit, she retrieved a small white ceramic vial filled with healing water. Sang Wan-Ning cautiously pried open the infant's mouth, administering water drop by drop. After several repetitions of this process, the child finally regained her vitality. eagerly sucking from the bottle containing the spring water. As the elixir flowed into her, her pallid complexion transformed, visibly reddening before their eyes. Once satiated, the baby let out a few soft murmurs and drifted into a deep slumber. Sang Wan-Ning gently returned the child to the woman, who was overwhelmed with gratitude, her voice trembling with emotion. If it weren't for you, our lives would have been in peril. Sang Wan-Ning comforted her with a reassuring pat on the hand. Let us not speak of such disheartening matters. My assistance was but a trifling effort. Now that you and your child are safe, with proper care, you shall surely recover. As she spoke, she retrieved a cloth bag from the cart, filling it with several meat buns and a few flatbreads that would remain edible for a time. Glancing at the child, who was of similar size to an inn, she discreetly slipped 10 taels of silver into the bag. Noticing the child's cracked lips, Sang Wan-Ning also took out a pouch of water. I cannot offer more than this. Take these provisions with you on your journey. She pressed the bag into the woman's hands. The woman did not refuse. Instead, she knelt before Sang Wan-Ning, cradling her child. Your kindness is a debt we shall never forget. May I inquire your esteemed name? When the opportunity arises, I vow to repay your generosity. Sang Wan-Ning was not one to seek repayment for kindness, but she wished for them to carry this goodwill forward. I am Sang Wan-Ning. Should you wish to repay me, simply live well and seek me out when the time is right. The woman nodded earnestly, committing the name Sang Wan-Ning to memory. Zhuang looked up at her, Sister Fairy. I will surely grow strong and one day return to repay your kindness. His sincerity belied his youth, displaying a maturity beyond his years. Sang Wan-Ning smiled gently, pinching his slightly gaunt cheek. Very well, it is settled. Come find me when you are older. At that moment, Li Kue, with a serious expression, interjected, now that the child is saved, can we not set off? You have lagged behind significantly. Sang Wan-Ning shot her a cold glance, saying nothing further as she climbed into the cart. Just then, the woman seemed to remember something and hurried to the front of the cart, holding her child close. Kind benefactor, you saved my child's life. Would you be so kind as to name her? Sang Wan-Ning was taken aback. You haven't named her yet? The woman's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. My husband did not have the chance to name her before he departed, and I have yet to do so myself. Sang Wan-Ning considered this for a moment. What is your husband's surname? H, the woman replied. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping infant, sunlight illuminated her delicate features, reminiscent of the dawn breaking through the clouds. Let us name her H Chaoyang, wishing her to be like the sun rising in the morning, bringing warmth and light even in the most challenging times. The woman softly repeated the name, tears spilling over once more. What a lovely name! Chaoyang. Zhuang leaned in closer, using his dirty little hands to gently touch his sister's swaddle. Sister's name is Chaoyang. From now on, Zhuang will be her great hero brother. Li Kue, growing impatient, cracked the whip again, urging them to hurry. The cart's wheels creaked over the gravel as Sang Wan-Ning turned to take one last look at the mother and her children standing in the dust. Suddenly, Zhuang raised his arm, energetically waving at the cart. Sister Fairy, you must wait for me. I will come back with my sister to find you. Sang Wan-Ning smiled softly, and Xia Ziyu, observing this, unexpectedly remarked, Does my lady have a fondness for children? Sang Wan-Ning, keeping her gaze forward, nodded. Of course, children are delightful, so adorable and cherubic. Xia Ziyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, his demeanor unperturbed as he continued. If my lady enjoys them so much, perhaps in the future, we... Before he could finish, Li Hu rushed over, urgency in his voice. Madam Xia, the eldest sent me to inform you that it would be wise to hide the food in the cart. There are refugees ahead who might block our path. Li Hu recalled the encounter with a lingering sense of dread. Had they not swiftly dispatched 2 of the troublemakers wielding swords, their supplies might have been stolen by now. Sang Wan-Ning's brow furrowed at his words. Master Li, you frequently traverse this route. Have there always been this many refugees? Li Hu shook his head, responding honestly. In years of natural disaster, there have been refugees, but the sheer number this year is unprecedented. Sang Wan-Ning exchanged glances with Xia Ziyu before jumping down from the cart, discreetly stowing some items into her spatial pouch while the others were distracted. Then she placed the remaining meager provisions into the cart as it moved forward slowly. The throng of refugees grew increasingly desperate, their eyes fixated hungrily on the approaching cart. Li Hu and Li Kue wielded their swords, leading the way, while Sang Wan-Ning offered her cart to Lin Shi and her grandmother. Armed with her sword, she walked alongside the cart, her heart aching as she observed the emaciated refugees, some having succumbed to starvation along the roadside. She did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, yet she could not bear to witness the suffering of the populace. Most of these individuals merely wished for a modest existence, aspiring only for sustenance and warmth. Alas, the root of this suffering lay with that despicable emperor, who hoarded wealth while denying even a fraction to the needy. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed several refugees recklessly rushing toward their cart, scrambling and searching for food. Lin Shanshan and Feng Jiao were startled into screams by the unexpected chaos. Chapter 71. Hold steady and wait for the fish to bite. Sang Wan-Ning's expression hardened as she swiftly unsheathed her sword, its cold gleam slicing through the air as she accurately aimed for the arm of one refugee who had raised it in desperation. The individual recoiled in pain, but others, their eyes wild with hunger, pressed forward relentlessly. Li Hu and Li Kue swung their swords, shouting commands in an attempt to deter them, but the refugees, driven mad by starvation, surged forward like a tidal wave. Fearing for her grandmother's safety amidst the frenetic crowd, Sang Wan-Ning positioned herself protectively at the front of the cart. The desperate refugees overturned the cart, finding no food, their fierce gazes now locked on the horse-drawn vehicle. Sang Wan-Ning was perplexed. How could these refugees be so audacious? Did they not fear the authorities? Did they truly have no regard for their lives as they charged toward them? Pulling a refugee close, she checked his pulse and examined his neck, where she noticed a tiny, red puncture mark, almost invisible to the untrained eye. Seeing this, Xia Ziyu hastily inquired, Wan, is something amiss? Sang Wan-Ning's expression grew grave as she explained, yes, these individuals have been controlled. It appears they are under the influence of a venomous parasite. Yet, this was merely her conjecture. While she had studied such things on Blue Star, she was not an expert. To encounter it in this foreign realm so soon was unexpected. If a parasite was indeed responsible, how could it control so many individuals? And how could it prey upon ordinary citizens? It was utterly despicable. Before she could ponder further, the refugees' eyes turned crimson, and they lunged once more toward the cart. She could not bring herself to harm these people in their plight. In a moment of desperation, she scattered a handful of medicinal powder into the air. The previously frantic crowd collapsed one by one, succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Hu let out a relieved sigh. Madam Xia, it is thanks to you that this was resolved with such ease. Sang Wan-Ning brushed off his praise, furrowing her brow as she asked, did these people attack you earlier? The assault was not nearly as frenzied as before, and the number of people involved was significantly fewer. Where did these individuals come from? Sang Wan-Ning glanced towards the distant Bayun town before retracting her gaze. Let us proceed. It is imperative we reunite with Lord Zhang and the others as swiftly as possible. As for the parasites within the bodies of these common folk, if her suspicions were correct, they were indeed the marionette worms. Moreover, their bodies harbored only the offspring worms. To eliminate the threat entirely, the mother worm must be eradicated. Otherwise, surgery would be the only recourse. This was a monumental task, and the ultimate solution lay in apprehending the mastermind behind the scenes to strike at the root of the problem. With these thoughts occupying her mind, their group hastened along the road for nearly an hour, finally arriving at the intersection where Zhang Long and his entourage awaited them. Upon seeing that the Xia family's members had arrived safely, Zhang Long let out a sigh of relief. He surveyed the sky and remarked, the hour is late. It seems we shall not reach Ping'an County today. We might as well make do for the night here in Bayun Town. Li Kue scoffed in discontent, retorting, it's all because of their delays. Sang Wan-Ning shot a cold glance at Li Kue, causing him to sulkily fall silent and rejoin the Sang family S-group. Zhang Long cleared his throat awkwardly and said, my apologies, third Miss Xia, this fellow speaks without thought. Sang Wan-Ning recognized Zhang Long's good nature and his polite demeanor. There is no need for your apologies, Lord Zhang. After all, each person is different. With that, she left the conversation behind, guiding her cart forward with a gentle sway. Zhang Long sighed. Indeed, Li Kue was somewhat troublesome. Regardless, he had done his best. If Li Kue continued in this manner, there would only be one inevitable outcome. Soon, they entered Bayun Town. The town was quite small, featuring a single main road, short enough to see from one end to the other at a glance. Sang Wan-Ning had expected to find many refugees in this town. However, it struck her as odd that the streets were eerily deserted, resembling a ghost town. The only establishment visible was an inn named Bayun Inn. Upon reaching the inn, Zhang Long called out, we shall stay here tonight. those with silver may rent a room. Those without can find shelter in the stable or woodshed. Sang Wan-Ning dismounted and approached the front desk, where an elderly innkeeper stood. His expression was vacant, with sunken eyes and an unusual bluish hue to his face. Upon her entrance, he mechanically inquired, "Guest, will you be dining or lodging?" Sang Wan-Ning's sharp gaze bore into the innkeeper, who, noticing her scrutiny, wore a strange smile and repeated, "Guest, will you be dining or lodging?" Sang Wan-Ning averted her gaze and replied in a neutral tone, "Lodging for rooms." The innkeeper stared blankly at her, responding, "Very well, guest. That will be 4 taels of silver." Sang Wan-Ning hesitated, "Why so expensive?" The innkeeper replied, "Our prices are clearly marked. They have always been this way." She placed 4 taels of silver on the counter, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, "By the way, where have all the townsfolk gone? Why is there not a soul in sight?" At her question, the innkeeper let out a peculiar laugh, baring a set of somewhat rotten teeth as he grinned. "They're all asleep. Asleep is good. When asleep, one is not hungry." His bony finger abruptly slammed down on the counter, and Sang Wan-Ning noticed dark purple veins crawling up his wrist beneath his sleeve, resembling a spider's web extending to his neck. Sang Wan-Ning's expression darkened. Yet she feigned ignorance as the innkeeper regained his composure. "Your rooms are on the 2nd floor, to the left. There are exactly 4 rooms available for your choosing. If you require food, it will cost extra." Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow. "Isn't there a famine? How can there still be food available?" The innkeeper nodded. "As long as the silver is sufficient, we have provisions." Sang Wan-Ning chose not to press for food immediately and turned to leave, saying, "Should we need anything, we will return." What she failed to notice was that as she departed, the innkeeper's eyes transformed into a solid black, and his face retained that eerie smile as he fixated on her retreating figure. Sensing that she was being watched, Sang Wan-Ning cast a sharp glance back, but the innkeeper instantly reverted to his vacant demeanor. She was certain he harbored secrets. However, the enemy was concealed while they were in the open. Until she uncovered the intentions of those behind the scenes, it was crucial not to alert them. She withdrew her gaze and stepped out of the inn, realizing that aside from the innkeeper, there was not a single attendant in sight. Sang Wan-Ning instructed Feng Jiuer and the others to take the cart and wagon to the backyard. Their group then ascended to the 2nd floor, where Sang Wan-Ning selected a room close to the staircase. Zhang Long and the others requested a large communal sleeping area on the 1st floor. Sang Wan-Ning then visited the other 3 rooms, instructing everyone not to wander off alone before finally returning to her own room. Xia Ziyu sat on the bed and gently asked, "My dear, what do you plan to do?" Sang Wan-Ning's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "Naturally. I shall remain still and wait patiently for the fish to take the bait." She then leaned closer to him, grasping his wrist and shaking it playfully. "My dear, what do you think? Is your hand still able to exert strength?" Chapter 72. You all continue. I have seen nothing. At her words, Xia Ziyu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes as he shook his head. "No." After a pause, he managed a bittersweet smile, saying, "With your exceptional medical skills, I believe you will surely help me stand again." Sang Wan-Ning rested her chin on her hand, furrowing her brow as she mused, "That shouldn't be the case. The surgery was quite successful, and I even prepared special pills. There's no reason for you not to regain strength." She focused intently, muttering to herself, "Which step went awry?" Then, as if struck by inspiration, she carefully lifted his hand and began to gently massage it. "Let me take care of you. This will promote blood circulation and aid in the recovery of your tendons." Feeling the warmth from Sang Wan-Ning's fingertips, Xia Ziyu's rigid tendons were soothed by her gentle touch, her palm as soft as a feather. The flickering candlelight cast their intertwined shadows upon the somewhat mottled wall. Xia Ziyu gazed at the focused little woman before him, emotions swirling within him. Sang Wan-Ning, having only massaged his hand, suddenly remembered that they had yet to eat and turned to Xia Ziyu, saying, "My dear, you should rest on the bed for a while. I will go fetch Chu-Chu and my aunt to prepare dinner." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, my dear." Sang Wan-Ning could not resist teasing him further. "My dear, don't just use your words, take some action." Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu encircled her with his arm, pulling her to sit on his lap, causing Sang Wan-Ning to let out a surprised exclamation. She had never anticipated such directness from him. The reprimands she had intended to voice were silenced by their kiss as Xia Ziyu's strong arms enveloped her, one hand cradling her neck. Just as they were lost in their embrace, Xia Yunchu burst into the room. Third sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Let us go cook. Xia Yunshu's voice abruptly halted, her teapot clattering to the ground with a loud thud, fortunately not shattering. Her eyes widened as she took in the entangled couple, her cheeks flushing crimson. Sang Wan-Ning, akin to a startled rabbit, abruptly pushed away Xiaoziu, her ears burning as if they might bleed, nearly toppling off his lap in her haste. Xia Yunshu, regaining her composure, quickly covered her eyes and turned away. Third sister-in-law, third brother, you continue. I will come back later. Truly, I did not see anything. Flustered, Xia Yunshu hastily shut the door, not even pausing to retrieve the fallen teapot. The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the candlewick. Sang Wan-Ning's chest heaved with agitation, her ears still flushed crimson as she fiercely pinched Xiaoziu. This is all your fault. What a predicament. I have been unexpectedly caught by Chu-Chu. I can hardly face anyone now. It is worth noting that Xiaoziu is currently unable to walk, which naturally leads to assumptions that it was she who took the initiative, that she was desperate. However, Xiaoziu wore a knowing smile at the corners of his lips, his eyes still glistening with unspent emotions, his voice husky. My dear wife, we are indeed married. It is perfectly natural for us to engage in intimate acts. Sang Wan-Ning pouted, that is different. You are currently unable to walk, which easily suggests that I coerced you. Xiaoziu chuckled softly, wrapping his long arm around Sang Wan-Ning, drawing her back into his embrace, his warm breath brushing against her flushed earlobe. What does it matter what others think? Moreover, his words trailed off enticingly, after all. It was you who first stirred me. Sang Wan-Ning pressed her soft hand against his mouth. Although she harbored that very intention, she would never admit it. Don't speak nonsense. It is clearly your overthinking. Xiaoziu laughed lightly. You're right, my dear wife. It is all my fault. If you truly mind, shall I summon that girl Yunshu to clarify that it was all my doing? Sang Wan-Ning, seated on his lap, pounded her small fist against his firm chest twice. Wasn't this a classic case of there's no silver here? What need is there for explanations? With that, she huffily stood up and exited the room. Xia Yunshu had been lingering by the door, fearful of being interrupted by their grandmother and the others. Upon seeing Sang Wan-Ning emerge, Xia Yunshu looked at her swollen lips and forced an awkward smile. Third sister-in-law, you're out. I truly didn't see anything just now. Sang Wan-Ning's lips twitched slightly. The teapot had fallen to the ground in shock. Was that truly not seeing anything? However, she was too weary to explain. No matter how she clarified, it would only exacerbate the situation. Her cheeks flushed as she cleared her throat, saying, Didn't we say we were hungry? Let us call Auntie over and head downstairs to prepare a meal. Xia Yunshu quickly fetched Auntie, and the three descended the stairs together. Sang Wan-Ning approached the innkeeper at the counter. Where is your kitchen? May we borrow it? We've brought our own food. The innkeeper nodded, pointing towards the back kitchen. It's just over there. Feel free to use it. Sang Wan-Ning instructed Yunshu and Annie to head to the kitchen first while she ventured to the rear courtyard. She climbed onto the carriage and waved her hand, placing all the food into her spatial storage. Then, she stepped into the space herself, retrieving a basket and filling it with a large bowl of fine rice. She also took a sizable piece of pork, 5 eggs, and several steamed buns along with a handful of vegetables before exiting the spatial realm. The members of the Sang and Xia families observed as she emerged from the carriage, carrying a full basket of goods. Sang Wan-Ning was murmuring something to the horse, and curiously, after she finished speaking, the horse seemed to understand, nodding and giving a neigh. The onlookers, particularly the Liu and Su families, felt a pang of regret. Had they known the carriage contained such treasures, they would have seized them without hesitation. Unaware of their thoughts, Sang Wan-Ning offered them not even a glance as she departed with her basket. Once she was out of sight, Su could no longer contain herself, her mind filled with thoughts of meat buns and the large piece of pork that lingered in her imagination. Gathering her courage, she approached the carriage, intending to climb up and take a look. However, she was abruptly kicked in the backside by the horse, letting out a pitiful scream as her mouth collided with the carriage frame, knocking out 2 of her front teeth. In the kitchen, Xia Yunshu dropped her spatula in shock at the sound of the scream, rushing over to Sang Wan-Ning. Third sister-in-law, did you hear that scream? It was terrifying. Sang Wan-Ning gently patted her head, reassuring her that it was merely someone courting disaster, not worth their concern. Sang Wan-Ning placed the basket on the counter and scanned the kitchen, noticing layers of dust accumulated on the stove, indicating it had not been used in quite some time, raising her suspicions further. Furthermore, this vast kitchen lacked even basic oil and condiments. Realizing this, she had no choice but to concoct an excuse to return to the carriage for oil and seasonings. Observing the bloodstains on the carriage, a subtle smile graced Sang Wan-Ning's lips as she patted the horse's rear, praising it. "Xiaohua, well done." The horse, upon hearing her praise, straightened its neck proudly, snorting in delight. Sang Jinru's fists clenched tightly, her eyes fixed on Sang Wan-Ning, filled with a murderous glare as if wishing to tear her apart. Chapter 73. I thought I would never see you again. Sang Wan-Ning returned to the kitchen with the oil and seasonings. Finding Auntie and Yunqiu had already cleaned the stove, Xia Zhen, quick on her feet, took the basket from Sang Wan-Ning. "Wan-Ning, leave the cooking to me and Chu-Chu, you should rest." Seeing her insistence, Sang Wan-Ning smiled, "Then I shall trouble Auntie and Chu-Chu." Xia Yunqiu rolled her eyes, pouting in annoyance. "Third sister-in-law, who can compare to you in terms of effort?" "Enough, you need to linger here. Go rest in your room." Unable to resist the enthusiasm of her sister-in-law and cousin, Sang Wan-Ning acquiesced and exited the kitchen. The empty and lobby echoed with the creaky sound of the ornate wooden windows. The innkeeper had mysteriously vanished, leaving only their small group in the vast establishment. Sang Wan-Ning furrowed her brow and walked slowly to the inn's entrance, only to find the street deserted. The autumn wind howled, sweeping up fallen leaves and enveloping the surroundings in silence, save for the rustling of leaves. The sky darkened at a visible pace, the seemingly tranquil twilight resembling the calm before a storm. Heavy-hearted, she returned to her room and spoke in a low voice. "Husband, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Eldest brother's injuries have nearly healed. I wish to bring him out from the space. With him here, he can protect grandmother and sister-in-law. I fear I might be overwhelmed and do not know how to explain." Xia Ziyu nodded in agreement. "Wan-Ning, you make a valid point. Bring eldest brother out. I will explain to him." Sang Wan-Ning immediately retrieved Xia Nanhang from her spatial realm. Under her careful treatment, the wounds on Xia Nanhang's body had mostly healed. Sang Wan-Ning extracted a silver needle, pinpointing the acupoints and gently inserting it. In just a few breaths, Xia Nanhang gradually awoke. He bolted upright, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a hawk. When his gaze landed on Xia Ziyu, his tense body relaxed slightly. "Ziyu, where is this? Why am I here?" He was filled with confusion. Had he not been captured by bandits and tortured in that dark, sunless dungeon? Xia Ziyu explained. "Eldest brother, this is the Baiyun Inn in Baiyun Town. It was Wan-Ning who bravely rescued you from the dungeon. Your injuries are also thanks to her." Xia Nanhang looked at Sang Wan-Ning with suspicion, then turned to Xia Ziyu. "Third, who is this Wan-Ning you speak of?" Xia Ziyu solemnly introduced, "Eldest brother. Allow me to formally introduce her. Her name is Sang Wan-Ning, and she is my lawfully wedded wife." Sang Wan-Ning stepped forward with a smile, performing a respectful greeting. "Greetings, eldest brother." Xia Nanhang appeared as though still in shock, nodding woodenly. Just then, his gaze suddenly fell upon Xia Ziyu's wheelchair. He sprang to his feet and approached. "Third, how is it that you are in a wheelchair? Why aren't you properly in the capital? What brings you to Baiyun Town?" Xia Ziyu let out a self-deprecating laugh, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. "My dear brother, you may not yet be aware that our Xia family has been unjustly branded as traitors following the battle against Beiliang. The entirety of our household has faced confiscation and exile, and even my own hands and feet have been rendered useless. Yet, their insatiable malice persists. We have endured numerous assassination attempts along this treacherous journey. Were it not for Wan, our family might not have survived until now." Xia Nanhang's pupils dilated suddenly, veins bulging at his temples, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. "Traitors? This is clearly a malicious fabrication. During the Beiliang conflict, our forces fought valiantly, risking life and limb to protect our borders, and yet those treacherous officials dare to invert the truth." Sang Wan-Ning spoke softly. "Elder brother, this is not the time to pursue the truth. Upon our arrival in Baiyun Town, the streets were eerily deserted. And I worry that this strange occurrence may be connected to those who seek to harm us. It could very well be a trap. Now that Ziyu is unable to move, I fear I may be unable to care for grandmother and my sister-in-law. Which is why I had no choice but to rouse you despite your injuries." Xia Nanhang steadied himself, his voice low and resolute. "Sister-in-law, your foresight is commendable. Although I am yet to heal, I shall protect our family without fail." He then turned to Xia Ziyu, his eyes reflecting a flicker of pain. "Third brother, can your hands and feet still be healed?" Xia Ziyu responded with a calm smile, his eyes brimming with trust. Elder brother, fret not. Wanwan's medical skills are exceptional. I believe that with time, I shall recover fully. Xia Nanhang regarded Sang Wan-Ning with a scrutinizing gaze. Pondering, this sister-in-law appears to be of a similar age to Chi-Chi and is merely a woman. How proficient can her healing abilities truly be? Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, for third brother was a proud man. As long as he lived, that was paramount. Sang Wan-Ning sensed her elder brother-in-law's skepticism regarding her ability to treat Ziyu, yet she refrained from arguing. She was not one to speak excessively. Her style was to let her actions speak for themselves. With a subtle motion, she pulled Xia Ziyu closer. Xia Ziyu spoke earnestly, elder brother. There is yet another matter that requires your discretion. Grandmother and the others are unaware that you are alive. Should they inquire, you must say that you were injured in battle and fortuitously rescued, which is how you managed to survive. You learned of our exile while traveling and hastened to our side. The fact that Wanwan saved you must remain a secret. Though Xia Nanhang was filled with questions, he nodded in agreement. Sister-in-law, rest assured, this matter shall remain between us. Elder brother, sister-in-law is just next door. Let us go see her, Sang Wan-Ning suggested. Xia Nanhang, taken aback for a moment, nodded. Then I shall trouble you to lead the way. Sang Wan-Ning guided Xia Ziyu towards his sister-in-law's chamber. Upon reaching the door, she knocked gently. Shen Xiaoning, with her pregnant belly, opened the door, her face beaming with joy. Wan-Ning, third brother, is there something amiss? Sang Wan-Ning nodded earnestly. Yes, sister-in-law. I have momentous news to share with you. Shen Xiaoning's heart raced. Could it be what she feared? Just then, a familiar figure appeared behind them. Shen Xiaoning's gaze swept past Sang Wan-Ning's shoulder and fell upon the silhouette she had longed for. Xia Nanhang's throat constricted, his lips moved soundlessly. He stared at Shen Xiaoning's pronounced belly and her reddened eyes, a torrent of emotions surging within him. Ultimately, it culminated in a hoarse whisper, Ailing, I have returned. Tears streamed silently down Shen Xiaoning's face, her body trembling with excitement. Sang Wan-Ning discreetly nudged Xia Ziyu back, granting space for the family reunion. Shen Xiaoning staggered forward a couple of steps, and Xia Nanhang, concerned for her stability, quickly supported her. Shen Xiaoning's hand brushed against the scar on his cheek, tears spilling forth. Husband, I thought I would never see you again. Inside, Saswayan, hearing the commotion, rushed out and, upon seeing his father, tears blurred his vision. He hurried forward, his small frame trembling as he clung tightly to Xia Nanhang's leg, his voice choked with emotion. Father, is it really you? I thought you had abandoned mother, sister, and me. Xia Nanhang knelt, embracing his son tightly, warm tears cascading onto Xia Swayan's head. Forgive me, my dear. It is my fault that you and your mother had to suffer. The child, overwhelmed with the joy of reunion, sobbed uncontrollably. His tiny fists clenching Xia Nanhang's garment, as if fearing that if he let go, his father would vanish once more. Shen Xiaoning leaned against the doorframe, watching the poignant scene of father and son embracing. A faint blush returned to her pallid cheeks. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Lin Shi and the matriarch, hearing Xia Swayan's sobs, presumed something had happened to Xiaoning and hurried over. Upon seeing the familiar figure embracing the weeping child, Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with tears. Hanger, is it truly you? Xia Nanhang, still holding Swayan, turned, his eyes reddened, his voice quivering. Mother, I am unfilial. I have caused you worry. The matriarch, her eyes clouded with tears, stumbled forward, her frail hands gripping Xia Nanhang's firmly. It is well that you have returned, it is well. Lin Shi covered her mouth, unable to contain her tears, her trembling fingers reaching out to touch Xia Nanhang, fearful that he might dissipate like an illusion. Only she understood the torment she had endured since the family's misfortune began. Not only had her husband and 2 sons perished in battle, but they had also been falsely accused of treason. Even her proud and brilliant son, Ziyu, had fallen victim to treachery, now confined to a wheelchair. Were it not for the ties that still bound her heart, she would have wished for an end to her suffering. Yet now, with her eldest son returned from the clutches of death, how could she not feel elated? As the family reveled in the bittersweet joy of reunion, Xia Yunshu and Xia Zhen approached, carrying dishes of food. Noticing the gathering at her sister-in-law's door, her heart tightened, and she hurried towards them. Upon seeing Xia Nanhang, she was so astonished that the tray nearly slipped from her grasp. Sang Wan-Ning, emerging from the room, swiftly caught it, ensuring it remained steady. Xia Nanhong's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed his sister-in-law was quite adept at handling herself. Reflecting on the earlier words of third brother about their harrowing journey and the multiple assassination attempts they had faced, he felt a newfound respect for Sang Wan-Ning. Sang Wan-Ning, holding the tray with one hand, playfully tapped Xia Yunqiu on the forehead. Be careful, spilling food is minor, but what if you burn yourself? She placed the tray on the table inside the room as Xia Yunqiu wiped her tears and suddenly lunged towards Xia Nanhang, her tears flowing freely. Elder brother. It truly is you. I thought I would never see you again. Xia Nanhang, one arm around Swayan and the other comforting Yunqiu, sighed. It is my fault for not reuniting with you sooner, causing you all to suffer. He raised his eyes to Sang Wan-Ning, his expression serious. Sister-in-law. Thank you for protecting them. Sang Wan-Ning smiled softly. Elder brother, we are all family. There is no need for thanks. Noticing that everyone was still enveloped in sorrow, Sang Wan-Ning shifted the conversation. Yunqiu and Aunt have worked tirelessly to prepare the meal. Let us sit down and eat while we chat, lest it grows cold. Soon, the family gathered around the table, sharing laughter and warmth as they enjoyed their meal together. At the dining table, Xia Ziyu inquired, they all say that you, father, and second brother perished in battle. What truly transpired during that confrontation? The mention of the battle against Baoyang caused Xia Nanhang to slam his chopsticks down onto the table in frustration. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with sorrow. Originally, we were destined to achieve a resounding victory over Baoyang. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Baoyang forces were forewarned of our marching route and battle strategies, even being fully aware of the ambush locations set by father. Xia Nanhang's knuckles turned white as he spoke. Even more bizarre was the black-purple smoke they unleashed. Any soldier tainted by it would instantly succumb to decay and delirium. Father and second brother stayed back to cover the remaining troops' retreat. His voice faltered. And Shin Xiaoning gently pressed down on her husband's trembling hand, tears welling in her eyes. The elderly matriarch's hand, clutching her chopsticks, trembled violently, nearly causing her to collapse, prompting Lin Shi to rush to her side, exclaiming, Mother, be careful. Xia Ziyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, emanated a chilling aura. Surely there must have been a traitor beside father. Eldest brother, do you have any suspects? Xia Nanhang remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head. Those who are privy to such secrets have been loyal followers of father for many years. At this moment, I cannot discern who it might be. The air within the room fell into a suffocating silence. The Xia family had long held military power over the majority of Dongli, and the paranoid emperor was likely to have sown the seeds of disaster long ago. As Sang Wan-Ning articulated with deliberate clarity, the others were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated Sang Wan-Ning to audaciously refer to the emperor as a dog emperor. Xia Nanhang clenched his fists, striving to suppress the fury bubbling within. Our Xia family has never harbored treachery, from our grandfather's generation. Have the sons of the Xia family not always fought valiantly? Our life's mission has been to protect the lands and people of Dongli. If the emperor desires military authority, he could openly state so. We would willingly return it to him. How could he be so heartless, disregarding the lives of 100,000 soldiers over a baseless suspicion? Sang Wan-Ning calmly sipped from her teacup, her tone measured. By the side of a bed. How can one allow others to sleep soundly? The Xia family has always taken it upon themselves to safeguard the lands and citizens of Dongli, a reputation built through generations of sacrifice. She paused before continuing. Whether in victory or defeat, rumors have long circulated that the common folk know only of the Xia army, not the Dongli emperor. There were even folk songs that proclaimed, at the Xia family gate, ironclad souls, 100,000 suns guarding the nation's entrance, the dragon throne trembles. The emperor's resentment, glory breeds calamity. Lin Shi dropped her chopsticks with a clatter. Impossible. When did this folk song emerge? This was no mere fabrication. Sang Wan-Ning had seen it within the memories of the original owner. Sang Wan-Ning replied truthfully, it has been known for a long time. My mother and I often scavenged for wild vegetables on the mountains to exchange for money, and naturally, we learned much from wandering the streets. In summary, to the emperor, the Xia family was akin to a thorn lodged in his throat, destined to be removed. She then turned her gaze to Xia Nanhang. The emperor has never sought military power for its own sake. If he merely wished to consolidate military authority, he could have summoned General Xia back with a simple edict. Yet he chose to conspire with Baoyang, laying such a treacherous trap that led to the demise of 100,000 soldiers and the unjust persecution of the Xia family. This served to eliminate a significant threat while simultaneously intimidating other military leaders. Eldest brother, have you not considered why the black-purple smoke and the early leak of military secrets arrived so suspiciously? Xia Nihang abruptly stood, disbelief etched across his face. Sister-in-law, are you suggesting that all of this was orchestrated by the emperor in collusion with Bailiang? Chapter 75. The storm approaches, yet the night lingers. Sang Wan-Ning rhythmically tapped her fingers on the table. Collusion may not be the case, but certainly, there has been instigation. After years of conflict between Beiki and Dongli, without someone covertly aiding them, how could they so precisely anticipate every maneuver of the Xia army? Lin Shi's complexion turned pale as she clutched her heart, tears streaming down her wrinkled cheeks. So, father and second brother were ultimately betrayed by the royal family they served loyally for generations? The elderly matriarch trembled with rage, her murky tears cascading down her face. I should have heeded your grandfather's advice all those years ago and persuaded you to abandon this marquise, forsaking the burden of being a general. The truth was indeed brutal, and Sang Wan-Ning's candidness stemmed from her desire for them to see reality clearly, to cease their blind loyalty, and to relinquish any lingering hopes for that dog emperor. Sang Wan-Ning's brow furrowed slightly, her heart heavy with worry. She feared that once the Xia army fell, the heavens would truly shift. The dog emperor was incompetent, and the princes and nobles were solely concerned with power struggles. The royal family had rotted to the core. Dongli was inherently weak. Had it not been for the valiant sacrifices of the Xia family through the ages, it would have likely been divided among the other three great nations long ago. Now, without the protection of the Xia army, the peace and security of the common folk were surely doomed. Xia Ziyu, noticing her deep contemplation, gently asked, Wan-Ning, what occupies your thoughts? Sang Wan-Ning shook her head. Nothing of consequence, merely a sense that change is imminent. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu's expression froze momentarily, his mood darkening. The Xia family had always regarded the protection of the Dongli people as their duty. Now, the lands and citizens they had safeguarded for generations were on the brink of chaos, leaving him overwhelmed with helplessness and guilt. War was merciless, images of destitute citizens, families torn apart, and corpses strewn across the land danced vividly before his eyes. A flash of pain crossed Xia Ziyu's gaze. Yet he found himself unable to even care for himself, let alone protect the people. Sang Wan-Ning, sensing his distress, softly covered his hand with hers. Husband, there is no need for you to blame yourself. This is not your fault. The elderly matriarch's voice was hoarse with sorrow. The Xia family's ancestral teachings dictate loyalty to the emperor and love for the country until death, but does such a ruler still deserve our loyalty? Xia Nanhong's eyes blazed with indignation. Loyalty? What loyalty? They have not even granted us a proper exile. Dongli is ultimately destined for ruin. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. We have devoted ourselves to the nation and its people, never expecting the royal family to be so treacherous. In hindsight, it seems utterly foolish. A heavy silence enveloped the room, only the sound of autumn winds rustling the fallen leaves could be heard. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Wan-Ning slowly spoke, let us not despair. The path forward is forged by our own actions. The most pressing matter is to navigate through this immediate turmoil. We can address other concerns later. The hour was growing late. Let us all rest for now. A collective sigh echoed, and no one spoke further. Yet, they all felt that Sang Wan-Ning's words held merit. In this moment, their survival was a stroke of fortune. Xia Yunxi rose, his eyes red, declaring, tonight, I shall squeeze in with Shanshan and the others. Soon, everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Just as they lay down, a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted outside. Fierce winds howling, followed by torrential rain pounding against the window. Sang Wan-Ning peered out at the darkened sky, her brow furrowed in concern. My dear, is something amiss? Xia Ziyu asked with genuine concern. It is already autumn, yet such heavy rains fall. We are already facing famine. If this rain persists for several days, we could face flooding. What she did not voice was that floods often led to outbreaks of disease. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu's eyes darkened with worry. It is autumn. Rains typically do not last long, so it should be fine. However, the rain continued to intensify. The members of the Sang and the second branch of the Xia family, residing in the stables, found themselves in dire straits. Rainwater poured through the thatched roof of the stable, creating a dismal scene. Not only did the rain from outside pour in, flooding the ground, but it also left them with no place to stand. Sang Jinru was drenched to the bone. As the autumn wind swept through, she shivered violently. Illuminated by a flash of lightning, she cautiously made her way into the inn. Just at that moment, Li Kuei awoke from his slumber, his bladder demanding attention, and stumbled out, half asleep. Initially curled up in a corner, Sang Jinru sprang to her feet and rushed towards him. This sudden movement startled Li Kuei, causing the candle flame to nearly topple to the ground. Sang Jinru emitted a series of panic sounds, and only then did Li Kuei realize that the figure before him was her. With a stern expression, he roughly pushed her away, saying, "What are you doing here on a night like this? Shouldn't you be in the stable, trying to scare someone to death?" Sang Jinru's white prison garb clung to her, accentuating her graceful curves. Under the dim candlelight, Li Kuei found himself stirred by an unsettling desire. He seized her chin with his rough hand, a wicked grin creeping onto his lips. "You came looking for me at this hour, didn't you?" With that, he pulled her into his embrace and audaciously pinched her backside. Sang Jinru stifled a muffled protest, fighting the impulse to shove him away. Li Kuei had thoroughly explored the inn before dusk. It was little more than an empty shell, with even the sole caretaker having vanished without a trace. An idea struck him, and he whispered into Sang Jinru's ear, "Stay right here." He then hurriedly made his way to the back entrance to relieve himself, quickly pulling up his pants and returning. One hand held the flickering candle, while the other wrapped around Sang Jinru as they ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Kuei forcefully kicked open the door to the room on the left and swaggered inside, still holding onto Sang Jinru. Next door, Sang Wan-Ning and Xia Ziyu, hearing the commotion, believed it was an assassination attempt against them. Both sat up alertly, yet after a long moment, silence returned. Soon enough, however, they were greeted by sounds that made their faces flush with embarrassment. Sang Wan-Ning's lips twitched. Why must such occurrences always unfold in their vicinity? Little did she expect that the usually composed young lady from a prestigious family could be so audacious in private. Xia Ziyu cleared his throat awkwardly, suggesting, "It seems those people want to be coming tonight. Let us sleep, my dear." They both stared at the inky darkness of the ceiling, allowing the indecorous sounds to invade their ears. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, tranquility returned. Sang Wan-Ning yawned softly and murmured, "Husband, it seems those people want to be arriving tonight. I'm feeling quite tired." With that, she nestled into Xia Ziyu's embrace. She realized that every time she inhaled the subtle fragrance of pine from her husband, she felt immensely secure and at ease. In her previous life on Blue Star, even while sleeping, her nerves remained taut, and the slightest noise would rouse her, a habit formed over time. Yet now, with a free human pillow, she could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. Xia Ziyu tightened his hold on her and slowly closed his eyes. However, it wasn't long before the sound of shuffling footsteps outside broke the silence. Chapter 76. Eagerly seeking misfortune, the lady is here to conquer all defiance. Xia Ziyu's eyes snapped open as he listened to the approaching footsteps. He gently shook the sleeping figure in his arms. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway, revealing a shadowy figure lurking near the doorway. Sang Wan-Ning was startled awake, rising quietly as a faint, elusive fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Without drawing attention, she retrieved 2 pills from her space, swallowing one herself and offering the other to her husband. Moments later, several figures clad in black cautiously entered, stabbing the blanket on the bed repeatedly before realizing something was amiss. One of the black-clad men pulled back the blanket, only to bellow, "Not good, retreat." At the sound of this, they attempted to flee, but unbeknownst to them, Sang Wan-Ning had already blocked their escape route with a gleaming sword in hand. "Since you've come this far, you shall not leave." The leader of the black-clad men, his face hidden, sneered, "You think you can stop us?" With that, he flung 3 poisoned silver needles from his sleeve. Sang Wan-Ling sidestepped, her sword slicing through the needles, sending sparks flying. She thought to herself, "These men are ruthless, aiming to kill without hesitation." Seeing her evade their attack, the black-clad man coldly commanded, "Leave." "Leave?" Sang Wan-Ling's wrist flicked, sending a flurry of poisoned needles like a meteor shower. The black-clad men's pupils constricted in alarm as they desperately raised their swords to defend themselves. Despite their cautious efforts, they were struck by the needles, feeling their strength drain away before collapsing to the ground. Worried they might take their own lives, Sang Wan-Ling swiftly disarmed 5 of them. Just then, sounds of struggle erupted from the adjacent room. "Stay here, my husband. I will assist my brother." The black-clad men were numerous, and both Grandmother Lin and Aunt had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing their cover blown, the black-clad men held their swords to the necks of the unconscious trio. "Stop. If you don't cease this at once, I will kill them." Sang Wan-Ning's eyes blazed with killing intent. Rather than relent, she unleashed her sword, creating a whirlwind of deadly shadows. As one after another fell, the hand that held the sword against her grandmother's neck tightened involuntarily. "You've forced my hand. If you cannot live, then let us descend into hell together." Just as the blade was about to slice through their throats, a sharp dagger appeared in Sang Wan-Ning's hand. With a swift movement, she aimed for the black-clad man's wrist. A piercing scream erupted as the man's hand was severed. Sang Wan-Ning darted forward, shielding her grandmother and the others behind her, and with a swift motion, she slashed the throat of the black-clad man. Soon, those from Xia Nanhang's side were dealt with as well. Sang Wan-Ning held up a white porcelain bottle before her grandmother and the others, shaking it gently. It wasn't long before they stirred and awoke, their faces paling at the sight of the carnage. Xia Nanhang, accompanied by Anan and his wife, hurried over. Concern etched on his face. "Grandmother, are you all right?" They all shook their heads, Lin's face pale, her eyes blazing with fury. "We are in this state. Yet they still want to let us be." Sang Wan-Ning frowned. "I have a feeling this group of assassins is different from the previous two." Before she could finish, a melodious flute echoed outside. Sang Wan-Ning's expression hardened. "Brother, protect grandmother and the others. I'll go take a look." Xia Nanhang nodded solemnly, warning, "Sister-in-law, be careful." With a leap, Sang Wan-Ning descended from the second floor, appearing on the street in the blink of an eye. The rain continued to patter down, and she tilted her head towards the sound. On the rooftop of the tavern across the street stood a man clad in an oilskin coat, his jade flute shimmering with an ethereal glow. Sang Wan-Ning's voice was icy as she inquired, "Who are you?" The black-clad man tucked away his flute, sneering without answering her question, instead retorting, "You must be the skilled one hiding beside Xieziu. I advise you to be sensible, otherwise the consequences will be beyond your endurance." Sang Wan-Ning let out a cold snort. "The last person who threatened me in such a manner has grass growing 8 feet high on their grave. You may unleash whatever tricks you have, just spare me the pretense, lest you attract divine retribution." The cloaked figure did not comprehend what pretense meant, but he discerned it was certainly not a compliment. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "Well, since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige you." With that, the flute in his hand once more resonated, but this time, the melody was no longer a sweet and melodious tune. Instead, it was swift and urgent, laden with malice. Soon, Sang Wan-Ning beheld a pack of wolves, their eyes glowing green and teeth bared, emerging from the inky blackness of the street. Her pupils constricted in surprise. Who would have thought she would witness the legendary beast taming here? Seeing her stand motionless, the cloaked man curled his lips into a mocking smile, and at that moment, the tune shifted. The wolves emitted low growls, encircling Sang Wan-Ning. She remained composed, immersing her hands in the spirit spring water. The furious wolf king lunged first, but upon catching the scent from her palm, it became docile. It even nuzzled against Sang Wan-Ning's hand, prompting her to extend her hand towards it. The wolf king licked her palm and let out a roar, followed by the remaining wolves lowering their claws and emitting submissive whines. The cloaked figure on the rooftop stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. "Could it be that you possess beast-taming skills as well?" Sang Wan-Ning smirked derisively, her fingertips gently brushing the wolf king's head. "Did you not witness it for yourself?" Before her words could fade, the wolf king suddenly howled to the heavens, and the once docile pack turned their attention toward the figure atop the roof, their green eyes now filled with ferocity. The cloaked man's pupils dilated in shock, and the flute's melody abruptly ascended, yet he could no longer exert control over the wolves. He stumbled back 2 steps, a hint of panic in his voice. "This is impossible. My beast-taming skills have never failed." Sang Wan-Ning scoffed, "Perhaps you have yet to encounter someone like me, who specializes in dealing with the obstinate. Now, confess, who sent you?" The cloaked man snorted coldly, "Curious, are we? If you defeat me, I might just divulge that information." Sang Wan-Ning toyed with the sword in her hand. "Very well, since you insist on seeking punishment, I shall accommodate you." Having issued her challenge, she regretted not having the agility to execute lightness techniques. The cloaked man, assuming Sang Wan-Ning was ready to unleash her full power, held his flute tightly, his gaze vigilant. However, after a prolonged silence, Sang Wan-Ning finally shouted, "Hey, you worthless egotist, come down and meet your demise." Chapter 77. I await your return. But bring more gifts next time. The cloaked man, oblivious to the meaning of egotist, recognized it was certainly not a compliment. This was the first time anyone had dared to address him with such disrespect. This wretched person was truly unaware of her own insignificance. His eyes gleamed with malice as he suddenly twisted his wrist, the flute's end revealing a 3-inch cold glint as he leaped down swiftly, treading on the tiles. Sang Wan-Ning sidestepped the fierce attack, yet saw his figure darting toward her like a specter. The cold glint grazed her ear, severing a few strands of hair. Sang Wan-Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, her blood roaring within her veins. "It seems you possess some skills," she remarked with a cold smile. The cloaked man dismissed her with disdain. "My skills extend far beyond this. Let us see if you have the fortune to witness them." This was the strongest opponent Sang Wan-Ning had encountered since arriving in this foreign world. She too wished to ascertain the limits of her martial prowess in this era. Raindrops fell incessantly, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. The figure of the cloaked man vanished like a phantom amidst the rain, causing Sang Wan-Ning's pupils to constrict. A chilling sensation crept upon the back of her neck, and she chuckled to herself, is he attempting a sneak attack? Taking advantage of the spatial advantage, she vanished from her original position, causing the cloaked man's lethal strike to miss its mark. In the blink of an eye, Sang Wan-Ning silently reappeared behind him, thrusting her sword directly toward his back. The cloaked man hastily attempted to evade, but was a moment too late. His waist was pierced, and he roared in fury, "Wretched girl, how dare you harm me?" Sang Wan-Ning coldly retorted, "Indeed, it is you who I have harmed. Unleash any trump cards you have, mere threats cannot intimidate me." The cloaked man, fuming with rage, flicked his flute, releasing 3 poison needles aimed straight at her face. With a swift motion, Sang Wan-Ning captured all the needles into her spatial realm. She looked at him with disdain. "Your methods are truly despicable. Can't you engage in a fair fight? Resorting to these underhanded tricks is utterly disgraceful." The cloaked man, clutching his wound, gritted his teeth as the young master. "I will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. The outcome is all that matters to me." Sang Wan-Ning seized upon the key term, young master. It seemed he belonged to some hidden sect. "You certainly have the audacity to speak so brazenly," she retorted without mercy. The cloaked man snorted, "Enough of your prattle. Just know that by crossing me today, you will only face one inevitable fate." Sang Wan-Ning raised an eyebrow, coldly smiling, "Is that so? I am keen to see whether your threats hold weight or if my sword is swifter." As her words fell, her aura surged, the sword energy soared, piercing the heavens. The rain curtain was cleaved apart by the fierce sword energy, causing the cloaked man's pupils to constrict. He hastily raised his jade flute in defense. The sound of metal clashing erupted as his palms split, blood trickling down the flute. With a sharp crack, the dark iron jade flute developed spiderweb-like cracks under the cloaked man's horrified gaze. Sang Wan-Ning's sword energy remained unyielding. With a swift motion, she executed a horizontal sweep, transforming the sword energy into a crescent arc aimed fiercely at his face. The cloaked man sprang back, attempting to retreat. However, Sang Wan-Ning's sword was swifter, and with a flick, his mask shattered, revealing a pale, effeminate face. The cloaked man, wide-eyed with fury, had no time to speak before Sang Wan-Ning delivered a spinning kick that sent him flying. He crashed through the windows and doors of a nearby tavern as Sang Wan-Ning leaped, her sword tip directed at his brow. "Now you may reveal who sent you and which young master you are from in the gutter." The cloaked man suddenly wore a strange smile, 2 crimson snakes slithering from his sleeves. Sang Wan-Ning's eyes lit up, and she captured the snakes into her spatial realm with her mind. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the man seized the opportunity to deftly flip and land atop the rooftop. "Wretched girl, consider this debt noted. I shall return to collect it tenfold." He spat through gritted teeth. Sang Wan-Ning chuckled mockingly. "Very well, I shall await your return, but do remember to bring more gifts. I found this offering quite delightful." The cloaked man's face contorted in rage, yet he knew he was no match for her. He shot her a venomous glare before vanishing into the night. Sang Wan-Ning sighed deeply. Had she possessed lightness techniques, this man would not have escaped her grasp. The Wolf King circled her affectionately, and she gently stroked its head, murmuring to herself, "But at least I gained you." With a wave of her hand, the 20 wolves were all summoned into her spatial realm. Concerned for her family's worries, Sang Wan-Ning hurried back to the inn. Not far from where she had just walked away, a sinister face lurked in the shadows of a large tree, its eyes glimmering with insatiable greed as they fixated on Sang Wan-Ning. Just as she was about to step into the inn, her pace faltered, her sharp gaze directed towards the tree. At that moment, Xia Yunchu's excited voice resonated from the second-floor corridor. "Third sister-in-law, you have finally returned." With a swift withdrawal of her gaze, Sang Wan-Ning hurried upstairs. Upon her arrival, all eyes converged on her, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as they confirmed she had not sustained any injuries. Xia Ziyu noticed a lock of her hair on the right side of her cheek was neatly severed, and a surge of murderous intent surged within him. "It is still early, let us all rest, for we have a journey ahead of us tomorrow." With that, Sang Wan-Ning guided Xia Ziyu back to her room. As soon as the door closed, Xia Ziyu urgently inquired, "Wan-Ning, was tonight's assailant different from the previous one?" Indeed, he was unlike the others, especially the one outside who claims to be the young master. "He possesses the art of beast control and formidable martial prowess, yet compared to me, he is still vastly inferior. Had I not lacked the skill of lightness, he surely would not have escaped." Upon hearing this, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Xia Ziyu. "Wan-Ning, you have endured so much. If it were not for me." Before he could finish, Sang Wan-Ning gently pressed her soft hand against his mouth. "My dear husband, do not be disheartened. Once you have recovered, it shall be your turn to protect me, all right?" Xia Ziyu enveloped Sang Wan-Ning tightly in his arms, his face nestled against her. His voice, low and tinged with self-reproach, replied, "Very well, Wan-Ning. I shall recover swiftly." A smile graced Sang Wan-Ning's lips as she returned his embrace. In the room, the 5 assassins, their jaws dislocated, were unceremoniously subjected to a dramatic display of affection. After a lengthy pause, Xia Ziyu's mood gradually calmed, and Sang Wan-Ning finally released him. Her gaze then shifted to the black-clad figures, their eyes drooping in exhaustion. How carefree you all are, coming here to sleep." Sang Wan-Ning sneered coldly. Startled, the men jolted awake, terror etched in their eyes as they beheld her bloodthirsty smile. The poisons they had concealed in their teeth had been fully extracted. Sang Wan-Ning approached the leader, and with a mere flick of her wrist, she reattached his dislocated jaw. As she meticulously wiped her hands with a handkerchief, her voice turned frigid. "Do confess who sent you here. Think carefully about your answer, otherwise." Chapter 78. What a grand gift to receive, unbidden, during neither festival nor holiday. The leader trembled slightly, his voice quivering with desperation. "Miss, we are merely hired mercenaries. We truly do not know who sent us." The other 4, their jaws unhinged, frantically nodded in agreement. Seeing their sincerity, Sang Wan-Ning pressed on. "To which organization do you belong?" In these tumultuous times, countless sects and organizations thrived. "We belong to the Blood Shadow Gang." Sang Wan-Ning had never heard of this organization. She turned and softly asked, "Husband, have you heard of them?" Xia Ziyu shook his head. "I have not." Sang Wan-Ning frowned in disdain. "How dare they send a nameless band of miscreants to assassinate us? How lowly they must think of us." The black-clad men lamented silently, wishing they had known who they were being sent to kill. They would have rather starved than face this fate, but now it was too late for regrets. "Do you know who the mastermind behind this order is?" "We do not know. All orders are placed anonymously." Sang Wan-Ning's thoughts whirled. It seemed these men were not aligned with the one who claimed to be the young master. Yet, their goals were united, to see them dead. The leader begged, "Miss, we have revealed everything we know. Might you show us mercy and let us go? We promise not to trouble you again." Sang Wan-Ning scoffed coldly. "Now that you are afraid, it is too late." With that, a long sword appeared in her hand seemingly from nowhere. With a swift motion, she severed the throats of all 5 men, leaving them lifeless and unblinking. Sang Wan-Ning had always been one to repay grievances tenfold. Had she not possessed martial skills, she would have surely fallen as their victim. As the saying goes, cutting grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. A moment of leniency could invite greater calamity in the future. She sheathed her sword and, as if handling mere chickens, discarded the 5 bodies into the corridor. The rain continued to patter down, a stark reminder of the life-and-death struggle they had just endured. With the crisis averted, the tension in the air relaxed. They all slept soundly until midday, awakening to find the rain had lightened, yet still persisted. Sang Wan-Ning awoke with a contented expression, stretching languidly. "It seems we cannot travel today." Xia Ziyu's hoarse voice came from behind her. "Wan-Ning, since we cannot travel today, would you like to sleep a little longer?" Sang Wan-Ning smiled and shook her head. No need, I have had enough rest. Besides, if I do not rise soon, I fear grandmother and the others might go hungry. As she spoke, Sang Wan-Ning led Xiaoziyu into the space for a quick wash before emerging. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of grandmother and Lin, their faces pale as they observed the corpses strewn across the floor. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over Sang Wan-Ning. Those thieves should have died later. With so many bodies, her elder brother would surely have a daunting task ahead. Good morning, grandmother and mother, Sang Wan-Ning chirped cheerfully. The two women quickly composed themselves, their gazes softening with affection as they looked at the young couple. Lin's eyes bore dark circles, likely from the previous night's turmoil. Sang Wan-Ning produced a white porcelain vial from her sleeve and handed it to Lin. Mother, this is for replenishing your energy. Please take one each with grandmother. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount to stay alive. They had all believed her elder brother was dead, yet he had returned. The remains of her second brother and father had not been recovered, and perhaps, like her elder brother, they too had survived by some twist of fate. You must take care of yourselves, otherwise, when they return, they will be filled with regret upon seeing your weakened state. Sang Wan-Ning's intuition had never led her astray since her elder brother's return. It had consistently guided her correctly. As her words faded, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin and grandmother's eyes. The elderly matriarch, visibly moved, exclaimed, "Wan-Ning speaks wisely. No news is often the best news. Young mistress, please take care of your health. Your well-being is crucial, for if anything were to happen to you, their father and son would surely blame themselves." Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mother, do not worry. Thanks to Wan-Ning's care, my health has improved considerably, and I will not easily falter. Curiosity piqued. Sang Wan-Ning could not help but ask, Mother, when did your health begin to decline? Lin smiled wistfully as she recounted. It was during the year I gave birth to Chu and Ziyu. A woman faces death when she bears children. I was pregnant with twins. And it was a blessing that both were born safely. Sang Wan-Ning frowned, placing her hand on Lin's pulse, focusing intently. The previously relaxed furrows of her brow deepened as she sensed something amiss. Her mother harbored a chilling energy within her, not merely the aftereffects of childbirth, but rather as if she had been afflicted by a slow-acting poison. The noxious gas coursed through her veins, eroding her vitality. It was no wonder her ailment persisted obstinately. Mother, did you consume any special herbal concoctions after giving birth? Sang Wan-Ning suddenly inquired with urgency. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, lost in recollection. After giving birth to Chu and Ziyu, it was my half-sister who cared for me. She fervently recommended a restorative herbal brew she had chanced upon, claiming it would help the new mother regain her strength. She attended to me for a month, and I consumed that tonic daily. Although the brew seemed innocuous, I did indeed feel revitalized after drinking it. However, shortly after she departed, I began to frequently feel cold in my limbs at night, plagued by nightmares. Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-Ning's gaze sharpened. If her suspicions were correct, Lin Shi had been subjected to a slow-acting poison. Yet, this was merely conjecture. She needed concrete evidence. Observing her daughter's somber expression, Lin Shi felt a pang of anxiety. Wan-Ning, is there something amiss with my condition? Sang Wan-Ning composed herself and shook her head. There is nothing to worry about, mother. I merely wish to draw a drop of your blood to ascertain the appropriate remedy. Lin Shi, without hesitation, extended her hand. Thank you for your efforts. In truth, Lin Shi harbored a steadfast belief that her husband and second son were still alive. This conviction had only intensified since Nan Hang's return. She resolved to heed Wan-Ning's advice and restore her health, awaiting their return. Sang Wan-Ning deftly produced a silver needle and pricked Lin Shi's fingertip. She collected the drop of blood in a white porcelain vial, securing it within her spatial realm. Grandmother, since you cannot leave today, please rest well. I will analyze this blood and fetch you some nourishment. With that, Sang Wan-Ning was about to escort Xiaoziyu back to their quarters when the door beside them swung open. Li Kuei and Sang Jinro emerged in succession. Upon seeing the multitude of corpses strewn about, Li Kuei's legs buckled, and he felt his knees, unfortunately, directly in front of Xiaoziyu's wheelchair. Sang Wan-Ning scoffed mockingly, Li Darren, what a grand gift you bring us on this ordinary day. Alas, we have no presents for you in return. Chapter 79. Reduced to a plaything of ants. Li Kuei's face flushed to a deep shade of crimson. His words caught in his throat as he met Xiaoziyu's piercing gaze, which glinted with venomous intent. The reprimand he intended to unleash faltered, and he clenched his hands at his sides. With a haughty snort, he rose and circumvented their wheelchair, hastily descending the stairs. Sang Jinro's eyes were fixed on Sang Wan-Ning, her teeth grinding audibly. Xia Zi regarded her coldly. If you don't wish to keep your eyes, you may donate them. Sensing the murderous intent lurking in his gaze, Sang Jinro shuddered involuntarily and averted her gaze. Sang Wan-Ning jeered. Sang Jinro, how far you have fallen. Did you not always look down upon these ants? Why do you now seek to become a plaything for them? Sang Jinro seethed with humiliation. How dare this wretch question her? Were it not for her, she would still be the esteemed young lady of a prestigious family in the capital. It was Sang Wan-Ning who had ruined her life, entangling her with these filthy, lowly creatures. Enraged, Sang Jinro felt her fury boil within her like molten lava. Consumed by bloodlust, she lunged at Sang Wan-Ning's face. Sang Wan-Ning, seemingly foreseeing her intent, sidestepped with agility, delivering a swift kick to Sang Jinro's abdomen. The force of the blow sent Sang Jinro crashing against the corridor, blood spilling from her lips. She felt as though her insides were in disarray. Sang Wan-Ning approached deliberately, gazing down at her with disdain. Sang Jinro, how foolish you are to lay a hand on me. It appears a lesson is still necessary for you to learn. As she spoke, she discreetly withdrew a gleaming dagger from her sleeve. Upon seeing the sharp blade, Sang Jinro's pupils dilated with fear, and she instinctively recoiled in pain. Before she could retreat further, Sang Wan-Ning seized her chin with a firm grip. Since you are so eager to mar my visage, let us see how it feels. She waved the dagger menacingly across Sang Jinro's face. Shall I carve here or here? A bloodthirsty smile danced on her lips as she spoke. Sang Jinro, immobilized and nearly having her jaw crushed, was engulfed by waves of terror. She whimpered desperately, her voice laced with despair. Internally, she screamed, Sang Wan-Ning, you dare! If you lay a finger on me, I will ensure you pay dearly. Sang Wan-Ning, seemingly reading her thoughts, responded with a cold sneer. Feel free to unleash any tricks you may have. Life has been rather dull lately. You all serve as excellent entertainment. With that, the dagger's tip grazed Sang Jinro's cheek, leaving a faint crimson mark. I have said before, your existence serves only to atone for your sins. Before her words had fully dissipated, she exerted force on her wrist. The dagger plunged towards Sang Jinro's right cheek, followed swiftly by a strike to the left. Sang Jinro's anguished cries echoed through the corridor, warm blood splattering onto Sang Wan-Ning's hands. As Sang Jinro trembled and attempted to push Sang Wan-Ning away, she was met with a firm grip on her hair. Sang Wan-Ning methodically wiped the bloody dagger on Sang Jinro's garment before nonchalantly stowing it away. Disdainfully, she released her grip, rising to retrieve a handkerchief to clean the blood from her hands. Sang Wan-Ning noticed her grandmother and the others staring at her with unwavering intensity, and a flicker of guilt washed over her. Would they perceive her as cold-hearted and unfeeling? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the elderly matriarch approached, tenderly grasping her hand. Wan-Ning, do not dwell on such thoughts. We are family, and we shall always stand by your side. We know you are a good child, one who never unjustly accuses the innocent. In our lives and endeavors, as long as we remain true to ourselves, that is sufficient. As Lin Shi spoke, warmth cascaded through Sang Wan-Ning's heart. She could not deny the goodness of the Xia family's main branch. It was worth every effort she had expended to protect them. They regarded her as family, and she would strive to safeguard them in return. Thank you, grandmother. I understand. As matters settled, Sang Wan-Ning pushed Xia Ziyu into their room before heading directly into her spatial realm, making a beeline for the medical facility. Xia Ziyu, having noticed her unusual demeanor, could not help but voice his concern. Wan, is there something suspicious about my mother's illness? As Sang Wan-Ning operated the equipment, she replied, indeed, I suspect mother has been poisoned. I believe it to be Wushir-san. Upon hearing this, Xia Ziyu's pupils dilated sharply. He had heard of Wushir-san before. Rumored to induce euphoria and a radiant appearance, prolonged use could lead to disorientation and weakness, draining both vitality and strength. A chill radiated from Xia Ziyu, for Wushir-san was a banned substance, often available only on the black market at exorbitant prices. Those who had access to his mother were individuals he trusted implicitly. Could it truly be that person? As Sang Wan-Ning placed the blood sample in the machine for testing, she turned to find her husband enveloped in an aura that warned others to keep their distance. She quickly approached him. Husband, there is no need for distress. As long as mother is well, that is what matters most. As for those who conspired against her, As Sang Wan-Ning reached this point, she fell silent, for it appeared that her mother-in-law maintained a close relationship with her half-sister. It was quite likely that her somewhat unworthy husband felt the same. Xia Ziyu furrowed his brow and urged, Wan, if you have something to say, please speak plainly instead of beating around the bush. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Wan-Ning decided to voice her suspicions. I suspect that it was her half-sister who poisoned my mother. In this era, the hierarchy between legitimate and illegitimate daughters was strikingly apparent. She could not believe that genuine affection could exist between them, especially within such a large family where the conflicts of interest between legitimate and illegitimate daughters were particularly pronounced. Moreover, the timing was too coincidental. The half-sister tended to Lin Shi during her confinement, and Lin Shi was perfectly well at that time. How could she possibly fall ill thereafter? Xia Ziyu's gaze darkened as he spoke. If the truth is indeed as you suspect, then my mother will likely be heartbroken for quite some time. A brief sorrow is far better than remaining in ignorance, Sang Wan-Ning explained. Come, let us step outside. We will have to wait for the results. With that, she firmly guided Xia Ziyu out of the room, where the body had already been cleared away by Xia Nanhang. At that moment, Xia Jin emerged from within. Wan-Ning, she called, the hour is late. Where are the ingredients? I shall fetch them to prepare a meal. I will retrieve the ingredients. You might struggle to find them, Sang Wan-Ning replied, descending the stairs and heading straight for the backyard. Due to the heavy rains, the innkeeper had vanished, and members of the Sang and Xia families had taken refuge on the first floor of the inn, inadvertently benefiting those individuals. Upon her arrival, Xiaohua let out a pitiful whinny, as if to accuse Sang Wan-Ning of neglecting it and leaving it to endure the rain all night. Sang Wan-Ning approached and gently stroked Xiaohua's drenched head, apologizing. I'm so sorry, Xiaohua. It was my oversight to forget you. Since there's no one in the backyard, you can stay in my space for now. With a wave of her hand, Xiaohua entered the space, leaving only a carriage behind. Considering the rain showed no signs of letting up, she decided to store the carriage as well, reassured by the presence of her husband. Chapter 80. And please save my mother. Sang Wan-Ning returned from the space with a large basket filled with enough ingredients for their family before stepping back into the kitchen, where her aunt, Chu and Shan were already present. Upon seeing her, Xia Yunchu quickly took the ingredients from her hands. Sister-in-law, allow us to handle the cooking, you should rest. Sang Wan-Ning did not decline, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. Xia Zi remained seated, and when Sang Wan-Ning returned, his expression softened instantly. She led him back into the room, returning to the space. Husband, let us go out and investigate. As she spoke, they blinked and found themselves at the location where they had been besieged by refugees. Sang Wan-Ning unfurled an oiled paper umbrella. The roads were flooded, and some had even collapsed. Just then, Xia Zi remarked solemnly, Wan, have you noticed that the bodies of the starving refugees by the roadside are no longer there? Sang Wan-Ning, too, had observed this unsettling detail, her brow furrowing as if she could crush a fly with her intensity. It seemed that the mastermind behind this had grand designs, yet currently, there were no leads. Perhaps that person who claimed to be the young master was a potential entry point, but it was unfortunate that he had managed to escape. You need not blame yourself, for you have done remarkably well, Xia Ziyu reassured her. As long as we remain alive, they will undoubtedly return. Sang Wan-Ning found his words reasonable and promptly transported both of them back to the inn. In her hand, she held the test results, as expected. It was indeed Jin Shirsan. Moreover, the data indicated that in the past 3 months, the toxins within her mother had shown signs of deepening. Xia Ziyu seemed entirely unsurprised by this revelation. From this, it could be concluded that Lin Peilan was responsible for poisoning her mother. Before the troubles befell the Xia family, she had specifically sent a rare 100-year-old Ganoderma to her mother, likely laced with the poison. Sighing, he continued, Wan. Push me to grandmother's room. It is best to inform her of these matters. The door to grandmother's room was ajar, and Sang Wan-Ning smoothly guided Xia Ziyu inside. Lin Shi was tidying the bedding, the quilts neatly folded. The old lady sat at the table sipping tea, her face lighting up with a smile upon their arrival. You have come. Have you received the results of your mother's examination? The old lady had an inkling of the outcome even before Sang Wan-Ning inquired of Lin Shi. She had never been fond of her half-sister since the latter's visit to the Duke's residence. Unfortunately, the eldest daughter-in-law was kind-hearted and easily swayed by familial ties. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi paused her movements and approached them. What is the result? My half-sister has always been close to me since childhood. She would never harm me. However, Ziyu bluntly stated, Mother, are you aware that you nearly fell victim to your seemingly affectionate half-sister? Lin Shi's complexion drained of color, and she staggered, gripping the table for support, her voice trembling. Ziyu, what nonsense are you speaking? The old lady abruptly slammed her teacup down, causing the tea to splash across the table, startling everyone. You are still pretending to be ignorant. Surely you realize the truth when Wan drew your blood for testing? Lin Shi's fingers clutched the edge of the table tightly, her knuckles turning white as tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter. Who would have thought? I poured my heart out to her and she wished for my demise. Ziyu, maintaining a stern demeanor, remarked without mercy, Mother. The sisterly bond you cherish is merely a fade, a deliberate approach on her part. Rather than lamenting and crying, you should contemplate how you will seek vengeance when you next encounter her. Sang Wan-Ning gazed at Ziyu in surprise, though his tone was harsh. His words held undeniable truth. The old lady chimed in solemnly, Ziyu is correct. Had it not been for your fortitude, you might have perished long ago. She has caused you decades of suffering in Ping'an County. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Xia family, you should embody the spirit of a matriarch. Lin Shi suddenly lifted her head, determination etched across her face as her fingertips dug deeply into her palm. Indeed, if I remain weak, I will be betraying all the suffering I have endured over the years. When she was young, I protected her at every turn, yet she... Sang Wan-Ning, noticing Lin Shi's face flush with anger, hurriedly approached to soothe her. She then produced a pill for Lin Shi to swallow, saying, Mother, do not let an unworthy person provoke you. If you were to fall ill, would that not play into her hands? Trust me, take a deep breath. Hearing this, Lin Shi inhaled deeply a few times, and indeed, she felt much better. Gratefully, she looked at Sang Wan-Ning. Wan-Ning, thank you. Were it not for you, I fear I would never have understood how close I was to death. Sang Wan-Ning smiled in reassurance. Mother, do not speak of life and death. As long as I am here, you shall live a long and healthy life. The old lady chuckled at this. You child, you have a way with words. If you live that long, you will become quite the old hag. What of being an old hag? How many would envy that? Besides, grandmother, do you not wish to see the children of Ziyu and me grow up? The old lady burst into hearty laughter. I dream of it. Ziyu caught the mention of children in Wan's words, his ears subtly reddening. Was she hinting at something? He pondered and felt certain that was indeed the case, silently encouraging himself to recover swiftly so that he could soon have a child with Wan. Sang Wan-Ning was oblivious to the fact that her seemingly innocuous attempt to ease the tension had provoked a whirlwind of thoughts in someone. Just as the atmosphere began to settle, a piercing cry echoed from downstairs. Aunt San, please save my mother. Upon hearing this distressing call, Sang Wan-Ning swiftly turned and dashed out of the door. Her heart sank at the sight of her sister-in-law lying on the ground, ashen and devoid of color. In her urgency, she abandoned the staircase and leaped directly from the second floor. This startling scene took the Lin family by surprise. Upon confirming that Sang Wan-Ning was unharmed, the anxious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hurried downstairs, leaving Ziyu alone in the room. He too was eager to discover what calamity had befallen his sister-in-law, as Wan's alarm was palpable. Once grounded, Sang Wan-Ning hastened to her sister-in-law's side. Shangshu's forehead was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale and lifeless. Upon seeing Sang Wan-Ning approach, she grasped her hand with urgency, exclaiming, Wan-Ning, my stomach hurts terribly. Without hesitation, Sang Wan-Ning retrieved a pill of nourishing essence from her space and administered it to her. Sister-in-law, you must relax, with me here. Both you and the child shall be safe. No sooner had she spoken than she noticed a damp patch spreading beneath her sister-in-law's garments. Oh no! The amniotic fluid has ruptured. With that, Sang Wan-Ning scooped Shangshu into her arms and carried her back to the room she shared with Ziyu. Lin Shi followed closely behind, but just as she was about to step inside, Shangshuning's voice rang out, Mother, guard the door. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Lin Shi, her face pale, replied, I will certainly keep watch and ensure that no one comes in. With that, she swiftly shut the door, standing resolutely at the threshold, her expression tense and unwavering.